Reincarnated as the stepmother of the villainess, I will make my daughter happy. By Makino Maya. Translated by Sakura Machi. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, I was the villainous stepmother. It was after the wedding that I became certain that I had been reincarnated into the world of an Otome Game, and that the small, lovely beauty before me, my spouse's child from a previous marriage, was the villainess of that Otome Game, destined to meet a tragic end, and that I had become the stepmother of that villainess. Frankly, I don't even remember my name from before I was reincarnated. Actually, I don't clearly remember much about my previous life at all. My current name is Serene. Just Serene. Once I married, even if I was attached to my previous family name, I wouldn't be using it anymore. Still, I'm not used to the new one either. Ever since I was born and became aware of the world, I often felt a sense of déjà vu. I must have psychic powers to see the future. Maybe I'm one of the chosen ones. When I was a teenager, I got caught up in these strange situations, coming up with all sorts of delusional scenarios. But that wasn't the case at all. I really just remembered things, damn it. What I do remember about myself in my previous life is that I desperately wanted children, but even though I tried my best after getting married, I couldn't have any. I went through a lot of unpleasant experiences because of it. And the only thing that healed my wounded heart was Otome Games. The reason I remember the Otome Games so clearly, even though I barely remember myself, is because when my heart was broken, I constantly immersed myself in those worlds, diving headfirst into that swamp like I was swimming a personal medley. Thank you, Otome Games. I love you, Otome Games. I'm so grateful for the healing you gave to this old woman's heart. Now, I was born into a poor noble family, and all I was blessed with was a healthy body, a brain overflowing with imagination, and proper upbringing and education. Thanks to my somewhat decent looks, even though I was called a tomboy, a wild horse, a rampageous horse, a wild mare, why are all the examples about horses? I still managed to get married. In a poor noble family, marrying off daughters who can't inherit the estate is the only way to get a large sum of money and make things easier for the people of the territory. So it can't be helped. I didn't have any objections to that either. My sisters were weeping because they would be marrying men they had never even seen before, but whatever. After all, unlike in my previous life, the only way for a woman to live without any rights is to get married, even for daughters of nobles. So, just having food, clothing, and shelter guaranteed through marriage is a bargain, right? Back when I was still at home, before winter, the whole family would go hunting to prepare for hibernation. I'll never forget the time I ran into a bear all alone. I thought I was a goner. Well, even though my appearance is somewhat decent, I got married, but I was divorced once and came back home. Well, that can't be helped. Everyone has their own compatibility issues. Yes, it was a clash of personalities. It couldn't be helped. It's definitely not because of my nickname, the Wild Horse of the North, okay? It's not. When my sickly twin brother died, the younger brother who was supposed to inherit after him had just been born. So, I helped my father with his work in my brother's place. And since women were sometimes looked down upon when they went to the royal capital, I even dressed as a man. I might have also pretended to be my brother and entered a noble son's fencing tournament in his place, but that's not relevant. Not at all. The one who took a liking to me, an older, divorced, poor earl's daughter, was the Marquis, who had lost his wife several years ago. I don't know what he saw in me, but when we received the offer, the house was in an uproar as if someone had poked a hornet's nest. They were saying whatever they wanted, like, is the Marquis a weirdo? Does he like older women? Is he into the bazaar? Is he a masochist? Hey, aren't you indirectly insulting me too? Do my family hate me or something? I'm not fully ripe yet. I'm still fresh as a daisy. I could roughly guess the Marquis's intentions. That Marquis is in a position that's deeply involved in the core of the country. If he tried to get a new wife from some random noble family, there would be all sorts of troubles with power struggles and vested interests and whatnot. But a wife is a status symbol. He can't go without one. And because he only has a daughter, he needs an heir. So, the daughter of an earl's family that had been pushed out of the power struggles long ago and doesn't belong to any faction. Because they're poor and have no power, with nothing to boast about but their old history and peerage, was convenient for him. I came to marry him without even knowing what he looked like, because I didn't care who he was. Frankly, I was probably a bit jaded and had given up on my dead-end life. So naturally, I didn't know the face or name of my remarriage partner's daughter, the late wife's child. Addie Eulalia Caramanlis. When I heard her full name, it immediately clicked. It was the same name as the Villainess, who appears in the Otome Game I used to play. The woman who tormented the Otome Game's protagonist with all sorts of methods. Seriously, where did she even come up with them all? I think she should open a class and make money doing that, and who meets a tragic death no matter what ending you get. When I was playing the Otome Game, the Villainess, that woman was just annoying. I had played it so many times that I knew all her tricks. Dealing with her was such a pain, honestly. She was full of pride, but had an incredibly strong need for validation, twisted her self-love into being mean-spirited and obsessive. She was good at schoolwork but short-sighted and impulsive. She was dependent on her fiancé and emotionally unstable. Honestly, she was an empty woman with nothing going for her but her status and looks. But the child before my eyes, with her platinum blonde hair that looked soft and fluffy but had a silky sheen, her clear violet eyes that were so big they looked like they were about to spill over, her fringing eyelashes that were long and thick, her smooth white skin and cheeks flushed pink, was clinging to the Marquis' leg, glancing at me every so often. She was an angel, Angelo, Tingel, new mommy. Oh my God, even her voice is cute. This was heaven. It's not just that I have food, clothing, and shelter. It was paradise. Utopia, Arcadia, a slice of heaven. What? I get to be this angel's mother? What reward is this? The angel, with her fingertips the color of cherry blossoms and tiny, cute nails, gently reached out to me. The moment I saw that hand, a phrase resurfaced in my mind. I was never loved by anyone. Not my father, not my stepmother. They all rejected me. My stepmother, that woman, slapped my small, young hand and said, "Don't touch me with your dirty hands." Which ending was that again? The Villainess's last words when she was being condemned. I firmly grasped the angel's hand and pulled her close, then put my hands under her arms, which made her jump in surprise. I lifted her light as a feather body high in the air before hugging her tightly and nuzzling her pink, soft cheeks. That's right, I'm your new mother. Cute Addie, angelic Addie, let's be together forever. Let's play a lot, read books, and sleep together. That's right. The reason this child becomes that worst of the worst villainess in the future is because her stepmother and real father were cold to her. Even though she's so cute. Even though she's such an angel. I certainly never liked the Villainess, that woman, until the very end, and I didn't have much sympathy for her, but this child is different. She's not that nasty woman yet. She hasn't become her yet. That's right. Since she's so cute, if she grows up honestly, she'll become an absolute beauty. Her looks are perfect, so I just need to make her personality perfect too. Besides, she's cute. She's simply cute. She's practically an angel. How could I be cold to a child like this? No, in my previous life I wanted children. When I heard stories about the hardships of raising children, they seemed tough but happy, and I envied them. I wanted to tell stories about my struggles with a smile too. So, I will. In this world, I'm going to raise an absolute beauty. I feel like this is turning into a different game than the Otome Game, but I don't care. Because I loved raising simulations too. While relishing the mochi-like cheeks that were sticking to my skin and hearing her gleeful voice in my ear, I truly savored a dreamlike moment. Home. Chapter 2. Forgot it was our wedding night. I was about to sleep with Addie, the little girl destined to become a villainess, when I was stopped. Apparently, people don't usually sleep together like that. My family home was the very definition of dirt poor with a million kids, so I always slept with my younger sisters. That's why I didn't understand why it was a problem. Come on, it's nice. Kids' body temperatures are high, so they're warm and you sleep well. Well, most of the time I'd get kicked awake by one of my sisters in their sleep, though. Yesterday, there was a wedding ceremony that, while befitting a Marquis family, was simple and felt like it was being held in secret. Since it was my first day, I was so busy and overwhelmed that I didn't know anything and just crashed in the guest room. Serene. The Marquis-sama softly called my name. I had been summoned to his study. It was a large room with heavy construction. Velvet curtains were drawn over the windows, and the flames of the gas lamps on the wall and the candle stand on the desk flickered, creating large shadows of the Marquis and me. The walls were lined with bookshelves that reached the ceiling. They were packed with books. The more books, the more wealth. This probably isn't the only room with books, which means he's loaded. Just selling one of these elaborately decorated books would keep my family fed for a winter, easy. How can nobles be so different? Were we the weird ones? I guess we were. What's the deal? Serene. Perhaps because I was distracted by my surroundings and didn't answer, the Marquis-sama called my name again, sounding impatient. Yes, what is it, Marquis-sama? That was rude of me, I admit. I looked straight at his face as he sat at the heavy wooden desk, and this time I answered properly. How old is he? I don't think he's that old, but he has a beard, so it's hard to tell. Late 30s or early 40s. The men in my family, my father and grandfather, must have weak male hormones because they can't grow beards at all. They didn't grow them because they looked pathetic even when they tried. Once, when I said I really wanted to see them try to grow a beard, they did, but it only grew a little above the corners of their mouths and under their lips, straggling along without getting any thicker. It really did look pathetic. They were hurt when I said so honestly. Sorry, Dad, Grandpa. Marquis-sama has black hair, so Addie probably looks like her mother, huh? What kind of goddess was she? Even when Addie was the villainess, she was a beautiful girl when she kept her mouth shut. I'm going to make her a perfect beauty this time. I've decided. I just decided it. This decision is final. Serene, I did not marry you solely to bear children. While touching the scraggly beard on his chin, Marquis-sama muttered, looking away despite calling out to me. Is that so? More importantly, isn't figuring out how to raise Addie into a beautiful girl more important? I mean, she's already a perfect angel in appearance. The question is what kind of personality to nurture, right? Tsundere would be good, but the pure and lovely type is also tempting. But the cheerful type is good too. I think it would be amazing if she could become a child, who could give me a genuine smile with such an angelic face. Serene. I was thinking about Addie when Marquis-sama's voice startled me, so close to my ear. When I noticed and looked up, Marquis-sama was standing right in front of me. He placed his hands on the back of the leather sofa I was sitting on, leaning in close, as if to trap me. Please wait a moment. I slipped out of Marquis-sama's reach with a flutter and stood up. He probably didn't expect me to escape. Marquis-sama stared at me with wide eyes. I took some distance from him and asked my question. Why can't I sleep with Addie? I want to sleep with her. I wanted to know the reason why he told me not to earlier. I want to hug the angel and sleep. Like with my sisters, I want to hug her tightly, rub her and smell her scalp. That slightly sweaty smell. Nostalgic. Oh, maybe I'm a little lonely? Homesickness already. That is. Marquis-sama sat down on the sofa I had retreated from and fidgeted a little. That's when it hit me. Oh, I see, I forgot. Wedding night tonight. That's right. I was so caught up in Addie's existence that I forgot I got married. But well, I think you should stop that. Marquis-sama, you should know, I have scars. I've been married once before too, but the scars I'm talking about now aren't about that. I have heard about the scars on your body. I also know that you were divorced because of them. Marquis-sama also stood up and turned his body straight towards me. I couldn't help but smile. It's not like I was happy about it. Marquis-sama, you don't understand. The extent of my scars. Nobles usually don't divorce just because someone has a few scars on their body. You should see them for yourself. I certainly don't despise them. Saying that gently, I untied the strings of my dress. I took off my corset, dropped it to the floor, and revealed everything. I could tell that the Marquis gasped. I knew it. The scars were different from what he had imagined. What do you think? Even so, would you hold this body? 3 distinct, distorted, and angry scars stretch straight from around my chest to my lower abdomen. Moreover, my right breast, where the scars begin, is also distorted and much smaller than my left. Flesh was gouged out. It seems that the lost flesh and skin were forcibly pulled together and sewn up from the remaining parts. Because there are so many such places all over my body does not have the smooth and beautiful lines peculiar to women. Everything is bumpy and distorted, like a patched-up doll. I'm completely healed now, so it doesn't hurt, but it must look very painful. No one who has seen this body has not been surprised. It's almost a miracle that there are no scars above my neck. By the way, I have similar scars on my arms, legs, and back. It happened when I returned to my family home to help with the winter hunt. Preparing for winter is a lot of work, you know. I was beaten to a pulp, covered in scars, and had various bones broken, but I managed to repay it by stabbing the bear in the face with a knife as it tried to bite my stomach. Fortunately, the bear ran away. It must have been a young bear. I survived thanks to that, but I was left with scars that will never disappear. When my previous husband saw those scars, he couldn't bring himself to hold me anymore. That's why we got divorced. Since there weren't any children, I was grateful that he didn't demand the betrothal money back. It was a political marriage, so I didn't feel particularly bad or sad. Not again. That's what I thought. At the time, I didn't realize that those feelings were from my previous life, but I understand now. It's because I lost another chance to have a child. I don't necessarily have to give birth myself. I just wanted children. When I was at my parents' house, I was able to satisfy myself to some extent by taking care of my younger sisters and brothers, but I still felt that siblings and children were different. I'm not ashamed of the scars themselves. They're proof that I fought for my life and survived. If possible, I want a child from a man who is not intimidated by these scars. But now I have Addie. I might get divorced again. At least, while I'm here, I want to spoil her as much as possible. Silence filled the room. Only the sound of the wick of the candle on the desk burning echoed loudly. I want to think about it for a while. Marquis-sama muttered, draped his jacket over my shoulders, and fled the room. I picked up my clothes and put them on again. I left the corset off. I'll probably change into a negligee later anyway when I go to sleep. I carefully folded the Marquis' jacket and put it on the desk. I was a little too extreme, wasn't I? But, well, I guess this means he won't tell me not to sleep with Addie anymore. I'm going to sleep with her every day starting today. I'm going to smell her scalp. I practically skipped out of the Marquis' study. Chapter 3. Rocking in the rocking chair. I don't know what normal is, and ignoring my family's protests, I slept with Addie last night. Apparently, Addie had never slept with anyone before, and she was frozen stiff on the bed, unsure of what to do. Usually, her nanny would read to her. So, while lying next to Addie, I told her all the fairy tales I'd memorized from telling them to my sisters countless times. At first, Addie was rigid and stick-straight next to me, but gradually she relaxed, started to doze off, and eventually fell fast asleep. She unconsciously snuggled her face into my chest, and my brain overflowed with happy chemicals, endorphins or serotonin, I couldn't tell. So cute, an angel is in my arms. And she's snoring softly. Why is she so cute? It's a crime, utterly criminal, we only just met, you know. She's so cute, I think I'm gonna go bald. I also took the opportunity to sniff her scalp to my heart's content. It smelled like soft sunshine. Not sweaty at all. Is she really that different from my energy monster sisters who run wild in the mountains and fields? Is this the scent of a Shinsu no Ryaiju? What a wonderful smell. I spent the next few days basking in that happiness. Before she was destined to become a villainess, Addie was truly adorable. Shy, preferring picture books to running around outside, just a withdrawn 3-year-old. How did this child become the villainess? I think I'm starting to understand. The Marquis almost never came to see his daughter. I understand he's busy with work. In this world, physical distances can be vast. There are telephones, but they're operator-connected, and not every place has one, so there's a time lag. And there are many things you can only do face-to-face, things you can't do unless you're there. But even when he returns home, he doesn't pat her head or hug her. They eat separately, and he doesn't even talk to her. She barely has any contact with her father as it is, and if she's coldly rejected by her stepmother, it's no wonder she'd become lonely and twisted. That's complete neglect. She's only 3 years old. She still needs her parents' love. Why doesn't that Marquis bastard come to see her? Ever since I showed him my scars, the Marquis won't even look me in the eye properly. Since he doesn't come to see Addie, who I'm with all the time, I hardly ever see my husband, even though we're married. Well, I don't particularly care. I showed him my scars knowing it would happen. I even aimed for it a little. I thought that if I did, I'd have less time with my husband and more time with Addie. It worked out as I expected. But this isn't good enough. Love for me alone isn't enough. There's a limit to how much love I can give on my own. She needs to be loved by her father, too. After all, Addie is the Marquis's daughter. That day, Addie and I were in the library looking for new picture books. There weren't many picture books in the library, but there were several well-worn children's books. They were probably old books that had been in the house for a long time. The Marquis might have read them too. Addie seemed to have a natural aptitude for learning. I didn't think she was old enough to read yet, but she could read simple words. This kid is amazing, a genius. Maybe she'll be a doctor or a researcher. Or so I thought. In this world, women can't become doctors or researchers. In Addie's case, she's supposed to marry into a duke's family, so she needs to learn a certain amount of knowledge about history and economics, but it's not expected of her. There's no place for her to use that knowledge. She's just forced to learn so she won't embarrass herself as someone's wife. There's only one quality expected of noble daughters: to bear sons. That's probably why the villainess in the game was so empty inside, despite being intelligent. That won't do. If she has nothing inside, she'll lose confidence in herself. And yet, she'll crave approval and become dependent on others. She shouldn't find value in other people. She should find value within herself. This child has tremendous charm just by being who she is. It's not just her cute appearance. Of course, she's originally so honest and lovable. She still has limitless potential, and of course her appearance is perfect too. Oh, Akasama. Addie toddled towards me from the back of the room, carrying a thick, dusty book. What is this adorable creature? I instinctively rushed over, picked up Addie, book and all, and rubbed my cheek against hers. I also sniffed her scalp. Still smells great, makes me swoon, the best. I want to stay like this forever. Oh, Akasama tight. Ah, sorry, Addie, you're just so cute. I gently lowered Addie, who was panting in my arms, to the floor. Weed book. Looking up at me with her teary, violet eyes, Addie put the book on the floor, as if it were too heavy for her to hold much longer. Yes, ma'am. I'll read every last corner of the margins for you. I scooped Addie up with one arm, carried the book in the other, and sat down in the rocking chair provided in the library. I sat Addie on my lap and opened the book in front of her. Then, swaying gently, I began to read the book slowly and deliberately. I noticed Addie's head tilting. She must have fallen asleep while I was reading. I put the book on the table, lifted Addie's body, turned her around, and sat her facing me again before hugging her. I could hear Addie's slow breathing and rapid heartbeat through her body. I love the sound of children's heartbeats, so fast and light. It makes me feel like they're living to the fullest in their small bodies. Ah, so cute. How can even her heartbeat be so cute? While swaying back and forth and occasionally sniffing her scalp, the armrest of the chair hit the book, causing it to fall off the table with a thud. While holding Addie's back with my hand, I reached out to pick up the book. I managed to pick up the book, but I noticed that a piece of paper had fallen out of it. I put the book back on the table and picked up the fallen paper. I looked at the paper without thinking, and my hands stiffened with tension. My rigidity must have been transmitted to Addie. Addie shuddered and opened her eyes. It's nothing. I'm sorry, did I wake you up? You can go back to sleep. I started rocking the rocking chair again and patted Addie's back. I quickly put the paper I was holding on the table and gently stroked Addie's head. Addie looked up at me with a slightly uneasy expression, but she buried her face in my chest and gradually began to breathe softly again. An angel. While rocking in the rocking chair, I kept thinking about what I had just seen and the events that might be related to it. Chapter 4. I broke the Marquis. As usual, I was sleeping with Addie in her room when a slight commotion tickled my drowsy ears. Careful not to wake Addie, I slipped quietly out of bed. Silently closing the door behind me, I strode towards the source of the disturbance. It turned out to be the master of the house, the Caramanly's Marquis. He was accompanied by a butler holding his coat, and they seemed to be heading towards his study. Welcome home, Marquis-sama, I called out from the top of the stairs, clutching the front of my dressing gown. The Marquis froze, then slowly looked up at me, uttering a brief, "Ah," before immediately averting his gaze. He tried to hurry past, so I quickened my pace slightly and asked, "There's something I'd like to discuss. Do you have a moment?" "I'm going to rest now," the Marquis retorted curtly, without looking at me, but there was no way I was letting him escape. "It's something I really need to talk about today, a marital matter." I paused gracefully, raised my right hand to my mouth, and rested my left hand on my hip, glancing away. I didn't miss the knowing looks on the faces of the butler and other household staff. Then, I subtly increased the distance between myself and the Marquis. As expected of the Caramanly's Marquis household staff, they catch on quick. "I'll be going ahead," I said, lowering my voice slightly before deliberately clattering away. Yes, if I made it this obvious, everyone would assume it was a nighttime invitation. Unless he has exceptionally bad taste, he shouldn't approach my room. Once I was sure the staff were gone, I dropped the act and headed to our bedroom with my usual stride. "What do you think you're doing?" The Marquis's voice was low, but stern, as he entered the room. He shot me a sour look as I sat cross-legged on the bed before quickly averting his gaze. Does he really hate looking at me that much? Well, I guess it can't be helped. Physiological rejection is a physical reaction after all. But that's fine. None of that matters. That's not what I wanted to talk about. "Why do you never interact with Addie?" I asked, just as sullenly as the Marquis. Even a single word would be enough if he was busy. I just want him to acknowledge her. He doesn't even need to say anything. Just a pat on the head would do. I want him to show, somehow, that he recognizes Addie's existence. Right now, it's as if Addie doesn't even exist here. A healthy mind can't grow in this environment. Feeling accepted by your family is absolutely crucial for developing a healthy mind. Children learn how to socialize within the family unit. I'm providing everything she needs. Provide. The Marquis's words made me bristle, but I held it back. Gotta stay calm. This is trivial compared to what I want to say. "It's not enough," I retorted sharply, but he remained silent. He loosened his tie and undid his shirt buttons, throwing his jacket onto a nearby desk. Next, he fumbled with his cufflinks, growing visibly frustrated. "She has a tutor and a nanny. That should be sufficient." "It's not enough." "What isn't?" "Affection." The moment I said that, his face contorted with clear anger, and he glared at me. However, he was an adult at least. He swallowed hard, then exhaled slowly, and then muttered, "I do love Addie." "I know." "Yes, I understand. He loves Addie. He doesn't mistreat her or act cruelly towards her. But that's not being conveyed to Addie. Young children need affection shown to them in an easily understandable way. Hugs, head pats, words, eye contact. These are all ways children understand. My existence is acknowledged, and I am loved. No matter how much you improve their environment, they won't realize it until much later when they're adults." "That's too late." He said nothing. He wore a bitter expression, his gaze averted slightly to my side. He clearly didn't want to look directly at me, but I'm grateful he's facing me at all. It means he's willing to listen. "Perhaps it's still too painful for you to do those things, but while you're doing that, Addie will grow up. A child's growth doesn't wait for anyone. Once she's an adult, it will be too late." I stood up and faced the Marquis directly. I stated it clearly. "You know nothing." The Marquis gnashed his teeth and shoved me on the shoulder. I stumbled backward, landing on the bed with a bounce. In an instant, the Marquis was looming over me. His fist slammed into the bed right next to my face. He wanted to hit me. I'm grateful he restrained himself. I was prepared to be hit when I said that, but I'm not the kind of woman who will stay silent because of that. "You mustn't run away." "You can run away from anything else, but not this. You mustn't run away from Addie." The Marquis raised his arm again. I gritted my teeth, expecting to be hit, but the fist never came. The Marquis clenched his hand tightly, trembling. "I can't." The Marquis's voice was strained, as if he was squeezing the words out. His voice sounded truly, terribly pained. I reached out and cupped his cheek. I felt pity for him, trembling not with anger but with fear. I found a photograph. I took a piece of paper from my dressing gown pocket. It was the one that had slipped out of a book in the library the other day. It was tucked away in the back of the library, in a children's book that no one in the household would touch, one that I thought was too advanced for Addie. The book looked like it had been read countless times, so I knew it must be special to him. I glanced at the paper, the photograph, before offering it to the Marquis. The Marquis pulled away from me and took the photograph with trembling hands, lowering his gaze. Then, large tears began to stream down his face. "The person in the photograph is your late wife, Addie's mother, isn't it? She looks just like Addie." He sank to his knees on the floor, clutching the photograph, which showed a beautiful woman who looked just like Addie, holding a baby in both hands, and broke down in tears. "You truly loved your wife. That's why losing her was so painful, and seeing Addie, who looks more and more like your wife every day, must have been incredibly difficult. I gently stroked his head as he crouched on the floor. I lost my brother too, my twin brother, my other half. When my brother died, I felt a pain in my heart as if my body had been torn in two. For a while, I was tormented by a sense of loss as if half of my body had disappeared. That's why, when I see my younger brother's face, which looks more and more like my older brother every day, there are times when I remember my older brother and it's painful. But that's no reason to neglect Addy. I grabbed his messy jaw, beard and all, and forced him to raise his face. I brought my face close to the face of the middle-aged man that was covered in tears and snot. The fact that she died won't change, but I'm not saying forget her because she's dead. There's no need to forget. It's impossible. Precisely because it's impossible, you should cry and wail and throw a tantrum to your heart's content, mourn her death from the bottom of your heart, accept it, and finally move on. You still have Addy. The Marquis' eyes widened in shock. I grabbed his jaw, beard and all. That was a mess. Do you think the woman who was your wife would want you to be wallowing in tears and grief over her death forever and ever? The Marquis remained motionless, stunned. I couldn't help but press on. Didn't Addy's mother love Addy? The moment I said that, his jaw twitched slightly from side to side. Right, she loved Addy. She must have wanted her to be happy. So how is it? Do you think Addy is happy right now? After a short pause, his jaw twitched from side to side again. Then, there's only one thing for you to do. You need to do for Addy what your beloved wife would have done if she could. Hold her close, gently stroke her, talk to her, look her in the eyes, call her name. I let go of the Marquis, the stickiness, my hands. I rubbed my hands on the hem of my dressing gown until my skin was sore. The Marquis looked up at me with a blank expression. Do you understand? When I asked him to confirm, the Marquis nodded his head once. Good, you're a good boy. Satisfied, I left the scene. All right, this should be okay now. If it's not okay, I can always make him cry again. Now I can nuzzle Addy's head without feeling guilty. With a refreshed feeling, I skipped back to Addy's bedroom. Chapter 5. Let's go on a picnic. Addy usually eats alone. For breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The Marquis-sama always makes some excuse to avoid eating in the dining hall. With no one to talk to, Addy quietly ate her meals alone, served by caretakers who only spoke when absolutely necessary. That just won't do. Meals are as important as sleep in life. Eating is living. Living is eating. It's an event you repeat until you die, whether you like it or not. It's an obligation to keep yourself alive and healthy, but it's a waste to treat it as just a duty or a chore. So, that's why. I brought Addy on a long horse ride. You might be thinking, we were talking about meals, so why a horse ride? Well, if we're going to eat something delicious, it's no fun to eat in the same old dining hall. So, I combined it with a picnic. There are no annoying etiquette instructors or servants to worry about. It's not for my sake, okay? Not at all. I borrowed the gentlest horse from the mansion and had the cooks pack a lunch in a backpack. I put Addy on the saddle first, then immediately hopped on behind her. To the family members fussing about how dangerous it was, I simply said, if you're so worried, come with us, and left. Do they think I'm the kind of woman who'll stop just because they tell me to? If so, I should have told them to get rid of that idea quickly. Back at my family home, if they wanted to stop me, they'd tackle me without saying a word. And with 3 guys, well, I'd dodge them though. Since Addy was riding, I didn't go too fast, just a brisk trot, but she probably never ridden a horse before. Addy was clinging to the saddle, completely stiff. Addy, if you keep tensing up, your neck will hurt. I pulled Addy's back against my stomach, since she'd been swaying with the horse's movements and her head was bobbing. Try to feel like you're pressed against my stomach. But Addy was still tense, her body rigid. I gently wrapped my arms around her. I could feel Addy's incredibly fast heartbeat through her back. So adorable, so adorable. So adorable. The horse's body is moving, right? Can you feel my body moving with it? Try to feel the rhythm. I can't explain this with words. She'll just have to feel the horse's rhythm and match it herself. Well, she'll be fine once she gets used to it. And I'm here. I rode the horse at a speed that wouldn't be too hard on Addy. We left the mansion and headed away from the city, towards the gentle hills and the grasslands beyond. Look, the trees nearby are passing by quickly, but the mountains far away aren't getting any closer. Isn't that strange? At my words, Addy compared the distant mountains and the trees we passed. She probably doesn't go outside much, so everything is new and exciting. Her innocent reaction is so cute. I'm about to melt from the cuteness. I want to teach her all sorts of things. I can feel the wind when we run. My face is cold. Oh, but I can smell flowers in the wind. I wonder what kind of flowers they are. Hearing the sweet scent in the wind, Addie tilted her face slightly upward. Is she sniffing, trying to catch the scent of the flowers? Cute. Is she trying so hard to sniff with that little nose? Oh man, just imagining it makes me tremble with moe. Daphne. Winter Daphne. When I asked her again, Addie spoke a little more clearly. Winter Daphne. Ah, Winter Daphne. That's the scent of Winter Daphne. Addie knows so much. To be able to tell the name of the flower from the scent. This girl is a genius. Cute and a genius. Is she already perfect? This is talent, right? It's talent. A gift from the heavens. She could become a perfumer with this ability, right? If that kind of job exists, that is. If not, we'll just have to create one. Can't the Marquis-sama use his authority to create a job for his cute daughter? A job that women can take on. If it's the Marquis-sama, I think he can do it if he tries. As I chatted with Addie about this and that, we fully enjoyed the scenery from horseback. I found a tree on top of a small hill that looked perfect for a picnic. I spread a sheet at the base of the tree and sat down next to Addie. I told them that anything simple would be fine, but the cooks at the mansion packed all sorts of things. So much food for just one woman and a little girl. Oh, and juice too. No fruit wine, huh? I see, damn it. Addie was staring at me with a curious look as I prepared everything. She looked like she didn't know what to do with her hands, so I asked her to help with the preparations. I was a little nervous because her hands are so small. Well, if she fails, she fails. It's not like anyone's going to explode. Under the clear sky and the slightly cool breeze, we were able to have a picnic in the best location with a view that stretched far into the distance. Itadakimasu. Let's eat. I clapped my hands together in front of my face and took a bite of the roll sandwich. Delicious, so delicious. I prefer hard bread, but this bread baked by the Marquis family's proud cook is exquisite. Crispy on the outside, fluffy on the inside. The smoked chicken and cheese sandwiched inside are the best. And the tomatoes are good too. The acidity goes perfectly with the cheese. Not only are my basic needs met, but I can also eat such delicious food. I'm so happy. I want my sisters to eat this too. Should I recommend raising a few more birds? But the maintenance costs are a problem. Chickens are resistant to the cold, but they become easy prey for wolves, so preventive measures are difficult. As I was pondering, Addie, with her violet eyes wide as if they were about to fall out, looked up at my face with a roll sandwich in front of her. What's wrong? Aren't you going to eat? I asked Addie, wondering why she wasn't touching her food. Addie looked at her small palms, then tentatively put her hands together. Ah, I see. I did it unconsciously, but this is also an unconscious habit from my previous life. I put down the roll I was eating and put my hands together in front of Addie again. This is my prayer pose. So, Addie, you don't have to imitate me. Prayer poses are different for everyone. But I'd be happy if you said itadakimasu when you eat. I don't want to force her to do the prayer pose of putting her hands together, because it depends on religion. In fact, at my family home, we kneel, put our hands on our chest, and close our eyes to pray. I'm the only one who puts my hands together in that way at my house. Itadakimasu. Addie put her hands together and tilted her head. Ada, so cute. A surprise attack. My heart went boom. Boom, did it blow a hole in my body? I somehow rallied my crumbling body and faced Addie again. Yes, itadakimasu. It's a word of gratitude to all the people who made this meal, the people who made the ingredients, and all the living things that became ingredients. Gratitude for those who dirtied their hands in my place, those who put in the effort in my place, and for the sacrifice of life. Gratitude for all of it, God. Ah, I see. The Marquis family has a custom of giving thanks to God for the meal. It's not wrong, and we shouldn't forget that either, but it doesn't quite sit right with me. So, that's right. Let's also thank God for all the blessings and opportunities He has given us. Let's thank everyone involved in this meal. Addie smiled brightly at my words. Guh, another surprise attack, stop it. I feel like I'm going to have a nosebleed soon. And then Addie put her hands together again and closed her eyes. Samuel, Maggie, Paul, Effie. She started murmuring someone's name. Maybe she thinks she's saying it in her head. So cute, so cute, so cute. Ah, these are the names of Addie's tutors and nannies. Bird-san, cheese-san, tomato-san, and vegetable-san. Ah, the ingredients, how cute. She's really trying to thank all the people and things. Is this girl an angel after all? Almighty God, Father Akasama. She's perfectly disciplined, thanking her parents and Inu Akasama. Iridakimasu. Did she just say my name? Did she just say a word of thanks to me? Ah, wait a minute, this is bad. I can hear Addie's yugugu and magu magu sounds of chewing. She seems to be eating deliciously. Akasama. Addie called out to me, who had been looking down since earlier. I somehow avoided facing Addie and said, I just got some dust in my eye. Making excuses, I'm not crying, I'm not crying. No, I am crying. I'm moved to tears by the purity of this child's heart. Seriously. I calmed myself down a little, pretended the tears and snot hadn't happened, and enjoyed the meal with Addie. Chapter 6. Cornered the tutor with a wall slam. I eat with her, I sleep with her. My distance from Addie has shortened considerably. The Addie from the Otome Game was such a terrible woman, I thought she was the textbook definition of a villainess. But little Addie is an absolute angel. At first, she was a bit shy and kept her distance, but when I treated her honestly, she opened her heart and became attached to me. An angel, as expected. Definitely an angel. I'll absolutely never let you become such a terrible woman in the future. Never, however, there was someone who didn't like that. What is this house? Is it some kind of haunted mansion? Ati-sama will not be spending time with you today. After sleeping together, waking up, and having breakfast, I was about to head to Addie's room when Addie's tutor blocked my path. Probably around my age, maybe a little older. The guy who manages Addie's entire education. His name is Samuel. I am aware that Addie has a pre-engagement meeting with the Andrew family today. Although I don't know why I, as her stepmother, cannot be there. Addie seemed nervous, so I was just going to say a few words to cheer her up, to relieve her tension. I said smoothly and tried to slip past the tutor, Samuel, who was blocking the hallway, but he swiftly cut me off. What's with this guy? He's so fast. Please refrain from doing so. Huh, what did this guy just say? Excuse me, what do you Please refrain from doing so. He replied, almost cutting me off. So fast, I heard you. That's not what I meant. Could you tell me why? No. Huh, did he just refuse? He even refused to tell me the reason. Could you tell me the reason why you can't tell me the reason? No. Oh, really? Then, could you tell me the reason why you can't tell me the reason why you can't tell me the reason? No. Haha, he's still going, this guy. I see, that's unfortunate. Then, at least, could you tell me the reason why you can't tell me the reason why you can't tell me the reason why you can't tell me the reason? I'm persistent in situations I don't understand, so be prepared. When I persistently pressed him, the tutor Samuel let out an incredibly exaggerated theatrical sigh. He's picking a fight. Definitely. He adjusted the monocle on his left eye and spoke slowly, as if explaining to Addie, or rather, as if explaining to someone who was hard of hearing, chewing on each word. It is the Marquis-sama's intention. Good diction, huh? Did he think mentioning the Marquis' name would make me, with my supposedly weak position, back down? Good guts, that's right. But, in the first place, that's a lie, isn't it? If that were the case, that guy would have kept me away from Addie much sooner. Besides, who cares about that Marquis and his intentions, the spineless wimp? I see, it seems the Marquis-sama still doesn't understand how much I care about Addie. I brought a hand to my mouth and quickly looked away from the tutor, feigning sadness. Even if I forced my way through here, it would only cause trouble, and Addie would be the one who's inconvenienced. Thinking that, I turned to quietly retreat. That abuse was hurled at my back. At the same time, hostility was hurled at me. There's no mistaking it. That voice was the tutor, Samuel. What's wrong, all of a sudden? I turn around slowly, trying to smile as much as possible. Well, I'm probably seeing red. And I looked at the tutor, Samuel, standing there with as gentle eyes as possible. He'd completely erased the smile he always wore and was staring at me with a completely expressionless face. I said, stop with the bad acting. Hey, what happened to your usual courteous rudeness? This is just plain rudeness. Even if you say bad acting. There's no way I'm going to take such cheap bait. I'm constantly being looked down on, disrespected, and unconsciously verbally abused. I can't survive as a woman if I get angry at every little thing. I make a sad expression, but I tried not to look away from him. So, you're saying it's not acting at all? Well, fine. Even if that's what you think, I see right through you. What are you talking about? I'm just treating you politely. How rude. If treating you politely is acting, then living as a woman itself is an act, you moron. Divorced, defective woman. I can't let that one slide. What do you mean? An ominous atmosphere begins to drift between me and the tutor. I felt like the temperature had dropped. Sneaking into a new house after getting divorced and childless. And to make matters worse, into the Caramanly's Marquis household. You useless freeloader, are you after their fortune? So you think you've managed to sneak in, huh? Starting by winning over the daughter, are we? A low-class woman does things differently, you whore. The tutor, Samuel, spews out that torrent of insults without a flicker of emotion. Perhaps he mistook my lack of reaction to his words as shock, as he launched into an even more eloquent torrent of abuse. Even if you can deceive the kind Marquis-sama and Ati-sama, you can't deceive me. Your inferiority makes my nose wrinkle, you filthy bitch. Hide your ugly face and quickly run back to your parents' house, you so. The tutor, having apparently satisfied himself with abusing me, took a breath and made a slightly satisfied face. Is that all you wanted to say? Once I was sure he'd run out of insults, I slowly opened my mouth. I'd been standing a little ways away, so I stepped right up, closing the distance between us. He didn't expect me to approach him, so he flinched for a moment. I got close enough for our breaths to mingle, and since I was wearing heels and was about the same height as him, I brought my face close to his. I've been listening silently, and you've been saying whatever you wanted. My ears are rotting. When I spoke in a deep, menacing voice that sounded like it was echoing straight from hell, the tutor's eyes widened, and he tried to stumble back. I grabbed both of his arms tightly, like I'd let him escape. What are you misunderstanding? Your information gathering is weak. Is that monocle and that brain of yours just for show? This marriage was proposed by the Marquis, you idiot. Who in their right mind would come to a Marquis household crawling with conspiracies otherwise, you moron? My previous divorce wasn't because I couldn't have children, you twit. If you're going to investigate, do it thoroughly, don't be half-assed. Being half-assed is dangerous. You'll be the one who gets caught with false information and drags down the marquisate. The moment I said that, his face turned red. You. I put my hand over his mouth to stop him from retorting, and then quickly swept his feet out from under him. I turned his body, which had lost its balance, and pushed him against the wall next to us. And then, I thrust the beautiful pinheels that my sisters had pooled their money to buy for me, since I was getting married, into the wall next to him. You know who I am, right? Did you think the raging horse of the north was just some tomboy? You're not nearly enough. Just what are you teaching Addie? Isn't it your job to raise Addie into a decent human being? Instead, you lock her up in the house, forcing her to study history and math, things that can wait, and on top of that, you make her eat alone. Doesn't the term emotional education even exist in those thick textbooks inside that head of yours? Addie is still young. She's a toddler. So, you need to nurture her emotional well-being first. The adults around her should hold her hand and let her experience various events so that she can develop a stable mind and intellectual curiosity. Isn't that what comes first? The pinheels sunk deeper into the wall with a sickening creak. The tutor's face was ghost white, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. I don't mind you doubting me, but if you lose sight of what's important because of that, you're putting the cart before the horse, got it? Your job is to develop Addie as a human being. Don't think about anything else. Just think about Addie. Take in anything that's useful to Addie and eliminate anything that gets in her way. That's your only job. You should be able to tell if you watch what I'm doing, shouldn't you? When I finally shut my mouth, an ear-splitting silence descended. Ah, I feel so refreshed after saying everything I wanted to say. The anger that had been boiling inside me subsided, and I took my foot off the wall. And my shoe came off too. Ah, my precious shoe. It's stuck in the wall and won't come out. I pulled and somehow got the shoe out of the wall, put it back on, and adjusted my clothes. I looked down to see the tutor sitting on the floor with a blank look on his face, staring up at me. Oh no, while I was doing this, Addie might be shrinking in her room with tension, all because this jerk was getting in the way. I dodged the tutor and headed to Addie's room. Then, I stopped once and turned around. Our divorce is just a matter of time. Until then, I just want to shower Addie with as much love as possible. I want Addie to become an independent, wonderful person who can stand on her own 2 feet. With that, I turned and ran to Addie's room. Chapter 7. Infiltrating my daughter's, potential fiancé's, mansion. Addie went to the Andrew mansion, the family of her fiancé, later to be broken off from the Otome Game. It was supposed to be a pre-engagement meeting. Well, more like an informal agreement. Before that, when I visited her room, Addie was sitting alone on a chair, looking lost and not knowing what to do, having been beautifully dolled up by the maids. But that sight was truly a miracle, as if crafted by a master dollmaker with unparalleled skill. A miracle. Miracles are happening on Earth right now. It's happening right here. So divine, my eyes are going to be blinded. She's so pure, my eyes might just evaporate. Her silky, fluffy platinum blonde hair was styled in a half-updo with braids. A violet lace ribbon, matching the color of her eyes, was woven into the braids and secured with a beautiful, clear blue jewel hair clasp. The dress, a slightly bluish purple, was subdued enough to be inoffensive, shimmering with generous drapes and the luster of silk. However, a layer of lace and mesh fabric over it toned down the shimmer, giving it a childlike charm. So cute. Perfectly cute. Even the word angel is too cliché. I don't even know how to express it. I need to develop a whole new language. However, in contrast, her expression was clouded. She must be anxious because she doesn't know what she's going to be made to do or what she should do. Why can't the people in this house explain it to her in a way she understands? Certainly, she's still young, so she probably can't understand difficult things like engagements. But if you choose your words carefully, you should be able to tell her where she's going and what she needs to do. I approached Addie, who was sitting anxiously on the chair in the middle of the room, knelt down, and met her gaze. Then, I gently placed my hand on her small hand, which was tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. I can't go with her. I can't stay by her side and hold her hand all the time. So at least, I have to help her be able to do her best alone for a while. Addie, it's okay. I'll be here waiting for you, okay? Besides, I'll explain everything to you properly. Why you're dressed so nicely, what's going to happen, and what you should do. Looking straight into Addie's anxious eyes, I slowly conveyed my words to her. I saw Addie's carriage off along with the household members lined up in front of the mansion. I heard that Marquis-sama would meet her at the Andrew mansion later. Addie was accompanied by her tutor, Samuel, and the head nanny, Maggie. Speaking of which, Samuel, that tutor, was trying so hard to avoid looking at me. Did I scare him a little too much? Well, I don't really care. I'm perfectly happy as long as Addie is there. Now then. Addie's gone, so. Should I follow them? You know, it's because I'm worried after all. Isn't it standard practice to secretly follow and watch over your child when they run their first errand? It's okay. I'll disguise myself. When I cross-dress, no one except my family recognizes me. Yeah, my cross-dressing is perfect. No one suspects I'm a woman, haha. Is it just my imagination, or do I have a nagging doubt? I hurried back to my room to cross-dress. I brought my cross-dressing set from my family home. Secretly. If my family found out, they'd confiscate it. Then, I secretly went to the stable and pilfered the horse I borrowed when we went on a picnic the other day. It's okay, I'll return it soon. And then, I spurred the horse on, following after Addie and the others. Since I was on horseback, it took quite a while, but I somehow managed to reach the Andrew mansion. It's not because I got lost along the way. No way. And it's definitely not because a mature woman who asked for directions gave me the once-over, grabbed my hand, and started asking me which noble family I belonged to. Absolutely not. Even so, these grounds were vast enough to make me laugh. I couldn't even see the mansion from outside. The world is so unfair. They have this ridiculously huge mansion on extravagantly large grounds. My family home is large, but it's just old, and most of our grounds are just fields. Of course, I couldn't enter from the front, so I tied the horse to a random spot and infiltrated the grounds. After passing through a beautiful garden that was meticulously maintained, I walked for a while and saw a ridiculously huge, luxurious mansion. This is the Andrew Mansion. I've actually seen its appearance before, in the Otome Game. Since it was on the other side of the screen, I couldn't really grasp how amazing it was at the time, but seeing the mansion with my own eyes, It was so impressive that it felt intimidating, like it was asking, how much money did they spend to make it look like this? Here, Addie will have a pre-engagement meeting with Duke Eric Staddy's Andrew, one of the love interests from the Otome Game. I hope Addie's okay. I hope she's not scared, surrounded by strangers. I hope someone is holding Addie's hand. The Marquis and that tutor, Samuel, are probably useless. I hope at least the head nanny, Maggie, is doing something. Tutor, Samuel. Head nanny, Maggie. When I thought about these two names together, I suddenly had a sense of déjà vu. I think I've seen these two names in the Otome Game. I saw them. I definitely saw them. Come to think of it, aren't these two the ones who teamed up to manipulate the villainous Addie from behind the scenes? They're the ones who get condemned or executed along with Addie, depending on the ending. Tutor Samuel is the guy who was plotting to manipulate politics from behind the scenes, trying to get Addie into the Duke's house as a puppet, and then seize any inconvenient information that came to light. I just realized it now. Head nanny Maggie is the evil woman who, with her twisted affection, wanted to make Addie codependent so that she could also get into the Duke's house as a caretaker and live a life of luxury. Well, I don't really care if these two are condemned or executed, and I don't give a damn what kind of tragic ends they meet. What I don't like is that they shape the angelic Addie into a villainess in order to manipulate her. They deserve to die 10,000 times for that. When I was playing the game, I felt frustrated that I couldn't directly lay my hands on them. Yeah, ideally, I'd like to leave these guys alone. But if I do that, it'll have a bad influence on Addie. Moreover, the fact that these two are together at this pre-engagement meeting means that there's a high possibility that something bad will start happening from here. After all, the two of them have to make things go well here, secure Addie's engagement to Eric, the future Duke, and build a solid foundation so that the promise won't be broken later. Ah, I see. A scar. I read that Addie, back when she was the villainess, had a large scar on her back, and Eric was the cause of it. The setting was that they couldn't break off the engagement as compensation for causing Addie to be scarred in this case, a physical wound. Seriously, it's such a cliché, villainous setting. Couldn't the scriptwriter think of anything else? Could it be? If the cause of that scar was something those two plotted. Addie is in danger. I'll tear apart anyone who puts an indelible scar on my precious angel. Those bastards. I won't let them leave here alive. I'll make them lick the soles of my shoes and beg for their lives, then I'll mince them into tiny pieces. I started running to find the location of the pre-engagement meeting that was probably already underway. Chapter 8. Rescued in a flash. Recall, remember. Didn't Addie, the villainess from the Otome Game, say something about a scar on her back? An unremovable scar, a blemish, that's what leads to the engagement annulment. No, that's not it. Where and how did she get that scar? Didn't she mention anything about it? Even though I played that game so many times, I didn't pay enough attention to Addie's dialogue as the villainess. Damn it, I should have paid more attention. I ran along the side of the mansion, but there were only gardeners and no sign of Addie or any important-looking people. This isn't it. I won't get anywhere from here. Making sure no one was around, I slipped smoothly into the mansion through an unlocked window. I dashed down the hallway, searching for anyone who knows where Addie is. Hearing multiple footsteps and a woman's voice from the end of the hallway, I stopped. I immediately took off my jacket, rolled up my sleeves, and wiped the window with my handkerchief. The footsteps grew closer and then suddenly stopped. Hi, I heard a woman's voice. At that, I turned sharply and spoke sternly to the two figures who looked like maids. You two there, what are you doing? The window was cloudy. You knew today was an important day, didn't you? Why did you slack off? I made my voice as low and imposing as possible. Well, we were. No excuses. Windows are the face of a mansion. Dirty windows cast doubt on the character of the mansion and its owner, the Marquis sama. The two maids, suddenly being lectured by a stranger, looked bewildered and troubled. Polish the windows after you finish your current task. Understood. Why, yes. Pressuring them, giving them no chance to argue, they hastily bowed their heads. After intimidating the maids, I picked up my jacket and walked towards them. I passed them, stopped, and spoke again over my shoulder. By the way, where are Ati-sama and Eric-sama right now? This is the main point. This is what I really wanted to know. Ah, well, they left the lounge a short while ago. so they should be in the back garden. The maids answered, their voices trembling. I see, thank you. I thanked them and was about to walk away when a thought struck me. I turned back to the two, who were probably staring at my back. The other windows are polished beautifully. Excellent work. It's clear you're sincerely dedicated to your jobs. Wonderful. I look forward to your continued efforts. Yes, I made sure to give them a compliment. Sorry. Actually, all the windows were sparkling clean to begin with. I just made up an excuse to ask you something. But I really meant it when I said you're doing a great job. The Andrew resident servants are really diligent and hardworking folks. I walked elegantly until I was far enough away from them, then broke into a dash. The back garden. Addie and Eric are in the back garden right now. I have to get to the back garden quickly. But where the hell is the back garden? Well, since it's called the back garden, it must be at the back of the mansion. I made a guess and ran at full speed. Please, please let me make it in time. I passed various servants, ignoring them even when they tried to stop me, and kept running through the mansion. This place is huge. Sprinting down a hallway towards the back of the first floor, I thought I caught a glimpse of platinum blonde hair outside the window, beyond the neatly trimmed shrubs in the garden. I slammed on the brakes and stuck to the window. Squinting, I saw two small figures huddled beside a rose archway at the edge of the garden. That's them. There they are. Just as I opened the window and was about to jump out, someone grabbed me from behind in a chokehold. Who the hell are you? A man's voice, probably one of the servants of this mansion. Damn, they caught up to me. Let go, this is not the time. I struggled to shake off the man's arm holding me down. Addie. Addie. I shouted, my throat about to burst, hoping my voice would somehow reach them, even though they were quite far away. Addie. It's dangerous, so go back inside the mansion with Eric. Addie. If they're going to get hurt, it'll probably be outside. I need to get Addie back inside the mansion, no matter what. Damn it, you're in the way, you hear me? Who's got me in a chokehold? Maybe because of the commotion I was making, people started gathering around me, and I became the center of attention. No, maybe it's good that I'm causing a scene. That way, even if something happens, they might think the timing is bad. I thought that, and relaxed for just a moment. On Addie and Eric, above them, at the edge of the garden, I saw a human arm reach out from a second-floor window. In its hand was a lantern, despite it being broad daylight. My back is hideous, burned and festering, a terrible sight. And it's all Eric-sama's fault. The voice of Addie, the villainess, echoed in my head. Burned and festering burns, a lantern could it be? Addie. I swung my head back with all my might. There was a heavy thud, and the arm holding me in a chokehold loosened. In that instant, I thrust my hips back and hip-attacked the person behind me. I also backhanded someone else nearby in the face. I dodged the arms reaching out from the left and right with a somersault, kicking off the ground with all my might. Addie, look out above. Run. I ran at full speed. Addie and Eric, the two young children, noticed me and looked over. They hadn't noticed what was above them. An arm extended from the second-floor window, a dangling lantern. Gently, the lantern was released and began to fall freely. Towards Addie, the scene seemed to unfold in slow motion. The instant the lantern was about to hit Addie's body. Like hell I'll let you, you bastard. I chucked the pocket watch from my pocket. Ka-chung. The pocket watch hit its mark perfectly, altering the lantern's trajectory. However, the lantern didn't hit Addie, but it crashed on the ground with a thump and burst into flames. Addie and Eric panicked at the flames erupting at their feet. It's okay. I shouted to them, trying to sound as energetic as possible. Then, tackle. I scooped them up, careful not to crush them, flipping my body over, landing on my shoulder and back, sliding across the ground. I can't let my guard down yet. I rolled them onto the ground and patted out the flames that had caught on their clothes. Are you hurt anywhere? Are you burning up? Are you okay? I brushed off the scorched clothing, checking the children's skin underneath. It was a little red, but not burned badly enough to leave a scar. Thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe. Overwhelmed with relief, I hugged them tightly. The two stiff children were pliant in my arms. Thank goodness. Really, thank goodness. It's not a serious injury. Cooling it down will help it heal. It might sting for a bit, but minor injuries are part of being a kid. It's okay, it's okay. No problem. I'm so glad. The two of them were too shocked to move. Suddenly, I noticed singed strands of platinum blonde hair. Addie. I let go of Eric and focused my gaze on Addie's burnt hair. About a third of her long hair was charred and gone. Addie, poor thing, your hair. Addie's platinum blonde hair, it was so beautiful. Her fluffy hair with its silken sheen. The culprit, seriously, I won't forgive you. I'll make you wish hell was a comfortable place. Yaka-sama. I snapped to attention at Addie's small voice right next to me. She was touching my face with a puzzled expression. Who are you? Eric, who was beside her, was also staring at my face with wide eyes. Crap. I'm someone who shouldn't be here. I didn't think about what to do after saving Addie. Servants started to gather around me. Desperately, I tried to come up with an excuse. Chapter 9. For now, I got away. Ati-sama. Eric-sama. Servants from the Andrew mansion came rushing out from inside, surrounding us at the edge of the garden. What should I do? Can I escape? Should I escape? No, I haven't done anything wrong, right? Yeah. I just snuck into the Andrew mansion. Well, it was to save Addie. But I did sneak in, didn't I? Is that bad? No, I have nothing to be ashamed of. The best thing to do in these situations is to act confident. I scooped up Addie and Eric. Heavy, as expected, carrying a child in one arm is tough. Hang in there, me. It'll be over in a second. I'm merely a noble son passing by. I heard that A.T.I. Joe was in danger, so I came to investigate. I declared loud and clear. Because I was dressed as a man, I couldn't exactly announce I was her mother. They wouldn't believe me anyway. After all, my disguise is flawless. Flawless, or so I thought. Heck, everyone looked shocked. Well, duh. Why would a random passerby be inside the mansion, especially the back garden? I know, so just ignore it. And indeed, A.T.I. Joe was in danger. Even Eric-sama, who was with her, was at risk. Someone tried to seriously injure A.T.I. Joe. Did anyone see anyone suspicious? Divert the attention away from me. The important thing here isn't my identity, but the culprit who tried to harm Addie. From within the crowd, hands slowly began to rise. Those hands pointed right at me. Correct. Yeah, you're right. A noble son passing by. Suspicious? That's not the point. Someone knew they were playing in the back garden and dropped a lantern from the second floor. You all saw it, didn't you? The lantern fell and set the ground ablaze. When I said that, the servants started murmuring. A lot of people saw the flames, after all. I mean, it's still burning. Some people probably know that what I'm saying is true, just as things were starting to get confusing. What's all the commotion? Pushing through the crowd, a well-dressed man came out from the back. Who is that? Oh, he looks like Eric from the Otome Game, which means he's Eric's father, Duke Andrew. In the game, he was already getting on in years, but he's still young. Well, makes sense. And behind him was another well-dressed man. Who's that? He doesn't seem like the head butler. A noble, huh? Duke Andrew's brother? He doesn't look like him, though. Oh well. If the most important person here shows up, things will get complicated. With one word, I could be branded the culprit. Duke Andrew, inside your mansion, someone tried to injure A.T.I. Joe and Eric-sama. There might be someone plotting something, or maybe someone snuck in. Immediately search the mansion and strengthen the guards. As I said that, I put Addie and Eric down on the ground. Who are you? Fair enough, I should announce my name before giving a lecture. Let's see. My name is Sergio's. Just Sergio's. Sergio's. My lost twin brother, my other half my deceased brother's name. Farewell. I said only that, and dashed in the direction where there weren't any people. I broke through the crowd with shoulder tackles, pushed aside the gardeners who had come to gawk, and escaped into the trees of the garden. Don't let him get away, chase him. I heard such a hurried voice from behind. Ha-ha-ha-ha. Can they keep up with legs that have run all over mountains and fields? The name, Raging Horse of the North, isn't just for show. Dodging the garden trees nimbly, I dashed with all my might. Then, the voices of the people chasing me gradually faded away. I safely arrived outside the mansion as is. And then, I straddled the horse I had hidden and left the scene smartly. I have to hurry back. Addie will be back soon. They're coming by carriage, so I have to hurry. I returned to the mansion, returned the horse, and went back to my room through the window. My clothes were scorched in places and torn from being caught on trees while escaping. My best cross-dressing outfit. I could contact my parents and get a new one, but there's no way they'd give it to me. I can already hear my mother's cold voice saying, "What would you even use it for?" not to mention the money. Heh. Well, I'm glad I saved Addie safely. If there's one thing I regret, it's the pocket watch I hit with the falling lantern. That was an important item passed down from my grandfather to my brother. When my brother passed away, I received it as his memento. I lost my brother's memento, but it can't compare to Addie's life and injuries. Thank you, brother. Because of you, Addie was safe. Thank you, really, thank you. As I was doing that, I noticed that the mansion had started to get noisy. Ah, Addie and the others are back. Why isn't anyone coming to call me? Well, I'll go on my own. I hurriedly left my room and headed to the entrance hall. Before that, I have to remember. I don't know that Addie had a minor burn or that her hair was singed. I don't know, so I'll be surprised when I see Addie. I'll be surprised, I have to surprise myself. When I think about these things in advance, I have a nagging feeling that I won't be able to pull it off. Can I even act? When I arrived at the entrance hall, Addie was just about to enter the mansion. Addie. I called Addie's name with a cheerful voice. Akasama. Addie noticed my voice, turned around, and gave me a heavenly, full-fledged smile. Ah, God's treasure. Archangel, her smile is divine, already a god. I ran down the stairs and rushed to Addie, and knelt down, spreading my arms wide. Addie jumped into my arms without hesitation. Welcome back, Addie. How was the Andrew mansion? I wanted to ask, did you have fun? But the words wouldn't come out. Because I know that she didn't have fun. When I hugged her, Addie's hair came into view again. The burnt part was gone, but it had been cut quite short around her shoulders. Did they have it styled? Ah, that beautiful hair. Addie, what happened to your hair? When I let Addie go and looked at her face, there was gauze on her cheek too. Did her face get burned as well? I didn't notice at the time. Addie and Eric were probably in shock, so their cheeks were bright red. Even your cheek, what happened? I gently touched Addie's cheek. Addie flinched for a moment, so I didn't touch it any further, and instead hugged her body tightly again. That story can wait. A man, followed by the butlers, looked down at me imposingly. Who's this? Black hair and no beard, slightly haggard eyes. Who is it? Don't you have any words of greeting for me? Words of greeting, huh? Why would I greet a stranger? Could it be? Marquis-sama. Why the question mark? Well, because your beard, you don't have a beard. Isn't that your whole identity? Your face is different from before. Because in the Otome Game and as the father of the villainous Addie, you had a beard. Because of that, you looked quite villainous. Well, I thought that was how the father of a villainous daughter should look. This is, what's going on? Addie's father, who I thought was much older, was younger than I expected. Isn't he about the same age as me, or a little older? I shaved my beard, because I don't need it anymore. You don't need it. Sorry, I don't understand at all. What? Were you growing it for warmth until now, and you shaved it because it's spring or something? Ah, that face. That's the imposing man who was behind Duke Andrew at the Andrew mansion earlier. That was the Marquis? I didn't realize it. I messed up. He might have seen me clearly. I wonder if he'll recognize me. Nah, he probably won't. After all, my disguise is flawless. Tears. Anyway, I'm tired today. I'll tell you the story later, so step aside for now. Yes. The Marquis brushed me off with a good grief attitude, so I obediently complied. Or so I thought. I picked up Addie and tried to go back to her room. Oh, Okusama. Samuel, the tutor, tried to stop me, but he stuttered when I gave him a quick glance. HMPH, try to stop me if you want. I'll pin you against the wall again, got it? Amidst the fluster of the family and other people, I headed to her room with Addie in my arms, asking how it went along the way. Chapter 10. A goodnight kiss. You know, bop like that, and then Akasama went Dawn. And then Sir Saruyasu. Saruamoru, turned into that. It was amazing. I thought we would get into bed together, like always, and chat before going to sleep. But tonight, Addie wouldn't stop talking. She kept rambling on and on about what happened during the day, still excited. Even while lying in bed, her face was flushed, and she was explaining everything to me with wild gestures. I just nodded and smiled. Yeah, an angel. The way her short arms and legs flutter about is the best. She might sprout wings and fly away any second. She can fly if she wants. But I'll catch her though, but I'm glad. I was worried that today's events might have traumatized her, but thankfully, it doesn't seem to be the case. I'm really glad about that. In the Otome Game, The villainous Addie would obsessively talk about the scar on her back whenever she was around Eric, her fiancé. She seemed almost intoxicated by her misfortune, repeating it over and over and over, endlessly. Probably, the trauma and the scar felt like a bond connecting her to Eric. She wanted Eric to understand that, to remember it, so she kept bringing it up. Addie has a weak relationship with her father, the Marquis, and it seemed like she was treated with contempt, not just coldness, by her stepmother in the Otome Game. I won't do that, of course, because Addie is an angel. A treasure, a supreme treasure. Now, the real problem starts here. Because the incident ended in failure, many things will probably change from here on out. The settings in the Otome Game have changed greatly. Addie doesn't have a scar on her back, and as a result, her engagement with the Duke's family isn't rock solid. Now, how will that tutor, Samuel, and the head nanny, Maggie, react? I need to proceed with caution from here on out. Until Addie is a fully independent and wonderful woman, I won't let my guard down. As I clenched my fist in my heart and raised it to the heavens, Addie tilted her head and started patting my face. Akasama, are you Sergio's? Ah, I see. Addie is always looking at my face up close. I guess she caught on, but it would be a pain if the truth were to leak from Addie's mouth. I'm serene. Sergio's is, I wonder who that was. I whispered gently and stroked her head softly. Addie looked like she didn't understand. I'm sorry, I lied. But you know what? I will protect Addie, no matter what lies I have to tell. Was Sergio's cool? He was cool. I see. I'm happy if I can become Addie's hero. Okay. From now on, I'll become Sergio's when I protect Addie from the shadows. Shadow hero, here I come. Then, I hope Sergio's appears in your dreams. Okay. Addie is unusually excited. She doesn't seem like she's going to sleep at all. It's going to be a long night, but I'm happy. Because she's usually so quiet and doesn't express her emotions very much. I'm happy to see Addie being so childlike. Oh man, the best. I welcome nights like this. Let's party until morning, just us girls, yeah. Knock, knock, knock. What poured cold water on my excited feelings was that knock on the door. Who is it at a time like this? Beyond the door that opened with my voice saying, come in. Arusama. Addie's body suddenly stiffened, because she didn't expect the person standing there at all. Yes, it was Addie's father, the Caramanly's Marquis. The Marquis has never visited this room while I've been here. Judging by Addie's reaction, he probably hasn't come here much at all. Addie froze, unsure of what to do. I gently stroked Addie's head. It's your father, he came to say good night. I explained, say good night. Addie's eyes widened, as she looked back and forth between me and the Marquis. He's never done that before, so of course she'd be surprised. That's right. I brushed Addie's bangs aside and gently kissed her forehead. Right, Marquis-sama. Then I slowly turned to the Marquis and nodded slightly. At that moment the Marquis flinched. Isn't that right, Marquis-sama? It's your turn, I told him with my eyes. The Marquis hesitated for a while, then awkwardly approached Addie's bedside. But then he stopped again. Addie was waiting with flushed cheeks and a pounding heart. I kissed Addie's forehead again, showing off to the Marquis. Good night, Addie. Then I got out of bed. I stood up smoothly and stared at the stiff Marquis. Go, now. Don't miss this chance. I put all my will into my eyes and slammed it into him. In response, the Marquis put his hand on Addie's bed. The bed creaked. He slowly reached out and put his hand on Addie's forehead. Please don't mess this up. And then he gently kissed Addie's forehead. Gee, good night, Addie. The Marquis muttered as he straightened up. All right, see, you can do it if you try. Good night, Arusama. Addie replied with a face that looked like she was about to cry. I understand, she's happy. Addie, overwhelmed with emotion and on the verge of tears, covered her head with the blanket as if to hide it. What a cute gesture. Is that even allowed? The feeling of tightness spreading in my chest. Seriously. If I were shown something like that, I'd hug Addie with the blanket and roll around the bed. I won't do it now, because the Marquis is here. If he wasn't, I would, in a heartbeat. In response to Addie's reply, the Marquis gently stroked Addie's head once over the blanket. The Marquis's face, when he looked up, was as red as Addie's. Well done. I whispered softly to his back, section. I was summoned to the Marquis's bedroom. Well, I'm well aware that it doesn't mean what you think it does. It's been since the day I made the Marquis cry since I've come here. Since then, he's been avoiding me like the plague. I was led inside and entered the bedroom. Addie was waiting, and I had no intention of lingering, so I walked to the center of the room and then slowly turned around. The Marquis, who had closed the door, sighed loudly and slumped his shoulders that had been tense until just now. He must have been very nervous. Well, I guess it can't be helped. He hasn't properly interacted with Addie before. It's rehabilitation. I want him to connect with Addie properly from here on out and make her feel loved. However, being called here means that I'll be given an explanation about this afternoon's incident. I don't know anything other than that Addie was rescued, so I'd like to hear the details. I was waiting for him to say something, but he was taking off his jacket and unbuttoning his cufflinks with no sign of starting to talk. I couldn't help but speak first. What happened at the Andrew mansion today? I believe it was a meeting for the engagement, wasn't it? What happened to Addie's hair and her cheek? Of course, I started talking as if I didn't know anything. The Marquis was there, but he probably didn't recognize me. No one can see through my disguise. Why is that? I intended to ask gently, not in an accusing tone, but my voice might have been a little harsh. Oops. The Marquis glanced at me at my words. He put his hand in his vest pocket once, then pulled it out without grabbing anything. Then, he turned his body towards me again and stared straight at me as he opened his mouth. Do you recognize the name, Sergio's? I didn't expect that name to come out of the Marquis's mouth first, so I couldn't help but stiffen. Chapter 11. Cornered by the Marquis. Sergio's, that's my brother's name. My lost other half. Of course, I know it. That name, my brother's name, just slipped out at that moment. Or rather, whenever I had to give a name while cross-dressing, that's always what I used. Like when I'd sneak into those sword fighting tournaments. Of course, it's my brother's name. I didn't try to tell a clumsy lie. Something like that would be exposed immediately if anyone bothered to look into it. Actually, the Marquis probably already knows it. Why did he ask me first then? Could he be onto me? No, that's impossible. My disguise is perfect. Well, I mean, no one would normally suspect it, right? That his wife, who's supposed to be at home, would show up at another residence in disguise. What about Sergio's? As I asked, my brain was working overtime. Is it best to be honest here or not? I kept thinking about that until the Marquis spoke again. I secretly followed Addie because I was worried about her. I cross-dressed so I wouldn't be recognized. I was secretly checking on Addie when things got dangerous, so I saved her. I hid my identity on the spur of the moment, thinking of your position. Yeah, it's all true, so there's no problem. I'm just not mentioning that I knew Addie would get burned here. No one would believe me if I said that, and it's unnecessary. However, if the Marquis finds out about this, will I still be able to move around freely like this time? And besides, there's no guarantee that the Marquis isn't connected to that tutor and the head nanny. What if? What if this whole incident wasn't orchestrated by the tutor and the head nanny, but was actually the Marquis's idea? The possibility isn't zero. The Marquis has left Addie to her own devices until today. He said he loved her, but that love might not take the same form as mine, huh? There are plenty of people who hit others, claiming it's for their own good. What if he's trying to solidify Addie's engagement, ensuring she becomes the Duchess, even if it means she gets hurt and twisted in the process? Where's the guarantee that this man isn't thinking that way? I can't tell him. If I do, it's not the right time yet. I'll only reveal my identity after I'm certain that he would never hurt Addie. I came to that conclusion just as the Marquis opened his mouth, slowly approaching me. Where were you this afternoon? He ignored my question from earlier, huh? I felt a little irritated, but tilted my head slightly without showing it. Since Addie wasn't here today, I did things that I can't do when she's around. I was writing letters to my sisters. A lie, but I was out saving Addie. Heh, where are those letters? In my room. I haven't finished writing them yet. This is actually true. I'm usually with Addie, so I don't have much time, but I've been gradually writing letters to my sisters whenever I find a spare moment. He's definitely probing me, but he shouldn't have any solid evidence. I need to get rid of my cross-dressing gear when I get back to my room later. It'll be troublesome if he finds any burn marks on the clothes. I looked up at the Marquis with an innocent expression. Is there something between the name Sergio's and my actions? The Marquis hasn't taken his eyes off me since earlier. He's staring straight at me. Is he trying to see through my lies? Before I knew it, the Marquis was standing right in front of me. Close enough to touch, no, close enough to feel his breath. close enough to see that his eyes are the same violet color as Addie's. Even so, I look straight back into his eyes. What happened? Go ahead and press me, I'll weasel my way out of it. Silence. We stared at each other without moving. The Marquis was the first to look away. Yes, I won. There was a bit of trouble. Addie got a slight injury, nothing serious. Addie and Eric's engagement will proceed without any problems. Get some rest for today. After saying only that, he turned his back to me and started changing. So that's the end of the conversation, huh? There were a lot of things that annoyed me, but I just bowed my head to the Marquis's back and left the room. On the way back to Addie's bedroom, my irritation wouldn't stop. It's fine for me because I know what's going on. But the Marquis's explanation was practically non-existent. If someone didn't know anything about the situation, they wouldn't understand anything. Why doesn't that guy explain anything? He could give a nice-sounding explanation like, I don't want to worry you, but isn't that just wanting to keep me out of the loop? Men are always like this. They don't say anything important. Do they think they're protecting us by doing this, ignoring the person's own wishes, or is it just that it's a hassle to hear our opinions? Idiots. We're not speechless dolls, you know. I suddenly stopped. And then, bam! I punched the wall with all my might. Hearing the sound, a member of the household staff came out from a nearby room. Okusama, what's wrong? What was that sound? I'm so sorry. I just stumbled and bumped into the wall. I'm fine, I'm not hurt. I smiled, applying unmistakable pressure. The staff member looked like they wanted to say something, but they quietly retreated back into their room. I hid my hand, which was numb with pain and oozing blood, in my sleeve and returned to Addie's room with a nonchalant expression. Addie wasn't asleep. She was lying in bed with a beaming face, grabbing the blanket and rolling around like a silkworm. With what happened during the day, and her father giving her a goodnight kiss for the first time, today must have been an unforgettable day for her, in a good way. As if to dispel all my irritation from earlier, I jumped into bed and hugged Addie, blanket and all, and rolled around with her as much as I could. And of course, I didn't forget to sniff the top of her head. Addie's gleeful giggles are so cute. A party night for two girls is about to begin. After a while, when things had calmed down, Addie poked her face out from the blanket, and with her cheeks flushed red, she started talking excitedly. Akasama, you know Arusama, said goodnight. Yes, he did. That's wonderful, I'm glad. Arusama didn't have a beard. That's right, he didn't. Do you like it better with or without a beard, Addie? Ahem. Oh, she's really thinking hard. Thinking hard, that's good, keep thinking. I don't know. I see, that's right. It was the first time you've seen him like that, wasn't it? What about Akasama? Do you like beards? I've never even thought about it. This is definitely a I don't know case. It's not okay to ask Addie and not have thought about it myself. Well, I guess I prefer without one. Most of my family didn't have beards, and honestly, beards just give off a very masculine vibe, which I'm not really a fan of. Then, do you like Arusama? Do I like the Marquis? Can I honestly state the truth here? The answer is no, but if you asked if I dislike him, that's also a no. The answer is, I've never even thought about it. It's a political marriage, after all. There was no room to interject personal feelings. Ever since the marriage, I've only been looking at Addie. Yeah, not at him at all. The Marquis is just Addie's father and, in terms of position, my husband. It's like a company colleague, I guess. No, maybe a little more distant than that. Like someone from a different department who just happened to be working with me on a single project. But explaining that to Addie frankly. If I don't say it, she won't understand, but it's still too difficult for her to grasp. What should I do? But saying I dislike him here wouldn't be right. I don't want to tell Addie unnecessary lies, but if it's necessary for Addie's emotional development, a lie or two wouldn't hurt, right? Yeah, that's right. I like him. When I said that, Addie gave me a soft, melty smile. Why, I didn't say I liked Addie, did I? Could it be that she's happy as if it were about herself? This kid is just too much. I love Addie so much. I hugged Addie, blanket and all, again and rolled all over the bed. That day, strange noises probably continued to be heard from Addie's bedroom late into the night. Chapter 12. I caught a cold. When I woke up in the early morning, I immediately noticed something was wrong with Addie. Her breathing sounded strange, and her face was flushed. I jumped out of bed and ran to find a member of the household staff, still in my nightgown. The Marquis family's personal physician diagnosed Addie with a cold. He said the events at the Andrew mansion yesterday and the recent changes in her environment had probably taken their toll. I see. Maybe that weirdly high-strung mood she was in last night was because of this. I should have calmed her down instead of letting her get so worked up. I screwed up. After the examination, Addie lay in bed, her face red, breathing heavily and with a few tears in her eyes. She looked so miserable. Not being able to do anything in times like these makes me feel so useless. I wish I could take her place. I'm sorry, Addie. I didn't notice. I'm such a terrible mother. As I thought this and went to approach the sleeping Addie, Maggie, the head nanny, slipped between Addie's bed and me. Recently, I'd been stepping in so much that she'd mostly stayed in the background, but this time, she seized the opportunity to step forward. It's no good, Akasama. I want to be by Ati-sama's side when she wakes up. I tried to get past her and approach Addie again, but she cut me off. Wow, she's fast. What's with that footwork? Don't tell me you're a martial arts master or something. I gritted my teeth and took a step back. This wall is thick. Is it impregnable? If you're here, Ati-sama will get excited. What she needs now is rest, isn't it? Gah. She hit me where it hurts. Come to think of it. My presence is making Maggie's position as head nanny a little precarious, isn't it? I might not be helping her change or bathe, but I am sleeping, playing, and eating with her, which must have cut her workload in half. It's only natural she'd be hostile. She poses a risk of isolating Addie and driving her into codependency. If Addie had been burned yesterday, Maggie would have likely been the only one to care for her selflessly, taking the first step toward that dependence. I can't let my guard down around this woman, but is she really aiming for codependency from this point on? Addie still has over 10 years before she's supposed to get married. If this is a long-term plan from so far out, she's got a lot of patience. So maybe. Understood, I'll take my leave for today. I bowed my head slightly. Then I continued, I'm truly sorry that Ati-sama, whom you care for so diligently, has caught a cold. I'm sure there are many things I'm lacking in. If you need me, please don't hesitate to call. I apologized to head nanny Maggie with the utmost politeness and left the room. Head nanny Maggie has been taking care of Addie since she was born. In other words, she has pride and confidence that she knows Addie best. Of course, she does. She's been caring for her since she couldn't communicate, attending to her day and night with regular feedings, through periods of non-stop crying, injuries from falling when she wasn't paying attention, near-drowning incidents in the bath, and after finally getting through the terrible twos, just when she finally starts being able to communicate. A random woman shows up out of nowhere, plays mother, and interferes with everything. Of course, she's not going to be happy about that. For example, if I replaced this with my younger sisters, I would understand. If a caretaker suddenly showed up and pushed me aside, acting like they knew everything, I'd be irritated. I'd go on a rant about how I was the one who changed their diapers and wipe my accomplishment in that caretaker's face. I remember the game. The woman who led villainous Addie from dependence to codependence. Addie depended on her as the only source of affection, while head nanny Maggie satisfied her need for validation by being needed by Addie. However, I don't think this relationship was entirely forcibly twisted that way. Considering Addie's position and the head nanny's position, it feels a little natural. Until I came along, Addie had no one but head nanny Maggie to receive affection from. And head nanny Maggie has no other way to find value in herself than this job. So, isn't it possible that head nanny Maggie isn't trying to win Addie over from the start? Perhaps she truly cares for Addie right now and is genuinely trying to support her. Ugh. It's good for Addie to receive affection from many people. It's not healthy to only receive it from one person. So I don't intend to interfere with Addie's every move. It's best to have various people put in their love and effort in their own way. Right now, there's me, head nanny Maggie, and to a small extent the Marquis. That's it for now. Currently, there's some distance between Addie and the household staff, so I'll gradually close that gap and let her be loved by many people. I can do that. The problem is Maggie herself. Maggie only has the position of nanny. In other words, she equates herself with being a nanny. So, if her position as a nanny is threatened, she feels like her value disappears, and she feels like she is being rejected, doesn't she? However, this is difficult. In this world, there are so few good paths for women to take, and all of them are thorny. I can't say something ignorant and irresponsible like, there are other paths besides being a nanny, so don't find value in Addie's dependence. If possible, I want to raise Addie in cooperation with her. I have many shortcomings and things I can't do. Is there something, anything, a way? All right, I made a firm decision and returned to Addie's room. Yes. When I knocked on Addie's door, a slightly muffled reply came from inside. It's Serene. When I announced my name in a quiet voice, please refrain from entering, Marchioness. A curt reply immediately followed. How unfriendly. Knock, knock, knock. Just so you know, I'm really persistent. I knocked on the door, but there was no reply. Knock, knock, knock. I'll keep knocking until you answer. Knock, knock, knock. If my hand starts hurting, I'll use a tool so I can knock forever. Knock, knock, knock. I'm starting to enjoy this. Knock, knock, knock. Maybe I should make this into a beat. Knock, knock, knock. Should I sing a song? Knock, knock, knock. Come to think of it, when I sing, my sisters come flying over and cover my mouth. Knock, knock, knock. I wonder why. Knock, knock, knock. Is it the song of a goddess? Knock, knock, knock. Is it because everyone is so captivated that they stop working? Knock, knock, knock. My singing is so sinful, isn't it? Knock, knock, Kay. Please stop that. The door opened slightly, and head nanny Maggie peeked out with an irritated expression. I'd like to speak with you for a moment, Maggie, I requested in a quiet voice. There's nothing to talk about. Slam, not an inch given. I knocked on the door again. I'll keep doing this until you talk to me, I warned through the door. I waited for a while, but there was no reply, so I started knocking again. Knock, 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 click. The door opened quickly this time. Ati-sama is sleeping. What if you make her worse with all this noise? Don't you care about Ati-sama, Marchioness? Maggie's face reappeared, extremely irritated, a slight vein throbbing on her forehead. I'll stop as soon as you speak with me. This is for Addie's sake. I immediately pressed. Head nanny Maggie glanced back at Addie. Please wait a moment. I'll call another nanny, she said and went back into the room, leaving the door open. All right, I won. After switching with another nanny, Maggie followed behind me, keeping her distance and looking extremely displeased. Chapter 13. Squabbling with the head nanny. First, please allow me to apologize. I'm so sorry for being presumptuous. Having reached the back garden and confirmed that no one was around, I spun around and immediately lowered my head. I couldn't see her reaction. A moment of silence. I had no intention of raising my head until she took some kind of action. Please raise your head. The lady of the house should not be bowing so easily to a servant. A restrained yet stern voice came from above. Slowly, I lifted my head and looked at the face of the head nanny, Maggie, and caught a glimpse of surprise and exasperation. Well, I guess it's surprising. Normally, the wife of the Marquis, the employer, doesn't bow her head. At my parents' house, it was common practice to apologize to the servants if we did something wrong, even if we were the employers. But I learned that wasn't the norm during my first marriage, either. Personally, I think that even if I'm of a higher status, a person's character has nothing to do with their rank, and you should honestly apologize if you think you've done something wrong. Therefore, I told her as much. Let's put our positions aside for now. Not as the Marchioness and the nanny, but as two people raising Addie. As I said that, Maggie's eyes widened, and she looked at me as if she were seeing something unbelievable. Skeptical, so skeptical. That's impossible. Even if you've only just taken on the role, you are still my direct employer. So that's how it is. Well, that's how the system works. Originally, male servants were under the Marquis's jurisdiction, and female servants were under his wife's. In other words, I held the power of personnel affairs for the head nanny, Maggie. That was an unshakable fact, and certainly not fair. But I can't talk to her like that. Even if the system grants me that right, I don't have the credibility to exercise it right now. Even if I tried, you have more trust in this mansion. No one would listen to me. Even if I threw a fit and demanded that Maggie be fired, it wouldn't work. They'd just confine me to my room and ignore me, saying I was just tired. Maggie looked away and thought for a moment, but then seemed to realize something and looked at me again. And then she spoke again. I don't like you. Oh, that's the first thing you say? Well, I've been waiting for an opinion free of any regard for status. I know. Also, I hate your polite behavior in public. The way you're actually boorish, but you know your place and put on an act, it makes me want to throw up. It's the worst. I get that a lot. And who do you think you are, acting like a mother as soon as you get married? I question your sanity. Are you all right in the head? Certainly. Are you getting cocky because the Marquis likes you? It makes me sick. The Marquis doesn't like me, it's the opposite. He just leaves me alone because he doesn't want to get involved, but whatever. I was getting cocky, I'm sorry. I was elated, indeed. I was so caught up in the idea of becoming the mother of the angel Addie, I got carried away. I'm sorry, even dragging Samuel into this. You're such a fox, less than human, no, less than that. I didn't drag him in, but I did do a caved on. I can tell that Samuel is intimidated and backing off. Ati-sama is originally a quiet child, you know? You're forcibly dragging her around. You're so insensitive. You're nothing but a nuisance. I don't know about that. I felt it yesterday, but Addie doesn't seem that withdrawn. She's just reserved at home, but I won't say it. If Maggie feels that way, then that might be right. Honestly, you're so selfish. Eating together, sleeping together, it's the worst. There's an order to discipline, you know. Ignoring that, your brain isn't just foolish, it's trash. It should be disposed of as garbage. Indeed, there's a certain way of doing things in this house. It's true that I ignored that. I'm sorry. I know Ati-sama better than you. Please don't meddle. Oh, finally the real feelings came out. Exactly. So, you just shut up. You're just going to have your own kid and start doting on them and abandon Ati-sama. Don't give Ati-sama false hope and betray her. As I thought, the head nanny, Maggie, isn't a bad person yet. She really cares about Addie. She only became twisted later. In the Otome Game, Addie was burned and she devotedly cared for her, and as Addie became dependent on her, she gradually became warped. Besides, what she's worried about is a valid concern. There's only one thing this household expects of me: to give birth to a son. She's really worried about Addie being hurt by that, but she can't say anything due to her position. She must have been simmering with those feelings until today. But she never showed it. Amazing. She's probably just vented everything she wanted to say. She's breathing heavily. After confirming that she'd calmed down a bit, I opened my mouth. I'm unlikely to have children. Because I'm not doing anything that would lead to that. When I told her the truth, Maggie's eyes widened in surprise. Well, of course. Normally, you wouldn't talk about your married life to others, especially if things aren't going well. But Maggie should know. She knows I'm sleeping with Addie. I'll be leaving this house before long. If I don't have children, I'm useless. Then all the more reason. What I want isn't for Addie to become attached to me. I just want Addie to become a wonderful, independent person. I looked straight into her eyes and said clearly, eating together is so she can remember the joy of eating. Not just the act of putting what's in front of her into her mouth, but to understand her own preferences and learn how to converse while doing the same thing as others. Sleeping together is to make her feel safe during the vulnerability of sleep, so she doesn't feel lonely and scared when she suddenly wakes up in the middle of the night. Playing together is to get her interested in various things, so she can find her strengths, weaknesses, likes and dislikes from among them. I only did it because no one else was doing it. I don't care if it's not me who does that role. In fact, I think someone who knows what's been going on until now can do it better. When I conveyed my true feelings, Maggie looked around in confusion but glared back at me strongly. We'll do that. You weren't doing it. I immediately denied Maggie's words. What you've been doing is turning Addie into a beautiful doll. Without any regard for her own will, you're just drilling perfect manners into her, so she doesn't say anything unnecessary, so she doesn't cause problems, so she's convenient for the people around her. Addie is a person before she's the Marquis' daughter. At those words, Maggie choked up. She was aware of it, wasn't she? I restrained the blood rushing to my head. This is bad. I can't get upset here. I almost did though, but not yet. I haven't said the most important thing yet. I took a few deep breaths to calm myself. Of course, there are things she has to learn as the Marquis' daughter. I can't teach her that. Because I'm boorish. When I said that, Maggie snorted lightly. Hey, at least comment. It's not just that. I won't be able to stay by Addie's side for long. But at least, I want Addie to realize that she has her own will. Right now, Addie is still in a state where she's easily swayed by those around her. I want her to take the first step towards becoming independent as a person. I don't have much time. That's why I want Maggie to cooperate. No, rather, I want Maggie to take the lead in doing so. Sincerely, directly, I appealed to Maggie. I'll take care of things that are difficult for Maggie to bring up. Tell me if there's anything you want me to do. I'll do anything for Addie, just like you. When I finished, she lowered her gaze to the ground and thought hard. Because she was looking down, I couldn't read her expression. A time of silence. Please, let it get through to her. I understand. The head nanny, Maggie, regained her composure and looked back at me directly. In return. Maggie glanced to the side. I was drawn in and looked over there, but there was nothing there. I won't respect you. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smirk. Fine by me, bring it on. Of course, there's no need for that. Everything that's good for Addie is all that matters. If respect is in the way, I don't need it. Suddenly, I felt like someone was moving in the direction of the mansion. At that moment, Maggie bowed deeply to me. Oh, that's right. She needs to do that in front of people. Otherwise, her position will be jeopardized. I'll do the same. Maggie slowly raised her head and walked silently past me. Then, I don't dislike that attitude. She whispered that. Surprised, I turned around, but she had already returned to the mansion. Her words made me grin. Yes. Could this be the start of a female friendship? Feeling like things were starting to go well, I returned to the mansion with a cheerful step. Chapter 14. The tutor needs my help. I swung my sword with single-minded focus, trying not to think about unnecessary things. In the deserted back garden, I practiced my footwork and got some exercise. Addie was currently being cared for by Maggie, the head nanny. I had visited Addie earlier. She woke up just as I arrived, and she cried and fussed, losing her composure in a way I couldn't imagine from the normally quiet Addie. The terror of being engulfed in flames, even for a moment. Being tackled by me to avoid getting hurt, the minor burns, the singed hair, her brain was probably processing all of it. Feverish and disoriented, she was crying and screaming, seemingly unable to hear my voice. Along the way, Addie's flailing fists hit my face and various other places. Heh, good angle, Addie. That was a good punch. You have a bright future. Ah, it brought back memories. One of my younger sisters had a terrible temper when she was little. Once she started crying, there was no stopping her. It was a nightmare. Once she went into that berserk mode, calming her down was impossible. Her face would get all red and blotchy, and she'd thrash around like crazy. I just made sure she didn't hurt herself or have a fit from straining too much, and I stuck it out until she calmed down. Compared to her, Addie was still pretty cute. My sister, she had a killer kick when I was unlucky enough to get nailed in the solar plexus. I actually had to crouch over. Even so. Even now, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Someone tried to set a sweet kid like Addie on fire by throwing a lantern at her. Unforgivable. I'll tear them limb from limb, but I don't know who it was. I don't think it was the Marquis Sama or Maggie, but I don't have any proof. Judging by my own impressions is a dangerous game. Besides, people can say whatever they want. There are people in this world who can kill with a sincere face. You never know what they're thinking behind their smiles. Right now, Samuel the tutor seems the most suspicious. But would someone plotting something like that reveal their true colors before even carrying out their plan? They wouldn't do anything foolish that would make them look suspicious. They wouldn't pick a fight with me so openly, would they? Unless they assumed I couldn't do anything. No, even then, it's too clumsy. What did he even want in the first place? Did he really think he could drive me away with those words? Did he think I'd run home crying to my family if I got insulted? Laughable. No, maybe they just pretended to be shocked, but were actually disgusted and left him. Either way, he probably doesn't have many friends. Crap, I'm not exactly drowning in friends myself. Anyway, I need to keep a close eye on Samuel the tutor, if he makes any suspicious moves. Or what, you violent woman? Suddenly, I heard a voice from behind me and instinctively threw the knife I was carrying towards the sound. Clang, the knife hit the tree, and at the same time, the man who must have been standing next to it fell on his butt. That's dangerous, you walking arsenal. It was Samuel, the tutor. Addie isn't supposed to have lessons today, so he should be off. So why is he at the mansion? And why in the back garden? It's because you suddenly speak to me from behind. I suggest you don't approach someone carrying weapons from behind. I wiped away the sweat and sheathed my sword. Then, I approached Samuel the tutor and pulled the throwing knife from the tree. What kind of world has a dangerous Marchioness like you? The tutor stood up with a very disgruntled look on his face and quickly distanced himself from me as I approached. Like I'm some kind of hazardous material. Isn't it normal to be able to protect yourself? You're such an unlovable woman. Samuel clicked his tongue at my words. If you need lovability, can you change your behavior so that I want to offer you lovability? There's no need to show lovability to someone who suddenly insults people. I don't want to please you. I shot back immediately. I only want to show affection to people I like. In the first place, why does society teach women to smile at people they don't even care about? If they don't want to, then they shouldn't force women to do it either, damn it. He stared at me with a sulky look, probably not expecting me to talk back. I was an idiot to think I could consult with you. He muttered and tried to leave. Consult about what? I was curious about his words and stopped him. Oh, I thought, but it was too late. He grinned and turned back. Something about that is annoying. Do you know that Ati-sama was injured at the Andrew mansion? Samuel spoke, lowering his voice slightly while looking around. Yes, I'm aware, but I don't know the details. I really know it, but I saved Addie. Someone tried to burn Ati-sama, but she was saved in the nick of time, so she only suffered minor burns and singed hair. His voice was serious. By telling me this, does that mean he's not the culprit? Or is he trying to get me on his side so he can move more freely? The culprit hasn't been identified. Besides, he stopped there, hesitating. He put his hand to his mouth, thought for a moment, and then opened his mouth again. There was also an unidentified man who saved Ati-sama at the scene. He called himself Sergio's. I see, so he was there too. I might get found out. It would be a pain if I was exposed. It would be a pain if I was exposed. After saying the name Sergio's, Samuel seemed to be watching me. Ah, maybe he realized. Sergio's is your dead brother's name, isn't it? Yes, it is. I knew he'd look into that too. So I think that guy might be the culprit. Why the heck would he do that? That's not it, it's me. Why? I suspect he's trying to put Ati-sama and Eric-sama in danger, and then curry favor with the Caramanly's Marquis and Duke Andrew by saving them. Ah, if you look at it with a twisted perspective, you could see it that way. It's a common tactic, a self-made drama. Well, it's not that, but still. The fact that he thought of that first means he's the type to do that himself, huh? I can't let my guard down. Why are you telling me this? Yes, that's what I don't understand. Why did he bother telling me that? Could it be that he realized Sergio's is me and came to blackmail me? If that's the case, he's a real nasty guy, huh? Samuel averted his gaze slightly and covered his face with his hand. He seemed to be having trouble saying something. He's indirectly saying it's me, isn't he? I think the culprit is someone connected to this mansion. What should I do? Beat him until he forgets everything. No, it doesn't matter if I'm exposed. It would just make it harder to move around. It's a little troublesome, but beating him up would be even more troublesome. But conversely, would it be better to threaten him and shut him up? I touched the throwing knife behind my back. He might be using your brother's name to worsen your position. Otherwise, I can't think of any reason why he would bother using your brother's name. That's not it, I wasn't being suspected. Besides, he's reading too much into my brother's name. Sorry, I wasn't thinking that deeply about it. I want to warn the people in the mansion, but if it's someone connected to this house, the information will be leaked, so I can't tell anyone. But I thought you wouldn't do anything to tarnish your brother's name. Far from being suspected, it feels like I'm being trusted, perhaps uniquely. Relieved, I took my hand off the knife. When I glanced at Samuel, is his face red? That's why I wanted to. You wanted to? I want to ask you to guard Ati-sama. You seem to be quite capable. Wow, he asked me a favor. The guy who was calling people bitches and sows, huh? Wow, that's surprising. My surprise must have shown on my face. Samuel grimaced and turned even redder. I'm not asking you because I want to. Right now, the only people I know who aren't the enemy are the Marquis-sama and you. Oh, is this what you call it soon, dear? When I couldn't help but grin, he looked angry and turned his back on me. Anyway, watch out for your surroundings. Got it. He spat out those words roughly and tried to leave. To his back, I said. Understood, however, I have a condition. His feet stopped with a jerk, and he slowly turned his face back. What is it? He replied with a wary voice. I gave him a bright smile and said, Could you stop calling me you? My name is Serene. I said politely, I don't want you to call me you. I have a name that my parents gave me, too. I'll think about it. With only those words, Samuel stomped back towards the mansion. After watching him go, I drew my sword again and concentrated on its tip to focus my thoughts. Chapter 15. Someone came in the middle of the night. Today was exhausting with so many things happening. Back in my bedroom at night, I was sinking into the bed, acutely aware of gravity. The silence of being alone in my room after so long was almost painful. It feels like ages since I slept alone. I've been sleeping with Addie every night recently, not since the day I came to this mansion. Gazing at the flickering gaslight beside the bed, I pondered the events of the day. Addie is going to have another nanny. Of course, I intended to stay by her side tonight as well, but after talking with Maggie, we agreed that other nannies should have the opportunity to admire Addie's sleeping face once in a while, so I reluctantly backed down. Hearing it put that way, well, yeah, true, isn't it? If I hog Addie's sleeping face all to myself, I'd feel bad, wouldn't I? She's a national treasure after all. A treasure like that should be shared with everyone. Oops. Never mind that Addie's cuteness is an undeniable fact, like the person who tried to hurt Addie. I have no idea who it could be. According to the original Otome Game, the story's progression suggests it was the tutor, Samuel, and the head nanny, Maggie. But seeing their attitudes today, I'm starting to doubt that. Maybe it wasn't something they did, but something someone else did that they just jumped on. If that's the case, then there's someone else who benefits from Addie being hurt. One possibility is the Marquis. He might have wanted to solidify Addie and Eric's engagement and ensure the connection with the Duke's family. And it's not impossible that he thinks it's for Addie's sake. But wait a minute. It suddenly occurred to me, if Addie got injured, wouldn't it be pointless if she died? A person with burns all over their body could die in the worst-case scenario. Addie's still small, so her surface area is smaller. One wrong move, and she'd be engulfed in flames. Could someone really control such a delicate balance just by dropping a lantern from above? Do you think they could? Could it be that they were trying to kill Addie from the start, and she just happened to survive? If that's the case, then it's even more serious. Someone tried to kill Addie. But if that's true, if it was someone in this mansion, I don't understand why they'd cause the incident at the Andrew mansion. If they're from this house, wouldn't they have more opportunities when Addie is here? Someone from the Andrew mansion or a third party? The range of suspects is just getting wider and wider. It seems difficult to investigate this alone. If only there was someone who would cooperate with me. At that moment, that annoying monocle suddenly popped into my head. I banished it. I immediately erased it. Gone from my mind in an instant. Samuel, the tutor. He did ask for my cooperation today to protect Addie. But that doesn't mean he's really an ally. He's the guy who suddenly started throwing insults at me, you know. Putting aside whether I can let my guard down, what kind of person does that make him? No, in this case, I should put my personal likes and dislikes aside. If our interests align, even for a while, should I cooperate with him? If he's an enemy, I see. On the contrary, it might be easier to keep tabs on him if he's nearby. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to get a little closer. And if I determine that he's a dangerous element, then... Click! I faintly heard the sound of a door opening. It opened very quietly, making only the faintest sound, but I caught it because the room was silent. Who is it? I was lying on the bed with my back to the door, so I can't see who's there. Damn it. I always leave the door unlocked when I sleep with Addie, so I forgot to lock it out of habit. Sneaking into my room this late at night. Is it a spy or an assassin? Because if they had business with me, they would have knocked on the door. There's no reason not to knock, unless they're trying to approach me without waking me up. I quietly reached for the knife I had hidden under my pillow. The intruder is sneaking towards me, suppressing their footsteps. Tap, tap, slow footsteps. I don't sense any murderous intent. Is this guy a master? I'll pretend to be asleep. My heart is pounding. Calm down, I mustn't let them sense my tension. The presence is right beside the bed. The sound disappears. What are they doing? Are they waiting for an opening? Swish. My hair moved. Now, I grabbed the hand that was touching my hair and pulled with all my might. Whoa! The intruder shouted. The moment I saw their body, I entangled my legs with theirs, dragged them onto the bed, and straddled them. Then, I thrust the knife towards their neck. No, I can't. I stopped my hand on the spur of the moment. And I took another look at the face of the person I was straddling. Marquis-sama, what are you doing? I said in an exasperated voice, with the knife still pointed at his neck. Rolling around on the bed, looking surprised, was none other than the master of this house, the Caramanly's Marquis. What am I doing here? That's my line. The Marquis looked up at me from below with an exasperated expression that rivaled my own, and gently pushed the knife away from his neck with his hand. If someone sneaks into my room, I'm going to assume they're an assassin or something. Were you living such a violent life? I was asked to think, no, it's not like that, but... Still, isn't being on guard even when sleeping what a knight does? Well, I'm not a knight though, but hey, this is a skill that's good to have. Well, that's beside the point. I changed the subject because I couldn't argue back. I lifted my body, trying to get off the Marquis. I almost hurt you. Seriously, what are you doing at this late hour? Isn't it obvious? The Marquis grabbed my waist, stopping me from moving. What? While I was wondering what was happening, the Marquis reached out, one hand touching my cheek, the other at my collar. I unintentionally. Slap, I smacked his hand away. What are you doing? Sorry, it was reflex. Reflexively. And since my waist was free, I lightly hopped off the bed. The Marquis, looking somewhat sulky, lay on the bed and glared up at me. I was surprised. What's wrong? Why tonight of all nights? How insensitive can this man be, on a night like this, when Addie is sick in bed? But the Marquis, contrary to my expectations, looked sulky. Isn't tonight the only chance I get? Huh, what's that supposed to mean? Isn't it almost every day that you sleep with Addie? That's true. Wait a minute. Then, Marquis-sama, do you have unusual tastes? You can look at this scarred, twisted, and deformed body and still be in the mood. When I said that, the Marquis averted his gaze slightly. Then he touched his mouth, looking a little awkward. Honestly, I was a little surprised. The scars were more extensive than I had heard. But as I said before, I didn't marry you just to have a child. He said something like that, didn't he? Well, I guess people usually say that, right? They'd hide it if their only goal was my body or a child, right? No, I might actually find it refreshing and admirable if they clearly said, I just want a child. Could it be? Marquis-sama, do you have unusual tastes? Well, it hurts to admit it myself, but while I'm proud of this body, I certainly know that it's not the norm. Usually, it's considered virtuous for a woman to be without scars, that the pure and untouched are beautiful. Screw those values, though. The Marquis was still staring at the wall, mumbling to himself. Then, as if having made up his mind, he looked at my face. It's because you're Sergio's sister. Again, that name came up in an unexpected place. I was completely caught off guard, and my body stiffened. Chapter 16. Asked about my brother, Sergio's. My brother, I totally wasn't expecting that. To hear that name again here, because I am my brother's sister. What does that even mean? Marquis-sama, were you acquainted with my brother? My brother died a long time ago, and he was sickly, so he shouldn't have gone out much. And not many people visited him from outside, either. The Marquis chuckled self-deprecatingly at my words. We met a few times, at sword tournaments. We only exchanged a few words briefly. The Marquis sat back down on the bed and began to speak, a distant look in his eyes. I was dismissive at first. Just some poor noble, I thought. But after fighting him a few times, I cast aside that prejudice, but I still couldn't win. Not even once. I'm getting some serious déjà vu here. That story, could it be? That tournament, was it a few years ago? Yes, it was. But after a while, he stopped showing his face at the matches. When I inquired, I was told he died of an illness. I never could beat Sergio's. Oh, that was me. My brother had actually died much earlier, but my mother, wanting to avoid the scandal of her daughter participating in sword fights and defeating other noble sons, covered it up by claiming he died after the matches in order to save face. I see, the Marquis was one of my opponents at that tournament. I didn't even notice. He said they exchanged words, but I don't remember it at all. So, what kind of conversation did we have? I hope I didn't say anything stupid. When I asked, the Marquis rested his elbow on his knee and narrowed his eyes as if dazzled. After I lost, I asked him why he was so strong, and he said he just wanted to know the strength of his sword, and that he wasn't putting on airs for his own honor or his family's reputation. Oh, I think I said that to someone. I mean, seriously. The nobles I fought against always tried to flaunt their strength or use their family's status to intimidate me. It was such a boring way to fight. The reason I even participated in the sword tournament was because I was sick of hearing things like pretty good for a girl, strong for a woman, or despite being a woman. That really pissed me off. I purely wanted to confirm the reliability of my swordsmanship, beyond gender. If I fought in my female form, people would say I was holding back or that they were caught off guard, and I wouldn't know if that was true or not. He wasn't burdened by any constraints, and he was certainly strong. His physique was slender, perhaps due to the illness, but his unparalleled accuracy in using his opponent's strength against them and attacking precise locations was truly amazing. The Caramanly's Marquis was gazing into space with a blissful expression. His face was flushed with rapture. Probably, the Marquis's mind is replaying beautifully decorated and sparkling memories of that time. In other words, by any chance, did you marry me because you wanted to be connected to Sergio's? Or to continue the connection? I asked tentatively, and the Marquis's cheeks flushed red. Ah, that's right. Also, it would be a shame to lose that talent. That person is no longer with us, but I learned that he had a twin sister. Haha. So that's how it is. Well, I kind of thought there was something behind it all. The moment I realized that, a simmering anger welled up from the pit of my stomach. This guy isn't looking at me. He's looking through me, at Sergio's, who's behind me. I knew it, damn it. So that's what it is. I quietly approached the Marquis, who was sitting on the bed, cupped his chin with both hands, and made him look up slightly. The Marquis turned his eyes, still moist with nostalgic memories, to me. Serene, that's why. Don't screw with me, you bastard. Do you think I'm an idiot? I did my best to suppress my anger, but I couldn't help but let it leak into my voice as I grabbed the Marquis's chin hard. Wasn't what you really wanted to ask me yesterday. Could Sergio's possibly still be alive? Yesterday, when the Marquis tried to confirm Sergio's identity in his room, he wasn't suspecting that I was the one who interrupted. Instead, he wanted to know if the information about Sergio's death was a lie. So, you have no intention of explaining what happened to Addie, do you? At that time, what occupied the Marquis's mind was not me, who was worried, nor Addie, who was burned, but Sergio's, right? Serene. The Marquis's eyes were darting around. He doesn't seem to understand why I'm angry. You married me not because you wanted your own child, but because you wanted a child who inherited Sergio's blood. When I said that, the Marquis gasped. Do you understand what I'm saying? Even if you do, I won't stop. Right. If you're only thinking about inheriting Sergio's blood, my scars mean nothing, is that it? In the end, you're just ignoring the scars, aren't you? Stop taking me for a fool, okay. My fingers dug into the Marquis's chin. Should I just crush it? I didn't mean to. Don't give me any lame excuses. In the end, anyone but me would be fine, right? This also means that my sisters are the same to you as well, right? Huh, what do you say? Am I wrong? When I asked, the Marquis hesitated. Bullseye, huh, you bastard. Well, there's no way I'm giving my precious sisters to someone like you, you know. I've changed my mind. I thought it would be fine to get divorced at any time, but until you change your mind, or you wither away, I'm going to cling to this position, even if I have to force myself. You better be prepared. I released the Marquis's chin, which I had been gripping. With that momentum, the Marquis put his hand on the bed. I thrust my knee into the Marquis's belly, who had lost his balance, and grabbed his collar. So that I don't have to resort to using force to crush the Marquis-sama's family jewels. So behave yourself, Marquis-sama. I told him that, and then approached his lips until they were almost touching, then pulled away. Good night, then. I quickly moved away from him and walked to the door. Then, I flung the door open and bowed respectfully. The Marquis hesitated for a while, but since I didn't move, he reluctantly gave up and trudged out of my room. Bang, the door slammed shut with a resounding noise. Seriously, all of you, how infuriating. In the end, no one sees me. They only see my family, my connections, and what I can offer them. Also, I know that if the Marquis finds out about my cross-dressing, things will become even more troublesome. I don't know what will happen if that guy finds out my true identity. How did things even turn out like this? Is it me? Is it my fault for disguising myself as a man? Should I just stop cross-dressing? That was so cool. At that moment, Addie's joyful voice echoed in my ears. No, I want to be Addie's hero. If Addie needs Sergio's, I'll become him as many times as it takes. Please, brother, lend me your strength. The strength to protect Addie. As I locked the door and slipped into bed, still thinking about my brother and Addie, I fell asleep while trying to recall the comforting scent of Addie's scalp. Chapter 17. I revealed my true identity. I went to see Addie in the morning. The moment I knocked and opened the door, she latched onto my leg. It's our destined reunion. I wanted to see you too, Addie. I hugged her, sniffed her, and kissed her all over as much as I wanted. I showered her with kisses, choo 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 choo. However, she was still a little warm. She seemed completely fine, but that's probably just because her body is used to the fever. It doesn't seem like her temperature has completely gone down yet. Just to be safe, we decided that she should rest again today. After we had a meal together in Addie's room, head nanny Maggie will be looking after her for a while. I decided to use that time to get some things done. First of all, I have to buy a new cross-dressing set. My clothes got burned, but that would mean leaving Addie's side for a while. Even without Samuel's warning, I don't want to leave Addie's side right now, not knowing who the enemy is. As I thought, it's difficult to move alone. It would be easier if I had at least one person I could talk to about the cross-dressing thing. Someone to tell about the cross-dressing, huh? The Marquis nope. A big fat no, absolutely NG, I don't know how he'd react. Also, somehow, personally, I don't want to tell him. I don't wanna. Tutor Samuel nope. I just gained his trust, and I'm sure as hell not about to lose it by saying, just kidding, I was lying. Who knows what kind of abuse would come flying my way again? Head nanny Maggie, she seems like a possibility. She probably doesn't have any intention of harming Addie at the moment, and even if she's not on my side, she's at least on Addie's side. Yeah, she's on Addie's side, but she's not on my side. I wonder if she would use the cross-dressing thing as a weakness against me. I don't think she would, but I don't have any proof of that yet. This is troubling. Really, this is troubling. What's troubling you? Such an innocent voice came from the side. Crap. I was relaxing in the gazebo in the garden, so I wasn't on guard. Moreover, this presence, wait, that face. A small boy poked his head out from behind the gazebo fence, calling out to me. Wait, this face is. Eric-sama. Why are you here? I stood up, knelt down, and greeted him. Even if he is just a child, the son and heir of a duke still outranks a marchioness. The heir of Duke Andrew, the next Duke Andrew. The main target in the Otome Game. Eric Staddy's Andrew. Addie's fiancé, who will eventually switch to the Otome Game's protagonist and break off their engagement, though that's still in the future. He's 1 year older than Addie, so he's 4 years old now. But why is he in the Caramanly's mansion's inner garden? Eric-sama, why are you here? Who did you come with? Where are the people who came with you? I asked Eric again. He didn't answer my words and sat down on the bench I had been sitting on until now. Came to see Addie. Addie? Yeah, to visit Addie who's sick. Visit? Get well visit. Addie got her hair cut. Hair is a girl's life, right? Hair is a woman's life. Huh? Well, some people say that. In Addie's case, her hair is more than a woman's life. It's the light of the world, it's the sun. People can't live without it. Well, Addie is still super cute with her current bob cut though. I see. A get-well visit. Since it happened at the Andrew mansion, this is probably a form of apology. The fact that he brought Eric here suggests the engagement should proceed smoothly. That's good. If Addie doesn't become a villainess, she won't have her engagement broken. Well, I'm not entirely convinced about her marrying this Eric though. This Eric is the main target in the Otome Game. In other words, a typical prince character. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a gallant face, fond of swords, and gentle in demeanor. He's a bit headstrong at times, but that's an expression of his sense of justice. The Eric who switched from Addie was smooth in his interactions with the Otome Game protagonist. He saw through the protagonist's valiant side and somehow uncovered the evil deeds of the villainess Addie. I remember not liking him that much. The character I liked was someone else. I was so over guys who were prince-like. Frankly, I thought this Eric was superficial, waving around his shallow sense of justice and slightly annoying. That might be because of the game's scriptwriter, though. What are you doing? While I was remembering the past, Eric tilted his head and looked up at my face. Right, Eric doesn't know me. I am the wife of the master of this mansion, the Caramanly's Marquis. This house is my house. Wife? Yes, Addie's mother. Hi. Why the question mark, you little brat? Is it because we don't look alike? It's because we don't look alike, isn't it? We don't look alike because I didn't give birth to her, so what? Even though you're a guy. I can't let that slide. Excuse me. I somehow managed to maintain a smile on my face, but I might have had a vein popping on my forehead. Still kneeling, I looked at Eric at eye level and asked back as cheerfully as possible. Because you're a guy, right? Eric-sama, that's not true, I'm a woman. No matter how you look at it. You pushed me and Addie the other day. Crap, he remembered my face. You're sir muffled. I quickly covered Eric's mouth as he shouted loudly. It would be terrible if someone heard him. Eric-sama, I am Serene. I am not Sergio's. I told Eric in a stifled voice. However, Eric tried to shake his head back and forth, and he was mumbling something with his mouth covered. Eric-sama, please don't shout. MMMPH. Eric-sama. MMMPH. Eric-sa. MMMPH. Ugh. If it comes to this, there's no helping it. I have to use my special technique for silencing children. Eric-sama, please listen carefully. I deliberately looked around before lowering my voice and speaking to Eric. Indeed, my name is, in fact, Sergio's. However, that is something that must not be revealed to others. Saying that with as serious a face as possible, Eric stared at me with wide eyes. Sergio's is by Ati-sama's side, hiding his identity in order to defeat a powerful evil. His false name is Serene. He has infiltrated as Addie's mother. Well done for seeing through my true identity, Eric-sama. When I said that much, suddenly Eric's eyes sparkled. As I thought, you like that sort of thing. I slowly released my hand from Eric's mouth. Eric looked at me with a look of pure admiration, his mouth slack. Ati-sama is the key to saving the world. If something happens to Ati-sama, this world will be destroyed. However, someone is plotting to destroy the world and trying to kill Ati-sama. I am a knight of the organization to stop that, the Dragon Knights. It was a setting I just came up with, but Eric is nodding with sparkling eyes. Okay. It would be bad if my true identity was revealed to other people. If that happened, I would be eliminated. If that happened, I wouldn't be able to protect Ati-sama. If I couldn't protect her. I deliberately paused here. The world will be destroyed. At that serious voice, Eric gulped. Usually, please call me Serene. Absolutely, under any circumstances, do not call me by a man's name. When I told him that, Eric slowly nodded. Yash, time for the final push. Eric-sama, take this. I handed Eric one of the throwing knives in a sheath that I usually keep hidden. This is proof of the Dragon Knights. Eric-sama, who has seen through my true identity, has the qualifications to belong to the Knights. No, you are already a member of the Dragon Knights with this. You now have a duty to protect Ati-sama as well. Understood. Eric-sama will also protect Ati-sama with me, as a member of the Dragon Knights. When I strongly conveyed that, Eric's cheeks turned bright red, and he was so excited that he looked like he was about to emit steam from his head and nodded vigorously. Yash, brainwashing complete, he's pretty unreliable, but hey, I've gained a new ally. Well, you could also say that I've gained another child to protect. Well then, I will take my leave now. I stood up and respectfully bowed my head to Eric. Then I left the place as slowly as possible. Well, even if my name comes out of Eric's mouth, the name of the Dragon Knights will come out with it, so the adults around him won't take it seriously. Satisfied with my acting, I returned to the mansion in a leisurely manner. Chapter 18. Episode 18, The Training Has Begun. Addie was completely back to her cheerful self, her fever gone. It seemed she was also delighted by Eric's visit. She was over the moon about the new hair ornament she received as a gift. Yeah, adorable, it suits her. Good taste, whoever bought it. Well, at the same time, I also gave her the flowers she likes that I picked from the garden. I love this. Addie, her cheeks flushed, was so cute she seemed otherworldly. I almost ascended to heaven right then and there. But this might have been the best part. Eric, visiting Addie in her room, suddenly grabbed her hand and shouted, I will protect Addie. Eric, having completely bought into the Dragon Knight story, blurted it out driven by his sense of duty. Well, he didn't mention Sergio's name, so I guess it's okay. Addie must have been really happy about those words, because when we slept together that night, she talked about it over and over again. How heartwarming. Really, so heartwarming. I wanted to take a picture of that moment and frame it. Since I couldn't, I decorated and engraved it in the frame of my heart as much as possible. Seriously, so precious, I almost half ascended to heaven. I'm happy Addie is doing well. I'm happy, but ever since then, Eric has been visiting frequently. Apparently, he wants to train as a dragon knight. With sparkling eyes, he gazes up at me with envy and respect every time he visits. At first, I refused, saying I was busy. But when I refused, Eric was visibly disappointed, which made me feel guilty. And besides, he'd mutter to himself, "It's because he's a knight, he's busy, it can't be helped." And then show me his drooping back, I decided to give Eric lessons only while Addie was studying. However, when giving lessons, he had to maintain his assumed identity, call me Serene instead of Sergio's, not mention the Dragon Knights, and strictly adhere to those rules. Well, I doubt it'll work though. During the lessons, a page was always attending Eric. I explained to him, he's just playing a character based on a setting that's popular with Eric right now. All right, Eric-sama, are you ready? Yes. Danchu. Well, I'm not the chieftain, but whatever. In the courtyard, Eric, dressed in easy-to-move clothes, and I, likewise dressed, stood facing each other. Right now, Addie is taking a lesson from her tutor, Samuel. Now then, Eric-sama, let's begin your training. Training, I want to learn a special attack, a cool one. Eric drew the wooden sword at his waist and swung it around, but I caught the wooden sword and took it from him. Eric-sama, you are mistaken. The strength of the knights is not in power or swordsmanship, it is the strength of the heart. Saying that, Eric looks blank. Apparently he wanted to be taught a special move. There's no such thing. Hearth strength. That's right, the strength of the heart. But that doesn't mean that the strength of the heart is about not crying, enduring, or not complaining. It's about having the courage to stand up to injustice and to keep moving forward even when you're hurt and defeated. I gave a passionate speech, but Eric is tilting his head. Crap, cute. Well, it's hard to understand even if I explain the concept. I knelt down to meet Eric's gaze, and then I took both of his hands. Eric-sama, haven't you been told a lot, you're a boy, so don't cry, or you're a boy, so endure it? When I asked that, Eric nodded emphatically. Yeah, because I'm a boy. I sighed once. Yeah, well, that's how they teach kids, normally. I looked straight at Eric, who was puffing out his chest with a serious and earnest gaze. Eric-sama, it's not about being a boy or a girl. It's okay to cry when you want to cry. There are times when it's better to run away when you can't stand it. That's the same for everyone, whether they're boys or girls. I don't know if he understood, but I conveyed my thoughts. Boys don't cry is a terribly foolish thing to say. If boys weren't supposed to cry, then boys wouldn't have the ability to cry in the first place. But that's not the case. Crying is a physiological phenomenon, a natural law. It's weirder to suppress it. Crying isn't pathetic or unsightly. Crying is an expression of heightened emotions, an act of releasing stress. Crying because you're sad, crying because you're frustrated, crying because you're in pain. People release and balance their emotions, which have risen to the limit, by crying. If you don't express your emotions, you'll eventually forget how to express them. In other words, you'll end up holding all your emotions and stress inside. And that will eventually affect other things. Just like the Marquis, who couldn't accept his wife's death and couldn't bring himself to be near Addie, who was her spitting image. Crying is unsightly? Where? To me, it's more unsightly to mock someone who's crying. If you feel pain, suffering, or dislike, tell me properly. Can you do that? I slowly explained to Eric, but Eric had a subtle look on his face. Probably because he was being told the opposite of what he's usually told. He doesn't seem to be convinced. But then, I won't be able to train. Eric's shoulders slumped. Oh, is that what it is? Even if Eric-sama says that, I won't stop the training, okay? I'll continue until Eric-sama says, I want to stop training. When I told him that with a smile, his face lit up instantly. What a great expression you have. I gently stroked Eric's head while conveying my thoughts. The reason I want you to tell me when you're in pain is because if you get hurt, it's better to heal it. If you feel pain or dislike, then we need to think together with Eric about how to not feel pain or dislike. Besides, if you don't tell me in words, I won't know if Eric is feeling pain or suffering. If you can't put your emotions into words well, you won't be able to release them, and they'll eventually explode. Emotional explosions often lead to the worst outcomes, both sadness and anger. In order to process emotions well, the first thing is to put them into words, especially when you're young. Putting it into words also requires a certain degree of objectivity. You practice that from a young age. That way, people learn how to control their feelings. If you know your own feelings, you can deal with them yourself. I don't want him to become the kind of person who vents his anger on others and hurts them, or who needs others to take care of his bad mood. Such a man is not worthy of being Addie's husband. That's right, this is husband training. Training to become a husband worthy of Addie? Well, I won't tell him that, of course. I think it'll be difficult at first. Night training is difficult. Eric-sama, can you keep up? I grinned and provoked Eric. Eric, spurred on by those words, shouted loudly, "Of course. Good, it's just right to be this clear. I don't want him to live a life that just skims the surface." All right, then first, we'll practice body movement. Breakfalls are the foundation of all combat. Here we go, Eric-sama. Yes. We both put our hearts into it, and rolled around the courtyard so much that the people around us were dumbfounded. Chapter 19. My training's been exposed. Serene, you are not to leave the mansion for the time being. It was in the dining room one morning that I received this order from the Caramanly's Marquis, my husband, who had been staying at the mansion for quite some time. Addie and I were eating together in the dining room as usual, but before I knew it, the Marquis had started joining us. Though, he never really said anything even when he was there. But today was different. Without even looking at me, he simply declared those words to me while I was helping Addie with her meal, though Addie can eat pretty well on her own. What does that mean? Naturally, I couldn't accept the Marquis's words, so I immediately retorted. It means exactly what I said. Is that understood? A cold voice shot back immediately. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Giving orders without so much as an explanation? Talk about being high and mighty. Though admittedly, he is high and mighty. Seriously, he never explains anything, does he? I was seriously irritated, but Addie and the other members of the household were there. I couldn't blow up at him. Wait a minute, did that guy, the Marquis, know that and say it here on purpose? Knowing full well that I'd have no choice but to meekly say yes in this situation. Grrr. Annoying. But I don't want to create a tense atmosphere in front of Addie. But still, Marquis-sama. I turned my body, which had been facing Addie, directly towards the Marquis and asked again. I understand that your words are absolute. However, I cannot simply accept such a unilateral command. Would you please explain the reason properly? If it's a confidential matter that cannot be discussed here, I will inquire later. I stated my opinion politely. Yes, this way, Addie can learn to not swallow what you don't agree with and raise your voice in protest on the spot. We aren't bobbleheads. The Marquis stopped eating and made a subtle, really subtle face. And then, Serene, I hear you've been inviting Eric to the house under the guise of training and teaching him odd things. He said it as if it pained him. Ugh. Ah, I knew it. The news had reached the Marquis's ears after all. Well, I didn't think Eric would be able to keep his mouth shut, though. But to what extent? I'd like to offer a quick excuse in my mind. I have never once invited Eric to the house myself. He's the one who comes here on his own accord. And that you seem to be teaching him things that deviate from their educational policies. Gah. I can't even make excuses. Yes, that's right. I mean, if we followed their education, Eric would just become that annoying guy who brandishes a shallow sense of justice, just like that character in the Otome Game. That's not suitable husband material for Addie. So I'm trying to brainwash. No, impart the mindset to become a proper human, you know. I apologize. Indeed, I had made things difficult for the Marquis. I'll reflect on that. I apologized honestly. And I hear you've been shouting things like, receiving is the most basic of basics, while rolling around in the garden and getting covered in mud. Ah, Eric, good job. He's doing self-training at home. Now that's what I call worth teaching. The leader is happy. Though I'm not the leader, yeah. I accidentally let my face break into a grin of joy, and the Marquis spotted it and glared at me. I'm reflecting, sort of. I should have told him not to do it in the garden since he'd get covered in mud, and to do it on the carpet at home instead. Though is he even listening to me? In any case, from now on, do not invite Eric to the house, and stay quietly in your room. The Marquis, looking annoyed, tried to conclude the conversation with those words, but, may I ask one thing? I pressed further. What is it? Ah, he really looks annoyed. I don't want him making that face at Addie. I don't mind if he makes it at me, though. I'll say what I want to say even if he's annoyed. What should I do if Eric-sama comes here of his own accord? That's right, I've never once invited Eric myself. He visits me every chance he gets, saying, "Leader, training." Just tell him I'm not here. Tell a lie, you mean? As soon as I retorted, the Marquis stammered. Addie is here. Can he condone lying in front of Addie? Come to think of it, she was looking back and forth between the Marquis and me with sparkling eyes. It must have been refreshing for her to see the Marquis and I talking. I'm guessing Addie's happier when the Marquis and I are conversing, even if it is an acrimonious conversation. Seriously. Then from now on, I'll annoy the Marquis in front of Addie until he's totally exasperated. It's fine to respond if Eric comes. The Marquis muttered sullenly. But don't teach him anything strange, is that understood? Then he added a final warning. This might not matter, but I don't like it when people force their opinions with that, is that understood? Thing. But I might be doing it to others too, I have to be careful. Understood. Eric came, didn't he? Does he have nothing else to do? Well, he's still only 4. He probably has free time outside of his manners and study sessions. But isn't he coming too often? Won't he get scolded? Won't Eric himself get scolded? I greeted Eric inside the mansion and led him to the lounge, following the Marquis's instructions not to go outside. The young caretaker who was always with Eric came along too. However, today was different. Addie and her tutor Samuel were also there. Why? Standing before the very odd group gathered in the lounge, I wondered what to do. First, it would be bad if the tutor, Samuel, found out about Sergio's true identity. However, there's a very high chance Eric will blurt it out. No, he'll definitely blurt it out. 100% guaranteed. I'm done for. What should I do, and why is the tutor, that guy, even here? Wasn't today supposed to be Addie's lesson? Samuel, why are you here? I must have had an incredibly strained smile on my face, because Samuel had a hint of joy peeking out from his usual iron-faced smile. I would very much like to incorporate those teachings into Ati-sama's instruction, so I've come to observe. Don't you have come to observe me? Your mouth is twitching into a smirk. Could it be that he's trying to find my weakness? And he even brought Addie along as insurance. You're a bad person, not that I can talk. There's nothing that would be helpful for Addie's instruction. Danchu, I can now do breakfall. What are we doing today? Before I could somehow make an excuse and get the tutor, Samuel, to go away, Eric blurted it out so easily. Leader. Addie tilted her head at Eric's words. Yes, cute. But that's not the point. Well, you see, Addie, that is. What should I do? I can't possibly talk about the dragon knights who protect Addie, the key to the world. Addie herself would be totally confused if I said that. Serene-sama has been teaching Eric-sama how to conduct himself in times of need. Those words came from an unexpected source. The young caretaker who always stood behind Eric with a smile had spoken up. It's the first time I've heard him speak. Conduct. Addie looked at the boy and tilted her head again. From there, she glanced up at the tutor, Samuel. Conduct refers to the way one moves their body, he explained to Addie in a small voice. That's right. I'm teaching Eric-sama how to receive so that he wouldn't get injured if he fell or lost his balance. I seized the opportunity, offered by the caretaker boy's helping hand. Saved, I was really saved. He skillfully glossed over the leader part and he didn't even lie. Nice job, this kid. Ilias-sama is with Eric-sama, so he's familiar with the details. For a moment, Samuel's eye twitched as he looked at the boy. Hess, he must have been annoyed that he couldn't grill me. Haha, I'm not that easily. Ilias, that name sounds familiar. Deja vu. Ilias Lysander Theodorakis. A name I've seen in the Otome Game, and quite frequently too. This guy. He's a target in the Otome Game. Eric's distant relative, the future prime minister candidate, the Theodorakis prime minister's heir, Ilias. The moment I realized that, various memories flooded into my mind. Chapter 20. Remembering the Yandir. Ilias Lysander Theodorakis, a target character in the Otome Game. A bit older than the game's protagonist and Eric, he's the legitimate son of Prime Minister Theodorakis, a master strategist and schemer who is said to be a reliable ally, but a terrible enemy. In the game, he wasn't a particularly likable character, but when I saw him being so friendly with Eric, I thought, I see, he's Eric's caretaker. He's probably looking ahead to future connections with the Duke Andrew house. If I remember correctly, he's 7 years older than Eric, making him 11 years old. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed older than that. Crap. I'm not good with this guy. If Eric is a shallow do-gooder, this guy is a cage of poison. In other words, a yandir. In Otome games, each character has various bad ends, happy ends, true ends, and so on, but in his case, it's special. In almost all of his endings, the protagonist is confined or imprisoned. What the heck? I guess it appealed to a niche audience of Otome fans who enjoy that kind of possessiveness, but it wasn't for me. I tried to avoid him as much as possible, except for the mandatory events. I didn't realize it because he had such a childlike, innocent face, completely different from the Otome game. To think that someone so innocent could turn into a snake-like face, you just never know with people. What is it? From the moment I realized this innocent boy was that psycho, a certain part of my brain started blaring alarms. Calm down, me. This boy hasn't become a psycho yet. He hasn't awakened to any strange fetishes yet, right? Maybe, possibly, or is he? In the first place, a psycho nature is something you're born with, so you can't change it midway. It's scary to have such a dangerous guy near Addie and Eric, but unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it. I couldn't shake the feeling that behind that smiling, innocent face, he was hiding a terribly scary side. It's just my imagination, just my imagination. I know it's just my imagination, but I can't help but feel this aversion. Selene-sama. Perhaps noticing that I had stopped talking, the tutor, Samuel, called out to me. Akasama ako hen. Addie makes such a blunt observation. Danchu. Even Eric was looking up at me with a terribly worried expression. Selene-sama, your face is pale. What's wrong? The boy Ilyas tilted his head and asked, looking puzzled. It's nothing. I seem to be feeling a little unwell today. I'm sorry, but I'd like to skip today's training. Somehow, I can't seem to get my words out right. As soon as I said that, Samuel immediately stood up and rang the bell near the door. A member of the household staff immediately entered the lounge. It seems the Marchioness is not feeling well. Please see Eric-sama and his companion off. After giving the instructions crisply, the staff member had Eric and the boy Ilyas stand up and led them to the entrance. At the same time, Samuel also pushed Addie's back, sending her to see the two off. Akasama. Danchu. As they passed by me, the two of them turned worried faces towards me. I'm just feeling a little unwell. I'll be fine tomorrow. I'm sorry for making you worry. I'll be all right. I made as much of a smile as I could and directed it towards the two of them. Section. If I may say so myself, was rarely holed up in my room, just thinking about things. I didn't even have dinner tonight. I had no appetite at all. I felt bad for Addie, but when I asked the head nanny, Maggie, she gladly accepted, as if she had been waiting for this moment. I've been on edge this whole time, and I can't calm down. I know my brain is blaring a warning, but I don't know why. What's wrong with me? Could I have caught a cold from Addie? I'd gladly take Addie's cold, but this is probably different. It's Eric's caretaker, Ilyas. It's because of that child. There's something about that child, but I don't know what it is. Actually, I played the Otome game many times, but I only played this Ilyas character's route for the sake of completing the ending event stills. So, in reality, I don't remember much about his details or events. That's how much I really didn't like him. Just a simple aversion? No, that's not it. After all, nothing has been done yet, and there are no plans to do anything. After all, in the Otome game, the villainous stepmother has no contact with Ilyas. Right? The moment I thought that, the alarm in my brain grew even louder. I couldn't stand still. I couldn't sit still, so I paced back and forth around the room. I'm forgetting something. Surely something very important, but I can't remember. I can't stay still. What's wrong with me? Unbecoming, isn't it? A voice came from behind me. Surprised, I turned around to see the tutor, Samuel, standing at the door. Could you at least knock? When did he get here? Don't open it without permission. I did, many times. Since you didn't seem to notice, I felt bad, but I took the liberty of opening it. Not seeming to think he did anything wrong, he closed the door behind him and entered the room. Don't come in. I didn't give you permission. You're supposed to be a commuter. Why are you here so late? I directed that question at the man who shouldn't be in this mansion at this hour. I had something I was concerned about, so I decided to stay here tonight. I have the Marquis-sama's permission. Something he was concerned about? I don't care about that right now. More than that, it's this unbearable feeling. I want to get rid of this feeling as soon as possible. Maggie is looking after Addie right now. I think she'll be fine with her, probably. Ah, I see. Did he come to point out that I'd been asked to protect Addie, but I'd left her alone? Certainly. It's not a good idea to leave her side when we don't know who the enemy is. But honestly, I feel like that's beside the point. Why? In my mind, there shouldn't be anything more important than Addie. Samuel crossed his arms in front of the room door, leaned his back against the door, and lightly crossed his legs. After watching me pace around for a while, he said, "What are you so afraid of?" Afraid? Me, of what? You've been acting weird since you talked to Ilyas-sama. Since I talked to Ilyas, am I afraid of Ilyas-sama? No way, he's just a boy, right? He shouldn't be a yander yet. There's no reason to be afraid. There isn't, right, huh? Ah, this feeling, I remembered. It's similar to when I faced a bear alone. I'm scared, I'm afraid, of that innocent boy Ilyas. I sensed something like mortal danger. That's why my survival instinct was sounding the alarm in my head. Run, it said, but why? The instant I realized I was afraid, a shiver ran through me. The vibrations started from my toes and I couldn't stop them on my own. I hugged my body and tried to stop the trembling somehow. Truly unbecoming. I heard that voice right next to me. The light from the gas lamp in the room was blocked by something, casting a shadow on me. A faint scent of winter daphne wafted by. Chapter 21. Episode 21. I saw through the truth. The tutor, Samuel, was within breath's distance. His arms were spread wide, as if to envelop my body, just as those arms were about to close. This is the carotid artery. Are you familiar with it? I pressed the hidden knife against his neck and explained carefully. He froze, his arms still outstretched. You don't usually do that at this point, do you? Samuel, startled by the knife, slowly withdrew his hands and distanced himself from me. Of course not. What do you think you're doing, taking advantage of the situation? Don't touch me without permission. I toyed with the knife in my hand, showing it to Samuel, before hiding it in my clothes again. Perhaps it was because my reaction was unexpected. His face turned red and he raised his voice. Permission? Do you expect me to get permission from the master every time I touch you? Huh, why would I need the Marquis' permission? This is my body. It's my permission that matters, got it? Don't screw with me. I'm not the Marquis' property. He's a rude guy who suddenly tries to hug people, but I'm a little grateful. It distracted me and stopped my trembling. So, but thank you. I made sure to express my gratitude. He made a face like he'd just chewed on 1,000 bitter insects. What's with that rude face? I went out of my way to thank him. Well, if you're finally back to your usual self, that's good. Just keep up that spirit when guarding Lady Addie. He somehow erased that strange expression and tried to leave through the door. But, wait. I stopped him. Samuel's body stiffened. What is it? He turned around with awkward movements. Anything you know about Ilyas, no matter how small, I want you to tell me. That's right. Terror is an emotion you feel towards the unknown or something you don't know how to deal with. The best way to deal with my fear of Ilyas is to learn more about him. Well, even when you know everything, you still feel fear when there's nothing you can do about it. Even if you tell me that. Samuel averted his gaze from me, his eyes darting around, hesitating. Please. You're good at gathering information, right? Then you must know more about him than I do. It's for Addie's sake, please tell me. When I pressed him like that, Samuel hesitated for a moment before letting go of the doorknob. If you put it that way, I guess I have no choice. He let out a slightly happy, embarrassed smile and returned to the room, sitting on the sofa for guests. Yes, my operation to stroke his ego was a huge success. So, what do you want to know first? I'll tolerate Samuel's slightly overbearing attitude for now. First, I have to extract the information I want from him. First, I want to know about Ilyas' surroundings. I sat down on the sofa opposite him, and then I listened intently to his words as he spoke with pride. The future Yandir, young Ilyas, is a philanderer, and when he loves something, he tends to eliminate everything that gets in the way. According to the tutor, Samuel, many of his Elias's own tutors have been fired, and since he became Eric's caretaker, Eric's tutors have also been quitting one after another. That the boy's doing. But the fact that there's no evidence is terrifying. Speaking of which, when I was playing the Otome Game, it was annoying how this guy, Elias, would always interfere when I played Eric's route. Probably before he transferred his obsessive affection to the heroine of the Otome Game, Eric was the object of his affection. If I remember correctly, when playing Eric's route, Elias and the villainess, Addie, would interfere, which was a pain in the ass. Wait. Right, when playing Eric's route, the heroine of the Otome Game was the target of the obsessive guy's, Elias's attacks. Then, what about when playing the obsessive guy's, Elias's route? Eric is shallow but has a strong sense of justice and isn't the type to lay hands on other people's things. So, when it comes to Elias' route, he gracefully steps aside. If that's the case, the obsessive guy's, Elias's target is Addie, the villainous Addie. The villainous Addie envies the heroine of the Otome Game and harbors a grudge, causing her all sorts of trouble. The obsessive guy Elias, noticing that, I remember now, Addie gets killed. The moment I remembered, a chill like an electric shock ran down my spine. This is it, the reason for the fear. The guy who might kill Addie, that's Elias. That's right. Moreover, in order to plunge Addie into the depths of terror before killing her, he would first kill Marquis Caramanlis and his wife, in other words, me. Wow, he's seriously messed up. How does someone grow up to be such a psycho? But, things are different now. The possibility is low, because Addie won't become a villainess. I won't let her. So I won't get in the way of the heroine of the Otome Game when she eventually appears. So, it should be okay. Wait a minute. Right now, the heroine of the Otome Game isn't here yet. In other words, the obsessive guy's, Elias's object of affection is Eric. What that means is Samuel. I realized a terrifying possibility and raised my voice. What is it? The tutor, Samuel, noticing, glanced at me. The one who's targeting Addie isn't someone in this mansion. It's not the man who called himself Sergio. The one who targeted Addie that time was Elias. That's right. Right now, the obsessive guy's, Elias's object of affection is Eric, and Addie was about to become his fiancée. In other words, for the obsessive guy, Elias, Addie, who had the potential to take Eric away from him, became the target for elimination. That's why he dropped the lantern at Andrew's residence, targeting Addie. If she died, great. Even if she lived, she might have been scarred and unable to go outside. In the original Otome Game, Addie didn't die, and the burn was on her back where it couldn't be seen from the outside. As a result, contrary to Elias' expectations, the engagement became solid. In the Otome Game, the tutor Samuel and the head nanny, Maggie, jumped on that bandwagon. And the terror I felt today. That was the murderous intent directed at me, who Eric has recently become obsessed with. What are you talking about? Lord Elias is still just a child, you know. The tutor Samuel made a dumbfounded face and shook his head, but I immediately denied his words. What if he's a child? Children also have desires. They also have strong obsessions and fixations. Their lack of ethical sense makes them even more dangerous. Besides, at 11 years old, they're capable of anything. Dropping a lantern is nothing. Even adults can be killed with just a knife. If you have the knowledge and the means to obtain it, you can even use poison. Rather, they can make full use of their innocent and naive appearance. If they are aware that adults are off guard because I'm a child. Even ordinary children will break things and kill insects if you don't teach them otherwise. In some cases, they can even kill small animals without batting an eye. That's just a matter of ethics, something they acquire later. Some people are disgusted by it because it's pitiful, but I can calmly hunt and butcher deer and rabbits to eat. Then, assuming that Lord Elias is the one who targeted Lady Addie, then all you have to do is keep him away from the mansion, right? Samuel shrugged his shoulders as if he was fed up. Certainly, he has a point, but the possibility is still there. The formal engagement hasn't been finalized yet. That's right, the other day was just a meeting. It was just an informal decision to proceed with the engagement. The real engagement is yet to come. Engagements in this world aren't just verbal agreements. Proper documents are drawn up. Those documents are stamped with the thumbprints of both parties. Don't tell me, during the official engagement ceremony, Samuel, who had come to the same conclusion as me, lifted his back off the sofa. I looked him straight in the eye and nodded slowly. At the time of the official contract, Addie will once again go to the Andrew residence. It's a place where he is usually active. It's like his backyard. I can't imagine he won't do something there. Do you know when the official engagement ceremony is? I haven't been informed of the details of Addie's engagement. It's on Lady Addie's 4th birthday. Samuel said, taking out a small notebook from his chest pocket and checking the contents. The week after next. The week after next. It's closer than I thought. Ah, I forgot about Addie's birthday. I was planning to celebrate it in a big way. I haven't been paying much attention to the days since I started living here, but that's not the point. This is not the time for that. I have to think of various ways to protect Addie. I started searching for ways to protect Addie from danger in my mind. However, Samuel interrupted my thoughts. Wait a minute. The idea that Lord Elias is involved is just a hypothetical story. Is it? I think it's cert. Aren't you forgetting about the unidentified man named Sergio? Ah, I forgot, because it's me. How did that man know that Lady Addie was being targeted? Moreover, he appeared on the scene. Isn't that too strange? That's a very good point. It's strange, isn't it? I understand. Certainly, but he's different. He's not Addie's enemy. There's no way he could be an enemy. I could never be Addie's enemy. The reason he knew Addie was being attacked was because he had played this world as a game beforehand. But there's no way I can say that. Why are you so sure? Do you know him? Samuel stood up from the sofa. He's suspicious. Of me? Could it be that you're making up this story about Lord Elias to divert attention? That's not true. When I stood up as well, Samuel quickly distanced himself from me. His sharp gaze pierced me. It would be a blow if I couldn't get Samuel's cooperation here. I have to somehow get him to trust me. Sergio. I steeled myself and opened my mouth. Chapter 22, I got the tutor's trust. Sergio's is. My tutor, Samuel, waited for my words. He is my. In order to gain trust, I shouldn't lie. He's my brother. I know. I was immediately cut off by him. No, that's not it. The Sergio's, my brother, is already dead, as you know. I stated with an utterly solemn face. A lie. That Sergio's isn't Sergio's, he's another brother of mine. If my disguise is discovered, it will be difficult to move around. So I'll put on a very serious face and tell a blatant lie. Another brother? You're a twin, and your dead brother was supposed to be the eldest, wasn't he? Samuel voiced the information. He must have gathered to threaten me before. Yeah, that's right, it's the truth. Actually, there was a brother whose birth was kept secret. We were actually triplets. It's a lie, though. In order to avoid unnecessary confusion caused by two boys being born at the same time to succeed the family, one was kept secret. He wasn't even given a name. It's a lie, though. He's still living in the shadows, as my collaborator. I asked him to be my bodyguard because I didn't want anything to happen to Addie. Well, he's actually me, but this is a secret. A secret our family must keep hidden. Yeah, the fact that I, disguised as a man, was causing a ruckus at the swordsmanship tournament under the name Sergio's is treated as a huge disgrace to the family. He will never appear on the public stage. He can't, so please keep it confidential. As a final push, I looked up at Samuel with slightly teary eyes. He looked surprised, but at the same time, he seemed to be thinking about various things. His eyes were darting around. So that's how it was. Ah, he believed me. Good. Even though he collects information and pretends to be a strategist, I quite like this slightly simple side of him. I don't like it when he suddenly insults people, though. I see, so that's it. The man named Sergio's who was at the swordsmanship tournament that the master participated in wasn't the dead man, but him. Ah, it seems like some different information got mixed in, making it seem more convincing. Good, I gave one more push, just in case. Please keep this a secret from the Marquis, too. If information about Sergio's being alive leaked to the Marquis, that guy, it would be a huge pain. I can already see him pestering me to let them meet. Please. I desperately appealed to my tutor, Samuel, with a convincing performance. He hesitated for a while, but understood. He seemed convinced. Great, okay. Let's give him more information, to make the lie even stronger. Lord Eric seems to be coming to this mansion because he mistook the Sergios who saved him at that time for me. Well, we're triplets. We look alike, after all. Well, actually, it's me. I'm telling Lord Eric that I'm Sergio's because I don't want to break the dreams of an innocent child. Please, don't break Lord Eric's dreams. Well, this part contains some truth. It's true that Eric thinks I'm Sergio's. When I told him that, Samuel showed a slightly bashful smile. You're actually a pretty good guy, aren't you? Hey, the actually is unnecessary. Well, whatever. Anyway, I was able to clear Sergio's of any false charges, and I was able to maintain Samuel's trust. This situation was resolved smoothly. Now, it's just a matter of how to protect Addie from the clutches of the obsessive maniac, Ilias. I need to come up with various strategies, but I suddenly turned my gaze to the clock in the corner of the room. It was already quite late. It's getting quite late. Please let me consult with you about Addie's matter separately. It's not a good idea to keep my tutor in my room until so late. It would be troublesome if someone saw us and strange rumors spread throughout the mansion. Ah, is that so? It's already that time. Samuel noticed that too, and immediately walked towards the door. While seeing him off, I called out to his back. Please, for Addie's sake, I'm counting on you. I bowed deeply, I know. He uttered those words as if leaving a parting shot, and left the room. Samuel, that guy might be a surprisingly good guy who cares about the Marquis and Addie, as long as he doesn't get any strange desires. I'm not actually sure if the obsessive boy, Ilias, is the real enemy. But since nothing happens when Addie is in the mansion, the most likely culprit at this point is the obsessive boy, Ilias. I need to take countermeasures. Considering what to do if the obsessive boy, Ilias, is the culprit, and what to do if it's someone else. The obsessive boy, Ilias, is an intellectual criminal. He probably wouldn't use a knife or anything to directly lay his hands on someone. If he did that, his position would be in danger, and he wouldn't be able to stay by Eric's side. His current primary goal is to be the closest to Eric. So, if he did anything, it would be indirect, in a way that leaves no evidence that he did it, like dropping the lantern when no one was watching the other day or setting a trap. However, his head is too good, and I don't think I can possibly outsmart him with my ideas. If we have any advantages, it would be that the obsessive boy, Ilias, doesn't realize that I and the tutor, Samuel, have noticed him. I think he's a little wary because of Sergio's appearance, but I don't think he's fully on guard. Maybe. There's still a problem. Even if I can protect Addie during the official engagement, will I be able to keep protecting Addie from the obsessive boy, Ilias, forever after that? That's physically too difficult. If possible, I want the obsessive boy, Ilias, to give up on attacking Addie, but is that even possible? Should I get rid of him? No, that's too disturbing. That's the worst-case scenario. What should I do? I can imagine too many possible patterns, and there's no way to cover everything. In that case, what should I do? Ah, that's right. In that case. Danchu Genki ka. That's the first thing he says. Well, it's fine because he's cute. I couldn't help but smile at the words that came out of Eric's mouth as he entered the mansion's entrance. Yeah, it's okay, even if he's stupid. It's several times better than someone who pretends to be smart and is shallow. It's okay even if he's stupid. As long as he's a firmly grounded idiot. By the way, as for Addie, perhaps because she declined dinner that day and didn't sleep with me that night, the next morning, she clung to my leg as soon as I visited her room. It seemed like she was quite worried. I'm really sorry, Addie, but you're a good kid who can worry about others properly. You're a kind angel. Cute and kind, is that even allowed? It's allowed in Addie's case. He must have been holding back from coming to the house for several days since then. Eric, who had entered from the entrance, was trembling as if he couldn't bear it any longer. Of course, with his caretaker, Ilias, following behind. Ilias, was looking at me with the same innocent smile as ever. I know you're hiding hatred behind that smile. And besides, I can tell now that I've noticed, but you're leaking murderous intent all over the place. You still have a long way to go. Come this way, I have a proposal for you today. I led Eric and Ilias to the drawing room, pretending not to notice anything. Chapter 23. Planning a birthday party. Do you know that Addie's birthday is the week after next? I asked Eric, who was in the lounge, happily munching on the tea and sweets that had been served. Eric, of course, tilted his head. MMPH. Let's talk after you've swallowed what's in your mouth, okay. When I cut him off, Eric pressed his hand against his mouth and earnestly munched away. What is this cuteness? That action is totally my type. After swallowing his sweets with a gakun, Eric opened his mouth wide to show me, and only after I nodded did he begin to speak. Don't know, but Addie's coming to my house. To Eric-sama's house. Oh, is there a plan like that? I played the, I don't know, act to the very end. Is Ilya-sama aware of this plan? This time, I directed the conversation towards the obsessed boy Ilya's. However, he went, and acted as though he were thinking about it for a moment then. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware. He said apologetically. What an actor. He knows full well, doesn't he? Well, it's probably more convenient for him to play the ignorant boy. No, maybe that's a warped way of looking at it. Still, he should be quite quick-witted. Is that so? I wonder if it has something to do with Addie's birthday. Not to be outdone by that obsessed boy Ilya's, I played the clueless woman. And then, as if struck by an idea, I clapped my hands together. I know, how about we have a birthday party at Eric-sama's house when Addie visits? The instant I suggested that, I didn't miss it. The way Ilya's lips quirked up into a brief smile. Well, I was staring intently at Ilya's, pretending to look at Eric so I could gauge his reaction. Birthday party. Eric's face lit up. Why are you the one who's so happy? It's not your birthday party, you know. Of course, I forgive him because he's cute. Please keep this a secret from Addie. I want it to be a surprise party. When I put my index finger in front of my mouth and went, SHH, Eric raised his finger in the same way and repeated, SHH. What is this cuteness? Are you trying to kill me with adorableness, even though you're only 4 years old? Well, we were having such a heartwarming exchange. It was like he was trying to incinerate me with his eyes. At least hide your murderous intent. We'll prepare a cake and some presents and surprise Addie. I'm sure she'll be happy. I genuinely thought so. Addie will definitely be happy. And the way she'll be happy will be so cute, you know. Just imagining it makes my brain melt from the endorphins. Cake. Eric got even more excited. I'm telling you, it's not your cake. Well, still, if you're this happy, I'll work hard for Eric's sake too. That being said, it's not like I'm going to make it myself, though. I'll ask the mansion's cook. Are you asking if I can't make one? I can make one, but you know, I have made them in the past, but you know. For some reason, the sponge always became as hard as a rock, you know. My little sister broke a front tooth, you know. I will never make it again. Well then, I'll prepare the cake. Eric-sama and Ilya-sama, can you? That's right. Could I ask you to decorate the room for the surprise, and things like that? Yes. At my words, Eric's tension exploded as if he were about to jump up. Ilya's was watching him with a smiling face. Should we each prepare a present? How about something that we think would suit Addie? Something that suits Ati-sama. There, that obsessed boy Ilya's suddenly tilted his head. After letting his eyes wander in the air for a moment, he grinned. Oi, what kind of depraved thing did you just think of? This boy is really scary. Is he really only 11 years old? But. There, I hesitated for the first time. I might not be able to go there. I wasn't told that Addie was going to Eric-sama's house. Honestly, this is the truth. After all, I wasn't directly told about Addie's formal engagement. In other words, there's no need for you to come. In fact, considering the Marquis, he might be thinking, don't come, damn it. That guy really thinks of me as just a womb to squeeze out Sergio's bloodline, doesn't he? And what's even more infuriating is that he thinks that way so naturally, without even a hint of malice. Danchu can't come. Completely deflated from his earlier high, Eric visibly slumped. Right now, I can see the illusion of dog ears and a tail sprouting from Eric. His ears have drooped and his tail's wag is gone. What is this small animal act? Showing off on purpose because he knows I like dogs, unforgivable. Addie is more like a kitten. Of course, I like cats too. If she were to look up at me with those round, violet eyes while tilting her head, it would be so cunningly cute. I'd immediately pick her up and stroke her all over. Of course, she doesn't have any cunning intentions herself, so it's just pure cuteness. My thoughts have gone off track. That's right. I'll consult with the Marquis, but I might not be able to go. I put on a sorry face and gently stroked Eric's head. There's nothing I can do about this. If the Marquis says no, then it's no. But in exchange, I'll prepare lots of things that Addie will like. This is also what I really think. I'm going to prepare this, that, everything and anything. I'm going to make it a grand birthday party. Eric-sama, Ilya-sama, would you please cooperate? When I asked the two of them politely, Eric jumped up and agreed. Ilya's just kept smiling. Section. Time passed in the blink of an eye as I negotiated with various people. Addie and Eric's formal engagement and Addie's birthday We're just around the corner. All that's left is to put the final touches on things. But this is the most troublesome part. After dinner, around the time when a relaxed atmosphere begins to flow through the mansion, I visited that place. The Marquis' study. Recently, the Marquis has been at the mansion, but he seems to be quite busy and has been cooped up in his study working until quite late. When I knocked, a reply came back immediately. I entered quietly. The Marquis, sitting at his desk surrounded by piles of documents, made a troublesome face when he noticed that it was me who had entered. So obvious, oi. What is it? Immediately returning his gaze from me to the documents on his desk, the Marquis spat out those words curtly. About Addie's formal engagement. No. That's fast, oi. At least let me finish. I haven't finished saying what I wanted to say yet. When I retorted in frustration, he glared at me with an even more, truly, incredibly annoyed face. You want me to let you come along, don't you? No. Correct, damn it. There's no getting through to him. Even if I asked for a reason, he'd just make up some excuse. It's too troublesome if the Marquis gets any more upset and stops listening. I decided to only convey the main point. It's fine even if I can't go with you. When I said that quietly, he looked up at me in surprise. What do you mean by that, you bastard? However, that day should also be Addie's birthday. So, I'd like to hold a surprise birthday party for Addie at the Andrew residence. A party? Perhaps he didn't expect such words to come out of my mouth. The Marquis put the pen he was holding on the pen rest and turned to face me again. Yes, that day is not only a celebration of Addie and Eric Sama's engagement, but also Addie's birthday. Therefore, I would like you to celebrate it at the Andrew residence. In fact, those arrangements have already been completed. I was hoping to get the Marquis Sama's permission. When I explained so meekly, the Marquis put his hand on his chin and pondered a little. I imagine you will be having a meal and such. I simply want you to celebrate it together at that time. How would that be? While saying that, in fact, I had already researched through the tutor, Samuel, that a dinner party would be held at the Andrew residence after the engagement procedure. He would refuse if he really didn't want to celebrate Addie's birthday. But that won't happen, if he loves Addie. Speaking of which. At the same time as getting information about the Andrew residence from the tutor, Samuel, I also had him subtly pass on the information to the Andrew residence that day is Addie's birthday. Even if there isn't a formal plan for it, the household members should be preparing so that they can handle it if the topic suddenly comes up. You said just now, the arrangements have been completed. The Marquis spoke. Oh, good progress. Just one more push. Yes, if I can just get the Marquis Sama's permission, I've spoken to the necessary people so that I can start preparing immediately. But, I deliberately paused. I've kept it a secret from Addie. Because I want her to be happy. I said it with plenty of emotion. I heard the Marquis click his tongue lightly. Heh, is he weak to these words? That's right. Addie, who looks exactly like his beloved deceased wife, will be happy, you know. Besides, the fact that I won't be there means that he can take the credit for himself. His popularity with Addie will skyrocket, you know. How about it? Can you bring yourself to say no? I understand. I'll speak to the Andrew Duke house. Yes, thank you very much. I was really happy, so I bowed my head politely. The Marquis only gave his permission, and then, as if he had lost interest in the topic, he returned his gaze to the documents. I didn't want him to change his mind and cancel it, so I turned my back to leave quietly and quickly. At that moment, by the way, is your playing with fire with Samuel going well? Such cold words pierced my back. Chapter 24. I've had enough. What did you just say? Did you think I wouldn't find out? The Marquis's voice was cold, heavy with anger. I slowly turned to face him, and he was staring straight at me with a blank expression. You're not even going to deny it. The Marquis slowly rose from his desk, his arms hanging loosely at his sides, but his fists clenched. Oh, I'm sorry. I was too surprised to speak. No, seriously, I was shocked. What's with him suddenly saying that? Samuel and playing with fire? So, he's accusing me of cheating? What makes you think that? Oh, was it the time Samuel and I were discussing things in my room? Come to think of it, lately, I've needed to negotiate a lot, so we were consulting in my room each time. I see, so it reached the Marquis's ears, huh? Who was it? Who spread such a strange rumor? I'll crush every bone in their body, however. So, I see. That's how it is. I realized something and I couldn't help but laugh. But this isn't a laughing matter. I desperately tried to stifle my laughter. But the more I held back, the funnier it became. My shoulders, they were shaking. What's so funny? The anger in the Marquis's voice intensified. I managed to suppress my laughter and opened my mouth. Well, I just never imagined Marquis-sama would be jealous. Ah, dang it, laughter leaked out as I spoke. Jealous, that's not it at all. The Marquis raised his voice in agitation as I clutched my stomach and laughed uncontrollably. Huh. It's not jealousy, then what is it? Don't you understand your position? Position? I tilted my head, and a flush rose on the Marquis's cheeks. You're my wife, aren't you? I stared blankly at him as he shouted that. Oh, is that what this is about? I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. Of course, I hadn't forgotten, but hearing it from this guy, the Marquis again felt so strange. Ah, yes, that's technically my title. I nodded for the time being. Technically? Yes, technically, but I'm not your wife, am I? As I retorted, the Marquis looked surprised. He probably didn't expect me to say that. His face was full of question marks. No. You are my wife, aren't you? Because I denied it so naturally, his voice sounded somewhat unsure. So, I told him in the most exquisite voice. You said that I was just a womb to carry on Sergio's bloodline, didn't you? Is that what you call a wife? A wife is a human being, right? A life partner. But have you ever seen me as a human being? As a person with a will of my own? I paused, took a breath, and continued. Confined to the mansion, deprived of information. You're just keeping me here, aren't you? Am I wrong? I was smiling, the most exquisite smile. Yes, because I was angry. The Marquis's eyes darted around a bit. He seemed to be searching for the right words. As if something occurred to him, he looked at me again. Haven't I provided you with a comfortable life? Did I ask for that? I immediately brushed aside his excuse. Certainly. Delicious food and a warm, beautiful mansion. I am very grateful for those things. Thank you very much. But I lowered my voice. But that's not something that can be exchanged for my human dignity. I stated clearly. If I could be myself, I wouldn't mind sleeping in a stable. It's fine if you suspect me of cheating. But the reason you're angry is because I acted on my own, against your wishes, right? You were upset that I dared to reject you, weren't you? You wanted a woman who was always aroused in front of you, who you could sleep with whenever you wanted, who would disappear when you didn't need her, who would conveniently give birth to the children you wanted at the right time, and who would be chaste and maternal in front of the children, right? No, that's not even a woman. The Marquis choked up when I pointed that out. Bullseye, huh? Why do you never learn from being hit with the truth? When I realized that, an even more intense anger surged within me. I have a will and a brain, you know. Stop looking down on me. Who do you think you are? I spat those words out at the end. I was starting to hate being there, so I turned my back on the speechless Marquis and decided to leave the room quickly. But there's just one thing I have to say. Just to clarify, Samuel has been doing the groundwork and negotiations that I can't do. I don't have the popularity, position, or authority to do so. I only had the discussions in my room because I didn't want Addie to overhear. You only seem to think about doing it when you see me, but Samuel has been working hard for Addie's birthday party. I had to deny the affair, just in case. I'd feel bad if the tutor's position were to be jeopardized. I told him that and left the study. I didn't look at his reaction because I felt thoroughly disgusted. However, honestly, I was a little disappointed. I thought I was telling him to treat your wife like a human being, but it didn't get through to him. My words didn't resonate with him at all. No, I knew it. Most men are like that when they're born and raised as men and live among men. Because they're born that way, they can't change their values just by being told a few things, especially men in power. They probably won't ever change, unless they question their own values. Even if I said it clearly like I did just now, my true intentions wouldn't get through. Naturally, they've never even thought that wives have their own will. They'll probably just think that I'm the weird one, and that'll be the end of it. I just hope he doesn't think that way about Addie, but is that even possible? Exhausted, I dragged my heavy feet back to my room. You seem lacking in spirit. Did you pick up and eat something strange? That's what Maggie, the head nanny, muttered as I went to Addie's room to pick her up that morning. Ah, I didn't sleep with Addie last night either, so maybe she sensed that. I buried my face in Addie's hair, who had jumped into my arms and sniffed deeply. Charging, I can't live without this scent anymore. I don't want to live, I'm not worthy of living. Heat estwan jeffing. Addie mimicked Maggie's words and looked up at me with a Curun expression. Oh man, you're not even giving me time to be down. How can I not feel better with this? I didn't eat anything strange. I'm not struggling to find food right now. Would you if you were? Maggie muttered under her breath. I'd eat anything, as long as it wasn't spoiled. If it were rotten, I'd get a stomach ache, so maybe not that. So how did it go, with that matter? Maggie asked without using any specific words. Her expression was a little worried. Ah, right. I told her I was going to get the Marquis' permission, so she's probably worried that it didn't go well based on my reaction. It's okay. I got the okay. When I told her the results of yesterday, she visibly relaxed and looked very happy. That's right, I'm actually getting her help with Addie's birthday party. She's the one who asked the cooks to make the cake. Maggie has an easier time talking to the cooks. Also, Maggie knows Addie's preferences better than I do. It's frustrating, but true. Also, she was very happy about the idea of throwing a surprise party for Addie. From what I heard, past birthday parties were just rituals where Addie ate a slightly fancy meal alone and opened presents sent by the Marquis. That's no fun, is it? Maggie herself wanted to do something for Addie, but as a nanny, she wasn't allowed to do anything special. Maggie will be accompanying us to the Andrew Mansion this time as well. This time, she'll be able to celebrate to her heart's content. She looked really happy. I can't go, though. Whatever, I'm not disappointed or anything. So, please take care of things in my place, Maggie. You don't have to tell me. When I said that with a bit of a sulky, defiant tone, she replied immediately. It was almost like she cut me off. Seriously, I don't get any respect anymore, but it's comfortable. Pee-wees take caw of it. This time, Addie mimicked my tone and smiled to Maggie. Maggie's face lit up. Ah, as I thought, the head nanny cares about Addie. I hope she continues to cherish Addie without becoming twisted, but I can't let my guard down yet. Oh, right, the clothes you ordered arrived. I had them delivered to your room. Really? Yes. I was so happy at Maggie's words that I almost jumped for joy. They finally arrived. New clothes for cross-dressing. Yay! That aside, what are you going to do with something like that? As we walked to the dining hall together, Maggie looked at me with a strange expression. Yeah, what are you going to do with men's clothes? I can't say it's for cross-dressing. There's no way I can say that. I had some other business to take care of. Thanks, Maggie. I didn't specify the purpose and just thanked her for now. Please don't ask any questions. She probably had something on her mind. Maggie made a subtle face, but she didn't say anything. I'm sorry, Maggie. I couldn't tell you the truth even though you helped me. If I did, she'd probably look at me with those eyes, like my mother. Well then, the preparations are complete. All that's left is to wait for the big day. I focused on making sure everything went well and steeled myself. Chapter 25. Infiltrating the mansion again. Welcome back. I lowered my head deeply along with the rest of the household staff. Today is Addie and Eric's formal engagement ceremony. Accompanied by the Marquis, Addie repeatedly looked back at me as she got into the carriage. Stop it. Don't make such a lonely face. It makes me want to kidnap you and run away. I actually have the ability to do that, you know. Should we elope? No, we shouldn't. I have to endure this for Addie's sake. I was relieved when Maggie noticed Addie's mood and took her hand. Though, ideally, I'd want the Marquis to be the one holding her hand, but that might be too much to ask. The carriage carrying the Marquis, Addie, and Maggie, along with the one carrying Samuel, departed from the mansion grounds. I watched them off in front of the mansion until they were out of sight. All right then. Time to start preparing on my end. Of course, I wasn't allowed to accompany them to the formal engagement. That's why. I'm going anyway, dressed as a man, as Sergio's. There's no way I'm going to sit quietly at home while Addie is sent off to a place where that obsessed boy, Ilya's, is lying in wait. Today, I'll protect Addie from the shadows. I hurried back to my room to get ready. Then I snuck out the window, without permission, borrowed a horse from the stable, and immediately headed towards the Andrew Mansion. All right, the real show starts now. I need to stay vigilant. This time, I managed to reach the Andrew Mansion without getting lost. I hid the horse in a discreet location again and infiltrated the Andrew Mansion grounds. Making sure not to be seen, I stealthily moved through the grounds towards the mansion. As I moved, I pondered what to do next. My goal is to protect Addie from the clutches of that obsessed boy, Ilya's. Ideally, this would be an opportunity to eliminate the threat from Ilya's altogether. But that would be difficult. Beating him until he forgets everything isn't an option either, sadly. Well, let's put the future aside for now. I'll just focus on avoiding the immediate danger. I've done my preparations for that. All that's left is to pray for success. Ilya's will probably make his move after the formal engagement when everyone is relieved and off guard. That's how it was last time. He targeted them after the initial meeting, when the adults were relaxed and the children were playing alone in the back garden. So, I think there's still a little time left, but I can't let my guard down. I've asked Samuel and head nanny Maggie to stay as close to Addie as possible, but it's impossible to expect them to never let their guard down, even for a moment. Reaching the vicinity of the mansion, I surveyed my surroundings. Confirming that no one was around, I took out a male servant's jacket from the Andrew mansion from my luggage, put it on, and slipped into the mansion through an unlocked window. I had asked tutor Samuel to get this for me, one that was old and about to be discarded. When he asked what I needed it for, I made the excuse that I would give it to Sergio's just in case. Well, that's not wrong, is it? It's old and way too big, but oh well. This should make me look less suspicious at first glance. I even put on fake glasses, which should prevent people from immediately recognizing me as that suspicious man from last time, though it might only buy me some time. I walked through the mansion with a confident stride. I passed several maids along the way, but they only glanced at me for a moment and didn't question me. Infiltration. Success. All right. The problem is the location. This mansion is ridiculously huge. There's no way I can search the whole place. Unless it has some special structure, Addie and the others should be on the first floor. For now, I'll start by putting my ear to the nearest doors to check for sounds inside. What are you doing? Gah, I was called out from behind, and my heart nearly jumped out of my mouth. Surprised, I turned around to see a lovely young maid holding several gift-wrapped packages, looking at me with a puzzled expression. I hastily straightened my posture, put on a dashing, subjective smile, and adopted a sincere demeanor. I'm actually new here. I'm still unfamiliar with the layout of the mansion, and I couldn't figure out where the venue is, so I was investigating. I couldn't just open the doors and peek inside. I thought it would be rude, so I was trying to figure out the location of the room by listening from the outside. Speaking with a slight embarrassed smile, the maid giggled. Oh, I see. I'm new here too, I understand. There are so many rooms, it's confusing at first, isn't it? Ah, so cute. Different from Addie, but still possessed a cute, pure, and girlish charm. Moreover, she's even humble enough to empathize with others. Not just old men, even old women would fall for her in an instant. Oh, if you'd like, would you like me to help you? I looked at the packages piled high in the maid's arms and smoothly reached out. However, the maid looked troubled, but wouldn't that be a bother? Ah, then how about this? I'll carry half of the packages, and in return, you can guide me to the room, how's that? I gave her a flirty wink. The maid's face turned bright red, and she looked surprised before giggling again. Her dimples are so cute. Okay, then I'll take you up on that. I took most of the packages from the slightly apologetic maid and urged the flustered girl to guide me to the saloon. All right, now I can sneak into the party venue. All that's left is to wait for something to happen. With determination hidden beneath my smile, I slowly walked down the hallway. The party seemed to be held in the saloon. When I entered the saloon, I saw the servants working busily. The already lavishly decorated room was adorned with decorations for children. There were balloons and streamers, and I don't know how they did it, but many crystals resembling stars were hanging from the ceiling. Amazing, seriously amazing. This is far beyond my expectations. Duke Andrew really went all out, to go this far even though it's not his own son's birthday. Or did Eric himself push for it? I did emphasize to Eric to do this in my place. I wouldn't be surprised if he was all fired up, saying, "This is an order from leader? What a sweetie." Well, even so. This is a chance for Duke Andrew to curry favor with Marquis Caramanlis. The more extravagant it is, the bigger the favor Marquis Caramanlis owes him. Well, that's kind of why I leaked information to the Andrew mansion, though. The competition and favor trading between men is ridiculous to watch from the sidelines, but it's helpful this time. I thought the surprise party would be held a little later, after the dinner party following the formal engagement. But this is a joint dinner party and surprise party. No wonder it's so grand. Ah, I wanted to participate in this as a mother. I could have seen Addie's surprised and delighted face up close. Seriously, that Marquis, I'm gonna take him down someday. I thanked the maid who had guided me to the room and joined the party preparations, blending in with the many other servants. The Andrew mansion probably has a lot of servants. Because they were so busy, no one suspected anything when I followed their instructions without question. It's a combination of a banquet and a standing reception. The room was divided in half, with round tables and chairs on one side. Plates and utensils were already set up there. The other half was left open, allowing people to stand and enjoy conversations. There might even be a dance later. I predicted who would be sitting at each table based on their location. Then I looked around to grasp the positions of the doors and objects. Ilias isn't directly involved this time, but as Eric's attendant, he'll probably be nearby. If there are seats for attendants, it would be right next to Eric. Addie is probably at the same table, which means she'll be close to Ilias. If Ilias were to do something to Addie without being suspected, it would probably be. I predicted Ilias' actions during the party and memorized various scenarios. Bring it on, I will protect Addie no matter what. Chapter 26. The party begins. The saloon fell silent, thick with anticipation. It was almost time for Addie to arrive. The thought sent a jolt of pure, unadulterated nerves through me. This was way more nerve-wracking than any sword tournament. I was practically skipping with excitement. I couldn't sit still, itching for a fight. Good times. I'd been assigned the role of clearing used dishes' perfect cover to mingle without raising suspicion. Score! I waited in the corner of the room, clutching a party popper, eyes glued to the saloon entrance. You could practically hear the servants holding their breath. The silence amplified the click-clack of approaching footsteps in the hallway. Here she comes. My grip tightened on the popper string. I was so jittery I might just set it off before Addie even walked in. And was my hand sweating? I was getting nervous for a whole different reason. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. I froze, holding my breath too. The doors creaked open, revealing Addie with a puzzled expression. And in that instant, "Happy 4th birthday, ATI-sama." A chorus of cheers erupted, accompanied by a flurry of party poppers. Shimmering confetti and streamers rained down on Addie. I timed it perfectly and yanked the string on my own popper. A satisfying pop echoed through the room. Addie stood frozen, eyes wide with shock. She clearly hadn't expected anything like this. She's totally stunned. Her eyes are like saucers. But even like this, she's super cute. Like my family cat when it accidentally runs into its natural predator, me. Addie's stunned silence cast a strange pall over the saloon. Everyone was waiting for her reaction, holding their breath. Then, "Happy birthday, Addie." The Marquis gently placed a hand on Addie's shoulder and knelt to meet her gaze. Addie, who'd been frozen, looked from the assembled servants to the beautifully decorated room, and finally to the Marquis beside her, and her face crumpled. "Otome." She launched herself at the Marquis, burying her face in his neck with a soft, whimpering cry. Happy tears, definitely, a burst of pure, overwhelming joy. The Marquis held her close, a tender embrace. So jealous. I wanted to be on the receiving end of that hug. But seeing Addie's happy face with my own eyes is good enough, even if I am standing a little far away. I started clapping. The sound rippled through the room, growing into a thunderous applause. "Now, let us take our seats. We will celebrate both the successful engagement and ATIJU's birthday." Duke Andrew, the master of this mansion, stepped forward from behind the Marquis. Beside him stood Eric, cheeks flushed with excitement, and lurking in the shadows behind them was the obsessed boy Ilias. At Duke Andrew's words, the crowd at the entrance streamed into the saloon. All right, showtime. Once the key players and guests were seated, drinks were promptly served. Servants bustled about, but my gaze remained fixed. Ilias, the Yandir target and future Addie killer. He was seated next to Eric, practically right across from Addie. Out of arm's reach, thankfully, but close enough to monitor Addie's every move. I scrutinized Ilias' every twitch, and he moved. He spoke to a nearby servant and rose from his seat. Turning his back to the table, he waited. For what? Ah, I see. I shifted to a spot where I could see Ilya's, but he couldn't easily spot me in the shadows, and focused on his hands. Amidst the flurry of champagne glasses and bottles, Ilya's accepted a purple beverage. Juice, for the kids. He took 2 glasses, holding them from above, set them down on the table, adjusted his grip, and placed one in front of Eric. Eric looked ready to gulp it down, so he whispered something to stop him. "Good job, Eric. You showed amazing self-control." Then, he approached Addie and placed the other glass before her. Addie cradled the glass with both hands, drawing it closer. At that moment, Samuel, her tutor seated beside her, and Maggie, the head nanny standing behind her, whispered in her ears. She was probably told to wait until the toast. Addie released the glass, but her eyes remained fixed on the juice as she sat quietly, good girl. As the drink service wound down, a hush fell over the room. Duke Andrew, champagne glass in hand, rose to his feet. "Thank you all for gathering on this auspicious day." He launched into some pompous speech, but I tuned it out. My focus remained on Ilya's and Addie. Never taking my eyes off them, I grabbed a champagne bottle from a service table and moved, casually maneuvering behind the head nanny and the tutor, and whispered softly to their backs. "Don't turn around, just listen. Don't let Addie drink that juice. After the toast, switch her drink. And don't get rid of the original, keep it nearby." I felt them stiffen at my words, but they followed my instructions and didn't turn. "Samuel-sama, if you hear me, take a sip of your champagne." The tutor promptly took a swig. I topped off his glass, and then I moved on. And so, everyone. Duke Andrew was wrapping up his speech. I reached my destination and waited for the perfect moment. "Cheers." "Cheers." The guests raised their glasses in unison. In that instant, whoa. Ilya's, whom I'd bumped into, gasped as he spilled his drink. The room was filled with the sounds of the toast, so few noticed the commotion. I waved off a maid who rushed over to assist. Then I knelt and dabbed at Ilya's juice-stained cuffs with a handkerchief. "My sincerest apologies, Ilya-sama." I wiped his wet hands, but his gaze was fixed on Addie, a flicker of panic in his eyes. A quick glance revealed Addie obediently seated at the table, having received a new juice from her head nanny after a word from her tutor. The original glass was safely in Samuel's possession. I didn't miss the obsessed boy's quiet hiss. "Ilya-sama, let us get you changed." I grasped his hand and urged him to his feet. "That's really not." He began to protest, but he caught my eye and froze. "Ilya-sama, this way, please." I cut him off, brooking no argument, and pulled him up. Looking up at him, he was now taller than me. Even as I knelt, I whispered, "I saw everything you did. I could force you to give her that juice right now and expose what you were planning. What do you say?" He ground his teeth but didn't resist. I stood up, a smile plastered on my face. "Please, this way." I placed a hand on his back and steered him out of the saloon. Chapter 27. Cornered the culprit. What do you intend to do with me? As I entered the empty room and closed the door, Ilya's looked up at me, his voice trembling as he asked, "Enough with the poor acting, Ilya-sama." I gave him a cold look. "It's not an act, I was just threatened, so I followed you here because I was scared." He continued his performance. He's just like me. This scene reminds me of when Samuel cornered me. Ilya's will surely try to make excuses. I would. He's trying to play the victim, hoping to resolve the situation peacefully if he can. A survival tactic, huh? Last resort of someone who knows they're powerless. Confronting them head-on will only get you crushed, so you look for an opening and slip through to survive. But I won't use it to hide my misdeeds. You poisoned Addie's juice, didn't you? I saw you. You deliberately held the glass from above and slipped something in from your palm. It's a common magician's trick. Poison, that's ridiculous. Then, would you care to drink some of that juice now? When I said that, he dropped his frightened expression and shrugged as if to say, "Oh well." So he stopped acting, huh? Is there any reason why I would do such a thing? Oh, so he's going to be defiant. I don't have any reason to listen to you, do I? Well, yeah, that's true. You could drag me over there and force the juice down my throat, but you won't, will you, Marchioness Caramanlis? He narrowed his eyes, a horribly sadistic glint in them. So, he found out. Well, I thought he would. He looked like he noticed just now. You don't want to ruin Addie's birthday. That's why you won't do anything that would stop the party. Isn't that why you brought me here? His speech lacks the innocence of an 11-year-old. This kid is sharp. He's probably been pulling these stunts since he was a toddler. I can't let my guard down. What a waste, though. If he used that brain of his for something else, he could have anything he wanted. Why does he need to latch onto someone like this to feel alive? Besides, Ilya's childlike, cute lips curled into a grin. If I cause a ruckus here, you're the one who'll be in trouble. Correct us. What a terrible personality. Nobody but you saw me spike that juice. So, if I say you did it, that's how it will be regardless of the truth. Well, yeah, that's true. Ilya's has a lot more credibility in this mansion than I do. Besides, if your real identity comes out here, you'll be in trouble, right? The malicious boy concluded, a completely triumphant smile on his face. I scratched my cheek. Do you admit to poisoning the juice? He definitely just said, no one besides you saw me poison that juice, right? I knew Ilya's put something in the juice, but I wasn't sure it was poison. He really did it, didn't he? Yeah. Well, in this situation. But once I leave here, I'll deny everything and pin the blame on you. He erased the sinister grin from earlier and spoke with a childlike, cheerful smile. I'm at a loss. He's not sorry at all. This is a serious problem. If he showed some remorse after getting caught, I'd say there's still hope for him. But he doesn't think that what he did, or tried to do, was wrong or unforgivable. Not even in the slightest. He only cares about what he wants. Zero social skills. This is bad for an 11-year-old. What should I do? Ilya-sama, are you familiar with fingerprints? I muttered, opening and closing my hand. Fingerprints. The intelligent, obsessive boy looked at his palm and fingers, mimicking me. He probably knows them. People use them on seals. Humans have patterns on their fingers, right? They're different for everyone. No two people have the same fingerprints. Even identical twins have different fingerprints. Human fingers secrete oils, so when you touch something, a fingerprint is left behind, especially on hard, smooth surfaces. Like, for example, a glass of juice. You can make fingerprints visible by sprinkling fine particles like ash and blowing on them, leaving the ash in the shape of the fingerprint. Saying that, I saw Ilya's expression change drastically. He probably realized what I was implying. As you know, I didn't touch that glass at all, and I'm not wearing gloves so I can prove it. So what about you? Of course, Ilya's isn't wearing gloves. In other words, the glass that Samuel is securing has Ilya's fingerprints on it. That's just proof that I touched it. He started to panic, because things didn't go as planned, probably. He's still an amateur if this is enough to make him panic. Well, I don't care about your so-called evidence. I don't want to expose you to everyone out there. I just need to be able to say I didn't do it and get away with it. I revealed my true feelings. That's right, my goal isn't to put Ilya's on display. Then, relieved by my words, Ilya's looked relieved. Then, I'll back off for today. So, if you don't want me to expose you here, I wouldn't be too troubled if you revealed my identity. I stared right into his eyes and stated clearly. He showed a surprised expression. He seemed to believe that I wouldn't want my identity revealed at all costs. There's no way. Well, I'd certainly be blamed. What was the Marchioness doing, sneaking into the mansion in cross-dress? If I say I just wanted to be at Addie's surprise party, that'll be the end of it. I'd get scolded a bit, told to stay home, and that's it. Well, it'll be a hassle later. He must have noticed a certain emotion welling up in my eyes. Ilya's started to tremble. That doesn't matter. Compared to Addie's life being constantly threatened, it's nothing. I put my hand in my back pocket. Ilya's flinched. Fortunately, there's no one here, right? I smiled faintly and took a step forward. In response, Ilya's took a step back. When treating a disease, the fundamental cure is more important than treating the symptoms. Problem solving is the same. I took another step forward. He took another step back. But his back hit the wall of the room. If you kill me here, other people will find out and you won't get away with it either. Ilya's looked up at me with a terrified expression. He was wriggling, trying to move back even though it was impossible. I laughed. Oh, come on, Ilya-sama. Do you think I'd leave behind evidence? You also know there are ways to kill without spilling blood, right? You just need to break the cervical vertebra. You'll die before you even feel pain. But the body, I can just carry it away right away. The party's in full swing right now. No one will notice if I take advantage of the commotion. Then I'll tear it apart, crush it, grind it up, and use it as animal feed. Easy erasing any trace of its existence from this world. Any trace of its existence from this world. The moment those words left my lips, his gaze wavered. His unfocused eyes darted around the room. No. Suddenly, his face turned pale, and he started trembling more violently than before. I'm here. Unable to stand, he clutched his head and knelt on the floor. What's wrong? Crap, did I push him too far? Smart or not, it wasn't something to say to an 11-year-old. I'm here, though. A great scream that didn't seem to come from his small body. Hey Ilya-sama. I thought he might be making a fuss to make me look like a criminal or a suspicious person and drive me out, but something seemed off. Please, don't erase me, I'm here, look at me, I'm here, so please, don't erase me. Ilya's continued to mutter like a Buddhist prayer, face down on the floor, in a small voice. Those words gave me a strange sense of déjà vu. I found you, Ilya's, check out my present. The door to the room burst open, and Eric peeked in, holding a toy sword. Eric-sama. Not now. I hurriedly tried to stop Eric from entering the room, but Ilya's was faster than me, catching me off guard. I saw Ilya's trying to pounce on Eric, who was standing in front of the door, a glittering switchblade in his hand. Chapter 28. Convince the culprit. Eric stood frozen in front of the door, looking utterly bewildered. Ilya's, half-crazed, lunged forward, a switchblade in his hand. Eric-sama, roll. The instant I shouted, Eric instantly performed a forward roll on the spot. Good job, Eric, all that self-training is paying off. Excellent reaction speed. This chieftain is pleased. Ilya's hand, reaching for Eric, swiped at empty air. Eric, having rolled away under the grasping hand, got to his feet and looked back at Ilya's with a puzzled expression. I immediately grabbed Eric's hand, pulled him close, and hid him behind me. Ilya's slowly turned, the knife still in his hand. His eyes weren't focused. Seeing him like that, the source of the déjà vu I'd felt earlier became clear. This is just like the bad ending in Ilias Route in the Otome Game. I'd only played Ilias Route for the sake of collecting all the endings, so I hadn't remembered right away. When Ilias and the Otome Game protagonist pledged their love, if you triggered any romance events with other love interests beforehand, you'd get railroaded into the bad ending. He'd say something like, "Let's go together so you never have to look at anyone but me again," then bam, stab you in the gut, out of nowhere. Then Ilias would kill himself too, resulting in a lover's suicide ending. It was such a shocking twist. Don't put such depressing stuff in an Otome Game, damn it. I remember throwing my controller. And I also remembered something else. That's right, Ilias passed. Ilias, wasn't he almost killed by the woman he thought was his mother? What's more, Ilias wasn't even a wanted child. No children had been born into Ilias' family for a long time. So Ilias' father tried to have a child with a mistress, but his methods were terrible. He abducted a noblewoman, practically by force, and didn't care that she was unwilling. Ilias was finally born after his mother had been essentially confined to the mansion. As soon as Ilias was born, his mother was cast out. I guess her usefulness was over. Ilias' stepmother, the legal wife of his father, resented Ilias, who had been born under such circumstances. And then one day, Ilias was poisoned by his mother. She tried to kill him. He was overjoyed that his mother had made him tea for the first time, but his joy was short-lived. Ilias teetered on the brink of death. He somehow survived. At the cost of his normal health. His stepmother was divorced because of that incident, and his father took another wife. Then, a younger brother was easily born, Ilias' half-brother. Ilias' father doted on his healthy younger brother more than Ilias, who had been weakened by being nearly killed. And, of course, his mother doted only on her own child. He even publicly declared that his younger brother would inherit the family estate. Ilias' reason for existence was denied. From that point on, he desperately craved to be seen, to have his existence acknowledged. That's why he became a Yandir. Well, I think he had some innate psychopathic tendencies, too. Environment alone doesn't turn someone into a psychopath. Still, Ilias' father is awful. If he didn't want the kid, he could have given him up for adoption to a couple who wanted children and would definitely love him. In this world, adoption is common among nobles, even more so for boys. We got a lot of offers, too, because we were a poor noble family knee-deep in kids, but my parents didn't give my sisters up for adoption. My parents loved us all, and I spoiled them rotten too. But Ilias' father didn't let him go, and even stuck him in the Andrew mansion as Eric's tutor, hoping for the best. What a terrible person. Seriously, a terrible person. May you wither away in agony from disease and rot in hell. After remembering all that, I couldn't help but look at Ilyas with sympathy. He had also lived a pathetic life, a fate too cruel for a boy of only 11 years old. But that doesn't give him the right to harm Addie. Ilyas, knife in hand, staggered toward Eric. I sighed and swung my leg. Clang! I kicked the knife out of Ilyas' hand. Then, grabbing the stunned Ilyas by the collar, I dragged him to the corner of the room. Ilyas, what's wrong? Behind me, Eric looked bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Please wait a moment. Still gripping Ilyas by the collar, I dragged him to the corner of the room. Then, I took the flowers out of a vase displayed in the corner of the room and... Splash! I dumped the water from the vase over Ilyas' head. The cold water seemed to snap Ilyas back to his senses. I made sure his eyes were focused on me before letting go of his collar. You get it now? Do you remember what you almost did? I knelt down and looked straight into Ilyas' eyes as he glanced around, confused. Seeing that Ilyas didn't understand the situation, I swung my right hand. Smack! It was light, but it made a good sound. Ilyas covered his slapped left cheek, looking surprised. You were about to stab Eric with that knife over there. At those words, Ilyas' gaze fell to the knife on the floor. He fumbled at his own pocket and seemed to realize it was his. I wouldn't. He looked at his hand, trembling slightly. Ilyas got hit. What are you doing, Danshu? Behind me, Eric angrily raised his voice. He tried to swing a toy sword at my back, but I stopped him with my hand. Even if it's a toy, don't swing a sword at someone's back. Swords are for protecting people, not for revenge. When I spoke with a quiet anger, Eric shrank back. Ilyas' eyes welled up at Eric's reaction. I grabbed his chin hard. Don't get all emotional, brat. You were about to kill Eric, the person you supposedly admire so much. Do you think I can leave someone that dangerous anywhere near Eric? After a moment's hesitation, Ilyas shook his head. But you want to be by Eric's side, don't you? That's why you dropped the lantern on Addie, his future fiancée, because you felt your position was threatened. Ilyas nodded silently. Well, he was being held by the chin, so he couldn't really speak. I understand the desire to be needed by someone, to have your existence acknowledged. Because my brother was sickly, I was comparatively neglected as a child. And as I wasn't a male, I couldn't inherit the family estate either. I can understand, to some extent, the loneliness of not being cared for. Well, thanks to that, I was able to do whatever I wanted, though. But that doesn't mean you can eliminate people around that person and try to make them focus only on you. If you do that, there will be no one left around you and that person. Besides, even if you and the other person were the only two people in the world, there's no guarantee that they would look at you. At my words, Ilyas' expression turned severe. He seemed to be saying that he'd be okay with that. You probably think you'd be fine with that, but you don't even realize what's wrong with your thinking. I sighed wearily. I wonder how many times I've had this conversation with different people. You only see Eric as someone who will look at you. You're ignoring his will. Have you ever thought about what he wants? As I said that, his eyes widened. See, they're all like this. You don't love him, you just want a bobblehead doll that will acknowledge your existence. You just want an automatic response function that will simply affirm your existence. That's why he'd been firing his tutors and servants one after another. Some of them may have noticed Ilyas' psychopathic tendencies and advised him, but he saw that as a rejection of himself and eliminated them. That's why his social skills haven't developed. In society, there are people who have different opinions than you. There will be times when opinions clash. You shouldn't surround yourself with only yes men and shut yourself off in a narrow world. In the first place, this guy has the potential to become the prime minister who will run this country in the future. If a country doesn't have diversity, it will eventually decline and perish. It must flexibly adapt and change with the times by incorporating a variety of opinions. He needs to develop those qualities. Besides, it doesn't matter to you who the other person is, because you've taken away their choices. There's even a possibility that you might switch from Eric to someone else. When the Otome Game protagonist shows up, he'll easily switch to her. That's how it goes. I noticed that Ilyas had completely lost all his strength, so I let go of him. He slumped to the floor. Then, what should I do? Ilyas whispered powerlessly. The color of madness had completely faded. Well, I guess that would happen. That's true. This is a difficult problem. I crossed my arms and pondered. I noticed that Eric, who was supposed to be cowering behind me, was also mimicking me, crossing his arms and making a difficult face. Though not really, he's just crossing his arms in front of his chest. And you're just pretending, aren't you? You're not thinking about anything. So cute though. After agonizing over it, I finally opened my heavy mouth. Chapter 29. Solved. The case. After much deliberation, an idea popped into my head. Ilyas-sama, could it be that you don't actually like yourself very much? Wanting to be noticed, wanting to be validated, that's just a manifestation of the desire for approval, isn't it? That means you're relying on others for validation because you can't validate yourself. In his case, it's just that his methods are the worst. Could it be that you want others to acknowledge you because you lack confidence in yourself? For something I wrung out in desperation, isn't that hitting the mark pretty well? I mean, come on. If no one ever acknowledges you, of course you're going to lose confidence. People build their identity by being surrounded by many people from a young age, seeing and being seen, and having their opinions, thoughts, and actions either agreed with or denied. But what if no one ever says anything about your actions? You can't judge what's good or bad because you don't receive the words or actions needed for that kind of judgment from those around you. To have confidence, you have to be affirmed by someone. If you have a strong sense of self-worth, you can affirm yourself, but self-esteem is primarily cultivated by being affirmed by those close to you when you're young. Ilyas, who grew up feeling like his existence was denied, has low self-esteem. Even if he wasn't outright rejected, he was constantly compared to his younger brother and belittled. So he lacks the confidence to be chosen over others. Because he lacks confidence, he eliminates anyone around the person he desires, anyone who might draw their attention away from him. That's how he's lived his life. And that's how he was supposed to continue living. In the Otome Game, he was certainly a candidate for prime minister, wasn't he? His younger brother, I think he committed some crime and was exiled. Ah, this guy was behind it. He really is going to turn into a seriously messed up person. However, Ilyas-sama has such an outstanding intellect. It's such a waste. I blurted out those words. I mean, he's only 11 years old, and he can devise schemes and behave in a way that prevents him from being suspected. That's not something other people can imitate. What was I doing when I was 11 years old? I wanted to be a knight, so I was swinging a sword around. What an idiot I was. I didn't understand the way the world worked at all. But this obsessed kid is even using the fact that he's a child to his advantage, making others lower their guard. He's a truly frightening child. Intellect, I'm intelligent. Ilyas, who had been stunned, muttered that. Yes, you are, weren't you aware? When I replied, he looked around, lost in thought. Seriously, he didn't realize how smart he was. Ah, I see. No one had ever told him that before. He was ignored that much. That's rough. Look at Eric-sama. Were you like that when you were 4 years old? I'm sorry for bringing him up, but Eric is, well, a little lacking, but he's honest and cute, a typical toddler. His intelligence is questionable, but he can still make up for it. Probably. Hopefully. It would be a problem if he didn't. Ilyas looked at Eric, who proudly puffed out his chest at having his name mentioned without understanding the meaning. And he seemed to realize something. Suddenly, Ilyas' face began to light up with a happy expression. Ah, he seems to have understood that his mind is superior compared to those around him. If you honestly continue to work hard, you will eventually become Eric-sama's close friend and right-hand man. But Adi's existence won't threaten that. Adi and Ilyas-sama are different. What Eric-sama seeks from Adi is different from what he seeks from Ilyas-sama. That's right, they're different. It's not like only one person can stand by someone's side. Besides, Eric is a bit disappointing, but he won't become narrow-minded. He's short-sighted, but he has a strong sense of justice. He will grow into someone who cherishes his friends. There's no need to worry. As long as Ilyas himself doesn't leave Eric, Eric will stick by him. If you also cherish the people Eric-sama cherishes, Eric-sama will trust you even more. So, everything will be all right. I finished with those words. I think I said something pretty great there. Satisfied, I looked at Ilyas, and he was looking up at me with sparkling eyes. Why are you looking at me with those eyes instead of Eric? Serene-sama. Why are you calling my name with such a passionate voice? I want to become someone who is more worthy of your recognition. No, not really. Is there any need for me to acknowledge you? If you cherish Eric and Adi-sama, then I will too. No, shouldn't it be, if Eric cherishes them? So, will you acknowledge me? No, acknowledge you. I already acknowledge Ilias-sama more than enough, don't I? Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone this far to protect Addy. He's nothing but a threat, right? This time, I was able to anticipate all sorts of situations. There's no way I could protect Addy from the countless things that might happen. That's why I suggested the surprise party, deliberately aiming for him to cause trouble at the party. I was constantly emphasizing, I can't go for the same reason. Otherwise, Ilias would have been wary of my actions. It was to make him lower his guard. Because I was able to lull him into a false sense of security, I was able to infiltrate as Sergio's and act. This was a desperate measure. Is that so? I'm happy. So said the boy Ilias, his cheeks flushed red. Knowing his true nature, even that blush is scary. If you looked at it normally, it would seem like an innocent boy was blushing, but it's him. I can't possibly think it's such a straightforward reaction. Ilias is blushing. Eric was jumping around, delighted. I patted Eric's head to calm him down. It's not over yet. Ilias-sama, will you promise me that you won't harm Addy anymore? That's right, this is the goal. Completely eliminate Addy's enemies. If I can't do that, all the hard work I've done so far will be for nothing. If you can't promise, I will have to constantly monitor you. As I said earlier, I can erase you at any time. Even as I said that, it will become impossible in the future. He will be a person in a high position in the country in the future. Rather, depending on his words, he will be able to easily eliminate me. Moreover, even if he's a little unhealthy, he's still a man. If I had a physical fight with an adult male, I would lose. Definitely. Well, I'll resist with all my might, though. Monitor me. Ilias grinned at those words. I see, that's what it is. What should I do? If I keep trying to take Adi-sama's life, you'll keep monitoring me, right? Why are you going in that direction, you Yandir? No, it's too much of a hassle, so I'll just get rid of you quickly, with the method I mentioned earlier. I warned you earlier about breaking your neck, chopping you into pieces, and feeding you to the livestock, didn't I? Didn't I? Did you forget? I see, that's scary. All right, I won't lay a hand on Adi-sama anymore. Ilias feigned a little disappointment, but the light lurking in his eyes never faded. At least, for the time being, I promise. Well, I might change my mind. But that's in the future, so I don't know, right? He gave me a refreshing and cheerful smile, like a young boy. This guy is seriously twisted. However, since he said this much, I'll trust him for now, at least in this situation. Then, please head back first. Eric-sama too. Ilias-sama, please go and change your clothes. You're soaked from head to toe. I bowed my head, turning away from the two of them. Danshu, are you leaving? Eric's dejected face. Don't make a face like a dog who's been refused a walk. Is he deliberately using the fact that I'm weak to those kinds of faces? Have you forgotten? I have a duty to protect Adi-sama. I've strayed too far from Adi-sama. I'm going back. Eric-sama, isn't protecting Adi-sama also your duty? As a member of the Dragon Knights. When I said that, Eric looked startled. You forgot, didn't you? About that role. As I said earlier, the sword is. The sword is swung to protect someone, to protect Addy. Eric swung the toy sword in his hand around wildly. I nodded with a smile. I'll be watching from the shadows. I said that to Eric and especially to Ilias. And then I left the room. Somehow, today's threat should be gone now. If the boy Ilias has really reformed, I think it will be all right, but I'm not very confident about that. As I said, I returned to the Great Hall, blended in with the other servants, and disappeared. Chapter 30. Things are looking up. I'm so tired. Today was seriously packed with events. After stopping the obsessed boy Ilias's antics, I returned to the Great Hall saloon and told the constantly on-guard tutor, Samuel and head nanny, Maggie, that everything was over. The two, who had been so tense, seemed relieved to hear my words from behind. Good work, you two. As expected, Samuel flinched when Ilias returned, so I reassured him that nothing else would happen today. I added that he only needed to be minimally alert. I thought that if I wandered around in public too much, the Marquis or someone else might notice me, so I retreated into the back. I watched from the shadows for a while, but Ilias didn't show any suspicious movements. Rather, he was looking around, seemingly searching for someone. I hope it's not me. After watching for a while, and when the party was in full swing, I left the Andrew mansion and returned to the Caramanly's mansion. Despite a slight sense of unease, I decided to trust Ilya's words for now. And I firmly vowed that if he tried anything with Addie after I left, I would tear him to pieces. Contrary to my worries, Addie returned brimming with energy. She explained with overflowing emotion how she had a birthday party held for her at the Andrew mansion, and that she had received many congratulatory words and a lot of presents. Even when it was time to sleep, she was too excited to even think about sleeping. Honestly, I was more tired and fell asleep before she did. Well, she forcibly woke me up several times by shaking me, and then went on and on with her story. It's not bad to indulge Addie's whims like this once in a while. Or rather, I welcome it. If I wasn't so tired, I would have liked to party all night long, but yeah, it was impossible. Well, Addie suddenly ran out of energy and fell asleep halfway through anyway. I was surprised to see her sleeping soundly when I took my eyes off her for a moment. Seriously, her sleeping face is the cutest. Since that day, I felt like the area around Addie had regained its calm. The Marquis started communicating with Addie to some extent. Well, it was only to the extent of asking things like whether the food was delicious, how her studies were going, and what she liked during meals, like a father who was troubled about talking to his adolescent daughter. But it was a dramatic change compared to before. At first, Addie was troubled by the Marquis's unexpected actions and didn't say much, but after getting used to it, she started asking him questions herself. It was a small change, but a big change for Addie's life. I warmly watched over the interaction between the two of them. There was also a change in the tutor, Samuel. At first, he only made her study difficult history, mathematics, and practice writing, but he started incorporating other things into the curriculum. Well, it's also because Addie requested, "I want to ride a horse." She seemed to have enjoyed riding a horse a lot when we went on a picnic. Starting with horseback riding, he started teaching Addie about familiar animals, plants, what the people working at the mansion were doing, drawing pictures, making crafts, and playing musical instruments. He taught her various things regardless of genre. This will dramatically broaden Addie's horizons. From there, Addie will be able to find what she likes and what she is good at. I was relieved that if things continue to go well, she wouldn't become a rigid and dangerous woman. Maggie, the head nanny, has become less resistant. It may be because Addie has become able to express her honest desires. She says what she dislikes, she likes what she likes, and thanks to her asserting herself properly, Maggie often has her hands full and asks me for help. Conversely, there were times when I asked her for help too. Also, perhaps because Addie often imitates me, she started wanting to do things herself. She chooses the clothes she wears that day, and she wants to style her own hair. Well, since she's not used to it, the results are miserable. But both Maggie and I wanted to cherish Addie's proactive spirit, so we praised her to the skies. At first, Addie seemed satisfied, but then she admired the beautiful hairstyle that Maggie had fixed for her, and she asked her how to do it. Both Addie and Maggie seemed to be having a really good time. Eric is still visiting our house regularly as usual. When I told him to study properly, he ended up coming to my house with his tutor. I don't want him to attract the attention of Duke Andrew, though. But I didn't want to stifle Eric's energy, as he was interested in many things with sparkling eyes and eager to try everything. So I let Eric visit as he pleased. His relationship with Addie has also improved. At first, Eric had the feeling that Addie is a princess to be protected, and he was subtly drawing a line, but well, he's still a child. The two of them often play various things together. They sometimes have disagreements because their values are different, but it is common for opinions to clash. I tried to get them to explain to each other how they felt in words as much as possible. To some extent anyway, because it's impossible to put all your feelings into words. Besides, I didn't force them to make up. It's okay to dislike what you dislike. You don't have to forgive what you don't want to forgive. But at the same time, I told them to try to find the parts of the other person that they liked and could forgive as much as possible. Well, even as I say that, I have one or two people that I hate and can't forgive. I didn't want them to become like that. There are parts of the other person that you dislike, but there are also parts that you like. And you continue to be connected by those parts that you like. That's what I thought the two of them, who will become husband and wife in the future, needed. The problem is the obsessed boy, Ilya's. He sticks to Eric, so of course he comes to our house every time too. However, I felt uncomfortable under his intense gaze. Could it be that he's changed his object of dependence from Eric to me? Ilya's started doing things to test me every chance he got. He would deliberately make me angry or suddenly act clingy. He must be anxious and want to check repeatedly whether I would approve of him or abandon him. I dealt with Ilya's patiently, but carefully considering the distance so as not to get too involved. If he did something I didn't like, I didn't deny him as a person, but protested against his actions themselves. If he acted clingy, well, I let him be clingy to some extent, but I didn't give him special treatment. The balance was really difficult. It was frustrating, so frustrating, I'm not a saint. I put up with it because he's a child, but there's a limit. Each time, I patiently explained it to Ilya's in words. Instead of depending on others to satisfy your need for approval, take action for yourself and learn to be self-sufficient. Hooray for self-satisfaction. I doubt how much of it got through to him, though. He's smart, so he probably understands the concept, but it seems like his feelings can't keep up because he's still a child. Do I have to look after this one too? This is going to be tough. Well, I feel like there are no more problems around Addie that need to be urgently improved. I've become a little relieved. However, my own problems have not been resolved at all. I thought it would be okay if everything was perfect for Addie, but that wasn't the case. One day, I received a summons from the Marquis-sama. My feet were terribly heavy as I headed there. Chapter 31. I tried to solve my own problems. The summons from the Marquis came as quite the surprise. It was to the graveyard. Seriously, what business does he have in a graveyard anyway? Is he planning to bury me alive? Because I'd gladly return the favor. I met the Marquis at the graveyard as he requested. He told me to come alone, so I borrowed a horse and came completely by myself. Is this a duel? Because I'll gladly accept. However, the Marquis, standing at the entrance to the graveyard, was unarmed. What? So it wasn't a duel. The Marquis silently gestured with his chin, so I obediently followed him. We advanced deeper and deeper into the graveyard. And the place we finally arrived at was. It was Addie's mother's grave, the Marquis's late wife. Then he knelt, clasped his hands together in front of his chest, closed his eyes, and offered a prayer. I just stood there behind him, watching. What's this about? Was he asking me to join him for a grave visit? If so, I would have brought flowers instead of a sword. He should have told me beforehand. Seriously, why does this man never explain anything? Does he mistake me for some kind of psychic? After a considerably long prayer, the Marquis stood up and turned around. He quietly looked down at me. I didn't understand the Marquis's purpose at all, so I just silently stared back at his face for the time being. I won't lose if it's a glaring contest. Without breaking eye contact, the Marquis quietly opened his mouth. I just reported to her. Do you know what I reported? I don't know, there's no way I could know. I'm not a psychic. I swallowed the words that were about to escape my throat, and instead of speaking, I shook my head. Then the Marquis gave a somewhat bashful smile. I told her I was sorry for all the hardships until now, that I was sorry for neglecting Addie, and he hesitated slightly, averted his eyes, and opened his mouth again. That I will love you eternally. Huh? What am I being forced to witness? What is he reporting? Is he bragging about his deceased wife? What's the point of showing me this? Just report it yourself. Isn't it unnecessary to show me? I won't be jealous, not even a tiny bit. And I thought I'd get permission. Huh? I haven't understood what the Marquis has been trying to say at all this whole time. There's no explanation leading up to this, absolutely none. Someone, please explain. Permission to love a new wife. Oh, what? The moment the Marquis uttered those words, his cheeks flushed red as he gazed at me. Stop it. Don't look at me with those eyes. Don't give me that look of expectation. I took a step back, feeling uneasy. I sensed danger. Then, the Marquis approached me, looking cheerful yet embarrassed. Stop it, don't come closer. I re-examined my own thoughts based on your words. Certainly, I only saw you as an extension of that Sergio's. Thanks to your repeatedly telling me that you have your own will, I've come to see you as an individual again. I see that's good. But what connection does that have with what you just said? Did you forget that I said whatever I wanted, like I was going to crush your ahum? Did you forget? I verbally abused you to your face, you know. I was witnessing something unbelievable, and although various retorts were floating around in my head, I couldn't put them into words. That's how confused my mind was. You have pointed out my flaws countless times. You have improved my relationship with Addie. The tutor, Samuel, and the head nanny, Maggie, have given you excellent reviews. They said you do some unexpected things, but you love Addie from the bottom of your heart. Well, yes. I love Addie from the bottom of my heart. I adore her, I dote on her. You loved Addie. Normally, it would be difficult to love one's predecessor's daughter, but you did it. No, anyone would love that child. She definitely has the qualities, from the beginning, it's just that you didn't care. For my sake. Huh. I reflexively blurted those words out. What's this guy saying? How could he interpret it that way? I only love her because she's Addie. Not for your sake at all, okay. Scary, is this retribution for me pompously lecturing Ilyas about self-affirmation and self-esteem the other day? This way of thinking is completely opposite to Ilyas. Does he think everything is for his sake? Is he out of his mind? The reason I've been saying all those things to you isn't because I want you to love me, okay? I was telling you to treat me as an individual. Do you understand? And so, I reevaluated you as an individual and thought that I loved you. What? That doesn't make any sense. Why is there such a leap from treating me like a human being to that? What is this guy, seriously? I don't know what he's thinking. He's scary. This guy is scary. Unable to endure it any longer, I took a step back and drew my sword. I couldn't take it anymore. My whole body went into rejection mode. The Marquis watched my reaction with a puzzled expression. Why are you looking so puzzled? You're the one who's acting strange. Wait, right? You agree, right? I'm starting to feel uneasy now. Won't you accept me? Nope. Impossible. I immediately rejected the Marquis's words. I can't believe he even thought I would accept him. I understand. Well, I'm not saying it has to be right away. It's natural that you can't accept me right away after the way I've treated you. The Marquis chuckled, self-deprecatingly. That self-absorbed attitude is unbearably irritating. However, now that my presence was finally starting to be recognized in the mansion and Addie's surroundings were improving, being divorced here would honestly be a pain. I tried to find the most polite words possible and managed to open my mouth. "Well, I don't know anything about you, Marquis-sama. It's true that I was taught bearing children is a woman's duty and that love is secondary, but I honestly disagree. No, putting love and romance aside for a moment. Sannies. Sannies Theo Caramanlis, that's my name. You always call me Marquis-sama. From now on, you can call me by my name, Sannies. Come to think of it, I didn't want to know, either. Maybe neither of us were treating each other like human beings. Sannies-sama. I called his name, reflecting on my own behavior. Then the Marquis, Sannies, gave a radiant smile as if a flower had blossomed. No good. Still impossible. I shouted my rejection with all my might. My sorrowful cry echoed emptily through the graveyard and disappeared. End of Volume 1. Chapter 32. A Maid's Notes. I work as a maid at the Caramanlis' mansion. It must be 5 years now, I suppose. Of course, I knew the previous mistress as well. That was a truly unfortunate incident. Several years have passed since then, and I was surprised to hear that Master was remarrying. Master and the previous mistress were so very close, living in their own little world. When the previous mistress passed away, Master was so despondent it broke my heart just to see him. That's why I thought he would never remarry, but I suppose things didn't work out that way. Perhaps it was because he needed an heir. The new mistress is different from the previous one. To put it kindly, she's open-minded, and to put it harshly, she's a bit of a slob. But no, I like the new mistress, because the new mistress remembered my face as soon as she came to the mansion. Normally, people who don't know my name will call out, "Hey, you maid," but the new mistress was different. "Hey, you there, young lady." At first, I thought some unscrupulous person had broken into the mansion and was trying to pick me up. The mistress is a bit of a bother. No, hasty, that's not quite it either. Well, I can't seem to find the right word. She's the type who does everything herself. She even dresses herself, and she always puts the sheets and laundry together by the entrance to her room. She even comes before I go to call her. I'm not praising her here, am I? Anyway, she was different from the previous mistress in every way. Also, the mistress doesn't call us servants, or maids. She calls us family. At first, I didn't know what this word meant, but someone else explained it to me. Apparently, it means family in the broadest sense. I was very happy. To know that the new mistress included not only Master and Addie, but even us in her definition of family. I was deeply impressed by her generosity. Well, she does seem to have trouble remembering people's names. I've told her my name several times, but she doesn't seem to be able to remember it. In the end, she still calls me young lady. Young lady with beautiful sunset-like hair. Young lady whose dusting is always perfect. Young lady whose footsteps are light. No, I'm not complaining, okay. I can't help it, there are so many servants. It's just that sometimes I get a little flutter, wondering if some handsome man is hitting on me. Speaking of handsome men, that reminds me. Once I happened to see a handsome gentleman coming out of the mistress's room. I wonder who that was. I don't think we had any guests that day. If we had, I wouldn't be so surprised. I thought he looked like the mistress, so maybe he was one of her brothers. I think I heard that the mistress has a lot of siblings. I'm sure Master didn't like the idea of a man, even if he was her brother, coming to see the mistress, so he had to sneak in. So I haven't told anyone. I think it's good to have a few secrets. I feel a little sad about it. I kind of wanted to chat with that handsome gentleman. Oops, that's none of my business. Speaking of which, I've noticed that Master has been acting strangely lately. When they first got married, it seemed like there was a distance between him and the mistress, but one day, he suddenly became glued to her, always right next to her. Ah no, he seems to be quite infatuated with her. I think it started around the time of Addie's surprise birthday party. Now, whenever he opens his mouth, he's always asking where the mistress is, what the mistress is doing, the mistress this, the mistress that, constantly calling her name. It's a little annoying. No, never mind. Addie has changed remarkably since the mistress arrived. Before, she was like a beautiful doll who was just there, but recently she's been talking a lot and laughing a lot. I never knew her smile could be so adorable. Anyone would want to dote on her, even if they weren't her Akasama. The only thing I'm worried about, I overheard the tutor grumbling to the head nanny that she seems to be taking after the mistress, wanting to ride horses and learn how to sword fight. I think the mistress has some kind of amazing nickname. Well, I don't know anything about it, though. I've never heard anything about a horse or anything like that. I think it's fine for a girl to be a little active, but sword fighting, what about that? I am not in a position to judge. Ah, speaking of tutors, to be honest, I never really liked him very much. He seemed a little overbearing, and I felt like he looked down on us maids. However, since the mistress arrived, his attitude seems to have softened a little. I wonder what happened. Until then, he always had this relaxed attitude and a faint smile on his face, but I think he's started showing his emotions more. Well, maybe it's just my imagination. Speaking of changes in attitude, I think the head nanny has changed too. I think I heard that she was a young lady from some noble family. Maybe that's why, but she seemed to be particularly harsh on the other maids when it came to Addie. It was like she was being stubborn. She had this attitude that she didn't want anyone to interfere, that no one understood, even though they acted like they did. However, ever since the mistress butted in since she started doing things for Addie, I feel like the tension has gone out of her shoulders. She's still a bit prickly, but it's like she's become more relaxed. It's strange. What changed in her? Speaking of changes, no one other than Master's relatives ever came to this mansion. But now the Duke's son and the Prime Minister's son have started coming. I was honestly surprised by that. And they're not coming to see Addie, but the mistress. When did they get to know each other? And they're not just coming to chat, they're rolling around in the garden and moving their bodies. Sometimes they even come with their tutors. When they do, we take them to the lounge, but sometimes we can hear the mistress's voice outside. The mistress has a very clear voice, but I can't hear what she's saying. That's not going to work, or something like that. I don't really understand. The mistress is like a storm in a bad way or like the sun in a good way. She can't help but influence the people around her. Of course, that includes me. It's true that I've started to enjoy working at the mansion more. Next, what kind of trouble will the mistress get up to? No, cause, that's not right either. I can't seem to come up with any expressions other than bad ones. I want to say it in a good way, though. Anyway, Master has found a good person to be his mistress. As someone who serves at the Caramanly's mansion, I am truly happy from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 33. A prologue to the new chapter. Worldview. It's an Otome Game world, but magic doesn't exist. The setting is similar to the late 19th century, plus or minus 10 to 20 years. It's not strict. There are cars and guns, but swords and horses are still in use. Civilization is transitioning from manual labor to mechanical industrialization. Chapter 1 Summary. Upon remarriage, the protagonist, Serene, realizes she's in an Otome Game world and Addie, her new husband's daughter, is the villainess. The protagonist struggles to make Addie a normal, beautiful girl instead of a villainess. She manages to prevent the event that would cause Addie to become a villainess. As she does so, she notices changes around her and that Addie's environment is beginning to improve. Character information. Serene, the protagonist, eldest daughter of a poor earl's family with many children, divorced once. Now married and the stepmother of the villainess. She was attacked by a bear in the past, so she has scars all over her body. Before her marriage, she was a physical type who cross-dressed and dominated sword tournaments. She has the alias Raging Horse of the North. She's working hard to make Addie a normal, beautiful girl. Addie. Full name, Addie Eulalia Caramanlys. In the Otome Game, she's the villainess. Right now, she's just a cute little girl and the daughter of the Marquis. She has violet eyes and fluffy, platinum blonde hair, 4 years old. She's a quiet girl who loves flowers but is becoming more active under her stepmother's influence. Her real mother died when she was a baby, so she has no memory of her. Her favorite flower is Winter Daphne. She thinks the protagonist's cross-dressed appearance is someone named Sergio's, but she doesn't think about it too deeply. Marquis Tsanis. Full name, Tsanis Theo Caramanlys. The Marquis, Addie's father and the protagonist's husband. He's not very talkative and rarely says anything, necessary or not. Recently, he's suddenly started doting on the protagonist. Black hair and the same violet eyes as Addie. When the protagonist was cross-dressing and dominating sword tournaments, he fell in love with him and married her, his younger sister, to feel closer to the deceased and hopefully have a child who carried his blood. He doesn't know the protagonist was the one dominating those tournaments, nor does he realize his wife is cross-dressing. He suspects Sergio's may still be alive. Samuel. Addie's tutor, male. He wears a monocle and tries to appear intellectual, but he isn't. In the Otome Game, he was a villain who schemed to seize power by making Addie a puppet. He thinks the protagonist's cross-dressed appearance is another older brother of the protagonist who was kept secret from the world. He believed it because the protagonist told him a lie. Maggie. One of Addie's nannies, also the head nanny. Female. She used to be a lady from a good family and is patient, but a little sarcastic. In the game, she was a villainess who made Addie codependent. She is unaware of the protagonist's cross-dressing, but knows about the existence of a mysterious man named Sergio's. Eric. Full name. Eric Staddy's Andrew. A capture target in the Otome Game. The Duke's heir, 4 years old. In the game, he's a typical prince-like character with blonde hair, blue eyes, a strong sense of justice, and a short-sightedness. He believes the protagonist's impromptu lie about dragon knights protecting Addie, and now dedicates himself to training every day. Without a doubt, he believes the protagonist is Sergio's, the chieftain of the dragon knights. Essentially, he thinks the protagonist is a man, Ilya's. Full name, Ilyas Lysander Theodorakis. A capture target in the Otome Game. The heir of the Marquis family that also holds the position of Prime Minister. In the Otome Game, he's a frail Yandir. Currently, he's the only one who knows the protagonist is cross-dressing, but he's not going to tell anyone. It seems he wants to transfer his dependency to her. He's on the verge of being disinherited because his healthy younger brother is favored by their parents. Sergio's. The protagonist's deceased twin brother. Died of illness due to being frail. Now, the alias the protagonist uses when cross-dressing. Under this alias, the protagonist dominated sword tournaments, becoming known in certain circles as a superb swordsman who suddenly disappeared. Chapter 34. Felt like a spring storm was coming. Serene. 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 What is it, Marquis-sama? Call me Tsanis. It's Tsanis-sama. What is it? Why are you so far away? Because Sani-sama is getting closer. Your upper body is bent at almost a 90-degree angle, you know. Because Sani-sama is bringing his face closer. Do you dislike it? Yes. I don't particularly enjoy it. I see. With that dejected voice, my husband, Marquis Sanis, released his grip on my waist. I seized the opportunity to widen the distance. This guy has zero sense of personal space. You've been thoroughly rejected until now, so why the sudden zero-distance approach? Is it because you're an Otome Game character stuck in a digital format? Is it only 0, rejection, or 1, closeness? Where did the concept of personal space go? The Marquis said he was going out today after breakfast, so I simply went with Addie to see him off at the entrance. Why do I have to put on a contortionist performance from the morning? What's more, all the other members of the household who also came to see him off are lined up around us. Master, it's almost time to depart. Interrupting the butler's voice urging him to leave, Marquis Sanis directed a dissatisfied voice towards me. Huh, don't you understand why I dislike it? The way you close the distance is strange. I feel some resistance. I'm not very good at interacting physically with people. I somehow manage to give an excuse with a smile. I know it's strained, just ignore it. But you're always clinging to Addie, aren't you? That's parental affection with Addie. I didn't spend Addie's infancy with her. So, I'm now using physical contact to communicate in ways that words can't. Well, in reality, it's just because I want to sniff her and pet her all over, though. Besides, are you seriously comparing an adorable angel to some old geezer? I see. Why are you so disappointed? Were you thinking you wanted me to treat you the same way as Addie? That's kind of messed up, isn't it? As I was feeling fed up in my mind, maybe it showed on my face a little, Addie tugged at the hem of my dress. And then, she poked her rosy, squishy cheek. That signal is. Kiss my cheek, isn't it? It's the signal she started using when she wants a kiss after I've been covering her face with kisses before bed, isn't it? Now, you want to do it now? I don't mind. In fact, I'd be happy to. As I was about to bend down at Addie's signal, Addie shook her head from side to side. Is that not it? Not, no way. Addie compares me and the Marquis, her violet eyes sparkling with countless lights like stardust in the night sky. Seriously, princess, that is far too cruel. Reluctantly raising my face to look at the Marquis, he was looking down at me with eyes as sparkling as Addie's. What's with that face? Don't copy Addie. And those same violet eyes sparkling. Is this your chance to flaunt your genetics, you bastard? Hiya. I didn't hide my grand sigh, straightened my posture, and turned to face Marquis Sanis. I gently placed my hand on the Marquis's chin, and with a force that made a cracking sound, turned his face to the side. I wonder if I should just break it off like this. Farewell, Sanis-sama. I lightly pressed my lips to his cheek. I knocked off the hand that had taken advantage of the situation to wrap around my waist. Section. Spring has come. I came here around the end of winter. It feels like a lot of time has passed, but it doesn't seem to have been that long. In the Caramanly's mansion, seasonal flowers are planted everywhere, because Addie's mother loved them. In particular, the rose garden with the gazebo is opening its petals one after another under the spring sunshine, releasing a rich fragrance. Perhaps taking after her mother, Addie also likes flowers, and with her tutor Samuel following behind, she was bombarding him with questions about what this flower is and what that flower is. I sat listlessly in the gazebo, watching the heartwarming scene. Next to me, head nanny Maggie was knitting Addie's lace cardigan. Could you try not to look so glum? The flowers around you will wither from that gloom. Head nanny Maggie, who was silently knitting the cardigan without looking at me at all, uttered those harsh words. Addie wants me to get along with the Marquis, doesn't she? Of course she does. Addie-sama has no memory of her real mother. You are, in effect, her mother. It's a child's wish for their mother and father to get along, isn't it? Really? I didn't feel like I wanted my parents to be all touchy-feely when I looked at them, though. Of course you'd think that way once you hit puberty. Try to remember what you were like when you were 4 years old. 4 years old? I tried to rummage through my memories. 4 years old, 4 years old? I don't know which memory is from around 4 years old. Back then, my past life memories and the present were all mixed up, and I was super confused. I feel like I was often scolded and taken to the doctor, but I can't pinpoint the age. The reason you can't remember is because your parents' relationship wasn't bad. In the first place, If their relationship was bad, so many sisters wouldn't have been born, would they? Maggie bluntly stated, however. No, that's not right. I immediately denied Maggie's words. My father and mother were desperate. They wanted an heir. I sighed and looked up at the sky. That's right. My twin brother was physically weak. Worried about that, my parents were thinking about having another boy in case my brother was gone. But only girls were born. My parents kept trying until a boy was born. That's why my family was a poor family with many children. Well, maybe poverty has nothing to do with it. You could have easily kept the family going, though. Hearing that murmur, I raised my head. Maggie was still staring intently at her hands, but her knitting had stopped. Because women can't inherit the family, even if the person wanted to, no matter how talented and capable they are. In order to cover up the self-deprecating laughter that involuntarily spilled out, I looked up at the sky again. Maggie is also the head nanny of the Marquis family, which means she is a young lady from a respectable family. She must have her own thoughts about it. In the Otome Game, she had twisted those feelings. The slightly gloomy and heavy air that flowed between us was swept away by the refreshing spring breeze. Section. After returning from the gazebo and wondering what to do and how to play with Addie today, I noticed that the mansion was bustling and the household members were running around in a fluster. What happened? I called out to one of the household members and asked about the situation. Well, a message suddenly came that the Grand Lady would be visiting. The household member looked pale and flustered. Grand Lady. Grand Lady? Ah, the Marquis's mother, the wife of the previous Caramanly's Marquis. Come to think of it, I haven't met her yet. Actually, the wedding ceremony was held quietly with only the people from the mansion, without inviting any guests. I haven't met her. My mother-in-law, I'm not very good with women of that generation. Yeah, my mother and women of her generation too, my real mother, my natural enemy. My mother wanted to raise me to be a noble lady who wouldn't be an embarrassment anywhere. I wanted to run around in the mountains and fields and become a knight like in the stories. Well, we couldn't possibly get along. I haven't met the Marquis's mother, but women of that age in the nobility tend to have similar values, so I'm not very good with them. Ah, so you were here, Serene Sama. It was Samuel, the tutor, who came running up panting. Serene Sama, please prepare. He said, bowing deeply to me. For what? For what, you ask? As I tilted my head, not understanding what he meant, the tutor Samuel made an exasperated face and sighed grandly. The master is not here now. In other words, in the current situation, the master of this mansion is you. You are to greet the Grand Lady. Adi Sama is also being prepared by head nanny Maggie now. That's right. I forgot because I've been treated as if I didn't exist until now. I'm the Marquis's representative. Is that okay? I put my aversion on full display and made a face of displeasure. It was unintentional. Okay, well, probably not. Brace yourself. What does that mean? While feeling a tremendous anxiety at the tutor Samuel's words, I was pushed into the room by the household members and reluctantly made preparations to greet the Grand Lady. Chapter 35. The Grand Lady arrives. A tense, almost fearful atmosphere hung in the air among the servants lined up in the entrance hall. That thought almost made me want to do it. I held Addie's hand, positioned at the very front of the line. Well, it's not like I wanted to be standing on the front lines. Since the Marquis Sama wasn't here, Addie and I were greeting the Grand Lady as his representatives. I didn't like it, but it couldn't be helped, I guess. The sound of a car engine reached our ears. It felt like the air between the servants was compressed even further, making it hard to breathe. Their tension was infectious, and I started to feel nervous myself. The engine stopped and silence fell. Then, the entrance door opened. Bathed in dazzling light, a woman appeared, radiating an almost divine aura. Her back was ramrod straight, and she was enveloped in an air of dignified composure. Her dress wasn't ostentatiously flashy, and although the decorations were simple, you could tell it was of the highest quality. Her posture was so perfect, you'd think she had a steel plate in her back, and her long neck made her look slender. She exuded such an aura of pressure, it felt as if she was carrying a Neo statue on her back. Neo, Buddhism. My knees trembled involuntarily. Yikes, that's some bear-like pressure. What is this presence? Sorry for the sudden visit, but because that child wouldn't introduce me to his wife, I dared to come without prior notice. Her voice was low, calm, and refined. It was pleasant to listen to, but seriously, couldn't she do something about that Neo on her back aura? Not at all. Welcome. I am his wife, Serene. It's a pleasure to meet you. I bent my knees and lowered my head. Addie also delicately pinched the skirt of her dress and gave a little knee-bend bow. Ah, that movement is absolutely adorable. I want to see it again. Crap. This isn't the time to escape reality. Focus on the grand lady. Unfortunately, my husband is out today. I haven't been able to reach him yet, but I will let him know to return, so please relax until then. I had heard that the servants were under orders to contact the Marquis. There are no cell phones or smartphones in this world, and not every place has a telephone, so they were trying to contact him, but the message apparently hadn't reached the Marquis yet. Until the Marquis returns, I have to face this Neo-sama crap. So, you're the wife. The Neo-sama muttered, but at that moment, I felt an incredibly aggressive aura slam into me head-on. What? What is this pressure that makes me feel like I'm being crushed by a press just from her saying one word? Is she a real Neo? Is she really a Neo? My body was screaming to escape from that place immediately. But there's no way I can do that. I gritted my teeth so she wouldn't see and directed a bright smile at the Neoer, the grand lady. Please, come this way. I had previously gathered information from the servants about the grand lady's fondness for tea, including the details about the available tea leaves, so I'll use that to keep things going. I somehow concealed my trembling knees and led the grand lady to the lounge. In the lounge, I sat on the sofa facing the grand lady and sipped the supposedly rare tea. Can't taste anything. Grandmama, it's been a while. Addie, who was sitting next to me, greeted the grand lady while fidgeting with her hands. Perfect, as expected of Addie, this quality at the age of 4. Unmatched, there is no one to stand to the right, there is no one to compare, the best. At that moment, the grand lady's expression softened. Addie, you've grown so much. You're becoming more and more like Aura. Aura was the name of Addie's deceased biological mother. I didn't know because she didn't appear in the Otome Game, but I made sure to research it properly. Grandmama, you are as beautiful as ever. Addie responded to the grand lady's words with those words. Isn't she amazing? Is this child a genius? The tutor, Samuel, was desperately cramming it into her beforehand, but she said it properly. Damn, this quality at the age of 4. Well, you've become quite skilled, Addie. The grand lady probably didn't expect Addie to respond like that. The grand lady's eyes widened for a moment, and then she smiled elegantly. Good. Let's proceed with a cheerful attitude and wait for the Marquis to return, or so I thought. Oi, the grand lady's eyes narrowed sharply as she saw right through me. Ouch, I felt like her gaze was physically painful. By the way, why didn't that child introduce you to me? That child refers to the Marquis. I don't know, who knows what that guy's thinking? Until recently, I was locked up in the mansion, my presence erased. It must be because I hadn't settled into the mansion yet. I'm very sorry. I'm absolutely certain it wasn't my fault, but I apologize anyway. Not that there's an ounce of remorse in my apology. Why do I have to apologize for something the Marquis did? I'm definitely gonna beat up that Marquis. Is that so? It doesn't seem that way to me. A 0-degree absolute attack from the grand lady. I feel like I've finally settled in recently. My husband may not see it that way yet. I dodged the attack, but I took a slight hit. Is that so? I've heard you've been doing whatever you want. A critical hit from the grand lady. Gua. Someone in this mansion has been reporting to her regularly. Crap, that one hurt. My husband was worried about me settling into the mansion quickly, so perhaps it just looked that way. A desperate counterattack. But it doesn't reach the grand lady. She dismisses it with a snort. Damn it. It's true that because I wasn't allowed to do anything, I was doing whatever I wanted. But that's because that idiot never explained anything to me in the first place. Why do I have to clean up that Marquis' mess? And this person is the Marquis' mother. How infuriating. Perhaps growing impatient that I wasn't breaking, though I was already slightly broken, the grand lady abruptly averted her gaze and looked into the distance. Huh? Is the barrage over? Good. It was the moment I felt relieved and took a sip of my tea. Speaking of which, when are you going to have a boy? Biwa, I choked violently on the grand lady's words, Nanny. What is this person suddenly saying? The grand lady looked down at me, who had spluttered, with eyes that seemed to regard me as something dirty, and spoke again. "How long have you been married now? It wouldn't be strange if you were pregnant already, would it?" "Well, even if you say that, grand lady." The servants who had rushed over hurriedly wiped me and the soiled floor, while I desperately tried to come up with an excuse. I couldn't exactly say, "We haven't done it yet." In the first place, even if she's the Marquis' mother, I don't want her meddling in something like that, damn it. Even if she absolutely had to interfere, don't tell me. Tell the Marquis your own son. Besides, there are things that can be done with words and things that can't be done with words. Well, I haven't even done the things that would lead to that, but I don't want a complete stranger like you butting in so vulgarly when I haven't even asked for advice. However, I of course understood that marrying the Marquis meant this kind of thing came with the territory. I put my brain into overdrive. Surely, talking about such things in front of Addie is. I tried to escape. Why is that? But she cut me off, the grand lady's attack. A noble lady should be discussing such things as a matter of course. Addie will eventually take on this role as well. It's fine for her to hear it now. No, in fact, she should hear it from now on. There's no way that's happening, nope. I have no intention of turning Addie into a tool for producing boys, not even a speck. Not only does she have to escape her fate of being executed as the villainess, but there are still many impregnable walls in Addie's life after that. What a thorny path this child's life is. I absolutely don't want her walking down such a dangerous path. The grand lady continued her barrage of unconscious insults. "You understand that it has to be a boy, right? That's why." "No, that's not true at all." I interrupted her firmly. "I don't want Addie to hear anymore." That statement could hurt Addie. Wanting a boy can sound like you don't want Addie, who is a girl, you know. This grand lady is too insensitive to the fact that a real grandmother is right in front of her, urging her parents, "Where's the boy? Where's the boy?" Perhaps she's been desensitized because she's been treated the same way. If only you were a boy. The adults who said that to me probably didn't give a damn about how I felt. Another girl. I still can't forget the faces of my other sisters when they were shown the disappointment of the adults around them when they saw the newborn sister. Is it wrong to be a girl? Huh, with all due respect, grand lady. I stood up abruptly and looked down at the grand lady who was sitting on the sofa. Chapter 36. I rebelled. I straightened my back as much as possible, facing the grand lady. Children are a gift. There's nothing one can do through their own efforts alone, especially regarding their gender. You may have given birth to a boy first, but that was merely coincidence. It's entirely possible to have many children, all of whom are girls. The odds of a child being a girl are 1-2, but it's an absolute probability. Each time, there's a 1-2 chance a girl will be born. It's impossible to control the sex of a child unless you're doing gene manipulation. My blunt and unhesitating criticism must have grated on the grand lady's nerves. A vein throbbed at her temple. "Who do you think you are to say such things? You're just a wife." The grand lady glared at me with scorching intensity. Whoa, scary, but I won't back down. I don't want someone who unconsciously dismisses Addie's existence and forces a narrow-minded, individuality-crushing way of life on others anywhere near her. Even if the times are against us. I fully accept Addie and my sisters as well. Just a wife, I believe I'm a person equal to you, and Addie is also an equal person. Someone's wife, someone's daughter, before all that, they're individuals, not possessions of a house or its head. Besides, even if she's still a young child, the words she hears can unconsciously remain with her and eventually bear their fangs. Even if she doesn't understand now, when she grows up and remembers those words, she might understand her grandmother's true intentions and be hurt by them later. Thinking they won't understand is just adult egoism. You and I are equal. What are you saying? The grand lady stood up abruptly, her hand clenching a handkerchief or something. Noblewomen only become complete when they produce a son. You seem to misunderstand that point. If a boy isn't born, this house will die out. You need to fulfill that responsibility. I did. Besides, I am Sanny's mother. It's only natural for a wife to respect her husband's mother, isn't it? The grand lady unleashed those words with tremendous pressure and fury, like a single, fatal blow. I heard small gasps of horror from the family members waiting in the room, but I met her gaze with a calm expression. No, whether one gives birth to a boy or a girl, or even if one doesn't give birth at all, a person's value doesn't change. Besides, nobility isn't about blood. It's a position and a role. What's needed for a position or role isn't blood, but the ability to fulfill that role. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, or whether they are your own children or not. Certainly, currently only a man can inherit the house, but frankly, that law itself is absurd. If Addie has the talent, then she should inherit the house. When I clearly stated that, the grand lady's eyes widened. She had the face of someone who had never considered such a thing. I picked up Addie, who was sitting next to me. Then, I pressed on. And, a wife doesn't respect her husband's mother because the husband's mother is in a superior position or because she's older. It's only because she's important to her husband, so she tries to value her for his sake. Grand lady, you and I have only met today. I don't know you well. I can't respect someone I don't know. Especially not someone who disparages me and Addie. I tightened my grip on Addie. I really didn't want to use such strong words in front of Addie. But I had to clearly deny the disparagement of Addie that happened right in front of her. If I didn't deny it, it would be the same as accepting it even once. There's no point in trying to smooth things over with her later. Moreover, if I left it alone, the grand lady, that BTCH, might say exactly what she said to Addie. I won't allow that. The grand lady pressed her lips into a thin line, her expression seething with anger. Was it because she didn't expect me to argue back, because I didn't respect her, or because I flatly rejected her, or was it because of all of that? Oh, and one more thing. I added the final touch. The gender of the child is the man's responsibility. Did you know that? Even if you tell me, there's nothing I can do about it. Please advise your son. Well, the topic of genetics isn't mainstream in this world yet. It's natural she might not know, but I couldn't help but say it. I remembered the regret of not being able to talk back in my previous life. I left the room, still holding Addie, saying, "My clothes got dirty, so I'll go change. If I stayed here any longer, it might escalate into a fistfight. I don't think I could restrain myself." Addie must have been scared by my strong tone. She silently clung to my neck, as if begging me to cheer up. So, I entrusted her to the head nanny, Maggie, who was waiting outside the room. Unable to contain my anger, I took deep breaths, trying to calm myself as I returned to my room. My actions had thrown the family members into a panic. The grand lady had apparently stated clearly that she didn't want to see my face because it made her feel ill. I cooled my head in my room, ready and willing for a second round, but that didn't happen. Instead of me, the head butler, the tutor, Samuel, and the head nanny, Maggie, accompanied Addie and spent time with the grand lady. Addie diligently reported many things, such as what she usually does, what she thought of her new mother, and about the surprise party the other day. Ah, I can picture it. Her cheeks flushed red with excitement, enthusiastically reporting everything. I wish I could have seen it. Well, I guess it's my own fault. Even when the Marquis returned, I wasn't summoned. In the end, I was forbidden from leaving my room until the grand lady left that day. When the family members begged me, "Please just stay quiet," I couldn't refuse. The family members whispered that it was unusual for the grand lady to leave so quickly, as she usually stayed overnight. She must have really hated being under the same roof as me. HMPH. Same here. That night, after dinner, I was summoned by the Marquis. It's probably a lecture. The grand lady probably complained incessantly to the returning Marquis about how inadequate I am as a wife. How annoying. "Excuse me." When I entered the Marquis's study, he was gazing out at the darkness outside the room, a glass of wine in his hand. "Oh, how unusual. Is he done with work for the day?" "It seems you've caused trouble again," the Marquis said as soon as he glanced at me entering the room, letting out a massive sigh. Maybe I was ratted out by the family members too. Well, I have no regrets. I'm not sorry. Ah, no, I am a little sorry for scaring Addie. I should have been more cheerful when I was venting. "Serene, I love you." What's with that preamble? Unnecessary. However, I cannot forgive you for insulting my mother. I wonder what kind of complaints he heard. I didn't insult her at all. Also, it seems you've belittled my mother's position. Even if you are my wife, you must know your place. The Marquis said, rubbing his forehead a little. He must have been told something even worse. I'm grateful he didn't parrot it all back to me, but, with all due respect, Sani-sama, I don't like being told whatever someone wants, especially when it's not true. I have not insulted the grand lady, nor have I belittled her. I simply said that I couldn't accept it when she tried to force her ideas on me. Well, maybe the very act of talking back is considered belittling her. When I said that, the Marquis completely covered his face with one hand. I wonder if he's lamenting his situation, surrounded by these women. Please, give me a break. Why do you always stir things up like this? The Marquis groaned in exhaustion and downed his wine in one gulp. Well, certainly. It is said that noble daughters and noble wives should be chaste, graceful and demure, modest and cheerful, and that the best thing to do is to smile silently and politely. I can't help it if I don't want to be like that. If you want that kind of woman, look for someone else. I'm not a woman who can stay silent. I didn't say it because I wanted to. I'm refusing because you're forcing things on me that I can't accept. What's wrong with that? You could just swallow it down and stay quiet. I can't swallow it down when I'm told to produce a boy in front of Addie. It's not really a strange thing to say. Do you say such things too, Tsani-sama? The Marquis stopped, startled, perhaps sensing the change in my aura. Regarding the children, did the grand lady say something to you? I asked the Marquis slowly. The Marquis shook his head slightly. I guess the grand lady doesn't tell the Marquis. Well, probably not. As I said before, I straightened my posture and opened my mouth. The Marquis flinched. I'm not a baby-making doll. If you want a boy so badly, find a chaste, docile woman who can smile politely and obediently no matter what you say, and who will pop out babies until a boy is born. However, I'm taking Addie with me. I can't leave Addie in a house that unconsciously treats her like unwanted baggage. If Addie's dignity is going to be crushed, I'll take her and live in the mountains. I'll abandon the world and live by hunting in the mountains. Life will be inconvenient, and it will be hard to make a living, but no one will deny her worth as a person. For Addie's sake, I'll hunt down bears in the mountains. I left the room, leaving the stunned Marquis behind, saying only what I wanted to say. Infuriating. It's really infuriating. Chapter 37. First, decide on a target. I watched Addie's sleeping face, lost in thought. She's an actual angel. What is it with those round cheeks and that little pink pouty lip? She's like a baby chick, utterly adorable. Seriously, is she a work of art from the gods? Though she's drooling enough to change the color of her pillow. But it's okay, that's cute too. No, that's not the point. I thought if I could avert the physical dangers to Addie and help her grow into a well-rounded person by absorbing various experiences of her own volition, she wouldn't become a villainess and could live happily. But I was wrong. There's pressure from all around her. Historical context, culture, customs. She's bound and pressured by so many things. Her individuality is being whittled away. She's being rendered powerless. And there's still a chance that she could be forced down the path of a villainess, regardless of her own will. Even I, when I first got married, accepted some things as just the way things are. Like giving birth to a son who would inherit my husband's bloodline. I didn't rebel against that in my first marriage. There was a sense of resignation and compromise that if I just did that, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted afterward. If I could have a child, that would be enough, or so I unconsciously believed, and I thought I was handling things well. Now that Addie's by my side, I feel like I've woken up. That's not good enough. I was definitely under the impression that if she didn't become a villainess, Eric wouldn't break off their engagement, and that would be that. But that's not enough. You also have to consider that the engagement may be called off. That was also essential. Eric also has some freedom of choice. As the heir to the Duke Andrew house, he could very well think things through properly, go through the formal procedures to nullify his engagement to Addie, and choose another woman. It's not impossible. I'm not sure if I could forgive Eric for making a choice that involves dumping Addie, but well, I want to respect Eric's will in that matter. Now, Eric is also cute. If the engagement with Eric is called off, Addie can't be left without any options. I don't want her to be in a situation where that's the only path she's ever considered. If Eric calls off the engagement, I want her to have the flexibility to say, okay, got it, see ya. And I want her to be in a situation where she can choose other options. And those options aren't simply, okay, I'll just find another man. I don't want Addie to think that a noble woman's only purpose is to bear a male heir for her husband, or that her only way to live is to be dependent on someone else. I want her to know that there are other ways to live, and I want that to be the case for her. To that end, I can't change the laws, but isn't it possible to eliminate the assumptions from the people around Addie? Of course, it's impossible to change other people's minds. But if I can just make them aware that it's not a given, wouldn't that be possible somehow? There are still more than 10 years left. Shouldn't it be possible to gradually reform their thinking? Well, I can already see myself being treated like an oddball. A troublesome woman, an annoying woman, a woman who doesn't know her place, a woman who's lost her mind. I can totally see myself being called those things. Wait, am I already being called those things? Is that just my imagination? Oh well. The more paths Addie has to choose from and live freely, the better. I don't mind standing in the line of fire for that. I've already almost been eaten by a bear. Nothing scares me anymore, probably. First, I need to start by breaking down the thought patterns of the people around Addie, especially the Marquis and the Grand Lady, the most troublesome and the strongest enemies. However, if their consciousness can be changed, the benefits would be huge. This is worth doing. Let's do it. I firmly swore that to myself as I gently stroked Addie's hair as she slept beside me. Your position has deteriorated considerably. Samuel, Addie's tutor, told me that, unprompted. He blurted that out while I was consulting with him about wanting to give Addie writing lessons in the future. I know that already, duh. By the way, we're in Addie's room right now. Addie is stuffing her cheeks with cookies. Is she a squirrel? A hamster? Her small animal vibe is off the charts. I want to hug her and rub her all over and sniff the top of her head right now. But I won't, almost. Reason prevailed, good. I am aware, the Marquis-sama gave me an earful last night. I replied, then took a slurp of my tea. Samuel, the tutor, made another indescribable, subtle face. Why must you always stir things up? Samuel lets out a huge sigh and adjusts his monocle. Apparently, he was eavesdropping outside the room during my great battle with the Grand Lady. What a hobby, seriously. I didn't intend to stir things up, if the Grand Lady hadn't said something so strange. That's right, to begin with, she's the one who said such things in such a place. But those are the kinds of things you must have heard countless times before. Why now? Well, I can understand what Samuel is saying. Certainly, I've heard those things countless times before, from various people in various places, to the point where my ears are calloused. So I've always just brushed them off. Yes, until now. Because Addie was there. I couldn't ignore the Grand Lady's words in front of Addie, because that would be condoning it. If I had condoned those words in front of Addie, it would have meant condoning them to Addie as well. I couldn't possibly do that. The Marquis has suddenly entered a honeymoon phase and is in that state, but you might get divorced due to pressure from the Grand Lady, you know. Samuel the tutor warned me. I don't mind getting divorced, specifically. Then I'll kidnap Addie and run away. You intend to get caught. I retorted, and he immediately shot back with a sarcastic remark. If there's anything I'd regret leaving behind in this house, it's only Addie. If it means leaving her in this house of horrors, I wouldn't mind becoming a criminal. When I said that so nonchalantly with a cool expression, which I totally am, Samuel made a very unpleasant face. What's up? What do you want to say? When I drank my tea with a cool expression, not showing any regret or remorse whatsoever, which is the truth, Samuel made a slightly difficult face. By the way, were those words sincere? Samuel asked quietly, lowering his voice a little. Those words. Which ones are you talking about? That Addie should inherit the family estate. That. They were sincere. I don't know yet, but if Addie is good at politics and enjoys it, she should do it. When I immediately affirmed that, Samuel covered his mouth and began to think about something. This guy has a criminal record in the Otome Game, after all. I'll nail him down with a warning. Don't think you can turn Addie into a puppet and take over the Marquis house. Do you think I'd do something like that? I wonder. You were a full-fledged villain in the Otome Game. You were just as nasty as the Villainess, Addie. But it's not like there's no possibility, is there? The engagement with Eric isn't absolute. It wouldn't be strange if you nullified it, married Addie, and settled down as her husband. Because Addie is cute. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, falls in love with Addie when they see her. I can't let my guard down, even with Samuel. I don't have that kind of interest. Samuel looked at me with contempt. What's with that look? It pisses me off. Not now, no. But I bet you'll think it's okay 20 years from now, when Addie has grown up. Addie will be a goddess when she grows up. Everyone who sees her will be so awestruck that they'll prostrate themselves before her. Absolutely. Everyone will fall in love with her. Well, I'll definitely prevent him from becoming her husband, though. Can I marry Samuel? Addie, who was holding a juice cup with both hands, looked up at me, and Samuel with a sweet face. I wonder. We don't know what the future holds, do we? If that's what Addie really wanted, I would bite through my lips and endure it. And I would keep watch over Samuel from the shadows to make sure he doesn't do anything bad. I wouldn't even hesitate to assassinate him when I dodged the question like that. Addie's rosy cheeks turned even redder. Could this reaction mean? No, I can't. If I pointed that out here in front of her, it might hurt Addie's feelings. But Addie's first love might be Samuel. If that were the case, this mother wouldn't be able to resist making sekihan, though I can't. I want to say it. I want to confirm it, but I can't, at least not here. I want to ask. What's wrong? You're acting creepy. The words were on the tip of my tongue, but I somehow managed to hold them back as I flailed around, and Samuel looked at me with a strange expression. Judging from his reaction, Samuel hasn't noticed it, which means Addie hasn't told him herself. That's right, I knew it. It's embarrassing after all. I want to cherish those feelings, I get it. Pay no mind. It's just palpitations and shortness of breath. I somehow regained my composure and cleared my throat. But if Addie continues to like Samuel forever, I want to support her. Even though this guy is a nasty villain. He's already an adult, so I can't brainwash him. Educate him like I did with Eric. What should I do? No, maybe starting with Samuel might be a good idea. That's right. The closest adult male who will be teaching and guiding Addie is Samuel. Samuel's way of thinking and doing things will strongly influence Addie. If that's the case, it would be good to start by winning him over. Your inner thoughts are leaking out. Hearing my words, which I had inadvertently said out loud, Samuel, the tutor, was completely taken aback. While watching him, I began to plot various ways to win him over. Chapter 38. Starting training anew. Eric-sama, do your best. Everything depends on you. Yes, Diancie Choyo. Eric, you should ask what for, before you reply. In the Caramanly's mansions, our home courtyard, Eric and Ilias had come for their usual Dragon Knights training. One wore a blank and cheerful smile, while the other chuckled and commented on it. The Marquis had forbidden me from leaving the mansion to meet with Eric, but I figured the courtyard was okay, so we're doing it outside today. Eric, dressed in clothes easy to move in, and Ilias, who for some reason was also dressed in clothes easy to move in today, faced me and started stretching. Me too, of course. While stretching, I was encouraging Eric. Addie is in love with her tutor, Samuel. Certainly, he's the closest male figure to her. It's only natural that she might fall in love with him due to imprinting. In other words, if Eric gets closer to Addie, she might take another look at him and fall in love. That's what I was thinking when I encouraged him. Well, it's not like she has to fall in love. It'd be great if they became good partners, good buddies, good teammates. In fact, that's more important than romantic feelings. Marriage is about two people cooperating to live their lives together, after all. Romantic feelings will fade someday. There has to be a solid foundation of trust left after that. Why am I even doing this? Samuel, movement W weird. A different voice, filled with discontent, rose from beside me. The tutor, Samuel, unusually not wearing his suit, and Addie, also unusually not wearing a dress, were stretching with us. That's right. Today is a day for everyone to exercise together. Exercising together creates a sense of camaraderie, and eating from the same pot afterwards strengthens that camaraderie even further. It's the start of Addie and Eric's bond-strengthening month. The tutor, Samuel, is just along for the ride. I didn't say anything to the obsessive boy, Ilias, but he's participating voluntarily. Stretching is a good idea to avoid injuries. It's always better to do it. It's also good for stiff shoulders. Oh, really? Samuel latched onto my words. You really perk up when it comes to health talk, old man. Old M. The obsessive boy, Ilias' smiling jab, silenced the tutor, Samuel. Samuel isn't used to being called an old man or geezer. Me, I'm constantly called old woman or hag by strangers, mostly old men, so it's not like I can retort to each one, and there are so many of them that I can't live my life if I care. But the obsessive boy, Ilyas, is awfully argumentative with the tutor, Samuel. Could it be that he's shifting his obsessive target to me? No, I'm going to pretend I didn't notice that. That's not it, that's not it. Ilyas, raising your basic fitness now will strengthen your cardiopulmonary function and make life easier. But don't push yourself too hard. Yes, Serene. The obsessive boy, Ilyas, replied with a radiant smile. Come to think of it, I used to call him Ilyas Sama, but he asked me to drop the honorific, and then before I knew it, he started calling me by my first name too. Well, it's fine, I guess. It's okay, right? The Yandir Ilyas in the Otome Game had a weak constitution and was the type to trigger Nightingale syndrome in the Otome Game's protagonist. I won't let him build such an unhealthy relationship with anyone. I don't want such a dangerous person near Addie, and there's a chance, however small, that Addie could fall in love with Ilyas. The people around Addie have to be healthy. For that, exercise is number 1 and exercise is number 2. All right, is that enough stretching for now? Now then, today we'll be learning how to handle knives. Knife. Eric raised both hands in joy at my words. He jumped. His jumping power is amazing, Eric. Serene Sama, isn't that going a bit too far? The tutor Samuel immediately offered his criticism. Well, that was expected. It's not for combat, but rather an extension of things you use in daily life. Even nobles need to know how to handle a knife or two. Is that so? It is. I ignored Samuel's interjection. Knife. Addie tilted her head to the side, a precious treasure from the angelic kingdom. Ah, right. Addie has only ever used a knife for eating, so she probably thought, why are we talking about cutlery after stretching? I like that. I don't want her to lose that innocence, at least not mentally. That's right. Being able to do anything with just a knife will be very useful later on. Ilyas smiled brightly. The words themselves are perfectly normal and proper, but I can't help but feel the darkness behind them. Why is he so dark when he has such an innocent and dazzling smile? Now then. Ideally, I'd like to use real knives here to teach them about the dangers first. But if I actually did that, Eric's family, the Andrew house, wouldn't stay silent, so I can't do that. When I taught my younger sister how to use a knife, I first had her lightly cut her fingertip to teach her about the danger and the pain. Of course, I did all the disinfecting and preparations beforehand. But I can't do that here, can I? Oh, and Mom found out about it later and slapped me hard. She hit me in a bad spot and ruptured my eardrum. Mom was bad at slapping. I handed each of them a wooden branch carved into the shape of a knife. So you were holed up in your room making something like this. The tutor, Samuel, can't help but criticize everything I do. Yes, as he says, this is my handmade work. I got the branches that the gardener was going to throw away after pruning and carved them. Yes, a gift from Serene. I pretended not to hear the obsessive boy, Ilyas's voice, as he happily muttered to himself. Since these are made of wood, they're lighter than real knives, but first we'll start by getting used to this shape. Now then, first, we'll practice how to handle a knife when you're holding it like this. I spun the wooden knife around and held the blade. A knife has a blade for cutting and stabbing, and a handle for holding it. Did you notice that when I handed it to you all earlier, I held the blade and offered the handle? When I asked that, Eric was spinning the wooden knife around and checking it. Good, try to understand the structure thoroughly. Addie was also staring intently at the wooden knife. If you stare at it that hard, you'll make a hole in it. When you hand someone a knife, always offer the handle like this. Otherwise, it's dangerous. Also, when you hold the blade, don't grip it, but rather pinch the side of the blade. Hold the side. If you grip it, your fingers will say goodbye the moment the other person pulls the handle. And the person receiving it shouldn't pull until the person handing it over lets go. I beckoned Samuel over and handed him the wooden knife I was holding as explained. Samuel also carefully accepted it, switched his grip, and offered it to me as I had done. I accepted it in the same way. Then, let's have Addie and Samuel and Eric Sama and Ilyas try it. As soon as I said that, or rather before I even finished saying it, Eric thrust the knife at Ilyas. That's why I said not to hold the blade. Eric, when you hold the blade, pinch the side. Ilyas took Eric's hand, released his fingers, and carefully taught him. Addie's side was the same, with Samuel first carefully showing her how to hold the knife and explaining it while holding her hand. Yeah, it's a good feeling. After a while, when they got used to it, I had Eric and Addie team up and try it. I carefully instructed Eric, whose movements were always big and rough, to handle it gently, and I told Addie, who was gripping it timidly with little strength, that it was dangerous to drop it if she didn't hold it properly, and I taught her to hold it firmly with strength without being afraid. Soon, the two of them started interacting cheerfully. Good, good, the bond is being formed like this. It starts here? Yeah, it's a good feeling. Watching the two of them learning so cheerfully, I smiled contentedly and watched. I could watch this precious scene forever. Chapter 39. I corrupted the tutor. I couldn't exactly throw cold water on things back then, so I'll ask you now. If you couldn't ask me back then, please don't ask me now. After today's training session ended, we had lunch. Eric and the others went home, and Addie returned to her room for an afternoon nap. I immediately rejected the words of the tutor, Samuel, who had stealthily approached me in the mansion's hallway. Samuel looked momentarily bitter, but he seemed to regain his composure and opened his mouth again. What do you intend to accomplish by teaching Addie-sama how to handle a knife? So, even though you put on a face like you agreed back then and taught Addie various things, you were harboring doubts in your heart. You should have stopped me from the start then. Were you holding back out of consideration for Addie or for Eric and Ilya's? That's not what you call consideration. If you have doubts about my actions and believe that I shouldn't be teaching Addie, please offer your advice on the spot. I will properly explain my intentions so that Addie can understand, and if I am convinced by your argument, I will stop teaching her. Easy for you to say, as if you would have stopped, even if I said something. What is with this guy? Grumbling and grumbling after the fact. And what a thing to say. How rude. I do listen to what people say, you know? I will stop. You are Addie's tutor and the person responsible for her education. I have no intention of forcing anything on Addie that you say is no good. Well, I'll definitely try to persuade you until you're convinced, though. If you aren't convinced, I will stop teaching her. I don't think I'm always completely right either. I'm a barbaric, the raging horse of the north, am I not? It would be terrible if my vulgarity infected Addie. Gah. When I hit him with that sarcasm, the tutor, Samuel, choked on his words. That's right. What I just said were the very words you threw at me, right to my face before. Then you, Serene-sama, do you have a legitimate reason for thinking it's a good idea to teach Addie-sama how to handle a knife? Oh, he's recovered. He's surprisingly resilient. Samuel quickly adjusted his monocle and asked me again with a serious expression. I nodded, of course. Certainly, noble ladies rarely use knives in their normal lives. However, that's only if things proceed smoothly. We don't know what the future holds. There's a possibility she might not be a noble lady anymore. That's right, like if I mess something up, and Addie ends up being condemned as the villainess after all. If she relies on others for everything around her and remains in a state where she can't do anything on her own, Addie herself will be the one who suffers when the time comes. It's ideal if that day never comes, but there's no guarantee that it won't. There's a world of difference between not doing and not being able to do. Using blades is a basic skill for living. I'm not saying she needs to be able to butcher a deer like I can. You can butcher a deer. No need to comment on that, thank you very much. But if she's not even used to using a knife, she won't be able to live at all. I wish I could be by her side when the time comes, but there's a possibility I won't be able to. There's a chance I might suddenly die tomorrow, you know. You're being awfully pessimistic. Samuel muttered that, I guess so. If you call it pessimistic, then it might be. But for the villainess, Addie, that pessimistic future is highly likely. It's not a waste of time to start exploring countermeasures now. There are things you can't do, even if you want to be optimistic. When I said that, a bitter smile escaped my lips. I'd like to live carefree if I could. But for a woman born into the nobility, the situation often doesn't allow it. No, it's not limited to nobles. In the current situation, if you're born a woman, you can't live optimistically until the very end. Oh, right. I forgot to ask the tutor, Samuel, about something important. There's something I want to ask you. When I said that again, for some reason, Samuel flinched. Why? What is it? Don't be so defensive. Do you also think that for Addie, marrying some noble man and bearing that man a child, and a male child at that, is the only right answer? I lowered my voice, but asked Samuel that seriously, slowly, and deliberately. Samuel was about to open his mouth immediately, but he seemed to realize what I was trying to say and swallowed his words. And then he pondered. That's right. You better not accidentally respond with something like, "So what?" I'll return every insult you've ever thrown at me, tenfold. Think carefully before you answer. After his eyes darted around for a while, Samuel let out a small breath, raised his face, looked straight at me and spoke. I don't think it's the only right answer, but it is one path. That's right. That's the answer I wanted to hear. But is that all? Noticing that I was just smiling and waiting for a further response from him, Samuel lowered his gaze for a moment. If you asked me if that's what I want for Adi-sama, honestly, I would want that for her. Because I think that's the path where Adi-sama can live safely. I was a little relieved by his response. Good. Seems like he's not just blindly following tradition. I was wondering what I would do if he said something like, "That's just how things are." I wouldn't hit him, okay. I'd just trip him up and let him off with that. That's right. As Samuel says, that's the standard path for a woman to live safely in the current situation. If that's the standard, it's only natural for him, as her tutor, to guide Addie down that path. Hearing his words, I smiled faintly. If there were other paths besides that, what would you do? When I asked that, Samuel's eyes widened for a moment, and then, does that lead to Adi-sama inheriting the headship of the house? The words he said, when I asked him before, came up again. I nodded slightly. Yes, that's one of the many possible paths. But it's impossible. The country doesn't allow it. Samuel immediately denied it. True, that's how the country's laws are. For now, it is. When I smiled like that, he looked shocked. You've got an evil look on your face. Oh, really? Maybe, because I'm having so much fun right now. Everything has a precedent. That precedent must have initially been something that had seemed impossible before, right? That's true, but... To Samuel, who was hesitant, I brought my face closer to his and whispered. If someone were to create that precedent, if the person who guided it were initially criticized as a heretic, but if that later became the standard, how would people's words change? After finishing speaking, I moved away from him. I took a step back and observed him closely. He was covering his mouth, staring at his feet and deep in thought. Everything has a beginning, huh? My ears didn't miss him muttering that. Yes, success. The seed of thought has been planted within Samuel. I really do like how honest, simple, and willing to listen he is in these matters. Leaving the pondering Samuel in that place, I headed towards my room. Then I stopped for a moment and looked back, when he noticed and raised his face. Of course, it's important to prepare for the worst-case scenario, but don't you think it's also necessary to work towards the best possible outcome? I smiled as I said that. The expression he showed at that moment, as if drawn in by mine, was a slight loosening of his cheeks. Chapter 40. The enemy brought my worst nightmare. Another visit from the Grand Lady. This time with proper notice. I've got a bad feeling about this. I seriously doubt someone like the Grand Lady would change her thinking after that little incident. She probably knows I have different views than her anyway. It's gonna be like a battle of the titans, neither side giving an inch, I just know it. My stomach's already churning. Apparently, everyone else at the Caramanli's mansion felt the same way, because the servants I passed in the hallway kept muttering, "Please, take care of it," to me. Why do I have to be the one to smooth things over? If she doesn't come at me, I'll keep the peace, you know. Tell her that, not me. Anyway, what's she coming for? I asked the Marquis, but he just turned pale and said, "I don't know." Turned pale. Seriously, she's his mother. Well, I guess I understand not liking your own mom. I don't like mine either. As the Grand Lady was due to arrive today, the Marquis and I were to greet her at the entrance together. That tense atmosphere filled the entryway once again. The silence was deafening. Everyone held their breath, not even a peep. What is this? Are we all soldiers heading to our deaths? Not that I can talk. I could hear the engine of a car. She's here. It's been a while since my own nerves made my heart beat so loud. The Marquis, who's been standing next to me this whole time, is squeezing my hand really hard. Ow, how scared is he? But he looks anxious, so I squeezed back. The moment the front door opened, we let go of each other's hands. And then we greeted the Grand Lady, who appeared like a neo-guardian, the sunlight silhouetting her back. "Sanny's is here today. How unusual. Is that your greeting? This isn't your house anymore, so at least say hello first." Just like before, the grand lady appeared with an expressionless face, not a hint of a smile on it. Her aura of intimidation is as strong as ever. "Welcome, mother." The Marquis bowed his head, so I followed suit. The grand lady didn't even acknowledge us. A faint smile played on her lips. "I've brought a guest with me today." "I swear you're a guest too now, guest, huh, a guest." "Like father, like son, why doesn't that guy say anything? I'm not a mind reader." "Now, come this way." The grand lady, who had already entered the foyer, called out to someone who must have been standing just outside the door. Slow, deliberate footsteps echoed as the person entered. "Well, long time no see, Serene." The voice of the person who entered made my body freeze. "Ugh, grand lady, of all people, you had to bring the worst possible person." He wore a simple, formal uniform of the National Army, and a well-worn, rugged saber hung at his hip. His reddish-brown hair burned brightly in the light, and he flashed an unnecessarily bright smile. "Levin, when did you come back here?" I uttered his name bitterly, desperately trying to maintain my composure. My throat constricted, and I don't think my voice came out right. "Serene, do you know him?" The Marquis, standing next to me, looked at me with a puzzled expression. "That's right, that woman the grand lady didn't bring Levin, that guy here to meet the Marquis. She brought him here to introduce him to me." "Oh, Sannies, you didn't know. I thought you would have heard about him from her." The grand lady had the biggest smile plastered on her face. Did the grand lady just call me, this person? She doesn't even call me his wife anymore. The negation of my existence is getting blatant, and she brings him of all people because she can't handle me herself. What a character. "Marchioness Caramanlis, it's all right. I'll introduce myself." Just as the grand lady was about to introduce him with a wave of her hand, the man in question interrupted. He flashed his dazzling, annoyingly bright white teeth and strode into the foyer, stopping in front of the Marquis. Then he placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head. "My name is Levin Sophocles Mercury. My title is Earl. Serene's husband." "Ex-husband." I knew he'd say that. I immediately shot him down. But as if he didn't hear my voice at all, Levin stared straight at the Marquis and extended his hand. Does he want to shake hands? In this situation? Is he crazy? The Marquis did not take his hand. His face, which had been pale until just now, was now expressionless, as if he were wearing an iron mask. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the head of this house, Sannies Theo Caramanlis. This isn't the place to talk, so please come this way." With an emotionless face, he tilted his chin, signaling the servants to lead the two to the lounge. Just as I was about to follow the two who were being led away by the servants, my waist was suddenly grabbed. By the Marquis. Surprised, I looked up at him, later in detail. He whispered in my ear in a low voice, laced with anger. "Oh, this is going to be such a pain in the ass." I could already feel a headache coming on, imagining the incredibly troublesome developments that awaited me, and I couldn't help but cover my forehead with my hand. Section. Let me state this first. Levin is my ex-husband, whom I am divorced from, after entering the lounge and being served tea by the servants. Before anyone could open their mouth and start saying whatever they wanted, I launched a preemptive strike. After all, the people here will definitely only say what benefits them. They'll tell blatant lies with a touch of truth to make others think it's all true. They'll also make assumptions and hypotheses in a definitive tone to mislead others. All nobles are like that. Oh shoot, that includes me too. I won't deny it. If necessary, I'll do it too. The grand lady, who was sitting comfortably on the sofa, was enjoying her tea as if she hadn't heard a word I said. Levin, also with a relaxed smile constantly on his face, was looking at the Marquis instead of me, without saying a word. In contrast, the Marquis was sitting on the edge of the sofa, leaning forward slightly. I did speak, right? They can hear me, right? I'm here, right? Why isn't anyone looking at me? There seems to have been a slight misunderstanding. I came here today to explain. Levin is an earl, so his status is lower than the Marquis'. However, his naturally large build and intimidating presence exuded a sense of confidence. There's no misunderstanding. We certainly are divorced. I denied Levin's words, but again, no one responded. Have I turned invisible? Is that so, Sannies? Because you didn't have a proper wedding ceremony, no one noticed the mistake. It's your fault. The grand lady completely ignored my statement and continued Levin's line. She put her cup down on the table and chuckled softly, as if a child had done a cute prank and she was scolding them. She wasn't angry. In fact, she seemed to be enjoying it. No, it was a formal wedding ceremony. The documents were submitted and accepted. I tried to deny it one more time, but still, no one reacted. Why? The Marquis, who had been pursing his lips until now, let out a small sigh and opened his mouth. Mother, I've checked properly. Serene is divorced, and the marriage registration was properly accepted. Really? Did you check properly? Yes. The Grand Lady responded to the Marquis's words. Grand Lady, you're planning to completely ignore me this time, aren't you? You realize that you can't make me kneel to you by fighting me head-on. So you're trying to undermine me? Seriously infuriating. No, in the first place, that procedure was a mistake. Levin, teaming up with the Grand Lady, possessed a baseless confidence that I don't know where he got from, and made an exaggerated, troubled face, as if he were on stage. I really hate that theatricality of his. It wasn't a mistake. You were the one who filed for divorce, and my family just accepted it. How is that a misunderstanding? I'm getting tired of speaking politely, since no one's listening to me anyway. I clenched the skirt on my lap to keep myself from grabbing Levin and squeezed out my words of denial. My family members filed for divorce without my permission. I had no intention of doing so. Levin seemed to have heard me, as he indirectly responded to my words. The moment I heard those words, the blood rushed to my head. You, directly. Threw the divorce papers at me. I was so infuriated by this man. Levin, who was so calmly saying things that were completely different from what actually happened to me, that I couldn't help but raise my voice. Chapter 41. Dredging up old marriage stories. It's been many years since I was married to Levin. Our territories were adjacent, though, as frontier areas. Adjacent meant they were still incredibly far apart, so our families had a long-standing relationship. The marriage discussion was a rare initiative from my mother, and the only debate was whether I would be sent off as the bride, my immediate younger sister, or even the one after that. Naturally, no one bothered to ask me or my sisters what we thought. I was chosen because I was the closest in age to him among my sisters, and because my mother was eager to marry me off as quickly as possible. I can easily imagine Mom thinking that if she could get rid of the wild, unruly tomboy, she'd force the matter through. I didn't object. Actually, there was a reason I didn't object. I didn't realize the reason myself at the time, though. But the marriage didn't last long. In the first winter after our marriage, I suffered a severe injury from a bear attack. That injury was the catalyst for our divorce. I was carried back to my family home and narrowly escaped death. For a while, I was bedridden due to the severity of my condition. He did come to visit me when he first heard about the injury, but that was the only time he came. Even after I fully recovered, he never came again. After I recovered and returned to our home, he acted normal when he saw me in clothes, but the moment he saw the scars on my body, he completely distanced himself from me. His parents kept pressuring us for children, and wanting to somehow meet their expectations, I consulted Levin. But he dodged the issue, and after the injury, he never even touched me. And then, one day, Levin handed me divorce papers. I don't remember exactly what he said at the time. Just a bunch of stuff like, seeing you reminds me of the pain, or I feel my own inadequacy for not being able to protect you, or I'm not worthy of you because I couldn't protect you, and I'm so sorry, blah, blah, blah. He was trying to justify himself with pretty words, but what he really meant was, I can't see you as a woman anymore, so I don't need you. And by the way, there was no discussion. He just handed me the papers and immediately left to participate in a foreign expedition. I wasn't given a choice from the start. I understood from the beginning that it was a political marriage, so I didn't feel anything in particular and just got divorced. I understood Levin's situation. He had a mission to produce an heir. He wouldn't be forgiven if he couldn't achieve that, so I didn't blame him for choosing to separate. The problem, though, was what happened afterward. He acted as if I was heartbroken, crying every day because of the divorce, and he started bothering me about everything. Like no way, I felt so refreshed. Thanks to the scars on my body and my reputation, unwanted men stopped coming around, and my mother, perhaps feeling sorry for me, stopped interfering as much. That's how I was able to sneak into swordsmanship tournaments and do whatever I wanted. And I enjoyed helping with my grandfather and father's work. Making all sorts of excuses, I started avoiding Levin, because he was annoying. If a man you have no feelings for keeps bothering you later on, of course it's annoying, so I avoided him like the plague. Besides, there was another big reason why I avoided him. Indeed, I had no choice but to do what I did back then. I'm sorry, Serene. Please forgive me for not being able to respond to your feelings, Levin declared, as if he were alone on a stage, spotlight on him, performing a monologue. Seriously annoying. I don't even want to know what kind of story is unfolding in this guy's head. This place is Levin's, his stage. The atmosphere somehow feels like lovers who had to separate due to a misunderstanding are resolving their issues and getting back together. To correct this mistake, this marriage should be annulled. That would be best, the grand lady, who was contributing to creating the atmosphere, said triumphantly. Hey, it won't be undone. The divorce and the marriage are facts. But mother, just as the Marquis opened his heavy mouth to say something. That's what's best. Understand that, the grand lady said, cutting off the Marquis's words. I see. I understand why the Marquis has the habit of trying to proceed with things without explaining anything to me or asking for my opinion. It's the grand lady. She's been treating the Marquis like that since he was a child. If your opinions have always been shut down, you'll eventually stop voicing them, and you'll stop listening to others, too. The Marquis's attitude is a result of the grand lady's upbringing. It was when the atmosphere in the room completely became Levin's and the grand lady's that I stood up abruptly. May I say something of utmost importance? I said it with a loud voice and clear articulation that could be heard even by the servants standing in the corner of the room. But still, no one looked at me. The grand lady, for that matter, didn't even seem to feel a breeze. She was elegantly sipping her tea. Oh, really? You're going to completely ignore me, huh? If that's how you want to play it, I have my own ideas. I beckoned to the servants who were waiting anxiously in the corner of the room. Then, I had them remove everything from the table, from the cups and saucers to the vases. And then, grabbing the edge of the table, I shouted, "UOOH," and flipped it over, eek. Even the grand lady seemed surprised by this, letting out a small scream and retracting her limbs. The Marquis and Levin were also surprised and stood up from their seats. Could you please stop ignoring me? I am here, existing, you know. I dusted off my hands while glaring at the faces of the people around me one by one. Serene, we're in the middle of an important conversation, Levin said, trying to admonish me. Isn't the most important person involved in that important conversation me? Or am I wrong? Are you talking about some other woman with the same name? No, that's... Levin hesitated because he couldn't deny that I was right. Know my place? She scoffed. Isn't it you who doesn't know your place? The grand lady said, raising her voice with a vein throbbing on her forehead. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you realize who you're talking to? She also stood up and glared at me. That's why, as I said before, you are no greater than me. We are equals. You are now just the wife of the former Marquis. What did you say? I am Sanny's. Yes, you're his mother, but you're not my mother. Besides, we're discussing my marriage, Sanny's Sama's, and even Levin's. You're involved in none of them. When I said that clearly, the grand lady was finally at a loss for words. Well, it's the truth. Serene, calm down. You can't talk to my mother like that. I won't allow it. The Marquis finally opened his mouth, and it was to say that, I'm so disappointed. I slowly turned to face the Marquis and glared at him with cold eyes. When have I ever asked for your permission? When I retorted in a low voice that seemed to echo from the depths of the earth, the Marquis made a surprised face with wide eyes. Did this guy really think that if he said that, I would really shut up? Don't underestimate me. Was the only thing you could think to do in this situation to point out my wording towards the grand lady? I pressed him to remind the Marquis of his position right now. He hesitated. He might be looking back on his actions so far, but the words didn't come out. Finally, I strode towards Levin, who was still standing there stunned. I grabbed the collar of his chest, who was looking down at me with a surprised face, and pulled him towards me. How many times do I have to tell you the same thing before it gets through that thick skull of yours? I'll say it again, even though it's useless. I divorced you cleanly. I'm so happy to be divorced. Really, my heart is so clear, so why are you here now? When I said that all at once, Levin started moving his mouth hesitantly. Then, I don't know what he came up with, but he put on a determined expression and looked at me with sincere eyes. To take you back. This man is hopeless. He doesn't understand anything. I took a deep breath, a sigh, really, inhaled deeply, and said clearly in a voice that everyone in the room could hear. What do you mean take me back when you already have a wife and children? Do you want me as your mistress? A concubine, a kept woman in the shadows. How dare you underestimate me so much? At my words, everyone else in the room except Leven had a blank look on their faces. Chapter 42. Stripped bare in front of the Marquis. Apparently, the grand lady hadn't even bothered to check if Leven was remarried before bringing him here. And Leven, true to form, probably weaseled his way out of mentioning it. Just like him. The grand lady and Leven made some flimsy excuses about remembering urgent business and took off. After finishing dinner and putting Addie to bed, I was summoned to the Marquis's study again. I have a bad feeling about this. Excuse me, I said, entering the study demurely. The Marquis was lounging deeply on the sofa, arms and legs crossed, exuding elegance. As I entered the room, he slowly turned his head and looked up at me. Why did you keep it a secret? His gaze was sharp, and his voice was a little stiff. Why what? I asked, not understanding his question. I walked further into the room, approaching him and standing directly in front of him. He followed me with his eyes, then sighed. About Earl Mercury, he spat out. Why did I keep it a secret? Because it's over, I blurted out, my voice cracking in surprise. Do I really need to go on and on about my divorced ex-husband to my new one? The Marquis made a strange expression, pushing the hair back from his forehead. So, you finally managed to shake him off by remarrying. No, that's not it. I was starting to get confused. What was this guy even talking about? So, the Marquis shot up from the sofa, quickly pulling me close by the waist. You still have feelings for him? His violet eyes were filled with a serious intensity, and his face started to get closer. So I quickly turned his head to the side with a crack. No, it means that the moment we divorced, I didn't have a single shred of lingering feelings. Why is it that both the Marquis, this guy and Leven are operating under the assumption that I was deeply in love with Leven? Leven and I had a political marriage, okay? I didn't have any romantic feelings for him. The moment we divorced, our personal connection was severed. Wait a minute, I thought that's how I'd been explaining it from the start. Could that be why we're not on the same page? I mean, how many love marriages are there among nobles anyway? Almost none, right? In Leven's case, at least I'd known him for a while, but with this Caramanly's Marquis, we literally met for the first time at our wedding ceremony, you know. Sure, the connection between Leven's Mercury earldom and my family's territory hasn't been severed. But that's because our territories are adjacent and inextricably linked. In the first place, my grandfather went ballistic when I was divorced, but my parents calmed him down and smoothed things over. If there's any lingering resentment, it's on my family's side. The Marquis wrenched his face away and shook off my hand, cracking his neck. Sorry, did that hurt? Apparently still not convinced, the Marquis pressed on. But according to him, you're going to believe his story over mine. Am I not your wife? You're going to believe his version of my feelings? What kind of logic is that? Why does this guy always take me so lightly? Is it because I'm a woman that you can't believe me? Or are you just not listening? Why do my words always seem to carry so little weight? What's the difference between Leven's words and mine? Is there something different? Why do my words seem to carry less weight than his in your mind? Of course, I discussed it with him before the divorce. Yes, I did try to change his mind. But that's because he wouldn't listen to me. It wasn't about loving him or wanting him to see me as a woman or anything like that. It was because Leven's parents kept pressuring me to have children, and he didn't do a thing to stop them. It's Leven's decision not to touch me. I can't just spontaneously generate a child through cell division, no matter how hard I try. I would have already popped one out a long time ago if I could. The Marquis's face turned pale. You slept with him. Seriously, that's what you're focusing on now? Hey, focus on the main point here. That's not important right now. It is, the Marquis interrupted, cutting me off. Why did you make babies with him, but not with me? What do you mean why? Do you hate me that much? That's not. Was your ex that much better? So you're saving your virtue for him, which means. Listen to me for once, you idiot. I grabbed his chest and jaw, yanking him closer. I thought it was an obligation with him, okay? I wasn't born thinking and acting this way. I learned to think for myself through trial and error, especially. when I was attacked by that bear and narrowly escaped death. That's when I realized I couldn't keep living like that. Until then, I'd thought I was living freely as I pleased. But that wasn't the case. I realized that I was being held captive, that I was only being allowed to live freely within the confines of what they deigned to permit. I realized that society was unilaterally deciding my fate, regardless of my own will. What value is there in a life like that? Being in a situation where others have the right to decide my fate is nothing more than being allowed to breathe by someone else. My soul-bearing scream didn't seem to reach him. He was still blinking at me in surprise. So, with me. You want it to be an obligation. Would you be happy if I slept with you out of duty? If you want it to be an obligation, we can do it right here, right now. I don't care, just get it over with quickly. It'll just be a chore, okay? So get undressed. Or do you want me to strip you? Huh. I let go of him and reached for the buttons on his shirt. It was too much of a pain, so I just ripped the shirt open. One button flew off, but I couldn't do any more than that with my strength. Instead, I dropped the dressing gown I was wearing to the floor. Then I loosened the straps of my negligee. So, in the end, that's all I am to you? Is that what your I love you means? If so, I was seriously mistaken. I'd mistakenly thought that the Marquis had woken up after the last incident. I had heard that he'd been on good terms with his first wife, and I thought she'd been treated well, because he said he loved her. If this is what his I love you means, I shouldn't have had any expectations. I'm annoyed at my own optimism. I'm still too naive. I have to learn to see through people to the very end. Otherwise, I'll just be exploited again. I'm fine with that, but I won't let Addie go through that. 6 months. If there's no sign of pregnancy after 6 months, I'm leaving, but I'm taking Addie with me. You can just get another wife and have her bear children for you, okay? Oh, but if you lay a hand on my sister, I'll sneak into your house in the middle of the night and chop up that precious thing while you're sleeping. I finished undressing, revealing my entire body. What if we have a child? The Marquis asked, his eyes running over the still painful scars that crisscrossed my body, as if he wanted to reach out and touch them. I'll leave as soon as I can move around. If it's a boy, I'll leave him here. If it's a girl, I'll take her with me. Of course, I'll take Addie too. I'm sure you'll be overjoyed and dote on him if it's a boy, right? I'll take a girl with me because I don't want her to be turned into a doll like Addie. Well, I might die during pregnancy or childbirth anyway, but that can't be helped. At my words, the Marquis stopped and stared at me as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. You'd leave a boy here. Don't you have any motherly love? Huh, who are you to talk about love? Of course I do, but in this case, it can't be helped. Anyway, he'll be taken away from me if it's a boy. Wouldn't you take care of him since he's a boy? If the child can be happy, it doesn't matter if I'm not the one making him happy. In the first place, a parent's love isn't just about being the one who carried the child or because they share your blood, is it? Even though I didn't give birth to her, Addie is just as precious to me. I love her. I want to cherish her. I'm sure I'll love a child if I give birth to one, whether it's a boy or a girl. But I love Addie just as much. And my sisters and brother too. Recently, I've even found myself fond of Eric and, to a lesser extent, Ilya's. There's no distinction. What? You didn't carry Addie in your womb, did you? Does that mean you don't love Addie? Do you only love Addie because she shares your blood? Is that what your love is? Does your love require conditions or compensation? That's not loving a child. That's just valuing your own genes. That's the same with Addie's mother. You don't love Addie's mother as an individual. You just love her because she bore a child who carries your genes. There are many forms of love. It's up to each individual to decide how they want to love. But I don't want them to force their ideas about love on me or Addie. What's wrong? Aren't you going to get undressed? Do you prefer to stay dressed? Well, whatever kinks you have are fine with me. Let's just get it over with. I want to go to sleep with Addie. I urged the Marquis, who hadn't moved since a while ago. Here I am, stark naked. It's not even summer yet. I'm cold. I pushed him on the shoulder. Since the back of his knees were right against the edge of the sofa, he fell back onto it. The Marquis, still lying down, looked back and forth between my body and my face, clearly hesitating. Then, as if he'd made up his mind, he slowly reached out his hand towards me. Chapter 43. A hint revealed. The Marquis's hand landed on my shoulder and was pushed away. Please, put your clothes on, I'm asking you. He pushed me away and rolled off the sofa. Then he stood up quickly, turning his back to me with a huff. Just what I was waiting for. I grabbed my discarded clothes. It was cold. It's still too early in the year to be stark mappa. Good, the Marquis was able to hold back. I managed to not completely disillusion him. I didn't want to be disillusioned with him, since he's Addie's father. Well, I can't let my guard down yet. With his back still to me, the Marquis poured himself a drink from the bottle on the table next to the sofa and downed it in one gulp. After he swallowed and took a deep breath, he asked me from behind, What should I do? Huh, you're still asking that after all this. I finished tying my negligee and started picking up the gown from the floor, opening my mouth to speak. What do you want me to say to that? Where is Tsani-sama's will? As soon as I asked, his shoulders drooped a little. You're an adult. You have a position. The time when you just did what people told you to do is long gone, right? You should be able to act on your own volition now. You have the right to. No one will stop you. You should have already done so at some point. So, do you want to just do whatever I say now? Marquis, you might not realize it yourself, but neither your mother nor I can change your mind. I answered him, but it wasn't what he was hoping to hear. He didn't move, his back still turned. Sigh, oh well, can't be helped. I guess I have to give him a hint or two. He is my husband. If I leave him to his own devices, my position could get worse too. My marriage to you is unshakable. It's a fact recognized by the country. And you don't need to search for my correct answer. You can do what you want. It's possible that you and I might clash because of it, but that's because I'm a different person from you, and I have different intentions and thoughts than you do. What's necessary is for us to find a compromise when we have two different opinions, right? There may be times when we can't come to an agreement, but we can just separate when that happens. The meaning lies in searching for a compromise together, don't you think? Besides, if we both hold back and bottle things up, it will eventually explode and fall apart. If we don't exchange opinions, friction will arise from forcing things on the other person or ignoring them. If I don't listen to the Marquis's opinion, I won't know what he really thinks, and if I'm judged and suppressed, of course I'll rebel. He probably hasn't had many of those kinds of interactions with people close to him. Obeying his father, obeying his mother. He could only do as he pleased in areas where he wasn't told anything. I understand it now. The reason the Marquis kept my marriage to him simple and only among close acquaintances. He was afraid of being denied by the grand lady, so he married me without telling her. Probably, as the Marquis's heir, he's only ever been asked to give the right answer. And if he failed, he might have been scolded. Certainly, considering his position, he can't be allowed to fail. However, childhood should be different. Children are supposed to fail. They're supposed to learn by repeating failures. He should have gotten used to failing during his childhood, when he was supposed to be allowed to fail. But perhaps he wasn't allowed to do that. He must have spent a very restricted childhood. But that doesn't mean I agree with his current actions. I don't want to have to endure everything he says and put up with it myself. I'm an individual too, just like him. I have my own preferences and limits too. I'm not the Marquis's caregiver. Even as his wife, I have no such obligation. If I were to care for him, it would be when I loved him and wanted to. At least, not now. Besides, I'm not an accessory to the Marquis. He should take responsibility for his own actions. He's a man in a position of power now. Believe what you want to believe. If you want to believe what Levin says more than what I say, it's your freedom to do so. No one is forcing you to. It's your choice. After saying only that, I left the Marquis's study. Well, the Marquis's body was reacting. I'm glad he managed to stop himself. I was a little happy about that. I didn't think you'd come back. Maggie, the head nanny, said in a surprised voice. She seemed to have come to Addie's room to check on her after she'd fallen asleep. That's where I ran into her. The master called you, right? About what happened today. We couldn't talk in Addie's room, so Maggie and I went outside. Today's tag match with the grand lady and Levin seemed to be the talk of the family. Why? I'm coming back. I want to sleep with Addie. On days like today, I want to be soothed by the scent of Addie's head even more. I want to fill my whole body with that scent. I want to stroke her fluffy hair and hug her tight and only think about Addie. Well, that's true. You can sleep with Addie even after the deed is done, can't you? Hi. I couldn't help but let out a hoarse voice at Maggie's words. I don't want to be told, after the deed is done. Stop it. Why would it come to that? When I said that, feeling dejected, Maggie looked surprised. But that's the quickest way to settle the matter, isn't it? Now that she mentions it, there's some truth in Maggie's words. The quickest way to appease the Marquis and prove that there's nothing between me and Leven is that. However, I have a brain, you know. I want to believe that the other side has one too. If words don't get through, and my life is in danger, I'll do it. But I still wanted to believe that wasn't the case. You're surprisingly pure, aren't you? Maggie sighed, exaggeratedly dropping her shoulders in a oh-well manner. I slowly shook my head. It's not that I'm pure. If that's the only way, I'll choose it. It's just, it wears me down. It makes me feel numb and desensitized. My own worth decreases within myself. I just hate that. I value myself. If I don't value myself, who will? Other people's feelings change. It's dangerous to depend on that. Besides, if I treat myself carelessly, others will treat me carelessly too. I'm sure I understand that from experience. You're overestimating yourself quite a bit, aren't you? Do you really have that much value? Maggie's harsh words, her words are brutal. I laughed and looked back at her. I do, in my mind. I don't know what my worth is in other people's minds. After saying that, Maggie snorted with a laugh. An iron heart, huh? If only everyone was as strong as you. It was as if she was saying that to herself. Oh, wait. I'm not always made of steel, okay? When I'm hurt or tired, I want to smell Addie and be soothed too. I had to deny that just in case. I get weak sometimes too. You're a pervert, aren't you? Maggie said, smiling happily in contrast to her words. When she smiles, her eyes droop and she gets a gentle face like she's in trouble. Huh, Maggie, aren't you soothed by Addie's scent? There's no way that's true. Even if I was, I wouldn't tell anyone that. I see, I get it, so that's it. Okay, so Maggie is also soothed by Addie's scent, but she's hiding it. Noted. Hey Maggie, if you have time, let's have a drink. I have some wine hidden in my room. It's my secret stash of wine for when I just have to drink. It's already open, so I want to finish it before it oxidizes completely, and I feel like drinking today. When I asked, Maggie let her eyes wander into space and thought for a moment. And then, I'm picky about wine, you know. She grinned, chapter 44. Discussing the next target. Everyone around me keeps telling me not to make waves. But doesn't that mean, even if you have complaints, just shut up and obey? But all I'm doing is swatting away the sparks flying at me. Do they expect me to just get burned in silence? Do they expect me to just watch Addie get burned? There's no way in hell I'm doing that. If Addie's jewel-like skin gets even a scratch, that's a loss to the entire world. Still, I guess maybe I should be more strategic. If I charge and head first, the resistance will naturally be stronger. So, I need to work from behind the scenes. If that's the case, then I don't have enough information. With so few allies, I'm desperately lacking information. So, that's why. I'm consulting you, someone who looks like they're always gathering information for various nefarious schemes. If you're asking for help, shouldn't you be a bit more humble? My tutor, Samuel, looking utterly exhausted, muttered that, clearly dissatisfied with my tone. After the scuffle with the grand lady, Leven, and the Marquis, I asked Samuel, who had come to the mansion to tutor Addie as usual, to come back on his day off because I had something to discuss. And today was the day he came. Since it was his day off, the tutor, Samuel, was dressed a little more casually than his usual suit. Addie was so thrilled that Samuel had come on a day he normally wouldn't that her cheeks flushed red with excitement, and she jumped up and down with joy. So cute, if you jump that much you'll sprout wings and fly away. I'd catch you right away though, I feel like I've said that before. Yeah, but I think that every day, come to think of it. I, of course, told the Marquis that I had invited Samuel. When he heard that, he made another subtle face. Is he suspecting me of cheating on him with Samuel again? I feel like he doesn't trust me at all. I don't have the guts to invite my lover over so brazenly. Probably. Today, Maggie is looking after Addie. When I told her I was teaching Addie how to handle a knife, she made a face like she'd bitten into something bitter. Why are you making that face? Even I'm hurt by that, damn it. But she didn't complain, only saying, that's not the worst thing you've done, and agreed to let Addie practice handling the knife. I wonder what she meant by that. Was that a dig? Right now, I'm having a secret meeting. No, a consultation with Samuel in the gazebo in the rose garden. Addie is still surrounded by danger. There are people putting strange pressure on her, too. And there's another thing I'm worried about. Samuel, are you familiar with the Mercury Earl? I ask about my ex-husband, who made a fool of himself here not too long ago. He nodded curtly. Of course. I've investigated anything related to you to some extent. He's your ex-husband, right? Figures. Well, considering you insulted me the first time we met, you'd prepare some ammunition for insults. Yes, that ex-husband, or more accurately, his son, is my current concern. In the Otome Game, besides the short-circuited Prince Eric and the doting maniac Ilyas, there's one more main target. That guy met Eric when they were young and, like Ilyas, became one of his future right-hand men. Zeno Spiros Mercury, the son of my ex-husband, Levin, the child from his remarriage after divorcing me, and the only knight I actually liked in the Otome Game. I liked Zeno. I really liked him. His reddish-brown hair glowed like embers in the sunlight, and he had beautiful emerald eyes. He was friendly, a little clumsy, bold, and generous. In my previous life, when I was overwhelmed by so many things, I was incredibly soothed by that two-dimensional character. That's why I unconsciously developed a slight affection for Levin, who resembled him so much. I had no objections to the marriage. Well, that affection was shattered into a million pieces after the marriage, though. I feel so conflicted, liking my ex-husband's son. When I really think about it, it's seriously weird. I didn't realize Zeno was Levin's son until after I married the Marquis and realized this was the world of the Otome Game. So seriously, I'm feeling weird about it in real time. Okay, leaving that complicated relationship aside, the problem is how he became involved with Eric and Addie. He's that man's son. There might be something I didn't see in the Otome Game. Also, I'm curious about the event where he meets Eric. Addie's future is changing. I don't know how that will affect the events to come. That's why I want to gather as much information as possible beforehand. So, do you know anything about the Mercury Earl's heir? I ask Samuel, pretending not to know much about him, about Zeno. He tilted his head, his gaze shifting as if he were rummaging through his memories. Ah, I think there was someone. I don't know his name, though. Well, you wouldn't investigate things that aren't really relevant. Then, do you know if there's any connection between the Mercury Earl and Duke Andrew? Right now, I want to know if they have any connections. Duke Andrew. He tilted his head again, shaking it slightly and cracking his neck. I don't care, but he looks like he has terrible neck stiffness. There shouldn't be absolutely no connection. The Mercury Earl family are the Northwest Margrave. Let's see. Originally, your ex-husband was the youngest son, and the Margrave should have been inherited by his older brother. Of course, there's a strong connection between them and Duke Andrew. However, if it's just my ex-husband, the story is a little different, I think. As he said that, he took out a small notepad from his pocket and flipped through it. Ah, if it's your ex-husband, he's a little distant from the center. He doesn't seem to have many direct connections because of his foreign expedition. Well, it seems he's leaving all those political matters to his brother. I've been wondering about this for a while, but what's written in that notebook? Is it a blackmailing ledger? However, I see, the Margrave doesn't have any children, so it's rumored that the Mercury Earl's heir will inherit the Margrave title. Ah, I see. So that's why Zeno, who wasn't originally supposed to be the head of the family, will become Eric's right-hand man as the Margrave. Well, he wasn't the Margrave yet in the Otome Game, but that was the setting after the ending when some time had passed. I'm starting to remember little by little. However, that's just the story of Zeno's position. From the way he's talking now, it doesn't seem like Zeno and Eric have any contact at the moment. Where will they meet? Did Zeno say anything about it in the Otome Game events? So, when I was racking my brains trying to dig up my memories, Samuel suddenly spoke. Why are you asking about that? He closed his notebook and looked straight at my troubled face, as if he were trying to discern my true intentions. You said consultation earlier. If you just wanted information from me, you wouldn't have said it that way, right? As expected of a villain, well, former villain, I guess. As you know, the Mercury Earl is in a troublesome, difficult-to-handle position. From the perspective of the Caramanly's Marquis. Well, that's your fault, though. I didn't need that comment. You approached him on this time, but I received information that there might be a back channel. From where? I can't exactly say, from my previous life. From another brother. When I said that, Samuel made a slightly troubled face. Oh, is he suspecting something? Suspecting his existence? Well, yeah, since another brother doesn't exist anymore. Sergio's is me. Where does your brother usually live? A simple question from Samuel. Right, you'd wonder about that. I haven't really thought about that myself. He's near me, or back at our family home, or in town. He doesn't stay in one place for very long. His existence can't be known. I say what I just came up with now, as if it were the truth. According to my brother, there's a possibility that Eric and Addie and the Mercury Earl's son might come into contact someday. There will be contact. Definitely. I don't know when, though. It could be tomorrow or it could be in 5 years. Frankly, I want to know the timing and events. It would be great if I could conveniently remember them, but my brain doesn't seem to be made that way, damn it. At least, I want a hint to help me remember. I thought that if there was any sign of that happening, Samuel might know. When I said that earnestly and sincerely, he HMM'd and adjusted his monocle. I'd like to talk to him once. What did he just say? I'd like to exchange information with him, someone who can gather that kind of information. He glanced at the roses nearby, but his eyes searched past them, as if looking for someone hiding in the bushes. Well. I mean, am I not good enough? If we meet face to face, my cover would be blown. Your information is too second-hand. I see. My stories would inevitably be hearsay. His source of information? It's an Otome Game. There's no way I can say that. Crap, I didn't think he'd say that. What should I do? I'll consult with Sergio's. I stall for time. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? I spun my mind at high speed, thinking about what I should do, without letting it show on my face. Chapter 45. Something's starting to move. Wait a minute, what am I going to do for real? My tutor, Samuel, told me to let him meet Sergio's. Of course, refusing is an option. After all, he's a secret of our family, supposedly. But I also think it's a fair trade for him, a legitimate bargaining chip to get the right information from him. I haven't brought him any benefits yet. If I don't give him something soon, it's not fair, and I don't know when he'll change his mind and start teaching me lies. However, even if I were to let them meet, there's the problem of how to do it. I can't exactly introduce him standing next to me and say, "This is Sergio's. We're the same person, you know? I wish I was born a ninja. Then I could use the art of the clone, or a copy robot or something. Man, I really wanted one of those when I was a kid. Wouldn't that be convenient, since it can even share memories? Wait, this isn't the time to escape reality. What am I going to do? I was worrying about this and that when it happened. That idiot ex-husband of mine, Leven, sent a formal invitation to Caramanly's mansion. Before summer, there's a grove of trees where pale violet flowers bloom in profusion, and I would love to invite you there. Please do come. Or so it said. The trees that bloom in pale violet before summer are like cherry trees, but with different colors. It's a place in Mercury County that I visited when I was little. I remember it being magnificent, beautiful, and overwhelming. For me, who was used to cherry blossoms, the sea of pale violet to light blue-violet trees blooming all over the trees was so shocking that my brain was shaken. It was truly breathtakingly beautiful. However, this invitation is suspicious. It was addressed to Addie and her fiancé, Eric, and if possible, his mother as well. The Marquis wasn't invited. The stated reason is to celebrate Eric and Addie's engagement. I was invited because I wasn't there when the engagement was formalized, but I sense a strong intention in deliberately excluding the Marquis. Of course, the tutor, Samuel, and the head nanny, Maggie, were allowed to accompany us, as well as the guards, since it's also a social studies tour. Eric will also be accompanied by his tutor, guards, and that doting maniac, Ilias. What's with the father not being able to come? It's so obvious that he has ulterior motives. I don't want to go. The grand lady is definitely involved in this too, but I didn't understand the reason. The intention of deliberately excluding the Marquis. I feel like there's going to be another big wave of trouble. Definitely. And on top of that, there's the Samuel and Sergio's thing. This is such a pain in the ass. I'm all for showing Eric, Addie, and Ilias that grove of pale violet trees. That place is truly beautiful. It's a tree that only blooms in the north, and I think Addie in particular will like it. Also, the Mercury Earl's villa near the grove is also a horse farm. It's a great place to teach Addie and Eric, who have recently become interested in horses, about horses. It's troubling, really troubling. I want to go with Addie and Eric for their sake. I really want to go. But I really don't want to see that idiot ex-husband, Levin, again. But that's right, I can meet Zeno. Zeno, huh? How old is he now? I think he's older than Eric but younger than Ilya's, so 7 or 8 years old. He must be cute. I can meet him as a kid. Moreover, this is very likely to be the first time Eric and Zeno meet. I wonder if their meeting in the Otome Game was also an event like this. Was it such a peaceful story? Something feels off. I need to come up with an answer quickly. Troubling. And so, I spent a sleepless night for a while not. I continued to indulge in a calm and healthy sleep while inhaling Addie's scalp scent. Addie's scent is a wonderful sleep aid. Section. Sergio's has given his permission. You can meet him. One day, after Addie's lesson was over, I called out to the tutor, Samuel, who was getting ready to leave. When he heard those words, Samuel turned around with a happy look on his face. Why is he so happy? When? Did you want to meet him that much? This holiday, in town. I can't meet him here. I don't know who might see us, and if Sergio's fan, Marquis sees us by mistake, it'll be a pain in the neck. I can't come with you to the meeting, so please meet him there on your own. I can't do it any other way. Instantly transform on the spot? Impossible. But I don't know what he looks like. Samuel muttered, his eyes wandering in the air. Well, that's true. First it was from a distance, then from behind. It's okay. He'll know who you are, he'll call out to you, so there won't be any problem if you just wait at the designated place. I'll know Samuel, so it's okay. We've had a cave dawn and everything. That being said, actually, I don't know much about the town nearby, because I've hardly ever been there. What is the designated place? See, I don't know. He said the place can be wherever is convenient for you. I don't know. Samuel put his hand to his mouth and thought for a moment. There's a bar in town called Dawn Ocean. There. A bar. Actually, I haven't been to bars that much. I've been to the ones in my family's territory a few times, but they felt more like public diners. I bet the bars in town are different, right? I'm so looking forward to it. When I smiled involuntarily, Samuel shot me a suspicious look. Crap, it was written all over my face. I understand, I'll tell Sergio's. I cleared my throat and nodded, pretending to be serious. Section. As expected, it would be too reckless to just go on the day of the meeting, so I decided to investigate in advance. How long it takes to get there, the location, and the layout inside the bar, etc. However, if I said I was going to town, I'd have guards and companions with me. Honestly, I wanted to go alone. I decided to go out on a weekday when Addie was studying, Eric wasn't coming, and the Marquis wasn't home. I thought about whether or not to keep it a secret, but this time I properly told the family that I was going out. I'm feeling trapped in the mansion, so I'm going for a long ride. The head nanny, Maggie, said, I figured. But I wonder what she meant by that. Was it sarcasm? I changed into my riding clothes and borrowed my usual horse from the stableman. I'll cross-dress before I get to town. After all, it's dangerous for a woman in expensive riding clothes to walk around town alone, you know? Come to think of it. This horse I always borrow is a really good horse. It has the boldness not to be surprised by minor things and the wisdom to wait quietly. I liked it so much that I actually came to take care of it every day. That's how I became friends with the stableman. He's quite old, and he said he's been working there since the previous Marquis' time. The Marquis doesn't ride horses very often, so he was lonely, but he's happy that I come and ride them from time to time. He said the horses are happy too. The Marquis family has a car, after all. Horses are still the mainstream in the world, but when it comes to convenience, cars can't be beat. I prefer horses, though. That's how I left the house and cross-dressed along the way. Thanks to that, my luggage became a little bulky and annoying, but I can't help it. But honestly, I feel more comfortable in men's clothes. I don't have to act graceful, and no one says anything even if I'm not polite. Women are always surrounded by an unspoken pressure and unique atmosphere from those around them to be polite. If I just use the same tone as a man, I get scolded. What's with that way of speaking? I'm just using the same tone as you moron. So what's wrong with your way of speaking? If you're going to force it on others, do it yourself. I've thought that so many times. If I nitpicked everything, I wouldn't be able to have a proper conversation, so I usually behave myself. Seriously, it's so stuffy and suffocating, you know? As I rode my horse lightly, I soon saw the town in the distance. I was bursting with anticipation. Come to think of it, Samuel lives here, doesn't he? Why doesn't he live at the mansion? He comes to the mansion every day on weekdays. Isn't it a pain in the ass? I think he takes a bus part of the way and then walks from there. It's annoying, right? As I was thinking about that, I arrived in town. Honestly, I was so excited that my knees were shaking. Chapter 46. Went to see the tutor. The meeting day with Samuel as Sergio's arrived in the blink of an eye. The meeting was at night. Until then, I spent my time playing with Addie as usual. However, considering my nighttime escape, I started pretending to feel unwell from midday. I swayed a little, occasionally pressing my hand to my head. Thanks to that, when I said, "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well, so I'll retire for the day," around evening and retreated to my room, no one suspected a thing. Of course, I declined dinner as well. I locked the room, dressed in men's clothing, and escaped through the window. I borrowed my usual horse, from the stables and hurried to town. Since I had previously confirmed the time and location, I arrived at the bar without any problems. However, I didn't tie the horse up at the bar today. If Samuel saw it and realized it was a Caramanley's mansion horse, that would be bad. I left the horse at a shop where you could leave horses in another location and walked to the bar. The sun had completely set, and the town was enveloped in a distant bustle typical of the night. The gaslights illuminated the cobblestones, but the alleys were quiet and dark, suggesting it was best not to enter them. Knowing it was suspicious, I hid my mouth with a cloth. I was about to meet Samuel face to face. I couldn't meet him with my face completely exposed. That would be too obvious. Then I entered the bar. The unique smell of alcohol and cigar smoke hung in the air. I searched for Samuel among the men exchanging drinks. There he was, a man sitting at a table in the back of the bar, facing this way, tilting a wine glass. Samuel, who had glanced at me when I entered the bar, placed his wine glass on the table while glancing at me intermittently. I placed money on the counter, ordered a glass of wine, and approached Samuel with the glass in hand. "Sorry to keep you waiting." I tried my best to speak in a low voice. I thought if I spoke too clearly, I would be found out, so I slurred my words a little. Then, Samuel looked slightly happy and offered me a seat. "Why are you making such a happy face? I've never seen you make that face before. I've heard about you from Serene-sama. Are you Sergio's?" When he asked me that, I nodded. Since I came to the bar, I wanted to enjoy some alcohol, but today my purpose was different. In the first place, I couldn't expose my face, so I left the wine on the table without taking a sip. "Why are you hiding your face?" A reasonable question from Samuel. I am someone who should not exist. I can't show my face because I don't know where related parties might be. My face is identical to the real Sergio's. So, please keep my existence a secret from the Marquis-sama as well. That's what I said as an excuse. The truth is, I'd be found out if I showed my face. Besides, it would be troublesome if the Marquis found out. I see. Oh, he accepted it. He's really honest in this regard. So, about the story. I got to the main topic. He said he wanted to exchange information. I didn't really know what kind of information he wanted. Could it be that he hasn't given up on his evil scheme yet? If so, it would be dangerous to honestly give him various information. Serene-sama said that the Andrew Marquis' heir, Adi-sama, and the Mercury Earl's son will eventually have contact with each other. Where did that information come from? From the Otome Game? How easy it would be if I could say that. I recalled the events and settings from the Otome Game, and then added some predictions as I opened my mouth. It's from my own information network, and I can't reveal the source. It's an Otome Game, after all. The Mercury Margrave, also known as the Lion Count, does not have a son, and he has no intention of having any more children. The Lion Count is planning to adopt his nephew, Zeno-sama, as his successor. This was something that was mentioned in an event with the idiot ex-husbands, Levan's son, Zeno, in the Otome Game. Zeno said that he would be adopted by his uncle and succeed the Margrave title. In that case, in order to establish future connections, children will be introduced to each other from an early age. It's best if they're close from childhood. The Andrew Duke's heir, Eric-sama, is engaged to Adi-sama. The groundwork is being laid. The Prime Minister's heir, Theodorakis Marquis, is already Eric-sama's caretaker, and a bond has already been established. The next foundation is the northwest frontier, the turn of Mercury Margrave's future son-in-law. This is my prediction. In the Otome Game, the main romance interests are the short-circuited Prince Eric, the doting maniac Ilias, and Zeno. These three are high-spec men unique to the Otome Game, and they will be involved in the center of the country in the future. That means it's normal to have them make contact from childhood. In this way, existing vested interests are continuously passed down in a narrow world at the heart of politics. Even if talented people try to enter from the outside later, there is no room for them to enter anymore. After I spoke that far, Samuel put his hand to his mouth and pondered. Could it be? I preemptively pointed out what he was probably thinking. That's right. Perhaps the invitation from Mercury Earl the other day was for that reason. To introduce Eric, Addie, and Ilias to Zeno. Probably he invited me with ulterior motives, I guessed. Originally, if there's a purpose, it's best not to muddy the waters with other intentions, since they could interfere with achieving that purpose, but that idiot Levan probably doesn't think that far. He's probably thinking, since we're at it, for real, there's no way anything good will happen, you hear? I won't let it happen. I really hate that guy. I've come to hate him even more since the divorce. I have a feeling something will happen. Please be careful as well. I warned Samuel. Is it because Serene-sama will be accompanying you? He asked back. I wasn't completely convinced, but I nodded anyway. Everyone treats me like a person who destroys everything they see, but I don't do anything unless something happens. I don't, okay? Only a little. He called Serene without needing to, but didn't call the Marquis. Someone is scheming something behind the scenes. It's best if nothing happens, but we have to consider the possibility of something happening. If something happens and it becomes irreversible, I'll regret it more than anything. I will also watch from the shadows, but I can't always be with you. If I go as Serene, I won't be able to move freely disguised as Sergio's. It's really helpful to have Samuel's cooperation. I finished talking and tried to take a sip of wine, but that's right, I can't drink it. Kie, I want to drink it. As if to replace me, Samuel gulped down the wine. Ava, I'm so jealous. I would like to exchange information with you in the future, but how should I do it? Perhaps he was convinced by the information I provided. Samuel expressed his desire for a continued connection. That's difficult. I need to make various preparations every time we meet. Please tell Serene, you can communicate through her. Well, Sergio's me is Serene me after all. Meeting in person. Samuel pressed further. When the time comes, again someday. I smiled with my eyes so he could understand. I have to hurry back. If someone comes to the room, they'll find out I snuck out. I've stuffed the bed with cushions to make it look like someone is sleeping there, but if they touch it, it's game over. The sooner I return, the better. I ran the horse and hurried back. I somehow managed to return to the mansion and put the horse back in the stable. Sorry, I'll come take care of you properly tomorrow. I ran towards the mansion to return to my room through the window. But at that moment, I saw the Marquis' figure through the window. I stuck to the outer wall so I wouldn't be seen. He was talking with the head butler. Where is Serene? The Marchioness is feeling unwell today and is resting in her room. Serene feeling unwell. What's with that surprised voice? What do you mean by that, huh? Is she bad? No, she said she would be fine if she slept. Yeah, I said that. My pretense would be exposed if I went to the mansion's doctor. What if something happens? However, she said to leave her alone. Serene said something so virtuous. Is she really that bad? Hey, seriously, what do you mean by that? I say virtuous things sometimes too, you know. Sometimes, okay? Master, where are you going? While being called out by the butler, the Marquis started walking quickly down the hallway. This is bad, he's coming to the room. The room can be unlocked from the outside. He'll find out I'm not there. I hurriedly ran at full speed towards my room. Chapter 47. Set out. I have to get back before the Marquis finds me gone. My room is on the second floor. I somehow managed to climb, using the downspout and window frames as handholds. Just before I can get inside. Knock, knock, a knock on the door. "Nu, Serene, how are you feeling?" I hear the Marquis' muffled voice from beyond the window. Crap, I have to get into the room quick, but the more I panic, the more I slip. Serene, are you all right? I'm fine, so don't come in. But if I say that now, he'll realize my voice is coming from outside. I somehow clung to my bedroom window. I hurried inside, but oh no, no time to change. I'm still in men's clothes. What do I do? Serene, I'm coming in. Along with the Marquis' voice, I hear the sound of the key fumbling in the lock. Make it in time, damn it. Greek. The door opens with a creak. I hear the Marquis's footsteps as he enters. Serene, are you all right? The Marquis comes to my side, where I'm lying in bed covered deeply with the duvet, and slowly touches my forehead. I made it, though I'm panting like crazy. I pretend to wake up for the first time, somehow regulating my breathing as I open my eyes and look up at the Marquis. Safe. I undid the disguise above my neck. The clothes under the covers are still men's clothes, though. Serene, you're sweating terribly. The Marquis strokes my damp forehead and parts the bangs stuck to my skin with sweat. Yeah, because I rushed back like crazy, so sweaty. I think I had a bit of a fever. I deliver my best performance of uncomfortable and lethargic. Your breathing is also ragged. Saying that, the Marquis kneels beside my bed. Yeah, because I desperately climbed the wall, still panting. I feel a little unwell, but I'll be better soon if I sleep. I force a weak smile. Then the Marquis leans over and gently kisses my forehead. Don't push yourself. So he mutters, looking worried. Wow, I felt the affection. He's really worried about me. I feel guilty for sneaking out of the mansion and lying about being sick. I'm sorry. The words slipped out unintentionally. There's no need to apologize. Just get better. Smiling softly and gently, the Marquis slowly leaves the room. I've reevaluated the Marquis a little. But don't be swayed me. This is the same phenomenon as reevaluating a delinquent for being kind to a kitten. Because my initial impression was bad, I'm getting an incredibly good impression from something small. Be careful, self, be careful. But, after seeing the Marquis's attitude and talking with Samuel, there are a few things I've been thinking about. Maybe I shouldn't have lied about Sergio's as my source. If I had honestly said, I can't reveal my source, I wouldn't have needed to go see Samuel, and I wouldn't have worried the Marquis. I tend to prefer using Sergio's persona because it's easier, but that might be a form of escape within me. But still, it's also true that I feel suffocated. Of course, there are parts I do as I please, but there are many parts I can't do that way. If the marriage continues as is, and Addie reaches a certain age, she'll have her social debut, and I myself will need to expand my connections with other noble ladies. I hate it, though. If that happens, no, it's still suffocating. I might go crazy from being suffocated. I definitely want to keep a means of stress relief available. Okay, I'll try to be mindful of not doing more than necessary. That's what I'll do. Anyway, the opportunities to cross-dress will probably decrease in the future. I doubt anything like that will happen when I go to the Mercury Earl's place next time. Just as I reached that conclusion within myself, it was time to depart for the Mercury Earldom. My intuition screamed that the Grand Lady was definitely involved in this trip somehow, but I couldn't figure out why. I casually asked the Marquis and the family about it, but everyone just shook their heads, saying, "We don't understand what the Grand Lady does." Scary. The day of the trip. Usually, Addie and I see the Marquis off at the entrance, but this time it was the opposite. The Marquis came to see us off at the entrance. I didn't expect him to come see us off, so I reevaluated him a little again. Has something changed in him again? I hope so. Be careful. The Marquis, standing at the entrance, said to Addie and me, who were standing in front of the door fully prepared, without changing his expression much. He still doesn't say much, but I honestly felt he was really worried this time. I'm off, Otome. Addie waved her hand at the Marquis with a smile. She seemed really excited about the trip. She hardly ever leaves the house normally, and she's almost never stayed overnight anywhere. I guess she feels like she's going on a new adventure. I understand. I felt that way too. Let's have lots of adventures. I also lowered my head deeply to the Marquis. I'm off, Tsani-sama. After saying that, I was about to turn my back when I suddenly had an idea. I looked back at the Marquis's face again. I believe you can do it. I told him that. Addie tilted her head to the side at my words. The other members of the family also looked puzzled, unable to understand the meaning of my words. You can stand up to the Grand Lady. No matter what she tries, you're stronger now, Marquis. I didn't say everything, but I put my feelings into it anyway. The Marquis, who had initially frowned and looked questioning, seemed to have realized something. I understand. He replied. We traveled by car to the train station, and from there we traveled by train to the Mercury Earldom. We met up with Eric and the others at the station. Eric's eyes were also sparkling with excitement for a new adventure. Eric's mother didn't come, it seems. Well, there are some noble ladies who don't want to go to the countryside, especially since the Mercury earldom is in the northwestern frontier. If you said there's nothing there, there really isn't anything there. But for me, it's a familiar place with rugged mountains, vast grasslands, beautifully shining lakes, and deep forests. Eric and Addie were so surprised when they saw the train that their eyes were as wide as they could possibly open. I guess they've never seen a train before. They looked at the locomotive itself, belching smoke, and shouted, "Cool," mostly Eric. Ilias didn't seem interested, just smiling behind Eric. Certainly, it's a massive, rugged lump of iron. If you said it was cool, it is cool. The undercarriage is amazing, too. Eric and Addie were bombarding Samuel with questions about how this worked and what that was. Once on the train, Eric and Addie were once again sparkling with excitement as they watched the scenery rushing past the windows of the private sleeping car. This is a good experience for them. I'd like to invite them to my territory someday. It took a full day's ride to arrive at the train station in the Mercury earldom. From there, it was a carriage ride to the villa where we would be staying. Not that it matters, but my butt and waist are about to reach their limit. It hurts. It's so long. Well, it can't be helped because it's far. Eric, Ilias, and Addie were excited the whole time. During the journey, I continued to teach Addie how to use a knife so she and Eric wouldn't get bored. I also brought picture books and taught them hand games. When we played cards, Ilias won every time with his inherent intelligence. That guy is seriously not to be underestimated. Well, even with that, Eric got bored and ran around the train, making the guards run around like crazy. Can't do that in a carriage, so, with the guards' permission, I occasionally let Eric ride in front of me on my horse. He must have started riding lessons recently. He was looking pretty good. However, he tries to pull the reins as he pleases, so I stop him. The reins are a tool for communicating with a horse that doesn't understand words, for conveying your intentions to the horse. I told him that it's not for restraining the horse and making it listen. I don't think he understood it very well, but he'll understand it eventually. By the way, I can't do it, but some of my sisters can ride bareback without a saddle or reins. That's exactly what it means to become one with the horse. Eric reaching that level, well, probably impossible. I'd be happy if he could just ride normally. While all this was happening, we arrived at the Mercury Earl's villa. In the vast grounds, horses were grazing freely inside a fence. Ah, this atmosphere, so nostalgic. In front of the simple, but solid-looking residence, we were greeted by a line of the Mercury Earl's family members. Among them, one man stood out. He was exceptionally tall and powerfully built, seemingly ignoring all the rules of perspective. Chapter 48. I met the Lion Marquis. Welcome, Duke Andrew's son, Marquis Theodorakis' son, Marchioness Caramanlis, and Marquis Caramanlis' daughter. A man, a head taller than everyone else around him, bowed respectfully. In response, we bowed deeply as well. When he raised his head, he greeted us with a cheerful, almost friendly smile. His dark brown hair, like flames burning when held up to the sun, was swept back roughly, and his eyes were as clear as emeralds. He had various scars on his face, giving him the air of a seasoned warrior. At first glance, I thought it was that idiot ex-husband, Levin, but it wasn't. He was older. But he wasn't old enough to be his father, and I felt like I'd seen him before. It's a pleasure to meet you, Eric Sama, Ilias Sama, Adi Sama. He bent his massive frame, knelt down, and looked at the children's faces in turn. And then, long time no see, Serene Dono. He looked up at me with a nostalgic expression. I remember, this person is Lindros Sama, it's been a while. I barely managed to say the name I somehow recalled. He looked surprised for a moment, but then his friendly smile returned. To think you'd remember my name, I'm happy to hear that. He said, looking genuinely pleased. He is Lindros Kairos Mercury. That idiot ex-husband, Levin's older brother, the Mercury Margrave, the so-called Lion Marquis. I met him before at my wedding to Levin. Our families' territories bordered each other, so we had dealings from time to time. I'd seen him several times back then. When I was little, we visited each other's territories several times, and he'd give me rides on his horse and take me fishing. Come to think of it, he even came to visit me when I was injured by the bear. I hadn't really thought about it, but the name Lion Marquis really suits him. His rough, dark brown hair swept back like a lion's mane, And that's right. He resembles the adult Zeno, the only character I actually liked in the Otome Game, so that's it. He looks more like the lion Marquis than my ex-husband, Levin. I didn't expect Lindros-sama to greet us. Where is Levin-sama? My ex-husband, Levin, who was supposed to be the host, was nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Why isn't he here, and why is Lindros-sama here instead? The lion Marquis should normally be near the border. That guy is picking up Zeno right now. He should be back soon. I happened to be back home when I heard about this. I came along since it was good timing, to pick out new horses. Besides, Lindros-sama narrowed his eyes as if dazzled and looked up at me. I wanted to see Serene Dono's face after a long time. I'm glad you seem well. He said gently, this is bad right now. My heart, it just pumped out a ton of blood. In other words, I'm getting butterflies. Please stop. Don't say such kind things with an atmosphere and smile so similar to Zeno's. I might start having inappropriate feelings. I'm a married woman. Well, let's not stand here talking. You must be tired from your long journey. The baths are ready. You should refresh yourselves first. Levin and Zeno will be here in the meantime. He stood up with a grunt and gently nudged Eric and Addie's backs. Eric looked up at Lindros-sama, who looked every bit the knight, with eyes full of respect and admiration. Stars were constantly spilling from his eyes. Addie was frozen in fear. I guess she's never met such a large man before. He really does look like a bear. I quickly picked up the frozen Addie. Then Lindros-sama gave a soft, melting smile and peered at Addie's face, bringing his face closer to hers. I scared you, didn't I? Sorry. He looked incredibly loving as he gently stroked the head of Addie, who was clinging to me, frozen. This villa has a hot spring. The Caramanli's residence has a bathtub and shower, but this place has a large communal bath. As a former Japanese person, it's the ultimate luxury. We were led to the guest bath. Addie and I and Maggie, the head nanny, because I insisted, and Chloe, a family member who came along to take care of me, decided to enter the bath together. Maggie and Chloe hesitated and tried to decline, saying they would just assist with bathing, but I almost forced them to come, saying they were tired too. In the changing room, I quickly and unreservedly stripped naked. Then, as I was about to help Addie get ready to bathe, I realized that Addie and Chloe were staring at my body, frozen. Oh, right, I messed up. I've never shown my scars to anyone in the house, except the Marquis. Akasama, does it hurt? Addie touched and stroked the disfiguring scar that stretched painfully from my chest to my stomach. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's a scar from a long time ago. Oh, Addie, you're so kind. To have the compassion to care about someone else's scars. An angel, you're too much of an angel. You're an angel on the inside as well as the outside. Serene-sama, is that? Maggie muttered, her voice strained. Yeah, a scar from when I was attacked by a bear a long time ago. It's completely healed now, so it doesn't bother me. Well, it might be a little unsightly, but please bear with it. I apologized just in case. I understand not wanting to see something painful. Then, would you allow me to assist you with your bathing? Chloe, who always takes care of me, looked somewhat sad. Ah, Chloe, that's not it. I just want to enjoy the bath by myself. I don't like being washed by other people. It makes me feel uneasy. I made that excuse to Chloe, who was misunderstanding, and I took Addie's hand and stepped into the bathing area. Addie after the bath. Super cute. Cheeks bright red, all warm and cozy, skin like a freshly peeled boiled egg. Shiny, I want to kiss them, but I won't. Why are children so cute after a bath? I myself was incredibly happy to be able to soak in the tub after so long and stretch my legs and arms to my heart's content. Yeah, I'd be willing to live here and work here just for this. I really love baths. I think I was the same way in my previous life. Baths that can dissolve and wash away everything that was difficult and unpleasant. I really wish I could work here. After I divorce and take Addie with me, I wonder if they'd hire me here. Maggie and Chloe, who came with me, also had refreshed expressions. Good. This means tomorrow won't be so hard. Eric, who had been sitting on the sofa in the lounge, swinging his legs and looking bored, noticed us as we entered the room and ran over. Eric after a bath. He's cute, damn it. How dare he? Even the obsessive boy Ilyas, who usually has a straight face and is hard to read, had a very refreshed expression. Soaking in the bath improves blood circulation and boosts immunity. It might have been a good spa treatment for Ilya's. Besides, seeing them after their baths like this makes me think, they're still just kids after all. The other male family members didn't take a bath. Well, we'll be staying here for a while, so they'll be able to enjoy it eventually. I hope they do. It's not my bath, though. How was the bath? The one who came into the lounge after us was the Lion Marquis, Lindros-sama. It was wonderful. The hot spring here is as amazing as ever. I gave my honest opinion. Addie, Eric, and even Ilya's all chimed in with voices of delight, saying it felt good and warm. Lindros-sama nodded with satisfaction at those words. That's good. Levin and Zeno have arrived as well. Dinner is ready. Now, shall we move to the dining hall? He laughed heartily and left the room. He came all the way to tell us that. The Margrave, someone who might be higher in status and more special than the Marquis. Calm down, heart. Settle down, mind. If you extinguish your mind, fire itself becomes cool. Don't get all excited over his every move. This is no good. I haven't been treated kindly by a man in a while, so I'm interpreting every single thing he does as kind. I'm a married woman, I'm a married woman, I'm a married woman, I'm a married woman. While chanting that in my head like a Buddhist prayer, I took Addie and Eric's hands and moved toward the dining hall to which we had been invited. Chapter 49. Met a knight in training. I'm Zeno Spiros Mercury. It's a pleasure to meet you. The one bowing politely was an innocent-looking boy of about 7 or 8 with brown hair. Zeno, the only character I truly liked in the Otome Game. In the game, he was tall and had the sturdy build of a knight, but here stood a small, delicate boy. Well, yeah, I guess. It's only natural, I suppose. Was I idealizing my memories too much? The one here was a scrawny, petite boy. Not particularly large, lacking in vigor, just a normal boy. He still had a kind-looking face, but he gave off a rather quiet vibe. Maybe because I was so nervous, I felt even more let down. If anything, Lord Lindros himself is closer to the image I had of Zeno. Why is that? Perfect timing for this announcement. Zeno will be officially adopted into our family. I hope you'll all continue to treat him well. The one who laughed heartily was Lord Lindros, seated next to him. He grabbed Zeno's head and ruffled his hair vigorously. Wait, what? An official announcement here? Isn't the order a little off? Shouldn't you notify the proper authorities first, then reveal him to the Duke and Marquis families you associate with? This is the definition of not fitting into a mold. Amazing, this man. When Lord Lindros said those words, I stole a glance at the tutor, Samuel, while clapping. He was clapping as well, plastering a smile on his face, but I noticed his Adam's apple move. He swallowed his surprise. This might make Sergio's stock skyrocket in his eyes. However, at the same time, Zeno is still my precious son, my prized son he is. The one who added that in a theatrical tone was my ex-husband, Levin, who was seated on the other side of Zeno. Was that really necessary right now? As always, he's vaguely theatrical and contrived. I think he's probably being serious, but that superficial act ruins everything. Can't that guy do anything, normally? His desire to perform is overwhelming, and it's annoying. I see. The Zeno I fell for was the Zeno who grew up under Lindros-sama's care. Zeno learned from Lindros-sama and became like him. No, I have a feeling I shouldn't think about it any further. Scratch that. I didn't notice anything, and I'm not thinking about anything. Despite the turmoil in my brain, the surroundings were filled with a celebratory mood. A toast was made, and the meal began. Addie's eyes were wide at the food, which was different from what she usually ate. That's right. This region's cuisine is different from what Addie's used to. Venison is the main meat, and the fish dishes use fish caught in the lake instead of the river, so the seasoning is different. The roasted pheasant is huge and wild-looking. Also, the way of eating is different from usual. Normally, each person's portion is plated individually, but here, dishes are piled high on large platters in the center of the table, and you have the servers nearby portion out what you want. Addie, what do you want to eat? I asked Addie, who was sitting next to me. Her eyes were wide as she looked around, troubled. Meat, fish. When I asked again, she looked up at me with a worried expression. I think I'll have some fish. I said, having a server portion some out for me. If you can't eat it, I'll eat it for you, so try asking for something that looks good to you. Originally, Addie wasn't allowed to have dislikes. She was told to eat everything on her plate without complaining. But forcing that on her with unfamiliar food is cruel. Normally, receiving food from someone else is a breach of etiquette, but it's a waste to leave it uneat. Just because we're nobles doesn't mean I want her to waste food. Sir Rin-sama. As expected, head nanny Maggie raised a disapproving voice. So, it's just until she gets used to it. I turned to Maggie, who was standing behind Addie, and gave her a wink. She made a face as if she had bitten into something bitter. Only for today, and Addie-sama, only for this occasion, okay. She said, granting her permission. Thank you, Maggie. I had a small portion of various dishes served, then placed them in front of Addie. Addie picked up her fork and tentatively pierced the venison. Then, she stared at the meat with a nervous look and bit into it. She squeezed her eyes shut and chewed, and then her eyes lit up. Delicious. What's with that reaction? Unfairly cute. Delayed cuteness. The venison was marinated in salt and herbs, so I thought it might be a bit too strong for Addie, but she likes this kind of thing. Addie, who was timid at first, gradually tried a little of various things, and eventually, she started asking the servers for seconds herself. Great. Addie's nutritional education is progressing smoothly. I want her to learn about all sorts of dishes this way. Serene Dono, may I introduce you to Addie? Just as Addie was getting used to the food, I was spoken to. When I turned around, Lord Lindros was standing nearby with Zeno in tow. I had Addie stand as well, and we faced the two of them. As I mentioned earlier, this is Zeno, who will be adopted into my family. Please treat him well, Atijo. In response to Lord Lindros's words, Zeno bowed deeply from the waist at a 90-degree angle with a nervous expression. He's really going for it. I, too, bent my knees and greeted him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Zeno-sama. I am the wife of the Caramanly's Marquis. And this is my daughter, Addie. I look forward to getting to know you. My daughter, she says, what a sweet and precious sound. If I let my guard down, I might ascend to heaven right now. Addie, following my lead, pinched the hem of her skirt and gave a little curtsy. So cute, eternally cute. Zeno. Escort Atijo. Lord Lindros suddenly dumped an unreasonable demand on the two of them, who had just finished greeting each other. Isn't that a bit much for a 7- or 8-year-old? Zeno himself must have thought so, too. His eyes widened in shock. Addie, who was told to be escorted, looked up at me with a troubled expression. This is awkward. What should we do? At that moment. Addie, the uncle said he'll show me his sword collection. Eric, with a flustered Ilias in tow, ran to Addie's side. Oh, that's great. Atijo, you should go see it too. Lord Lindros said, pushing Zeno's back. Zeno, who was pushed forward a step, fidgeted with his hands, looking troubled, before hesitantly reaching out his hand to Addie. Addie reflexively grabbed that hand. Let's go. Addie. Eric grabbed Addie's other hand and started running, pulling her along. Zeno, who was holding Addie's hand, followed after Eric with the same momentum. Oh, Eric. Ilias, out of breath, stopped once to catch his breath, then chased after Eric again. Head nanny Maggie and tutor Samuel also followed after Addie, who had been dragged away by Eric. Children are so noisy. In the air that felt like after a storm had passed, Lord Lindros looked at the departing children with a dazed expression. Well, shall we sit? He said, urging me to take a seat. We both sat down, and a server poured us fresh wine. We lightly toasted each other and downed our wine. I took a breath, but I didn't know what to say and remained silent. Honestly, I've never had a proper conversation with him before. I didn't know you had remarried the Caramanly's Marquis. As I was struggling for words, Lord Lindros took the initiative. It was just this winter. I was in your care when I was married to Levin. My connection with Lord Lindros ended when I divorced Levin. When we were children, we got along fairly well, but that was just a childhood friendship. There was no personal interaction after we became adults. It's only natural that he wouldn't know. Likewise, I'm sorry I couldn't help you more. Lord Lindros uttered such apologetic words. No, it was an honor just to have you visit me at the time, Lindros-sama. While Levin only visited me once, Lord Lindros visited me several times. Perhaps because he was usually stationed near the border and couldn't come too often, lest he overshadow my husband, he sent many gifts instead. My grandfather was very fond of him. That's right. I decided to ask something I remembered. Have you remarried, Lindros-sama? Yes, in fact, he had lost his previous wife. I remember hearing about his first marriage through the family, but when I married Levin, he had already lost his wife. A lot of time has passed since then. It wouldn't be strange if he had remarried. But since he's adopting Zeno, I wonder. When asked, Lord Lindros spun his wine glass, staring into the liquid. No, I won't marry again. Such an unexpected answer was returned to me. Surprised, I stared intently at his face. Our eyes met, and he softened his gaze with a gentle smile. I lost my wife and child during childbirth. I never want to experience that again. At those words, my breath hitched. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 50. The kids went fishing. My wife seemed to have been in poor health even during her pregnancy. While I was stationed near the border, I received reports from her in letters, but I didn't take it seriously. At that time, relations with the neighboring country were becoming delicate, and honestly, I thought, I have other things to worry about. I heard that she died during childbirth a while after her death. Earl Lindros said that much, took a breath, and gulped down his wine. I was speechless. Until then, I had pride in protecting the country, but look at me now. I abandoned my wife, who was risking her life to give birth to my child. I neglected the person I should have cherished the most. I'm no longer qualified to welcome a wife. The surroundings are in a celebratory mood with the topic of Zeno's adoption. However, the words spoken by Earl Lindros were terribly heavy and out of place for the occasion. That's why I told Levin to go see Serene Dona when she was injured. I thought it would be too late if I waited until after losing her. But it didn't get through to that guy. It was my lack of power. It's a miracle that Serene Dono survived. And yet, he chose to separate. I really did something unforgivable. Saying so, he slowly bowed his head towards me again. I see. That's why Lindros-sama came to visit me several times. He was being considerate. Now I realize his kindness seeps into my heart. Please, my heart, don't react to every little thing. It's over now. It's not Lindros-sama's fault. Besides, thanks to your many visits, I was able to regain my strength. I am truly grateful for your help at that time. It's true that I was encouraged by Lindros-sama's visits. Because Levin didn't come, I was even more happy with his kindness. Now I've remarried and even have such a cute daughter. I didn't give birth to her, though. No one knows how things will turn out. If I hadn't divorced, I wouldn't have become that child's mother. In a way, I'm even grateful to Levin now. Thank you for divorcing me, Levin. Thanks to you, I was able to become the mother of the angel Addie. That's the only thing I'm grateful for, though. Hearing my words, Lindros-sama gazed in the direction where Eric and Addie disappeared. He squinted his eyes as if dazzled. Serene Dono, you love that child, don't you? He murmured. Yes, I love her more than anyone else in the world. Ah, tied for first place with my sisters and brother. I said, looking in the same direction as him. I can't choose who I love the most, but I certainly love Addie. I'm probably completely smitten with her charm. Addie is a bewitching little girl. I'm really glad to see you happy. He glanced at me with a slightly strange expression and gulped down his wine. For the first time since getting married, I was having a surprisingly peaceful time. Thanks to the Lion Marquis arrangements, I was allowed to take care of the horses every day. Getting up early in the morning was a little tough at first, but I quickly got used to it. Taking care of the horses is fun. Even if you say horse in one word, of course, just like humans, they have their own individual personalities. Their habits are different, and their constitutions are different too. Some are temperamental, while others are delicate and easily get stomachaches. Some readily accepted my care and were friendly, while others were proud and didn't like me touching them. Grasping the characteristics of each horse and thinking about what kind of care suits them was really rewarding. After the divorce, I wonder if they'd hire me as a groom or trainer. I'd work with all my heart, I swear. Also, it was fun teaching Addie, Eric, Ilyas, and the others new things. From the shapes of the clouds unique to this region to the wind direction and geography, I was able to convey a lot of different things. Of course, I don't think they were able to understand everything. There were also parts where my knowledge was shallow, but I think it's enough just to convey that there are still many things in the world that they don't know. If they're interested, they can research and deepen their knowledge on their own. Zeno was also acting together with Addie and the others. Since he was older than Addie and Eric, he took the initiative, along with Ilya's, to look after them. Maybe it's because he has a younger sibling. He seems to be used to handling small children. But it seems that it's only towards Eric. Towards Addie, he was cautiously and tentatively trying to figure out how to interact with her. A reverse harem situation. How wonderful, because Addie is cute. Of course, everyone would be smitten with her. I'm also one of the members of the reverse harem, however. I'm scared of this peaceful time. There must be a reason why my ex-husband, Levin, invited me. Or was I just being too self-conscious? Since I started staying here, he hasn't made any strange contact with me in particular. Or is it just that he can't move carelessly because the lion Marquis is here? Well, it's best if nothing happens, so I tried to spend my time normally without being too suspicious. I'm off. I'm going. Eric and Addie, riding their respective escorts horses, waved at me. Ilyas and Zeno, who were also riding on the escorts horses, waved shyly as well. Today, they're going fishing at the lake. I mentally closed the lid on my lonely feelings of parting with Addie and waved back at Addie. Ah, damn it. My smile is about to crumble. I want to go too. I don't want to be separated from Addie. But Goo, you need to separate from Serene a little. Those words came out of Eric's mouth at dinner last night. What does that mean? I was thinking when. Serene also, you have to separate. The words that followed hit my head like a bat. I felt dizzy from the impact. When I listened to the story, it seemed that someone stationed here had told him that. It's not manly to cling to your mother forever. The mother also needs to let go of her child. Goo, who the heck told Eric that? Certainly, there's some truth to it. Regardless of whether they're a man or a woman, parents can't always stay by their children's side. In order to foster the child's independence, it is necessary to separate to some extent. The psychological conflict is amazing. Is this also a trial for me? It's not good to hold back the children who are about to fly away from my hands. It's not good. It's not good. So, do your best, me. Don't lose me. This is also a step for Eric and Addie to become independent adults. Endure me. There's still some time before the wisteria trees are in full bloom. We're planning to go see it together, so I'll be patient until then. For the same reason, the head nanny, Maggie, and Eric's nanny will also be staying behind. Instead, the tutors will be accompanying them. I secretly grabbed the tutor, Samuel, gripped his hand tightly, and emphasized, "Please take care of them." Samuel complained that my hand was about to break, but he somehow agreed. With a tremendously lonely feeling, I saw off everyone riding away on horseback until their figures disappeared from sight. While everyone was out, I decided to concentrate on taking care of the horses in the stable. If I don't do anything, I'll get worried about Addie and my head will go crazy. It's also my growth. I tried to fill my head with other things as much as possible so I wouldn't think about Addie. You still like horses, don't you? While I was brushing a horse, I heard a voice from behind. This affected way of speaking, it's Levin. I turned around slowly to confirm his figure and immediately turned back to the horse. Yes. Horses are honest. I ignored him and continued brushing. He's in the way. Seriously, this guy is in the way. What did he come here for? Go fishing? You're the organizer, aren't you? You yourself aren't honest, though. Those words were whispered from right behind me. Immediately after a chill ran down my spine, my wrist holding the brush was grabbed, and I was pulled closer from behind. We're finally alone, so you should be honest. Levin whispered so in my ear, pressing his body tightly against my back. I felt disgusted and tried to pull away, but his arms firmly caught my body and I couldn't move. Oh, but your body remembers, doesn't it, me? His breath tickled my ear. My head spun with tremendous revulsion. However, with my strength, I couldn't compete with the large Levin. Soon, his hand gently reached towards my chest. Chapter 51. My ex showed up. Don't you dare touch me so casually. I tilted my head forward once, then swung it back with all my might. Thud! Along with that muffled sound, a shock ran through the back of my head. Ow. I saw stars, but thanks to that, Levin's grip loosened. Taking advantage of that gap, I broke free from his restraint and created some distance. Since I was already away, I grabbed the mop that was leaning there and held it up towards him. What do you think you're doing, Stonehead? Levin clutched his face with both hands, wincing in pain. Blood dripped from between his fingers. He got a nosebleed, huh? What do you think you're doing is what I should be asking. How many times do I have to say it? We're divorced. I'm not your wife anymore. Stop acting like you still own me. As I said that, my hands were trembling. I knew it myself. This wasn't fear, it was disgust. Ugh, how gross. He pressed a handkerchief to his nose and looked at me with teary eyes. His face looked genuinely surprised. Why? But before the divorce, you clung to me. Because you wouldn't listen to me. It's not about love or affection or anything like that. I wanted to complain about you not standing up to the pressure from your parents. Not having children with the Caramanly's Marquis means you still have feelings for me. Huh? What's that? Who told you that? I shouted that reflexively, but immediately realized it. There was only one person who would say something like that. Lady Caramanly said. Of course, the Grand Lady. She really doesn't do anything good. Besides, why does everyone believe my feelings that other people tell them, and no one believes what I, the person in question, am saying? The Marquis was like that too, and so is this guy. Why do they believe my feelings that other people say? Is it because it's more convenient for them? What is that? Seriously infuriating. No means no, but maybe? Screw you. No means no, seriously, damn it. But you're going to get a divorce, aren't you? While I was trembling with anger, Levin muttered that, checking that his nosebleed had stopped. For a moment, I was at a loss for words, because it was true that I was considering divorce. But I hadn't told anyone other than the Marquis. When we first got married, I told Samuel and Maggie that we would probably get divorced soon, but seeing the Marquis's attitude now, they shouldn't think that anymore. That's also from the Grand Lady. When I cautiously confirmed that, Levin nodded. I haven't told the Grand Lady a single word about divorce. There's no way I would. Something like that would make her jump for joy. But why can she say something like that? She can't possibly drag the Marquis and make him put his thumbprint on the documents, or is she going to cut off his finger? There's no way, right? Is she planning to make the Marquis change his mind? But how could it be? You, with this incident, you're plotting something with the Grand Lady, aren't you? I spun the mop around and pointed the handle at Levin again. Levin recoiled for a moment. He knew that I had some skill with a sword. He didn't answer. Then I'll report you alone to Lindros-sama as the culprit who plotted this outrageous act, and I'll beat you up a little more for good measure. You trampled on my dignity even after we divorced. Prepare to lose a bone or two. I'll let you off easy this time. Some Viscount's daughter is visiting the Caramanly's Marquis right now. Levin ratted immediately. Some Viscount's daughter with the Marquis, what do you mean? When I pressed the mop handle against his throat and questioned him, Levin averted his gaze and opened his mouth, mumbling. Instead of you, they're going to assign a well-behaved woman to the Marquis. He'll switch over to that woman, so Serene will be divorced. But there's no way he can switch so easily. Could it be? You're planning to create a fait accompli, aren't you? When I realized that, a chill ran down my spine again. A well-behaved woman, in other words, they're planning to make a submissive woman who will listen to the Grand Lady throw herself at the Marquis. Like a forced seduction. Don't eat what's served, or something like that. That saying exists in this world too. Is that what they're aiming for? I exhaled, lowered the mop, and leaned it back against the wall. Well, whatever happens, happens. Huh. Levin was the one who let out a shocked voice at my words. Are you okay with that? Your husband might be sleeping with another woman, you know. So what? You. Even if your husband is trying to cheat on you, why are you so calm? Aren't you weird? I'm weird, how rude. I'm not weird, just a little. Hey, I've been wondering about this for a while, so I'll ask you instead. Why do you think that just because you're married, you'll be loved by your wife? Are you stupid? I asked Levin something I had always wondered about. It's a political marriage, it's politics, it's a game between families. Individual feelings aren't involved in noble marriages. Understand? Of course, affection may grow while you're together for a long time, but that's when you've properly built a bond with each other over time, right? Just because you got married doesn't mean affection will grow, right? Am I wrong? It's not like a switch automatically turns on, depending on the environmental conditions. It's something that should be obvious if you think about it normally, so why does it bug out as soon as you get married? Honestly, if you ask me if I'm attached to the Marquis right now, the answer is no. I don't know him well enough to show any attachment yet, and I don't like him either. In that state, even if he gets infatuated with another woman, it's nothing to me. I'll just think even less of him. And I'll divorce him quickly so as not to get in the way. He's the one who's letting go. There's no reason for me to cling on. There's no value in that. The only reason I have any attachment to the Marquis family is because Addie is there. I said that myself, and in that instant, an unpleasant premonition ran down my spine. I don't really care about the Marquis changing his mind. I was starting to reevaluate him, but it was still just bringing the negatives back to zero. It's just going back to negative. But, yes, the only reason I'm still in the Marquis family is because Addie is there. The Grand Lady probably asserted to Levin, "We're going to get divorced." Why can she say that with such certainty? She should have seen on the spot that I cherish Addie. Could it be? I grabbed Levin, wanting to confirm the unpleasant premonition I had realized. Today's fishing, this is something you set up, isn't it? To separate me from Addie. You're not planning to do something today, are you? When I shook his chest back and forth, his face turned pale. No, I was just told to separate you and your daughter, so I did as I was told. I knew it, which means. Tell me, what are you planning to do to Addie? I swept his feet out from under him and made him fall. Then I straddled him and squeezed his chest. I don't know. I was just told to separate you, so I just did what I was told. There's no way you don't know. There might be an incident in your territory, you know. Whose responsibility do you think that will be? Having said that much, Levin seemed to have realized the seriousness of the situation for the first time. His face turned even whiter and he began to tremble violently. What an idiot, seriously. He's a knight with that kind of brain. Are the knights in this country okay? Levin-sama. At that moment, someone came tumbling into the stable. I got off of Levin and grabbed his arm to help him up. He brushed off his body, pretending that nothing had happened. What is it? He was surprised for a moment, but the person who had run in opened his mouth again. Zeno-sama and the others have been attacked by thieves. Zeno-sama and the others returned home safely, but... At those words, I felt all the blood in my body run in reverse. Stop. Don't say the next words. Please let it be wrong. Aidi-sama has been kidnapped. My head went blank and my thoughts completely stopped. Chapter 52. Stopped from going to the rescue. It was thanks to Lindros-sama physically stopping me that I was able to regain my composure. Upon hearing the news, I immediately pounced on Levin, snatching the sword hanging at his waist, scabbard and all. I cut the belt with a knife I had hidden behind my back. Then, I jumped onto a horse that was only wearing reins, planning to walk it later. I burst out of the stable on horseback, heading in the direction Addie and the others had gone fishing. That's when Lindros-sama intervened. I immediately changed direction, trying to avoid him. However, in that moment of slowing down, I was tackled from the side and thrown from the horse. Still unable to give up, I tried to run, but I was dragged to the ground, both arms pinned, and he straddled me. Lindros-sama glared down at me with a serious expression as he held me down. Calm down, Serene. You won't accomplish anything by going. I won't know that unless I go. I struggled to escape his grasp. However, he was as big as a bear and didn't budge. You don't even know where they are. I know the fishing spot. I'll look for clues along the way. You can't do it alone. But Addie, what if something happens to you? Are you going to waste the life you barely saved? His words stopped me cold. Ah, I see. He's worried about me too. At that moment, perhaps because my emotions were too heightened, tears welled up despite my not wanting to cry. If anything happens to Addie, I don't want to live. Because it was that child who truly awakened me. Besides, I don't want to lose anyone I love without doing anything anymore. I know. That's why we're going to rescue her. Perhaps because I stopped resisting, Lindros-sama released my arms and gently stroked my head. He got off me and helped me to my feet. However, he took the sword away. Serene Dono, you will wait at the residence. He gently dismissed me, but if something were to happen to you, I couldn't face the Caramanly's Marquis. Of course, A.T.I. Joe as well. So, I will definitely rescue her. Lindros-sama called out to the family members at the residence, ordering them to bring equipment. He quickly donned it, and with a light leap, mounted the horse that had been prepared. Just as he was about to set off with the other guards, he glanced at me and smiled. The raging horse of the north is still going strong, I see. I'm probably the only one who could have stopped you. He gave me a wink and rode off towards the lake. Led by a member of the Mercury residence staff, I trudged back to the Caramanly's mansion. After being told that by Lindros-sama, there's no way I can go. Even if Addy is safe, if something happens to me, all the responsibility will fall on him. It's better to reduce the sources of danger as much as possible. I know that. When I entered the mansion, the servants were rushing around. I peeked into the lounge, where many people were coming and going. There I saw Zeno, looking small and dejected, Ilya's looking out the window, and Eric sitting on the sofa, swinging his legs. Is everyone all right? I hurried into the room and went to the three of them. Eric noticed my presence and looked up at me with a start. His face was covered with a large bandage. Eric-sama, are you injured? I immediately knelt before him and gently touched his sore face. Eric flinched. Oops. If there's a wound, touching it must hurt. Instead, I gently stroked his shoulder and head. Danchu. Eric called out in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. He immediately lowered his gaze and stared at his feet, which he had been swinging all along. I couldn't protect Addy. A truly, truly small voice. Along with that voice, tears streamed from his wide eyes. I was told by Danchu to protect Addy, but I couldn't protect her. His voice was swallowed by sobs. It was as if he had forced out those last words with great effort. It's all right, Eric-sama. You did your best. You did an amazing job. I hugged Eric tightly. Even so, Eric only shrunk into himself in my arms. I bit him, but it was no good. It hurt, so I let go. Eric's small, small voice. He was scared, but he tried his best, because I told him, protect Addy. I can almost see it. He probably bit the arm that was holding Addy. That's why he was hit. He tried to protect Addy with all his might. He did it. I'm sorry. At his words, I hugged him even tighter. I stroked his head and gently rubbed his back. You did well, Eric-sama. You did what you could. You were amazing. No matter what anyone says, I'm proud of you, Eric-sama. You were wonderful, Eric-sama. I truly mean it from the bottom of my heart. He had been holding back until now. Eric started to cry softly. I continued to hug him and rub his back until he calmed down and stopped crying. Serene-sama. I heard an apologetic voice from behind. I released Eric, slowly stood up, and turned around to see the tutor, Samuel, standing there, his face scratched and bruised, his whole body covered in mud. I am very sorry. He bowed deeply. He didn't raise his head. It couldn't be helped. You're not a guard, and you should have been unarmed. You did a good job. I can tell by the way his clothes are dirty. He was dragged from his horse, and his face was kicked. His face was kicked because he raised his face and was trying to grab something. Probably Addy, who was about to be kidnapped. Everyone, it's all right. Lindros-sama has set out to rescue Addy. He is the Lion Marquis. He will definitely rescue Addy safely. I told everyone with certainty. Then I slowly left the room. Lindros-sama. I'm sorry, but I'm not a well-behaved person who can just sit still. If all I can do here is pray to God, then in the unlikely event that something goes wrong, I will become someone who curses God. If I'm going to survive by cursing a God whose existence is questionable and smoldering through my life, then I say screw that life. I don't want to resent you when I can't save her. Therefore, I will do my best. That's why I'm alive now. Or so, I kind of think those pretty words, but you know, I'm just pissed. My guts are boiling. Now that I've calmed down a bit, my head feels like it's about to explode with a non-fleeting anger. I seriously won't forgive them. There's someone who kidnapped Addy, beat Eric, and kicked Samuel. You think I'm going to let those bastards run around carefree? There's no way. I'll catch them, beat them to a pulp, hang them from a tree, make them cry and beg me to kill them, and then let them choose be eaten alive by wild animals or be slowly cut to pieces by me. Chapter 53. Of course, I went to save her. I returned to the guest room where I was staying and changed. Of course, into men's clothing. I hoped I wouldn't need it, but I brought it just in case. And my sword, too. I changed quickly and headed straight for the stables. Then, I borrowed a horse and set off in the direction Lindros and the others had gone. Instead of blindly rushing forward, I followed the fresh horse tracks. In a slightly open space in the forest, I found the ground where the hoofprints were muddled and messy. This must be where the attack happened. Lindros and his people were no longer around. They must have started searching for Addy from here. I searched for human footprints while recalling the surrounding geography. This forest stretches horizontally, hugging the foot of the mountain range that separates my family's territory from the Mercury earldom. The mountain range is steep and difficult to cross. There is a mountain path, but you have to detour further north to use it. Originally, if they were aiming for Addie's life, they should have just killed her on the spot. But they didn't kill her there. They kidnapped her, which means Addie's life isn't the goal. So, if they're going anywhere, it's south, in the direction of the train station. At first, I thought they were trying to get rid of Addie to keep me at home, but it seems different. I guess they felt some resistance to killing young Addie, if the real culprit is the Grand Lady. When returning Addie safely to the Marquis, I bet she's planning a play where Addie is kidnapped and then rescued by another noble. There should be plenty of nobles who want to curry favor with the Caramanly's Marquis. She'll conspire with that noble to stage Addie's rescue, and then condemn me for neglecting Addie while I was having fun with my ex-husband. The Caramanly's Marquis will be grateful to the noble who saved Addie and the Grand Lady, and won't be able to go against them. He'll divorce me as he's told and marry a new, obedient woman. The noble will have earned the Caramanly's Marquis' favor and profit handsomely. Everything will be neatly settled, and everyone except me and the Mercury earldom will live happily ever after. The end. Or, if they don't intend to return Addie at all, they'll kidnap Addie and sell her off, and then condemn me for neglecting Addie while I was having fun with my ex-husband. No, they'll make up some preposterous charges and blame me for it, definitely. I bet they could pull off that kind of forceful move. Since Addie won't be around, I myself will agree to the divorce, and the heartbroken Marquis will easily agree to the divorce because they'll provide him with a new woman. Everything will be neatly settled, and Addie, me, and the Mercury omitted below. That what you're thinking? The Mercury earldom was probably forced into this thankless role because of Leven, because he embarrassed the Grand Lady. If an incident occurs in the Mercury territory, naturally the Lord, Count Mercury, and the organizer, Leven, will be blamed. I guess she was aiming for a two-birds-with-one-stone situation. Seriously, that ex-husband of mine is such an idiot. Was he this stupid when we were married? I don't know. I do remember having to clean up after him a lot, though. I searched for footprints heading south from the scene of the attack. The grass made it difficult to see clearly, so I crouched down to the ground and looked for places where the grass was trampled. There. I squatted down and carefully examined that direction. Upon closer inspection, I found a place where the grass was newly trampled and subtly split to the left and right, forming a faint path. The thin branches of a small tree were also broken. This isn't the trace of a horse. Judging by the height and width, it's a person. Perhaps the attackers left their horses some distance away and weren't riding them during the attack. It would be difficult to lie in wait if they had horses, after all. After kidnapping her, they escaped on the horses they had tied up in the distance. HMPH. Don't underestimate someone raised in the mountains. I tore off a piece of the hem of my clothes and tied it to a tree in the open space, so that Lindros and the others would know if they came back here, and so that I could easily return to this place myself. I led the horse, but didn't ride it, constantly checking the trampled grass and following the trail. I left markers along the way. I followed the footprints while sensing for any presence. There seemed to be wild animals nearby, but no human presence. However, I realized something while following the trail. They're probably private soldiers hired by some noble. The horses are well coordinated. This is proof that they've received considerable training in riding, and the horses' horseshoe marks left on the grass seem to be from well-maintained horseshoes. Local bandits wouldn't have the money to use such proper horseshoes. Okay, assuming I find them by following the trail. How do I rescue Addie? The enemy might have guns. I only have a sword and a knife. If it's a revolver, it can fire 6 shots at a time. If it's a hunting rifle, it's a bolt action with 5 shots at a time. Yeah, I can't dodge all of them, so I can't go head-on. Lure them out one by one and take them down for sure. They should know they're being followed, so I imagine they'll try to escape as far as possible. But wouldn't it be difficult to move quickly while taking Addie along? If they really intend to use Addie as material for a rescue drama, they shouldn't do anything that would put Addie in danger. If they're going to sell her off, they'll be careful not to hurt her so they can sell her for a high price. If that's the case, they won't move after dark. There are bears in this forest, after all. I think they'll avoid anything dangerous. Oh, right, fire. Could it be that they're using fire? Realizing this, I looked for the tallest tree around here. Then, using my knife, I somehow managed to climb it. I couldn't do it as easily as when I was a child. My body's getting dull, I need to retrain. I managed to climb to the limit of where I could go and looked around. My vision opened up a little, and I saw a lot of the tops of the lush trees. I carefully observed the surroundings, straining my eyes. Found it. Far away, from between the trees in a fairly distant place in the southern direction, there was a thin wisp of smoke rising. I knew it. They built a bonfire to take a break. That's what happens when you're raised in the city. Who's the idiot who uses fire when they're on the run? It's like announcing your location. It's true that wild animals are afraid of fire, but stupid bears aren't afraid of fire. In fact, once a bear has tasted human flesh, it will come to attack if it knows there are people there. This time, they don't seem to have much will to fight, and they seem to be bad at maneuvering in the forest. Their mission was really just kidnap Addie, huh? If they were rangers, it would have been difficult to follow them, but with these guys, I can easily follow their trail. I climbed down the tree and hurried in the direction where I had seen the smoke. I could smell the burning wood. I tied the horse to a tree a little ways away, suppressed my presence, and slowly approached the direction of the smell. From halfway on, I crawled, concentrating on the smell and sound. Parting the grass in front of me, I could see the light of the fire a little further ahead, and the humans and horses sitting around it. Addie was there too, gagged and sitting at the base of a tree. She seemed to be tied up behind her back. Her eyes were frightened, constantly looking around. Her hair was disheveled. She resisted, huh? Good job, Addie. Those bastards, I'm going to kill them. At that moment, perhaps sensing my murderous intent, their horse turned its gaze towards me. As expected of a horse. They're sensitive to murderous intent. I somehow suppressed my emotions and held my breath, carefully observing the situation. There were 5 people in a position visible from me. There must be some people in the forest, guarding the surroundings. About 7 or 8 people in total, I guess. I need to check everyone. Certainly, when Addie and her group went fishing, there were only about 3 guards. Addie's guard, Eric's guard, and Zeno's guard. With that difference in numbers, it's no wonder they were quickly subdued and kidnapped. If they captured Addie right away, they wouldn't be able to use the hunting rifle they had for dealing with bears. I also checked their weapons. The 5 people had swords at their waists. I could see a hunting rifle tied to the side of the horse. They didn't have it on hand, and they didn't seem to have any pistols. They're letting their guard down. But I can't defeat this many people alone. Addie is here, too. If she's taken hostage, I can't attack. Yeah, one at a time, after all. Taking some distance from the center, I slowly moved to the side and thoroughly surveyed the surroundings. 2 people in the forest, 5 people at the bonfire, 7 people in total. If I use the forest, I can do it. I suppressed my breathing, observed carefully, and patiently waited for a chance. Chapter 54. Vanquishing the thugs. Fortunately, the wind blowing down from the mountains rustled the trees, masking some of the sounds. I crept towards one of the figures in the forest. Idiot, what are you doing with your back to the woods? I checked the locations of the other men. I needed to move back a little. In my current position, the chances of being spotted were too high. Moving back, I tore strips from the hem of my cloak, making several makeshift ropes. Then, I tossed a branch. It landed on the ground with a rustle. What was that? The man in the forest, alerted by the sound, turned and walked toward the source. Holding my breath, I remained hidden in the shadows of the tree as he passed. I swiftly circled behind him, pressed my knife to his neck, and dragged him into the shadows. Hey, what's going on? A voice called out from near the bonfire, alerted by the noise. Say it was a boar, or I'll kill you. I whispered softly into the captured man's ear. It was a boar. The man, with the knife pressed to his neck, shouted in a strained voice. At that moment, I struck him hard on the back of the head, dragging him to the ground. While he was groaning, I tied his hands behind his back and gagged him. Finally, I bound his feet and made a shallow cut on one of his legs with the knife. Blood trickled out. It's not wise to make too much noise in the forest. If you make groaning sounds while covered in blood, bears will mistake you for weakened prey and come to attack. I quietly told him in his ear. His face turned pale as he cowered at the base of the tree. Next, I moved sideways, trying to be as quiet as possible, never taking my eyes off the other man guarding the woods. A boar, huh? Wonder if it's edible. He was looking and aiming his rifle in the direction of the faint sound, toward me. Interesting, I picked up another branch and threw it a little further away. There. He fired his hunting rifle. The loud blast echoed through the forest. Ugh! I deliberately made a noise, a strange sound like a wounded animal. Did I get it? The guy who fired the rifle, looking pleased, plunged into the woods. I circled behind him as he searched through the undergrowth around the point of impact. You sure did. Congratulations. I whispered, pressing the knife against his neck. I hit him on the back of the head and rolled him onto the ground, just like the first one. All right, I got a gun. Although I'm not very good at handling guns. Still, there are things I can do with this. I moved through the forest towards Addie. Then, I lay flat on the ground and aimed the gun, and pulled the trigger. There was a tremendous blast, and the bullet hit its mark. The base of the tree where the horses were tethered. The horses neighed in alarm. The reins, tied loosely to a branch, were pulled, breaking the branch. The panicked horses began to bolt and run wildly. Who's there? What's going on? The men, trying to calm the runaway horses, rushed towards them, in the opposite direction from where Addie was tied up. Opportunity, I immediately dashed towards Addie. Quickly scooping her up into my arms, I retreated back into the forest. Someone's here. I heard voices behind me. Without waiting, I hurried away from the scene. The girl's gone. The guys who noticed Addie was missing were making rustling noises. They must have entered the forest. I moved to a secluded spot, the place with the thick trees and dense bushes I had found earlier, set Addie down, and cut the ropes binding her hands. Then I removed the gag. Letting out a strangled sound, Addie clung tightly to my neck. Do you remember? It's Sergio's. You were scared, weren't you? It's all right now. I whispered to Addie, trying to keep my voice down. And holding her as she trembled with fear, I gently stroked her back. However, there's no way I can run away while carrying Addie like this. They have guns, and if they snipe us, we're done for. Time to clean up. I've rescued Addie. They can't use her as a hostage anymore. I gently tucked Addie into the hollowed-out base of a tree. Addie, can you wait here quietly for me? I asked gently, but she shook her head vigorously. Of course. She'd be scared if I left her. But if you stay here, those scary people will get you. I kept my voice down, speaking in a calm tone so that Addie would feel reassured. The men were closing in. I couldn't take my time. Even though the wind and rustling trees masked some of the noise, I couldn't stay hidden forever. I somehow managed to pry Addie away as she reached out to me, and I draped my cloak over her head. Okay, cover your ears and sing softly. You have a favorite song, right? It was a lullaby. She sang it unconsciously, a song that Addie's deceased mother used to sing to her. How does it start again? I said as I stepped back a little. I restored the bushes that had been parted. That way, Addie would no longer be visible. Since I had put the cloak over her head, she couldn't see me either. I heard Addie begin to sing in a soft voice. Keep singing until I get back. I crawled flat on the ground, moving as far away from Addie as possible. I aimed at the man who was approaching slowly with his gun and placed my finger on the trigger. Fire, but I missed, as expected. I'm not that good. However, startled by the gunshot, the man flinched and lowered his head. At that moment, I cocked the gun, darted out of the bushes, and slammed the butt of the rifle into his head. Ugwa! I pressed the gun against the thigh of the man rolling on the ground. I won't miss at this range. I pulled the trigger. The man screamed and clutched his leg, collapsing to the ground. I swapped the hunting rifle for the one he had dropped, threw the first gun far away, and immediately crouched down and moved. What's wrong? Hearing the man scream, another man approached the one who was cowering. Holding my breath, I waited in the bushes. The moment he passed by, I slashed his leg from behind with my knife. Jaya. I severed the tendons in the sole of his foot, incapacitating him. Somehow, I felt terribly calm. It felt like when I was hunting bears. Even though the targets were humans. Am I going crazy? Maybe I am. There's no way I can be normal after Addie was kidnapped. I could hear Addie singing, even though I shouldn't have been able to from this distance. Yeah, I might be losing it. 3 more left. Next, the remaining 3 hadn't moved from the bonfire. 1 was holding the horse's reins, and 2 were guarding the woods. The person by the horses didn't have a gun because he was holding the reins with both hands. The 2 watching the woods were holding hunting rifles in their hands. The guns are a pain. I couldn't possibly avoid getting hit if I attacked head-on. Crouching, I approached them to some extent, then lay down on the ground and crawled forward again. Then I aimed the gun. Aiming, I pulled the trigger. I shot the ground near the horses again. The horses panicked and went wild. This is bad. The man holding the reins kept his distance, trying to avoid getting kicked by the horses. The two men who had been guarding the woods reflexively turned towards the horses. Taking advantage of that moment, I dropped the gun and leaped out, brandishing my sword, still in its scabbard. I brought the sword down sharply towards one of the men's collarbones. The feel of the sword's scabbard hitting the man's shoulder, the sensation of bone breaking, told me that it had connected. Without waiting to see him stagger and fall to the ground, I immediately turned my body towards the other man. The other man had turned his gun towards me and was just about to pull the trigger. Without hesitation, I took a step forward and closed in on the man. Pushing his hand to change the direction of the hunting rifle, the bullet flew, disappearing into the darkness. My left ear went deaf for a moment from the intense blast. But without flinching, I used that momentum to slam a front kick into the man's stomach. When a woman of my light weight tries to send a man flying, this front kick is the most effective move. It's better to put your weight into a forward push than a sweep from the side. Moreover, you can target the opponent's weakest point, the stomach. Gafu. The man who had been kicked in the stomach gasped and stumbled backward. In quick succession, I swung my sword down at his shin. There was a dull thud, the sound of a bone breaking. I severed the tendons in the leg of the man whose collarbone I had broken to prevent him from escaping. No emotions surfaced. I looked down at the men rolling on the ground, screaming in agony, and threw the guns they had dropped into the depths of the forest. Last one. The last man was frozen. He had somehow managed to catch a horse, and while still holding the reins, was staring at me with a terrified expression. "Who ordered you to do this?" I asked just in case. I knew the answer, but I needed to get him to say it. But he said nothing. "Which noble's private soldiers are you?" I asked again. I pulled the sword from its scabbard and let it hang loosely. Taking one step at a time, I approached. He let go of the reins and tried to run away. But calmly, I pulled out a knife and threw it. It struck him in the calf, and he collapsed to the ground, his leg stabbed. "I'll ask you again, who told you to do this?" Even so, the man tried to crawl away. Reaching him, I pressed the tip of my sword against his throat. That's quite a display of loyalty, but is it more important than your life? I used the tip of my sword to gently move the knife that was embedded in his leg. "Yuga." The man groaned in pain. "I know it hurts. Last chance. Give me the name." As I asked gently, he looked up at me with fear-filled eyes, and with trembling lips he uttered the names. Lady Caramanly's and Count Hajadaki's. As I thought, the grand lady, that woman, what am I going to do to her? I had gotten what I needed, so I was about to leave him alone. But at the moment he raised his arm to shield his face from me, I noticed a small bite mark on his arm. Could that be the mark from when Eric bit him? Which means, "You hit Eric, didn't you?" Eric's sobs echoed in my ears. His crying face, as he desperately held back tears and apologized to me. Blood rushed to my head. "I won't forgive you." I raised the sword I was holding. Chapter 55. My precious child has returned. Wait. A tremendous roar slammed into my back. That voice is. I slowly turned around to see Lindros-sama standing there, panting. He found the signal, and the gunshot. That's how he knew this place. He was faster than I thought. Behind him, the knights who had come on the rescue operation with him were capturing the guys I had just incapacitated. "You are." He looked at my face, his expression one of shock. Damn it. This is bad. He knows the real Sergio's from when he was a kid. My face when I cross-dress should probably resemble young Sergio's. I immediately hid my face with my arm and turned my back to him. Addie is hidden a little further away, at the base of a tree covered in bushes. She's singing, so if you listen carefully, you'll know where she is. Please help her quickly. I shouted only that and immediately ran into the forest. Wait. He called out from behind. Who actually waits when they're told to wait? I dashed through the forest like a rabbit, hurried back to my horse, and rode it through the trees. I returned to the residence before Lindros-sama and Addie did. By that time, the sun had set and it was completely dark. After returning the horse to the stable, I quietly slipped into the residence. It was still in an uproar. Apparently, no one had noticed I was gone, and no one said anything as I walked through the residence in my cross-dressing. I went back to my room and changed. Then I returned to the stable again. I began to groom the horse that had been so overworked today. The horse was agitated and restless. So much happened, after all. I did something terrible. I'm sorry, and Addie. I wonder if today's events will traumatize her. Of course they will. She went through such a scary experience. It's nothing like the lantern incident. Why does she have to go through so much? Was it like this in the Otome Game too? If so, I understand why villainous Addie's heart became twisted. But maybe part of the cause is me, especially today's incident. If I hadn't opposed the Grand Lady, Addie wouldn't have been in as much danger. What I'm doing for Addie's sake is indirectly putting her in danger. If I weren't by her side, would she be safe and peaceful? My hand, which had been wiping the horse's body with a cloth, stopped. If that's the case, maybe I should leave. But I'm not leaving alone. When I do, I'm dragging the Grand Lady to hell with me. If that woman is gone, at least there will definitely be fewer people putting strange pressure on Addie and the Marquis. After that, the Marquis, Samuel, and Maggie might guide Addie. Eric, Ilias, and Zeno are also there. She's not alone anymore. Surely it will be all right. Serene-sama, Lindro-sama has returned. A housekeeper rushed into the stable. He's back. I left the housekeeper there and ran towards the entrance of the residence. Rounding the corner, I caught sight of more than a dozen men riding horses towards the residence from a short distance away. Addie. I found a huge figure riding the lead horse, and a small shadow sitting in front of him. It was dark and I couldn't see clearly, but there's no mistaking it. The huge figure, Lindro-sama, dismounted, and then lowered the small shadow Addie to the ground. Addie, her feet on the ground, immediately dashed towards me. Akasame. Addie ran towards me with her arms outstretched. She had started crying midway. I slid on my knees in front of her and hugged Addie tightly as she jumped into my chest with that momentum. Addie, I'm so glad. I'm so glad you're safe. Finally, I could properly hug Addie. She must have been so scared. I'm so sorry for leaving you behind. I'm so sorry for scaring you. Addie, I'm really sorry. Burying her face in my chest, Addie continued to cry loudly. She kept crying until she was exhausted and fell asleep. I laid the exhausted and sleeping Addie in her bed in her room. I gently brushed aside the bangs of Addie, who was sleeping with a swollen face. Her face was peaceful. Please rest a little. Maggie, the head nanny, who had been waiting behind me, said, offering me comfort. You're right, it's about time I left, isn't it? I said that reluctantly and gently kissed Addie's forehead before standing up. Then, I bowed slightly to Maggie and tried to leave the room. Are you thinking of doing something strange? Maggie asked me from behind. It's not something strange. I replied without looking back. There was no response from her, so I went out the door and tried to close it. If you're thinking of doing something strange, I'll monopolize Adi-sama again. I won't let anyone lay a finger on her, you know. I heard those words as I was closing the door, but I closed it anyway. That's reassuring. I muttered softly to the door. As I turned down the hallway to return to my room, Lindro-sama was there, leaning against the wall. When he saw me, he straightened up with a heave. Serene Dono. I need to talk to you about something. With those words, he turned his back to me and started walking in the opposite direction from where I was. He wants me to follow him. I obediently followed him. Lindro-sama entered a certain room and beckoned me. I went inside, past him standing at the entrance, and went to the center of the room. I turned around to face him as he slowly closed the door. Serene Dono. I told you to stay at the residence. Lindro-sama got straight to the point. I knew it. He realized that the person there was me. I tilted my head. I couldn't settle down, so after visiting Eric and the others, I was in the stable the whole time. Without any expression on my face, I lied. He frowned at me. Have you become so good at lying so easily? He scratched his head roughly and sighed. A lie? What are you talking about? I pretended not to understand what Lindro-sama was talking about. He only saw my face for a moment. He shouldn't be sure. I'll play dumb. I wouldn't mistake Serene Dono's face, would I? He's insisting that I was the one there, but I won't give myself away that easily. I tried to laugh off his words. At least we haven't met since I divorced Levin. Rather, there's a higher possibility that he's mistaken. Besides, I was cross-dressing at that time, unless he looked at my face intently. So you're still going to say that wasn't you? Lindro-sama sighed grandly again. Then, he suddenly changed to a stern expression and took out a stick-like object wrapped in cloth from his chest. He held it in his hand and removed the cloth. Seeing it, my body reacted on its own and stiffened. It was a knife. Damn it. I left it behind because I was in a hurry. This was stuck in the bandit's leg. You know there's a crest on here, right? He pointed to the handle of the knife. A brass crest was attached to the tip of the wooden handle. Yes, my family crest. There's no way you don't know about this, right? The knife, thrown at my feet, showed that it was mine. I was speechless. Chapter 56. Confronted by the Lion Marquis. It wasn't me. I forced my voice out, somehow opening my throat constricted with tension. It's another brother. I trotted out the lie I'd told Samuel the tutor here as well. He's not someone to be trifled with. I don't honestly think he'll believe me, but I'll stick to the lie. Another brother. Lord Lindros made a strange, almost dumbfounded noise. He's another brother, hidden away in my house since birth, who protects me from the shadows. I rattled off excuses. The pressure is immense, so lying is desperate. I'm scared he'll see through it right away. I clenched my hands and desperately endured. Lord Lindros sighed heavily again and scratched his head vigorously. Could it be him, the one who was secretly participating in the swordsmanship tournament? Since Lord Lindros brought up the topic, I immediately seized on it. That's right. He's usually a nobody, but he wanted a place to. Sereno, are you aware that sword techniques have quirks unique to each person? Before I could finish speaking, Lord Lindros suddenly interjected with another topic. Yes, of course I know. He knows I have some knowledge of swordsmanship, so there's no point in telling unnecessary lies. I was looking forward to that tournament too. It's a perfect place to see the skills of the new, young noble sons. Lord Lindros removed the sword hanging from his waist, scabbard and all, and held it in his hand. There was an unidentified knight who suddenly appeared one day. He was slender, but his body control was exquisite. He fought knowing that his body was thin and his weight was light. Among the sons wearing armor, his appearance with only a leather breastplate stood out. But that accentuated his speed. Besides, like this, he held the sword in one hand and pulled back his body. He holds a light, slender sword in one hand and pulls back his body. By using his slender body and not showing the front of his body, he hides his vital points. Moreover, this covers for his short reach. Clever. Hearing that, I felt the blood drain from my head. That's my sword stance. And he accurately strikes or slashes at the opponent's throat, the back of the elbow, the wrist, the armpit, the flank, the inner thigh, the back of the knee, and other gaps in their equipment. Moreover, because his slender sword has little power, he seems to understand that he cannot clash head-on, so when the swords collide, he does this. He lowered the tip of the sword, he held sideways. He changes the direction of the force and deflects it. He never receives it head-on. The opponent gets frustrated with such an elusive fighting style and ends up swinging wildly. He takes advantage of that opening, jumps into the opponent's space, and as a final touch, knocks the opponent's chin up to knock them down. If he wanted to kill the opponent, he would probably stab and crush their throat. Maybe he would stab them with a knife. The final blow isn't with the sword. No, it's a really unique fighting style. I couldn't say anything, because the fighting style he just demonstrated is my fighting style. I saw this fighting style at the tournament and felt a sense of déjà vu. I thought, I've seen this somewhere before. He rehung the sword on his waist and looked straight at me. Once, shortly after your marriage, Sereno, Leven mocked you for fighting like a woman, and you beat him to a pulp with a wooden sword, didn't you? Hearing that, I couldn't take it anymore and closed my eyes. Damn it, to think there was someone who clearly remembered my fighting style in a woman's body. So, the other brother is that you, Sereno, you freed from your woman's body. He saw through everything. My lies are at their limit. I apologize. I lowered my head like that, but somehow I felt relieved. A strange feeling, like I was relieved, like a weight had been lifted. Somewhere in my heart, I may have been hoping for the secret to be revealed. I wonder if I was waiting for someone to see through my true identity. As I remained with my head lowered, another large sigh was heard. Was I really that untrustworthy? Because such a regretful voice came from above, I hurriedly raised my head. That's not it, I trusted Lindros-sama. It's just, when I thought about the possibility, I couldn't sit still. I believe in him. I knew that the Lion Marquis would definitely catch the enemy. You call that trusting. He crossed his thick arms and looked down at me intently. No. Worrying about what if means you thought I would cause that what if. That's not. Is it? Certainly. If I had completely believed in him, if I had thought that Addie was safe and would definitely return, I could have leisurely soaked in a hot spring and waited. Because there would be no need to worry. Entrusting something to others and waiting, while it seems easy, is actually difficult. Especially for someone who has never been able to rely on anyone before. I felt as if my heart had been seized upon hearing Lindros-sama's words. This wasn't about being thrilled or anything like that. It was a shock of having my psychology seen through, of having my shallowness exposed. I've never been able to rely on anyone before. When I think back after being told that, there are things I can think of. But this time I truly believed in Lord Lindros. I was sure you would catch the thieves. I told everyone that too. What I was worried about wasn't the possibility of you failing to catch the thieves. It's just whether Addie was safe or not. No matter how much you are a knight called the Lion, you cannot help Addie who is about to be beaten far away. While also feeling apologetic, I pushed that aside and declared resolutely, "Certainly, you are the lord of this land. This place, in particular, is like your own garden. However, if you don't know the opponent's objective, you can't read their movements. You have no choice but to act based on guesses. In that case, you will inevitably be on the defensive." When I said that, he made a face as if he was taken aback. "You speak as if you knew the perpetrator's objective." Then he frowned suspiciously, saying that, "Yes, I heard from Leven that he was ordered to separate me and Addie." When his brother's name came up, he made a bitter face as if he had a headache and covered his forehead with one hand. That guy, seriously. At that time, I also heard the name of the ringleader. That's why I could read the other party's objective. The other party kidnapped Addie in order to ensnare me. The reason they didn't go as far as killing her was probably because they had a shred of emotion. That's why I could predict that they would escape to the south. I noticed from the other party's traces that they were a noble's private soldiers and not professionals of the forest. So I was able to pinpoint their location with the smoke from the bonfire. As I told him the process of finding the thieves, Lord Lindros listened with great interest. Even so, the possibility of Addie being hurt remained. Even if only her life was safe, that wouldn't mean anything to me. I wanted to rescue Addie unharmed. I didn't want to make Addie experience anything painful or scary. That's all it was. If, even after catching the thieves, Addie was left with incurable wounds, I would resent Lord Lindros, even if it's unreasonable. If I had participated myself, I would resent myself, but I wouldn't resent you. I finished saying everything I wanted to say and took a breath. It took courage to speak my mind without reserve to him. He sees through everything. That's why he can serve as the Northwest Margrave. After saying everything, I looked up straight at his face. It's not that I don't trust him, it's just that I trust myself more. He averted his gaze from me slightly, then traced the scar on his left cheek with his finger. Then, he made a strange sound, fume. What a waste, really. Along with those words. Chapter 57. Bearing my soul for the first time. What a waste. How many times have I heard those words? I've been told that countless times already. I reacted instinctively to Lindros-sama's words. The blood rushed to my head. What do you mean by that? I couldn't help but question him. Noticing my sudden change, the Lion Marquis waved his hands in a fluster and denied it. No, that's not what I meant. Well, what did you mean then? I don't mean, it would have been better if you were a man. I meant it's a waste that someone with Serene Dono's abilities isn't employed in the military. The Lion Marquis, despite his massive build, slumped his shoulders and continued. Certainly, men are superior in terms of physical strength and stamina. That's a biological difference that can't be overcome. But organizations like the military need the right person in the right place. If everyone was a reckless, charge-ahead type, we'd be wiped out in no time. He placed a hand on his forehead, as if he had a headache, and began to grumble. The military isn't just made up of people who fight. Besides the people with swords and guns, we need scouts, trap masters, disruption squads, medical teams, supply teams, information relay units, artillery units, all sorts of people. Also, the skills needed change depending on where we're fighting, like in forests, mountains, the sea, or urban warfare. Serene Dono, you're exactly the type who could excel in the forest. If you were to join us, I'd want to appoint you to a specialized forest unit right away. I was surprised to hear words praising me mixed in with his grumbling. So, he was thinking about things like that while listening to me. Those individual aptitudes are, in fact, more greatly influenced by personality and character than by physical strength. That's why I personally don't think gender should matter there. I know there are women who can overwhelm men, depending on how they fight. Saying that, Lord Lindros gave me a wry smile. Actually, it was magnificent. Someone with only a sword and knife managed to subdue 7 armed people all alone, taking advantage of the terrain. Moreover, prioritizing subduing them, you didn't waste time killing them and incapacitated them with a single blow. It was brilliant. Am I being praised? Is he praising me a lot? I once suggested it to the country, but it was rejected without any room for discussion. Where would you find a woman who's happy to go and die? They said, as if men are happy to go and die either. While saying that, he rubbed his forehead. The usual intimidating atmosphere was gone. There was just a man tired of various things, simply grumbling. This man has seen many things, various events, from troublesome political matters to the bloody realities of combat. The frontier Earl's sole purpose is to stand on the front lines of national defense, acting as the first wall against enemy invasions, and protecting the country while minimizing casualties as much as possible. To do that, he can't have a clouded vision. He must look at the big picture, take a long-term perspective, and sometimes suppress his emotions to deal with things. This man is trustworthy. It's not just because I want to fight that I act as Sergio's. Would it be all right to tell him my true intentions? When I told him that with a serious look, the weariness he had shown until now vanished instantly, and he returned my gaze just as seriously. As a woman, my social status is too low, and I can't move freely. My words are dismissed, I'm not believed, and I'm always looked down upon, no matter what I do. What's more, I'm often attacked. That's the main reason why I prefer to be in Sergio's form when I go out. Even as nobles, women don't have the right to vote. We don't have the right to inherit the headship of the house. Our jobs are extremely limited, and we can't earn enough, so we can only live as the property of the head of the household. Just walking down the street alone, we're kidnapped. Even if we're assaulted, the woman is blamed for not being self-defensive enough, and unless we're killed, the perpetrator goes free. No matter what we say, we're treated lightly. I don't want Addie to have to live in such a world. When I said that much, Lord Lindros's eyes widened. Are you perhaps saying you want to change the world? He looked as if he had seen something unbelievable. I couldn't help but laugh. Don't be silly, I don't think it can be changed overnight, but... I narrowed my eyes slightly and fixed Lord Lindros with my gaze. I think I can sow the seeds. Even if I don't make them bloom, if the people who agree with me keep watering them, they will eventually sprout. I grinned and Lord Lindros stroked the scar on his left cheek, deep in thought. I pressed further. It's not just for Addie. It's for me and for Sergio's as well. When I said Sergio's name here, he tilted his head. What do you mean? He urged me on. My brother, the deceased Sergio's, while he was alive, pushed his sick body and desperately endured the pressure of being the heir. He studied politics, devoted himself to his studies, showed his face at social gatherings, practiced swordsmanship, and practiced riding horses. If Sergio's hadn't had the responsibilities of an heir, he could have cherished his body more freely, and perhaps, he might still be alive today, in a place where he could have thrived. If I had been able to inherit the headship of the house, Sergio's might not have had to die. Even though I was supposed to be talking to him about planting the seeds to improve the situation, tears spilled out. Still, I somehow managed to continue. This distorted world only works for healthy, strong men. That's why we who are not men are only asked to do the one thing that men can't do: bear children for men. Men are also required to be strong and must desperately endure more responsibilities than necessary. Whether you're a man or a woman, healthy or unhealthy, it's wrong for such things to rob you of your life choices. People have aptitudes and inaptitudes. If so, we need something that can respond flexibly to them. I want to create a world where everyone can live more easily. A world that Sergio's dreamed of that day. Are you trying to do something so grand all by yourself? Lord Lindros looked at me with a shocked expression. That was just an ideal. I've gotten a bit carried away. Right now, I'm just struggling to somehow prevent Addie's path in life from being narrowed. That's all I can do right now. I panicked and tried to gloss over the situation for the time being. Oops, I got a little too passionate. There were hardly any people I could talk to like this, so I just... But as I thought, Lord Lindros listened to me properly. He didn't laugh, he didn't dismiss it, he listened properly. That made me happier than anything. However, why can't my tears stop since a while ago? It's not like I'm sad, I desperately wiped away the tears. Lord Lindros placed a hand on my shoulder and lightly wiped away the tears, with his sleeve. How wild. I don't agree with everything in Serene Dono's opinion, but... He opened his mouth, choosing his words carefully. I agree that it would be good if people had aptitudes and inaptitudes and could choose a path that suits them. Seeing Serene Dono, I can also agree with the idea of a woman inheriting the headship of the house. No, really, what a waste. He said it again, he really thinks so. Lord Lindros, you have a big picture view of things, so it's helpful to talk to you. You just said you suggested having women in the military, after all. There's not much I can do to help directly, but I'll offer my support. Saying that, Lord Lindros gave me a friendly smile. There's nothing more encouraging than having Lord Lindros's cooperation. I was so happy that I gave him my brightest smile. However, don't forget, Serene Dono, you have disobeyed my orders. You will have to accept some kind of punishment. Oh no, I forgot. I noticed the strength in the hand that gripped my shoulder. I will cooperate as much as possible. But I have my own circumstances. Acting without consulting me could ruin everything. You must follow what I ask of you. I was ashamed of his scolding, shrinking my shoulders and becoming smaller. I understand. Was all I could do. Chapter 58. Home safe. The punishment Marquis Lindros-sama gave me was, have Zeno live at the Caramanli's residence and teach him swordsmanship. Doesn't seem much like a punishment to me. If anything, it feels more like a punishment for Zeno. Besides, won't my fighting style be unsuitable for Zeno, who will grow bigger in the future? When I mentioned that to Lindros-sama, he said, I want to give the boy some confidence right now. Certainly, Zeno is small and thin for a 7 or 8-year-old. I heard that he's a picky eater with a weak stomach. Apparently, that's why he loses to his younger brother in sword fights, and his friends make fun of him a little. Lindros-sama said that my fighting style would be good for teaching him that even a small person can fight effectively. I wonder about that. But isn't making him live here unnecessary? Adopting him and then immediately making him live in someone else's house. How Spartan can you get? Does he have to throw him into a bottomless valley just because he's the Lion Marquis? Well, I don't mind. When I agreed, Lindros-sama immediately contacted the Caramanli's residence. That man really is quick with his decisions and actions. Come to think of it, we're not going to the grove of trees with violet flowers. We're moving up our schedule and returning home. In the first place, after such an incident, we can't just leisurely enjoy flower viewing. More than anything, Addie has become scared and doesn't want to go outside. In the beginning, she would panic just when a man extended his hand to her. We decided that it would be cruel to keep her in this place full of strangers. I really feel bad for Addie. The flowers will bloom again. You can come anytime. Lindros-sama squatted down to meet Addie's eyes, shrinking his body as much as possible, and gently told her that. Apparently, they caught the thug, Hajidaki's Earl's private soldiers, and made them spill the truth. As I expected. They planned to kidnap Addie, have Hajidaki's Earl's private soldiers pretend to rescue her from the thugs, and then gain favor with the Caramanli's Marquis. He has already contacted the necessary parties. The Andrew Duke House, the Theodorakis Marquis House, the Caramanli's Marquis House. He told me to be prepared, because it would be like stirring up a hornet's nest when we return. Oh great! We have proof that the Hajidaki's Earl used his private soldiers, but we don't have any on the previous Lady Caramanli's. A verbal promise alone won't be enough. I'll leave that to you. As he said that, I couldn't forget the grin Lindros-sama gave me. I took it to mean that I could do as I pleased. Now then, what should I do to that woman? I'm looking forward to the day I meet her again. Phew. Also, I asked Lindros-sama to keep Sergio's existence and the ideals I talked about a secret. If such things were to reach the ears of important people before they become widely known, they would be crushed immediately. These things should spread little by little, gradually, starting from familiar places, until the situation becomes one where the opinions can't be ignored. On the day we left the Mercury Villa, Lindros-sama and the family members lined up in front of the mansion to see us off. By the way, Levin isn't here. As punishment for being involved in this incident, he was promptly sent to the border. The look on Lindros-sama's face when he said, "I'll fix his rotten and twisted nature," was scary. I can't express it well, but it was really scary. I wonder if Levin will be able to come back alive. I really shouldn't make Lindros-sama angry. Thank you for everything. When I bowed deeply, Eric and Addie bowed their heads along with me. That was fun, I'll come again. When Eric shouted that, Lindros-sama smiled happily, squinting his eyes as if he were dazzled. Thank you very much, Lindros-sama. Addie also gave a proper greeting, though in a slightly small voice. Yes, you're both so good. And so, we set out on our way home. When we arrived at the station nearest to the mansion, though it's still a drive from here, it was already a commotion, as expected. Incredibly, the Andrew Duchess was waiting for us at the station. Eric. She greeted Eric as he ran toward her, firmly grabbed his shoulders, and touched the bruise on his cheek with trembling fingers. Then, she shot a stern glare and strode up to me, and before saying a word, smack, she slapped me. How could you do such a thing? It's as if I was the one who hit Eric. However, I lowered my head calmly. I'm very sorry. I know it's just displaced anger, but I accepted it willingly. Considering the status and age of everyone here, I'm the one most responsible. Certainly, I was attacked because someone was plotting behind the scenes, and I wasn't around, but that's that. This is this. I thought her anger was justified. Haho, don't hit her. Immediately, Eric stepped between the Duchess and me. What's more, even Ilyas stood between us to protect me, and Addie clung to my leg, glaring resentfully at the Duchess. Oh my heart skipped a beat. I know it's not the time for that, but sorry, my heart skipped a beat. Madam, this is our failure. Lady Caramanly's is not at fault. Eric's bodyguard stepped forward. However, she slapped him too. Wow, she's the type who acts before she speaks. I see, we might be quite similar. Also, she's good at slapping. She's used to it. No, this is my failure. Please do not scold Eric-sama's bodyguard. I lowered my head deeply again and pleaded. I'd have a bad conscience if he were fired because of this. In the first place, he was unexpectedly caught up in Levin, the Grand Lady, and Hajidaki's Earl's plot. I'm sure someone would say, isn't that what bodyguards are for? But he will improve further because of this. It would be a waste to fire him here. At my words, the Duchess made a subtly unpleasant face, but still withdrew her hand. Hey, it's not like I want to make you the bad guy here right now. It was a mistake to let Eric go to the Caramanly's residence just because they are his fiancé's family. I will refrain from doing so in the future. She took this opportunity to say something completely unrelated to the current issue. I see, so she didn't like Eric coming to our house. Well, that's understandable. She probably thought that he was being influenced by strange things. I don't mean to when he came back. Even though it's not strange things, probably. Madam, please wait a moment. It was Ilyas who stepped forward. She took a step back when she saw him, so, she doesn't like him? Eric has no injuries other than the wound from being hit by the thug. The reason Eric wasn't injured when he fell off his horse was thanks to Lady Caramanly's guidance. The break fall I taught Eric. Eric was an incredibly quick learner, and he could naturally perform a break fall from any position. What a terrifying child. Wait a minute. When we went fishing, Eric was riding the bodyguard's horse. Wasn't it just the bodyguard who caught him? Is that not right? What is it? I feel like he's lying, but I don't know if he's lying or telling the truth because he's the doting maniac Ilyas. If he's lying, I hate an 11-year-old who's so good at lying. Eric will be honing his swordsmanship and horsemanship skills as a duke in the future, but Lady Caramanly's has already taught him the basics of movement and so on. She is a good teacher, and Eric is improving rapidly. I believe that it would be a loss for Eric if he were not able to receive her guidance. Is Ilyas really 11 years old? Is he an old man inside? Is he actually a small, super baby-faced old man? Why can he say these words so smoothly? It's a little scary, beyond surprising. The Duchess was speechless at Ilyas' words. She can't say, I don't care, when it said that it would be a loss for Eric. Ilyas knew that and said it that way on purpose. What a terrifying child. I will consult with my husband. The Duchess could only back down. It would be bad to emotionally deny it here, and she probably decided that it would be better to say, the Duke said no, so it's no later. Thank you very much, madam. Ilias gave a radiant smile that was innocent and adorable. Dark, it looks like he's carrying a jet-black darkness on his back. In any case, I'm glad you're safe. Let's go home. Saying that, the Andrew Duchess grabbed Eric's hand tightly, turned her back to us, and quickly walked away. Eric was pulled along, looking back wistfully. Ilias, who was following behind, also looked at me with a bright smile. I nodded and smiled back at them. Well then, shall we return as well? I'm sure the Marquis is waiting anxiously. I took Addie's hand and walked in the direction where the Caramanly's residence's carriage was waiting. All right. The real show starts here. Chapter 59. Showdown begins. We arrived at the Caramanly's residence and entered through the front door. A line of servants greeted us, bowing their heads as they said, "Welcome back." Among them stood the Marquis, the Grand Lady, and an unfamiliar woman. Oh, news of what happened to Addie had already reached the Caramanly's residence, because Lindros-sama contacted them. Knowing this, the Grand Lady should be aware that her plan has failed, so why is she still here? Since his guilt hasn't been officially confirmed, I haven't been able to tell anyone about Hajadaki's Hakashaku just yet. Could it be that she's taking advantage of this and shifting her focus entirely to denouncing me? Ha 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 ha. If that's the case, then I shall gladly accept that head-on confrontation. My anger hasn't subsided yet, you know. Addie seemed surprised to see an unfamiliar woman amongst our family. She placed both her hands on our joined hands. Those hands were trembling. Addie is still afraid of strangers, even if they are women. She's also terrified of being left alone. The train ride back was really tough. Maggie, or I had to stay with her at all times. To have left such a deep scar on Addie's heart, I will not forgive them. I quickly scooped Addie up and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. It's okay, Addie. Shall we say hello? When I looked into her eyes and said that gently, Addie gave a small nod. Father, Grandmama, I'm home. She managed to greet them with a trembling voice. Addie, welcome back. I'm so glad you're safe. Marquis Caramanly's replied with a slightly stiff expression, but his voice was gentle. I'm back. I added, following Addie's lead, but no one replied. At least give me a reply, damn it. Well, I guess it's okay since the Marquis gave a subtle nod. Addie is tired, so I'll take her to her room immediately. I smiled brightly, and still holding Addie, started walking toward her room. However, the Grand Lady smoothly blocked my path. Tsanis has something to say to you. The Grand Lady said, her usual stern face barely concealing a hint of joy, as she scanned me from head to toe in an instant. How disgusting, that look. What? Is she trying to burn me into her memory because this is our last meeting? You can forget it. In fact, don't keep me in your brain, it'll get defiled. Understood. I nodded and entrusted Addie to head nanny Maggie. At that moment, I subtly nodded when I saw Maggie's gaze waver slightly. I will also go to Adi-sama's room. Tutor Samuel, with his left shoulder in a sling and his face covered in bandages, also told the Marquis and the Grand Lady before following Maggie. Lady Caramanly's this way. A family member led me away. As I was about to follow, Chloe, my attendant, and Addie's guard knight called out with worried voices. Lady Caramanly's. I turned back and gave them a light wink. It's okay. I'm not going to be discouraged by something like this. I put all my feelings into that one look. I was guided to a reception room and offered a seat on the sofa. When I sat down at the far end, the Marquis sat across from me, with the unfamiliar woman sat next to him. The Grand Lady stood behind them. It was quite a bizarre sight. Ah, I see. So that's the Viscount's daughter who's under the Grand Lady's thumb. So, since she's sitting next to the Marquis, did things go well? Well, frankly, I don't really care. I just get so excited thinking about what I'm going to do to the Grand Lady. When a smile involuntarily crept onto my face, the three of them looked at me suspiciously. Oops, gotta be careful. I quickly erased the smile. So, what did you want to talk about? I believe Lindros-sama gave you a brief explanation of the incident involving Addie. Would you like me to provide a more detailed account? I waited for them to make the first move. I prefer to take the initiative myself, but I don't mind waiting for my prey to fall into the trap. There's no need for excuses. The Grand Lady confidently opened the conversation. Excuses. You're jumping the gun as usual. When did I ever say, let me make excuses? I asked if you wanted me to provide a more detailed account of the Addie incident. Is your hearing okay? Are you senile already? She must be dying to denounce me. Did she think I was trying to play dumb? The grand lady made the most exaggerated, triumphant face I'd ever seen. This incident with Addie is your fault. Addie was kidnapped and put in danger, and yet, you stayed behind at the mansion, dallying with your ex-husband. You're a disgrace as a mother. The grand lady struck a pose, as if she were Mito Kamen, and her sidekicks were about to reveal the inro. I remained silent. I quietly observed each of the 3 people in the room. The Marquis was sitting shallowly on the sofa, leaning his elbows on his knees, clasping his hands together, and staring intently at them. And the unfamiliar woman was touching the Marquis's back. What's with that hand? Even though Addie is safe, your crime is grave. Furthermore, a wife who commits adultery while married is not fit for the Caramanli's family. Leave. Is it just me, or can I see the sound effect, triumphant? Behind the grand lady's back, it's been a while since I've seen someone denouncing someone else with such a triumphant, gleeful, and joyful expression. By the way, the unfamiliar woman was making a pantomime of exaggerated expressions like, "Oh my," and "how awful," in sync with the grand lady's words. This is bad. It's starting to look like a skit, I might laugh. Hold it in me. You can't laugh here, this is a serious occasion. Serene, what happened? Finally, the Marquis spoke. He looked at me with his face slightly downcast, giving him a glaring expression. I somehow managed to stifle my laughter and open my mouth to answer the Marquis's question. I don't know what the grand lady is talking about, but during our stay, Addie and the others went fishing at the lake. Addie, Eric-sama, Ilias-sama, and Mercury Count's heir, Zeno-sama, each with 3 guards, their tutors, and 2 of Mercury Count's retainers. I and the nannies did not accompany them, because Eric-sama said he wanted to become independent from his parents. I reluctantly saw them off. I'm happy to see my child grow, but it's also lonely. Fortunately, Lindros-sama, the lion Marquis, was also staying with us, so they rescued Addie. The bandits have also been captured, so it's only a matter of time before the truth comes to light. Addie returned safely without any major injuries, but she still has the lingering fear of being kidnapped. She has become afraid of strangers and men, and she is abnormally afraid of being alone. I think Addie will need a little more time to calm down. When I explain the details of the incident, I see. I'm worried. The Marquis replied, "Hey, you're conveniently ignoring your own adultery. What a brazen woman." The grand lady cut into the conversation, so, reluctantly, I looked up at her. I have not committed adultery. I don't think it's necessary to report something that didn't happen. Huh, what a sore loser. The grand lady immediately criticized my words. I have proof. Proof, hearing those words, I couldn't help but grin. Proof of adultery, huh? If you have any, I'd love to see it. What kind of proof? When I smiled fearlessly, the grand lady returned a villainous smile, not wanting to be outdone. Not that it matters, but the grand lady, who initially had so much dignity and pressure, has none of that now. I'm the one who crushed the confidence that was the foundation of her dignity, right? How amusing. People fall so easily. Your ex-husband, Count Levin, contacted me. He said he and Serene are getting back together. Oh, that? Yeah, I know. I ordered Levin to contact her. The day after the Addie incident, I ambushed Levin, who was trying to escape from the mansion early in the morning, at the stable, caught him, and handed him over to Lord Lindros. And I decided to use him for a certain trap. Levin's statement alone isn't enough, so it's a trap to get the grand lady to confess herself. I've already prepared a new wife for Tsanis. A woman who doesn't bear sons, doesn't respect her husband's mother, defies her place, and commits adultery is nothing but a nuisance to this household. I'll let your crime go unpunished, so get out of here already. The grand lady said that as the final blow, in a clear and strong tone. Moreover, at the words "new wife," the unknown Viscount's daughter proudly puffed out her chest as if she were the one being referred to, which was also quite comical. I can't take it anymore. I burst out laughing. I managed to hold back from full-blown laughter, but my throat closed up and hurt from trying to suppress it. This is bad, this is fun, this is hilarious. Why are you laughing? How rude of you. Perhaps my laughter irritated her, as the grand lady's face turned red and she raised her voice in protest. I took a deep breath to calm myself down and stop laughing. Then I looked straight at the grand lady and opened my mouth. Chapter 60. Turned the tables on the culprit. Grand lady, Why aren't you more suspicious that Levin contacted you directly with this kind of information? At my question, the grand lady tilted her head, clearly not getting it. Still don't get it? Oh, you really can't figure it out, can you? Oh well, I'll spell it out for you. Normally, wouldn't the person to tell the husband, Marquis Sannies, that your wife is divorcing you? If you've stolen someone's wife, wouldn't you brag to the betrayed husband, not the mother-in-law? It's hardly a boast, or even a taunt if you tell her. I'll ask you again, why don't you find it strange that Levin contacted you directly? After explaining that much, she finally seemed to realize it, her face paling instantly. I pressed my advantage. Could it be you were waiting for his call because you knew it was coming? In response to that, the grand lady's complexion gradually turned dark, almost black. Is she holding her breath? But I'm not stopping here. Even though Addie has been kidnapped and is in danger, you remained at the mansion, dallying with your former husband. How did you know I wasn't at the scene where Addie was abducted before I even reported it? You said it yourself, didn't you? So triumphantly. Well, I waited on purpose, you know. It's fun to watch my prey get caught in a trap. The message Lindros-sama sent to the Caramanli's residence only stated, Addie was nearly kidnapped by thieves. We retrieved her safely, and fortunately, she's unharmed, but will be returning earlier than planned. The details, including the identity of the culprit, were to follow later. I get it. When you want to condemn someone, you want to corner them with every little thing you know. You might even accidentally say something you shouldn't know, especially when you're desperate for them to say something, but they don't. I have not been unfaithful. My former husband made advances, but I delivered a headbutt and sent him packing. That's when Levin confessed quite a bit, you know. He said the grand lady told him things like, the reason she won't have a child with the Marquis is that she still has lingering feelings for her former husband. The Marquis will switch over to the Viscount's daughter the grand lady has arranged and divorce me. Or, if Addie is around, she'll feel guilty, so separate Addie and me. Unfaithfulness is something you were trying to fabricate, isn't it? Or am I wrong? My turn isn't over. I won't let it end. I'll hound you until you're ruined. You facilitated Addie's kidnapping, didn't you? You enticed a certain earl by promising him a favor with Sannies-sama and made him mobilize his private soldiers, right? The private soldiers were supposed to bring Addie to the Marquis, making it seem like they were saving her. I heard everything. And now, the final blow. Aren't you the one who's unfit for the Caramanli's family? Perhaps you should calmly reassess your own position. I straightened my back and retorted at the grand lady. She was trembling visibly. Fear, surprise, anger. That's a lie. You're trying to frame me by spouting lies. You used leading questions on the thieves to force false confessions, didn't you? Sannies, don't believe her. You can't trust the words of a woman who commits adultery. The grand lady shouted, clenching her hands so hard that they changed color. At her words, Marquis Sannies made a pained face and touched his forehead. Indeed, words alone are weak. A third party can twist them. Except for the grand lady's initial slip-up, there's no proof for either side's claims. Now, it depends on how the Marquis judges this. Noticing that I was staring intently at him, he slowly rose from the sofa. In response, the Viscount's daughter who was sitting next to him also stood up and clung to his arm. She's very touchy-feely. Is this how she tried to seduce the Marquis? The Marquis looked at my face, then shifted his gaze to the Viscount's daughter next to him. And then, I told you not to touch me so casually. Get off, he said sternly, shaking off the arm the Viscount's daughter was clinging to, pulling her away from his arm. Then, he moved slightly away from where he had been sitting, stopping in a spot that was roughly halfway between me and the grand lady. Mother, it's as I said before. If Serene denies this, I won't divorce her. As you know, I haven't even touched that woman myself. There's no reason to speak of responsibility. Please leave. Sannies. The grand lady's expression changed at the Marquis's words. I told you that woman is lying. Stop it. Why can't you understand? Oh, so that's how that conversation went. How foolish. If you say something like that beforehand, even the Marquis would get suspicious, wouldn't he? Marquis Sannies looked exasperated with the grand lady's shrill voice. If Mother and Serene's claims differ, it's obvious that one of you is lying. I would never lie to you. Is that so? I'd lie if I needed to, just like you're doing now. The Marquis brushed his bangs back from his forehead and turned his gaze towards me. His gaze was sincere. And then, If one of you is lying, I will believe Serene, he declared clearly. I was surprised, to be honest. Sannies. The grand lady raised her voice, her face red with anger. However, the Marquis glared back at his mother with a stern look. You are my mother, but I didn't choose to be born to you. However, Serene is the wife I chose. It's only natural that I believe the wife I chose. As he said this, the Marquis approached me and stood next to me, placing his hand on my shoulder and pulling me close. Well, given the timing, I certainly didn't refuse. Oh, I didn't think he'd say it so explicitly. At most, I thought he'd make some excuses to delay giving an answer on the spot, and then, after Lindro Sama's official announcement, he'd send a rejection message without facing me directly. To think he'd make a proper decision here and now, I might have to reevaluate him. Perhaps this was the first time she had been openly defied, as the grand lady stared at the Marquis with an expression of shock. You'll regret this, Sannies. I only wanted what was best for you. That concern is no longer needed. I am no longer a child. The Marquis clearly rejected the grand lady. I will take responsibility for myself and believe what I want to believe. Besides, he paused, then tightened his grip on my shoulder. If I were to be deceived by Serene, then so be it. I love Serene, even that possibility. That made my heart flutter. Even I felt a thrill. Their complexions were changing so rapidly, it can't be good for their hearts. As the two stood frozen without a word, the Marquis went in for the final strike. I'm worried about Addie's condition. I'd like to check on her, so please excuse me. Mother, please take your leave. We will contact you again after we receive a message from Count Mercury. With those words, the Marquis gave the household staff a meaningful glance. The staff quickly moved, opening the doors to the reception room. The Viscount's daughter looked back and forth between the Marquis and the grand lady, unsure of what to do. The grand lady herself was frozen in place with a shocked expression. As the two remained motionless, the Marquis moved his arm to my waist and without saying anything further led me out of the room. Honestly, it's hard to walk. Sanni-sama. I called out to him, and he glanced at me sideways. Thank you, I said. He gave a somewhat shy expression. You said you believed in me, so I simply did the same. Ah, the words I said before the trip. I'm glad my intention got through to him. The joy is all the greater because I wasn't expecting it. A warm happiness spread through my chest. I paused for a moment. Slipping out of the Marquis's arm as he stopped with me, I reached out and touched his cheek. And then I pressed my lips to his cheek. I even made a little sound. It's not a reward or anything, I just wanted to. Until now, it was against my will, but now I truly did it because I wanted to. But well, I quickly pulled away and started walking toward Addie's room again. From behind, I heard him murmur in dissatisfaction. Why not the lips? I ignored it. Chapter 61. Something's clearly changed. The grand lady has been banned from the Caramanly's residence. From now on, she is forbidden from visiting this mansion without the permission of the Marquis or myself, and she is also prohibited from contacting Addie or me without our consent. Furthermore, she is forbidden from doing anything in the name of the Caramanly's family without permission. I'll never forget the look on her face when she was informed that any violation would result in sanctions. In other words, it's basically saying, do nothing, just exist. Ha, serves her right. By the way, I also got permission to repel her if she comes without permission. Go ahead, grand lady, feel free to come anytime. I'll put my heart and soul into beating her to a pulp without holding back. In a physical sense, of course. Hehe. The pursuit of Earl Hajidakis, the main culprit, is yet to come. Whether it results in a reduction or confiscation of his territory, I wasn't particularly interested, so I didn't ask for details. The Viscount's daughter, whom the grand lady brought along, was sent back to her parents. Apparently, there was a protest to the Marquis, but when he pointed out that they had sent their daughter without his direct consent, they backed down. Weak. Oh, that's right. I grilled the Marquis about the Viscount's daughter staying at the house. He looked reluctant to talk about it, but he told me anyway. Apparently, as soon as we left for our trip, the grand lady brought the Viscount's daughter over. She told him to divorce me and marry the Viscount's daughter. The Marquis, of course, refused. It's not something you can do so quickly. However, the grand lady started staying there without permission, with the girl in tow. Then, the Viscount's daughter started launching a full-on assault, apparently. She would sneak into his room at night, follow him everywhere in the mansion, touch him incessantly, constantly gaze at him, shower him with compliments, and declare her love. Apparently, it was incredibly annoying and unpleasant. However, he couldn't treat her rudely because the grand lady had brought her, so he was completely at a loss. He grumbled it was the first time in a while that he had locked his bedroom door to sleep. I'm sorry, but I couldn't help but laugh. Moreover, I understand a little how you feel about me touching you in public, he said, looking exhausted. Oh, really? That's great. That was an unexpected gain. Good job, Viscount's daughter. And even though I knew it was mean, I asked him whether his feelings wavered at all. The Marquis made a sullen, displeased face, but they did. He told me honestly. I was really happy that he endured it while thinking of me. I don't mean that I'm glad he didn't sleep with another woman just because he had the chance while he has a wife. I mean that I'm glad he didn't do something so stupid as a person. This country operates under a monogamous system. You can only legally marry one person. Mistresses are treated as an open secret, but that's only because it's overlooked and they're still relegated to the shadows. Mistresses' rights aren't guaranteed either. At least, the law doesn't allow for it. The only exception might be children born from the affair, but even their position is precarious unless they are acknowledged. It's only a monogamous system in name, but I was happy that he upheld it. Well, what's the point of a monogamous system if he doesn't uphold it? But there are so many people who can't, which is why open mistresses exist. Perhaps because I asked, the Marquis, with a displeased look, complained to me. Because you won't let me touch you. Yeah, well, that's true. I guess you feel like you're being kept on hold even though we're married. I understand that. Please understand. Even though I've become your wife, I'm not your sex doll, Marquis. Please make me feel like I want to. It's not like I always have a physical aversion to the Marquis. Like the other day, there are times when I want to kiss him. So, it's about the atmosphere. The Marquis crossed his arms and asked with a very serious face. No, that's not it. Women have autonomous sexual desire too, you know. But it's not like we're okay with just anyone touching us. If you're harboring the illusion that we'll get in the mood simply because the atmosphere is right, please incinerate that garbage immediately. When I bluntly said that, the Marquis's shoulders slumped. Men only have the risk of sexually transmitted infections, but women have the risks of pregnancy, miscarriage, and childbirth on top of sexually transmitted infections. If you get pregnant, your movements are restricted for a long period, your physical condition worsens, and the risk of dying continues until you give birth safely and some time has passed. The mortality rate here is much higher than that of sexually transmitted diseases. It's not a matter of being swayed by mood or atmosphere. I said, looking at my fingers. In this world, the mortality rate for women due to pregnancy and childbirth remains extremely high. One of my maternal aunts died during pregnancy, and Lindro-sama's wife also died in childbirth. Even in my previous life in Japan, the mortality rate had become quite low compared to the rest of the world, but it's still a life-threatening situation. The mortality rate has decreased because of regular checkups, hospitalization when necessary, and a perfect system where we can have surgery with a doctor present if something happens. But there is no such thing as a safe pregnancy and childbirth. I clearly remember my friend from my previous life dying from preeclampsia, even now that my memories of my previous life are becoming vague. That's what it comes down to. It's not something you can think of casually. When I was married to Levin, I thought, it's an obligation, including in case of an emergency. That's not true at all. I refuse to have my life controlled by others. I can't do it unless I can accept that risk. In other words, I can't do it unless I think it's okay to die to give birth to your child. Can you, Marquis, make me want to bear that burden? I asked back seriously. The Marquis looked surprised and looked back at me. His face said, I hadn't thought that deeply about it. Well, that's probably true. It's a feeling that men can't understand with their bodies. Men never die from pregnancy and childbirth 100% of the time. Honestly, I don't think there are many women who think that way. But that's what I think. I don't know about other women. From there, he furrowed his brow deeply and pondered. Then, he slowly opened his mouth. I'll do my best. That positive response was enough for the time being. Section. I was honestly surprised when I was summoned by Samuel, the tutor. It's rare for him to have something he wants to say to me. Well, he never misses a chance to point out when I've done something wrong, though. This time, the atmosphere was clearly different. I want you to teach me combat skills, he said with a pained expression. The bandage was gone, but the bruise from being kicked by the bandit was clearly visible on his face. Honestly, I was shocked. Even in the Otome Game, he wasn't the type to put himself on the line. I think he often schemed from behind the scenes and moved people around. For him to want combat skills, who would have expected that? No one could have. As I was so surprised, I lost my words. At least, I want to have enough skill to protect Adi-sama. He added, "Ah, I see." He regretted not being able to do anything against the bandits during this incident. That's how much he was worried about Adi and how much he cares about her. I'm happy about that. I respect him a little more. But am I really the right person for this? There are several other people in this mansion, besides Adi's guards, who are somewhat capable. Rather, for him to want me, a woman, to teach him combat skills of all things. Wouldn't that affect his pride? That's probably it. He weighed his pride against it and chose to ask me for guidance. If I refuse him here, I'd be throwing cold water on his decision. I want to respect his determination. My training is rough and Spartan, you know. Can you keep up? When I replied with a challenging, "Yes," Samuel averted his gaze slightly. "Please be gentle." He muttered quietly. He already looked like he regretted it. I didn't miss that. Now that I've taken it on, I'm going to raise Samuel into a fine bodyguard. I won't hold back. Because this is also for Adi's sake. I really wanted you to be taught by your brother, Sergio's, but that's impossible, right? Samuel muttered, as if complaining. I frowned at those words. Ah, I see, he probably thinks Sergio's is stronger than me. They're both me. That's right. He doesn't stay in one place. I nodded, then he suddenly made a serious face. When the lion Marquis rescued Adi-sama, he said, "Thanks to a collaborator." This means that there was someone other than them who went to help Adi-sama, right? That means. He didn't say the rest. However, I know what he wanted to say. Sergio's helped her, didn't he? I neither denied nor affirmed it. First, surpass me, otherwise he won't bother with you. I told him, "Surpass Serene-sama, the road seems long." Samuel said, his shoulders slumped, but still smiling shyly, as if he was a little happy. Chapter 62, Worrying About What Comes Next. Adi's shyness and separation anxiety gradually subsided. It was probably because she had returned to the mansion and regained her usual routine. However, she was still afraid of the dark and of large men. This fear might haunt Adi for the rest of her life. These kinds of traumas, both big and small, were something every woman deals with, but I didn't want Adi to experience anything like that. I didn't want her to have to deal with it, but even though it couldn't be helped, I was really frustrated. Partly because I was an indirect cause, too, I really felt sorry for Adi. This time, Adi was safe. But there was no guarantee that would be the case in the future. I must be a conspicuous presence. Anything I do or say is highly likely to indirectly harm Adi in the future, because Adi is my weakness. The enemy would easily realize that the easiest way to silence me is to do something to Adi. Seriously pissed. I could understand if they tried to trap me or ambush me, but targeting a weak little girl? They're lower than dirt. I wouldn't want them downwind of me. I can't forgive their existence, those sons of bitches. No, I understand that when you're trying to take down someone, it's good to exploit their weaknesses. I get it, but there are things I can forgive and things I can't. But asking someone else, "Please don't lay a hand on Adi," wouldn't result in a simple understood. I suppose I could just quietly and demurely stay in my lane. But if I did, the situation would only worsen, and there'd be no hope of improvement. In the long run, that would be detrimental to Adi. Detrimental to the young ladies of this world, the detriment that I and my sisters have also suffered. I keep staying by Adi's side, but I can't think of a way to improve the situation. What should I do? Would it be better to become a shadow stalker, always at Adi's side? Should I disappear from the public stage and right wrongs in the shadows like a deadly assassin? That night, after Adi had fallen asleep, I found Maggie, the head nanny, on the balcony off the hallway, and consulted her, a newly acquired bottle of my treasured wine in hand. Her response to that was, "A foolish question. I wish she'd used a few more words to cut me down. Like, 'I've misjudged you. I thought you were better than this.' Honestly, Maggie is so harsh. She looks at me with contempt. If that's what you think, feel free to back down. I'll raise 80 Sama, and I'll never let another human touch her again. Because I never want her to experience being betrayed again. No, I wouldn't betray her, I don't care what your true intentions are. That's just how it will look to 80 Sama. Ouch, no excuses will work. Maggie is brutally tough. But certainly, Addie wouldn't understand my true intentions. If I left her, even while saying it was for her own good, she'd definitely think she was abandoned. Is that what you want? Go ahead, it's nothing to me. Without trying to stop, console, or follow up with me, Maggie looked bored and tossed back her glass of wine. Yeah, that's right, I knew that. I understood from the beginning that I couldn't expect words of comfort from her. Besides, it's not like I wanted to be comforted. It's not like I wanted to be stopped. How should I put it? I just want some kind of hint for how to make things work. As I worried and stared at the wine in my glass, Maggie muttered, pouring a new glass for herself. You're doing too much on your own. She put the empty wine bottle on the floor and swirled her glass. If you don't consult me, I can't cooperate, be on alert, or take action. I don't care what happens to you if you recklessly put yourself in danger, but if there's a risk of your actions affecting 80 Sama, I will protect her. By any means necessary. Saying that, she took a sip of her wine. What does that mean? Does she know that I've been running around as Sergio's? For me, 80 Sama is my only value and my only reason for existence. However, I don't overestimate myself as much as you do, and I don't have the strength to fight. Even so, if necessary, I'll use money, my body, anything to protect 80 Sama. Maggie's words sounded sarcastic, echoing a previous conversation we had. I acknowledged you because I thought 80 Sama needed you. If you become a hindrance, I'll eliminate you. If you recklessly self-destruct and leave on your own, that's fine with me, and I won't even try to stop you. I don't want someone so selfish by 80 Sama's side. Ouch, her words are too sharp. Her words are physically painful. But if you're still going to stay. There, she downed her wine glass in one gulp. She sighed, phew, then said, I'm not unwilling to cooperate. Of course, only for 80 Sama's sake, though. Saying that, Maggie looked at me sideways. I was smitten. It was much more effective than if she had said something like, I'll do anything for you. Aware that my face was a little red, I told her that. Don't bother, you'll be disappearing soon, right? I was rejected immediately. How cruel. However, I changed my mind. I'm not disappearing, I won't disappear on my own. I'll be with her until Addie reaches puberty and says, You're so annoying, old hag. Could you please stop? It's pitiful. Then what should I do? When I said that with a pout, she lowered the corners of her eyebrows and smiled in a troubled way. Please, just do whatever you want as you've always done. Sometimes, your actions relieve my stress. However, if there's a sign that things might get moving as a result of something you've done, tell me in advance. I'll do what I can. I unintentionally received such encouraging words, even though they were delivered with a sense of rejection. As I was smiling happily, Maggie seemed to get embarrassed and poured wine like water, downing it in one gulp. Section. When he arrived at the mansion, he was as shrunken as a child being offered as a human sacrifice. Marquis Sanni's Addie and I greeted him. Zeno was especially terrified of Marquis Sanni's. No, Lindro Sama has way more pressure, okay? If he's okay with him, then the Marquis shouldn't be a problem at all. However, even though he's boarding here, what should I do? I consulted with the Marquis, and he said, since you received the request, you can do as you please. Is it okay if I do it my way? My way. Eat well, sleep well, play well, study well, exercise well, and rest well. That's all there is to it, but is that okay? Well, even if I'm told it's no good, I don't know any other way, so that's all I'll do. By the way, thanks to this, my sisters have come to be called monkeys, boars, wolves, and ill-tempered deer. Why are they all wild animals? First, I decided not to give Zeno instructions from our side, but to let him do various things and observe his behavior. That way, I can see various things about him. Even with things he wasn't good at, he didn't complain and silently did them. And he tried to manage somehow. I predict that the people who had given him tasks recognized his efforts, but because he didn't get good results, they put even more burden on him. That wouldn't sustain his body and mind. If he were raised under Lindro-sama, he would probably improve, benefiting from his generosity and focus on physical growth, but he was entrusted to me. I decided to guide him in my own way. Certainly, he is clumsy. It can also be said that he is bad at using his body, but instead, he is also a genius when it comes to effort. He practices repeatedly until he can do what he can't, and he doesn't have any likes or dislikes when it comes to food. He makes an effort to manage even what he is bad at. However, I wonder if he was given even more tasks after somehow managing, and was never able to experience a sense of accomplishment. A sense of accomplishment turns into fulfillment and leads to growth. I'm going to let him experience that to the fullest, and make him into my favorite Xeno. Wrong, that's not it. He is not the Xeno from the game I liked. He is a living human, a boy who hasn't been tainted yet. He probably won't become the Xeno I know from the game, and I won't make him to my liking either. I mustn't do that. He should grow up healthy and true to himself. I'm just there to help. I resolved to guide Xeno, who was trying hard to adapt to an unfamiliar environment, from a step back. Chapter 61, I saw a happy sight. One day, it was a slightly sweaty day reminiscent of early summer. We had a picnic on top of a hill with the wind blowing through it. This is the place where I had my first picnic with Addie. There were not only Addie, but also the head nanny Maggie, the tutor Samuel, the knight apprentice Zeno, and even the Marquis. And then there's Addie's fiancé Eric and his caretaker Elias. Each of them brought their own guards, so it was quite a large group. While I was tending to the horses we'd been riding on, and the guards, Maggie, and Elias were preparing lunch, Samuel was watching as Zeno and Eric engaged in a sword practice with a tree branch they'd picked up nearby. Clang, Zeno cut a branch to the side, knocking Eric's branch flying. Ah! Eric followed the flying branch with his eyes and cried out in disappointment. Not yet, Eric-sama. Zeno laughed happily and went to retrieve the branch he had thrown away. Meanwhile, Eric bit his lip and clutched the hem of his shirt tightly. Zeno's not fair. He cried out in frustration. Eric-sama, in times like these, it's not unfair but frustrating. Zeno hasn't done anything unfair, has he? I corrected his words. How frustrating. Yeah, well, the context is weird, but since he restated it, I'll let it slide. Marquis Tizanis, accompanied by Addie, watched this scene with dazzled eyes, following my example and giving the horses some water. It's been a long time since I've had such a peaceful time. Yes, it spilled out. I wonder if he was talking to himself. His voice was just barely audible. Damn it, avenge me. Eric shouted while stomping his feet. Revenge what? How is that being frustrated? But you realize that you have no chance of winning when you're 4 and 8 years old, right? But you still want to see Zeno lose? Really, Eric? You really hate to lose. Okay then. I adjusted my sleeves and was about to move towards Eric when Addie suddenly clung to my legs. No. Addie muttered, burying her face in my legs. Huh, Addie, what happened? No. Addie raised her head and shouted loudly. Addie clung to my legs and turned to Eric with a firm look. Mom is my mom. She shouted again. Wait a minute. Did someone just shoot an arrow through my heart? It hit me with a bang, a bang. It was such a big shock. I thought I was going to be pulled backwards. Oh dear, are you jealous? I'm so happy, I'm so happy. Did she show possessiveness towards me? Up until now, Addie had never complained or said anything even when something unpleasant happened. She was jealous, and she told Eric about it. Loudly, you've changed a lot, Addie. Of course in a good way. I picked her up in Addie and gave me a big kiss on the cheek. I see. That's right. I'm sorry, Addie. It would be annoying if I only paid attention to Eric-sama. It'll be fine. I'm your mother after all. I gave Addie repeated kisses on the cheek. Addie giggled and hugged me around the neck. That's unfair. Eric in that. How frustrating. Eric quickly corrected Ilya's retort. What a pity. I'm jealous. That's so delicious. I envy you. I'm jealous. You don't understand what I mean, Eric. What is this heartwarming scene? It's too cute. Eric, if you don't mind. As Eric's guard tried to stand up, Marquis Tizanis stopped him with his hand. Eric, if you'd like, I'll beat Zeno. With that said, he stepped forward. Lord Tizanis. Tutor Samuel exclaimed in surprise. Huh, is that really so surprising? Maggie and Addie's guards also looked up at him with blank looks on their faces. But you know, he's participated in a sword-fighting tournament before, and he's a Marquis, so he should have some knowledge, right? Why is it surprising? He is taking care of the child. Maggie's voice came, a shocked look on her face. What the Marquis doesn't like children? Marquis Tizanis appeared in front of Eric and received the branch from Zeno. Stay behind. Go for it, T-Zannies. Tanis. Mr. T-Zannies, I mean. Lord Eric. Eric, Marquis T-Zannies, and Samuel were just chatting away like that. A warm feeling overflowed in my chest. It overflowed like crazy. It overflowed and spilled. It was like a flood. What is this heaven? I muttered to myself, what are you talking about? Have you gone mad? This elicited a harsh remark from Maggie. I slumped my shoulders at her comment and turned towards Maggie, who was also looking in the direction of Marquis T-Zannies and the others. This is the result of what you did. You should regret it to your heart's content. That was a pretty harsh thing to say, but what it basically means is, be happy with the results of your efforts, right? It's meant in a positive way, right? It's not the exact meaning, is it? When I said nothing, Maggie pushed the empty picnic basket to the side, looked up at me and grinned. You were about to throw this away. What do you think? Do you still want to throw it away? Those spiteful words made me reflect on my actions. I looked around again. Zeno, an apprentice knight, was frantically swinging a branch around while my husband, Marquis T-Zannies, dealt with him, creating an opening for Zeno to attack. Addie's fiancé, Eric, was jumping up and down behind him, cheering for Zeno. Shouldn't it be the other way around? His tutor, Samuel, gently holds Eric's shoulders down to stop him from leaning forward too far and getting caught up in the action. The paranoid boy Ilyas was laughing happily as he looked at Eric and the others. His smile was innocent, without even a trace of the dark side he sometimes showed. Next to him, the head nanny, Maggie, was smiling gently. And Adie. While clinging tightly to my neck, she looked towards Eric and the others with an angelic smile. She would occasionally cheer on, saying, "Good luck, Dad." This is what I accomplished. I just wanted to get Adie in order. To be honest, I was just trying to do it recklessly. I just cleared away everything that was in front of me that I didn't like or thought was wrong. I didn't see the whole picture. Nevertheless, this is what happened. The people around Adie are laughing together with a sense of connection. At first, it was all so disjointed. I don't want to throw it away, but what if I'm forced to throw it away? I muttered to myself, and as if they had heard me, Elias and Maggie looked up at me with radiant smiles. You can just go crazy and refuse like you always do. That's your specialty, isn't it? Serene is oddly pessimistic. It doesn't fit her character. Both of them, a bitterness sincerity, but you're right. There will probably be many more walls to come. We will jump over such walls, cling to them, climb to the top, and sometimes even break them down. All of this is so that Adie can live freely and true to herself. If the environment is right, Adie will be able to walk on her own. I tightened my arms around Adie. I knew I would have to let go of her soon. And, I love you, Adie. I'm your mother, but whether I'm your mother or not, I'll always love you. I told her gently, I love you too, Mommy. Adie replied with a shy, angelic smile. Ah, I can't take it anymore. It's so cute, so precious, so dazzling, I feel like I'm going to ascend to heaven. Is Adie really an angel? I continued to gaze at the happiness that was here and now, fully enjoying it, soaking it in, savoring it, savoring it. Chapter 62, Casual Conversation. A chance story, the notes of a guard, I am serving as the young lady's bodyguard. It's still early in the day, but I'm happy. I started drinking just before the wife came along. I was truly happy that the Marquis family would hire me, a humble third son of a baron. I've never worked at any other establishments, so I can't compare. What can I say? It's a really impressive mansion. I think it may be because of prejudice. Speaking of a Marquis family, I imagined it to be something grand and dignified, different from a baronial family like ours. Ah, yes, I was surprised that wasn't the case. What can I say? It's lively. Normally, my lady rarely goes out, so I stay in the mansion. However, when she goes out into the garden, I still watch over her from a distance. But, as expected, I was amazed when the wife started teaching her how to use a knife. Normally, would you teach an aristocratic lady how to use a knife? Rumor has it that noble women of a certain rank or higher don't even change their own clothes, but I never imagined they would learn to use a knife. No, well, I learned it, but I don't think my sister learned it. She can probably use scissors, but when it comes to knives, I think a paper knife is about the limit. I mean, do you ever use it? She is the daughter of a marquis, right? Her fiancé is the eldest son of a duke. Depending on the circumstances, he might rise to a great height in the country, right? Does it make sense? It was there that I realized that his wife was unconventional. Well, that wasn't all. I also accompanied her to Count Mercury's villa, and then I was blown away again. She was teaching the young lady how to ride a horse. Really. Moreover, she was riding a foal. The young lady was alone. Isn't that dangerous? Of course, I was at her side, taking great care to ensure that she would not fall off her horse. The tutor was angry. He thought it was too much. However, the wife was unfazed and simply said, "There will be bodyguards standing nearby to make sure there is no danger." Well, that's true, but don't you think that's not the issue? But in the end, it turned out to be the right decision. Even though the wife was holding the reins, she was able to ride the foal by herself. The smile on the young lady's face at that time was incredibly cute. When she looked proud and determined, I was so grateful to God that I was able to become her guard. If I could see a smile like that, I'd love to let her ride again. Speaking of which, I also had the opportunity to play swordsmanship with the wife while the young lady was taking her afternoon nap. How can I put it? It made me lose all confidence, to be honest. I was a bit disappointed at first. A weak woman using a sword. Well, I guess the possibilities are not zero, but I thought it was at most a beginner level. I quickly had to throw away that foolish thinking. Yes, there were no gaps. There was no space to hit anywhere, upper, lower, middle, etc. I am a person who can do it to a certain extent. But I had the image that if I hit, it would be returned immediately, so I couldn't do it. But even so, if you try your best and try desperately to find an opening, you'll suddenly see one. But if you hit it there, it'll be hit back with one hit. That's right. That opening was deliberately shown by the wife, so it was a trap. My confidence was really shattered, and I was so depressed that I ended up drinking to drown my sorrows that night. The way she held her sword was unique, and something I had never seen before. It felt like I was fighting a swordsman from a foreign country. It was a great experience. The incident with the young lady made me truly lose sight of my purpose in life. You were riding on my horse, my lady. But while I was fighting back against the bandits, the young lady was dragged off her horse and quickly kidnapped. I was shot, but fortunately I only suffered a scratch. I felt bad about that. I was very glad, however, that the young lady was safely rescued thanks to the efforts of the Lion Count. I regretted having put my young lady in danger and to have let her feel scared, and I was planning to request my resignation once the trip was over. However, before I announced her resignation, the wife visited me and said the following: "You have failed as a guard. However, 80 is safe. You can still make up for your failure. I'm sure you will spare no effort to ensure that you don't make the same mistake again." Right. And of course I nodded. As I nodded, I couldn't help but burst into tears. I was frustrated that I couldn't protect the young lady, but at the same time, I was so happy that she had said those words to me. The wife said to me, "Addie is very attached to you. Please continue to take good care of her." And she was able to say such a thing. I made a firm promise that I would never again put her daughter in danger. Yes, I will absolutely protect her. Ah, that reminds me. A little off topic, though. After the Count Lion rescued the young lady, he said a strange phrase. I was able to help thanks to my cooperators. And who were the collaborators? Just rumors? No, it's nothing. Is it a rumor? No, this is really just a rumor being whispered among the people in the mansion. I don't really want people to spread rumors around. Yes, there have been some rumors going around the mansion recently. Possession by the Dark Knight. And the rumors started around the time the wife came to live here. Someone has seen it. They are seen clinging to the walls of mansions like spiders and sometimes stealing horses. Apparently stolen horses are returned over time. It was dark and hard to see, and he seemed to be wearing some kind of black clothing, so I called him the Dark Knight. He is called a knight because he has a sword at his waist. I haven't seen it yet, but I believe it was the Dark Knight who saved the young lady. The true identity of the Dark Knight? The rumors among friends are, no, I'm afraid I'll get in trouble if I say this. Well, it's a monster that the wife defeated a long time ago and now uses as her servant. No, I don't think there's any way that monsters exist. But now that I know just how strong his wife is, I can't help but wonder, setting aside whether she's a monster or not, if it's the spirit of a famous knight from somewhere. Yes, the wife killed him, so I thought maybe it was possessing her. You're right. It would be strange to help the young lady if she's possessed. Now that you mention it, that's certainly true. So, are they guardian spirits or something like that? I guess the wife is the one doing the work after all. With that wife, something like that might happen. No, I don't have the courage to ask her directly. Well, let's leave that aside for now. I am truly happy to be working at Caramanly's house. I also participated in the picnic. I still remember the heartwarming scene I saw at that time. I want to protect that scene forever. End of Arc 2. Volume 1 completed.